Hey everyone, tonight we're diving into something that will make your worst nightmare look like a bedtime story. The medieval period wasn't just about knights in shining armor and fairy tale castles. Behind those stone walls and beneath those cobblestone streets lay secrets so dark, so twisted, that historians spent centuries trying to bury them. But tonight, we're digging them all up. Before we begin this journey into the shadows of history, take a moment to hit that like button if you're ready for some truly disturbing medieval secrets. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. There's something oddly comforting about knowing we're all gathered here together, about to explore the darkest corners of human history. Now turn off the lights, maybe light a candle, and let's step back nearly 1,000 years into a world where pain was entertainment, where faith justified the most unspeakable cruelties, and where entire populations could vanish overnight. Because what I'm about to show you will change everything you thought you knew about the so-called good old days. Picture this. You're walking through a medieval castle, admiring the grand architecture, the tapestries, the suits of armor gleaming in the torchlight. But what you don't see are the secrets hidden within those very walls. Secret passages that wind through the darkness like veins through a body, concealing horrors that would make your blood run cold. These weren't just clever architectural features. They were arteries of paranoia, fear, and sometimes unspeakable violence. At Mingery Castle in Scotland, archaeologists made a discovery that still haunts them today. Behind a wall that had been sealed for 500 years, they found a 6 by 6 foot room. Empty, except for one terrifying detail: a human skeleton. The bones showed no signs of disease, no evidence of natural death. The person had been walled up alive, left to die in complete darkness, their screams muffled by stone and mortar. The skeleton's position suggested they had clawed at the walls until their fingernails were gone, desperately trying to escape their tomb. But this wasn't an isolated incident. Castle after castle across medieval Europe hides similar secrets. At Glamis Castle, there's a room so horrifying that family members refuse to speak of it, even today. Legend tells of a nobleman who gambled away his soul to the devil himself within those walls. The room was sealed, and according to local accounts, screams can still be heard echoing through the castle on quiet nights. These hidden chambers served purposes that go far beyond simple storage or escape routes. They were torture chambers, execution sites, and places where inconvenient people simply disappeared. The architects who built them understood something fundamental about medieval life. Power was maintained through fear, and fear required secrecy. At one undisclosed castle, recent excavations revealed a crypt at the bottom of secret stairs. Inside, archaeologists found two chilling discoveries. First, a purse containing gold coins dating back to the early 19th century, suggesting someone had hidden there much more recently than expected. Second, and far more disturbing, a clay brick with a medieval board game called Nine Men's Morris etched into its surface. Someone had been imprisoned there long enough to carve entertainment into the very walls. The construction of these secret spaces reveals a level of architectural sophistication designed specifically for horror. Take the torture chamber of the Papal Palace at Avignon. The walls were built with precise acoustic engineering, designed to muffle screams and prevent them from reaching the outside world. The walls recessed and protruded in complementary patterns, reflecting the victim's cries back into the chamber itself, creating an echo chamber of agony. Above the main torture chamber, builders constructed a secondary chamber with a hole in the floor. Bodies were thrown through this opening into a cavity below, where skeletal remains accumulated over decades. Some dungeons featured trapdoors that opened into pits filled with water, where victims were left to drown after lengthy torture sessions. These weren't crude medieval dungeons. They were precisely engineered chambers of suffering. But the secrets hidden in castle walls pale in comparison to the systematic horrors that unfolded in broad daylight. sanctioned by the most powerful institution of the medieval world. The Catholic Church didn't just preach salvation, it perfected damnation. The Inquisition represents one of history's most calculated campaigns of terror, where faith became a weapon and salvation came through suffering. This wasn't random violence or mob justice. It was institutionalized torture, refined over centuries into a science of pain. The role of torture in medieval religion was based on a twisted theology that pain could purify the soul, that suffering brought one closer to God. Inquisitors developed torture methods with the precision of surgeons and the creativity of artists. The rack stretched victims until their joints separated with audible pops. The strappado hoisted people by their arms tied behind their backs, dislocating shoulders and tearing muscle. Thumbscrews applied pressure so intense that bones would crack like twigs. But these devices were just tools. The real horror lay in their systematic application. The Iron Maiden, perhaps the most famous medieval torture device, encased victims in a sarcophagus lined with spikes. But contrary to popular belief, the spikes weren't designed to kill quickly. They were precisely positioned to pierce flesh without hitting vital organs, ensuring maximum suffering with minimum risk of immediate death. Victims could survive for hours, even days, as blood slowly drained from dozens of wounds. What makes these tortures even more chilling is their religious justification. Inquisitors genuinely believed they were saving souls through suffering. They developed elaborate theological arguments explaining why pain brought victims closer to divine truth. Torture wasn't cruelty. It was mercy. It wasn't punishment. It was purification. After 1468, when Pope declared witchcraft to be a crime exempt from normal legal protections, torture practices escalated to unprecedented extremes. In Italy, accused witches were deprived of sleep for up to 40 hours, a technique that induced hallucinations and psychological breakdown. In England, this practice had no time limit. Sleep deprivation could continue for days, even weeks, until victims would confess to anything to make it stop. Sexual humiliation became another weapon in the Inquisitors' arsenal. Accused women were forced to sit naked on red-hot stools, with inquisitors claiming this would prevent them from performing sexual acts with the devil. The logic was twisted, but the suffering was real. Victims endured burns that scarred them for life, assuming they survived at all. The witch trials that followed reveal medieval society at its most paranoid and brutal. Between 1428 and 1436, the first systematic European witch hunt in Valais, Switzerland, resulted in the deaths of 367 people. To be condemned, a person needed only 3 neighbours to publicly declare them a witch. No evidence was required beyond accusation, and the confession extracted through torture. Under torture, victims confessed to impossible crimes. They admitted to flying through the night sky, transforming into werewolves, and attending Sabbaths with the devil himself. They named accomplices, spreading the accusations like a contagious disease through entire communities. Mass hysteria gripped regions across Europe as neighbour turned against neighbour, fueled by fear, superstition, and the promise of reward for successful accusations. The condemned faced death by burning, tied to ladders that were pushed into pyres. As a final mercy, authorities sometimes tied bags of gunpowder around the victims' necks to hasten death in the flames. But even this small kindness was often denied. Many burned slowly, their screams carrying across medieval towns as warnings to anyone who might harbour heretical thoughts. Yet even these institutional horrors couldn't compare to the apocalyptic nightmare that descended upon medieval Europe in the 14th century. A nightmare that arrived on 12 ships from the Black Sea, carrying death itself in the bodies of sailors who were already dead or dying as their vessels docked at the Sicilian port of Messina in October 1347. The people who gathered at those docks expecting trade goods and news from distant lands instead witnessed the beginning of humanity's darkest hour. The Black Death had arrived in Europe, and it brought with it suffering on a scale that defied comprehension. This wasn't just disease, it was the medieval apocalypse, a plague so devastating that it would reshape civilization itself. The symptoms began innocuously enough. Small swellings appeared in the groin or under the arms, growing rapidly from the size of almonds to the size of apples. These buboes, as they came to be known, oozed blood and pus, filling the air with a stench so overwhelming that entire streets became uninhabitable. But the external symptoms were just the beginning of the horror. Victims experienced fever so intense, it felt like their bodies were cooking from within. Chills so severe, they shattered teeth followed immediately by heat, so overwhelming, they tore off their clothes in winter snow. Vomiting and diarrhea continued until victims were too weak to move, lying in their own waste as their bodies shut down system by system. The bubonic plague killed between 25 and 60% of Europe's population over just 4 years. In some regions, the death toll reached 90%. Entire villages disappeared from the map, leaving only empty buildings and mass graves. The overwhelming number of deaths made individual burials impossible. Bodies were thrown into pits by the hundreds, creating archaeological sites that still horrify researchers today. But the Black Death revealed something even more disturbing about medieval society than its capacity for suffering. It revealed the complete breakdown of everything people held sacred. As the plague spread, the social fabric that held civilization together began to unravel in ways that were somehow more terrifying than the disease itself. Churches, once sanctuaries of hope and community, became charnel houses where bodies piled so high that clergy abandoned their posts rather than perform last rites. The very people who had preached about divine mercy fled their congregations, leaving the dying to face their final moments alone. Physicians, the few brave enough to treat plague victims, donned bizarre leather masks with glass eyes and long beaks stuffed with herbs and spices, believing these grotesque costumes would protect them from infection. They looked more like demons than healers, wandering through dying cities like harbingers of death itself. The economic system that had sustained medieval life centuries collapsed overnight for. Trade routes that had connected distant lands silent as merchants fell refused to risk infection. Markets closed, leaving survivors to scavenge for food among the belongings of the dead. Currency became meaningless when there was nothing left to buy and no one left to sell it. But perhaps most horrifying was how quickly civilized behavior gave way to primal desperation. Families abandoned their own children at the first sign of swelling. Parents fled from their sick offspring, and children left their dying parents to rot in their beds. Marriage vows meant nothing when survival was at stake. The bonds of love, duty, and honor that medieval society claimed as its foundation proved to be nothing more than fragile constructs that shattered the moment they were truly tested. In London, during a later outbreak in 1665, the situation became so desperate that authorities implemented a quarantine system that was essentially a death sentence. If even one person in a household showed plague symptoms, the entire family was sealed inside their home for 40 days. Red crosses were painted on doors, and guards were posted to ensure no one escaped. These homes became tombs where healthy family members watched their loved ones die, knowing they would likely be next, trapped with decaying corpses and no hope of rescue. Mass graves reveal the true scale of medieval society's collapse. Archaeological excavations have uncovered burial pits containing thousands of bodies, thrown in without ceremony or individual recognition. These weren't the Christian burials that medieval people believed were necessary for salvation. They were disposal sites, places where human beings were discarded like refuse when the systems of civilization failed. Some communities tried to maintain order through increasingly desperate measures. In certain regions, authorities encouraged witch hunts as a way to channel public fear and rage towards scapegoats. If the plague was divine punishment, then surely someone must be responsible. Jews, foreigners, and anyone who seemed different became targets for communities seeking someone to blame for their suffering. The psychological impact of watching entire populations disappear created a generation of survivors who had witnessed the complete failure of every institution they had trusted. The church couldn't protect them. The nobility couldn't save them. Medicine couldn't heal them. Law couldn't maintain order. These survivors emerged into a world where traditional authority had lost all credibility, where the very concept of divine justice seemed like a cruel joke. Yet, even as the Black Death ravaged Europe, other forms of medieval horror continued to unfold. The systematic persecution of those accused of witchcraft escalated during and after the plague years, as communities sought supernatural explanations for supernatural suffering. The witch trials of the late medieval period represent perhaps the purest expression of medieval society's capacity for organized cruelty. The process began with whispered accusations in village squares and taverns. A crop failure here, a sudden illness there, a child born with deformities, all became evidence of malevolent magic. The accused were usually women, often widows or those who lived alone, people who existed outside the protection of male-dominated family structures. But the accusations could fall on anyone who seemed different, threatening, or simply inconvenient to their neighbours. Once accused, victims entered a legal system designed to produce confessions regardless of guilt or innocence. The logic was circular and inescapable. If you confessed to witchcraft, you were guilty and would be executed. If you maintained your innocence, your refusal to confess was seen as evidence of diabolic influence, proving your guilt just as surely. The only variable was how much torture would be required to extract the desired confession. Sleep deprivation became one of the most effective torture methods because it required no special equipment and left no visible marks. Accused witches were kept awake for days, sometimes weeks, as exhausted minds began to hallucinate and break down. Guards would poke them with sharp sticks whenever they began to nod off, or force them to walk in circles until their feet bled. After enough sleepless hours, victims would see demons and devils everywhere, providing the very evidence their torturers sought. The confessions extracted through these methods reveal the deepest fears and fantasies of medieval society. Under torture, accused witches described elaborate Sabbaths where they flew through the night sky on broomsticks or transformed into animals. They confessed to brewing potions that could cause impotence, infertility, or madness. They named accomplices, creating webs of accusation that could destroy entire communities. But the most disturbing aspect of these confessions wasn't their supernatural content. It was how they reflected the genuine powerlessness that many medieval people, especially women, felt in their daily lives. When tortured into describing their supposed magical abilities, victims often confessed to powers they desperately wished they possessed. The ability to fly represented freedom from domestic imprisonment. The power to curse enemies reflected dreams of revenge against those who had wronged them. Shape-shifting offered escape from human vulnerability. The trials themselves became public spectacles that served multiple functions for medieval authorities. They provided entertainment for populations desperate for distraction from their harsh lives. They reinforced social hierarchies by demonstrating what happened to those who challenged authority, and they offered communities a sense of control over forces that seemed beyond human understanding. The execution methods varied, but burning remained the preferred technique, because fire was believed to purify the soul while destroying the corrupted body. Victims were tied to stakes surrounded by bundles of wood that had been carefully arranged to burn slowly rather than quickly. The goal wasn't merciful death, but prolonged suffering that would serve as both punishment and spectacle. Some executioners showed mercy by strangling victims before the flames reached them, but this kindness was often denied to those considered particularly dangerous. Accused witches might burn for an hour or more, their screams carrying across medieval towns as warnings to anyone who might harbour heretical thoughts or challenge established authority. The witch trials reveal something fundamental about medieval justice. It wasn't designed to determine truth or protect the innocent. It was a system for maintaining social control through terror, for channeling community anxieties toward convenient scapegoats, and for demonstrating the consequences of deviation from accepted norms. But even these systematic horrors pale beside the everyday brutality that defined life for the vast majority of medieval people. Peasants and serfs, who comprised roughly 85% of the population, lived lives of such grinding hardship that survival itself became an act of heroism. Their suffering wasn't dramatic or noteworthy. It was simply the background reality of medieval existence, so common it barely registered in the historical record. Serfdom was a system of legalized bondage that trapped entire families in cycles of poverty and exploitation that could last for generations. Serfs couldn't leave the land they worked without permission from their lord. They couldn't marry without consent from their master. They couldn't keep the fruits of their own labour without first satisfying obligations that often consumed most of what they produced. The working day for medieval peasants began before dawn and continued until darkness made further labour impossible. During summer months, this meant working from 3 in the morning until 9 at night, with only brief breaks for meals that consisted mainly of bread, porridge, and whatever vegetables they could grow in their small plots. Meat was a luxury reserved for special occasions, if it appeared at all. The physical toll of medieval peasant life was devastating. Men and women aged prematurely, their bodies broken by decades of back-breaking labour in fields that belonged to others. Malnutrition stunted growth and weakened immune systems, making peasants vulnerable to diseases that the wealthy could survive. Archaeological evidence shows that medieval peasants were significantly shorter than their modern counterparts, with skeletons bearing the marks of repetitive stress injuries, vitamin deficiencies, and chronic pain. But the physical hardships were only part of the story. Medieval peasants lived under a system of financial exploitation so comprehensive it's almost impossible to comprehend. They paid rent to their lord for the right to work land they would never own. They paid a tithe to the church, surrendering 10% of everything they produced to an institution that preached poverty while accumulating vast wealth. They paid taxes on their animals, their tools, even their marriages and deaths. When harvest time came, the best grain went to the landlord. The church claimed its portion next. What remained barely sustained peasant families through winter months when food was scarce and fuel was expensive. Many families faced a cruel choice each year, deciding whether to eat their seed grain or plant it for the following season. Eating it meant survival through winter but starvation the next year. Planting it meant hunger now, but hope for the future. The arbitrary nature of medieval taxation made survival even more precarious. Lords could demand additional payments whenever they pleased, justified by vague obligations or manufactured emergencies. A daughter's marriage required a fee. A son's inheritance triggered taxes. Even death brought financial burden, as families paid relief fees to keep working the same land their ancestors had tilled for generations. Easter brought demands for extra eggs. Christmas required a goose. Wedding celebrations meant additional tribute to the Lord, who graciously allowed his serfs to marry. These weren't fixed obligations that families could plan around. They were capricious demands that could push struggling households over the edge into complete destitution. Medieval peasants were forbidden from hunting game on their lord's property, even when their families were starving. The forests teemed with deer, wild boar, and birds that could have sustained entire villages, but these animals belonged to the nobility. Poaching carried severe penalties, including mutilation or death. Peasants watched their children grow thin while abundant protein roamed freely through woods they weren't allowed to enter. The psychological impact of this system was perhaps more devastating than the physical hardships. Medieval peasants lived with the constant knowledge that their lives had no inherent value, that their suffering existed solely to support the comfort of others. They worked land they could never own, built wealth they could never share, and raised children who would inherit the same hopeless bondage. Church teachings reinforced this exploitation by promising rewards in the afterlife for earthly suffering. Peasants were told that their poverty was divinely ordained, that their hardships brought them closer to God, that resistance to authority was resistance to heaven itself. The very institution that demanded their tithes preached that their misery was spiritually beneficial. But even within this system of systematic oppression, moments of pure horror stood out. When peasants couldn't meet their obligations, punishments were swift and brutal. Public floggings served as entertainment and warning. Stocks and pillories exposed offenders to community ridicule and physical abuse. Branding marked repeat offenders permanently, ensuring they could never escape their reputations. Some lords developed creative punishments that revealed the sadistic creativity of unlimited power. Peasants might be forced to crawl on their hands and knees through village streets. They could be locked in cages, suspended above public squares, exposed to weather and mockery until they died of exposure or starvation. Others were buried up to their necks and left for scavengers. The legal system offered no protection for peasants against abuse. Lords served as judges in their own territories, hearing cases involving their own interests. Justice was whatever served the powerful. Evidence was irrelevant when accusations came from nobility. Testimony from serfs carried no weight against the word of their betters. Medieval marriage among peasants was often another form of economic transaction rather than romantic union. Young women were essentially sold to husbands their families chose, with dowries and bride prices negotiated like livestock sales. Love was a luxury that starving families couldn't afford. Survival required strategic alliances that might provide additional labour or resources. Childbirth was a death sentence for countless medieval women. Without medical knowledge or sanitary conditions, complications that modern medicine handles routinely proved fatal. Infant mortality was so high that parents often delayed naming children until they showed signs of surviving their first year. Entire family lines could disappear when disease swept through overcrowded, unsanitary hovels where multiple generations shared single rooms. The housing that sheltered medieval peasants barely qualified as shelter. Single-room huts constructed from mud, straw and hope housed entire families along with their animals. No windows meant no light except from fires that filled cramped spaces with smoke. No sanitation meant human and animal waste accumulated until disease became inevitable. Roofs leaked, floors flooded, and walls collapsed with depressing regularity. Privacy was unknown. Families lived, worked, ate, slept, gave birth, and died in spaces smaller than modern closets. Personal possessions were limited to clothing, basic tools, and perhaps a few cooking implements. Books were unimaginable luxuries. Art was something that existed in churches they helped build, but could never afford to decorate. Education was forbidden to peasants, ensuring they remained trapped in ignorance that made resistance impossible. Literacy was limited to clergy and nobility who used their monopoly on knowledge to maintain power. Peasants couldn't read contracts, legal documents, or even religious texts they were expected to obey. They depended entirely on others to interpret the rules that governed their lives. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of medieval peasant life was how the system convinced victims they deserved their fate. Religious teachings emphasized that earthly hierarchy reflected divine will. Kings ruled because God chose them. Lords commanded because heaven ordained it. Peasants suffered because that was their role in the cosmic order. This ideological control was reinforced through rituals and ceremonies that celebrated inequality while disguising it as natural law. Peasants knelt before lords in elaborate displays of submission. They kissed rings, bowed heads, and spoke only when given permission. These weren't mere formalities. They were constant reminders of powerlessness designed to crush any thoughts of resistance. Medieval festivals and holidays offered brief respites from grinding labour, but even these celebrations reinforced social hierarchies. Peasants might feast for a day or two each year, but always under the watchful eyes of authorities who could revoke privileges at will. Joy itself was granted by those in power, not claimed by those who created the wealth that made celebration possible. The few peasants who managed to accumulate modest wealth faced immediate pressure to surrender it through additional taxes, forced loans, or arbitrary seizures. Success was suspicious in a system designed to maintain permanent inequality. Prosperity among the lower classes threatened the natural order that justified elite privilege. Seasonal cycles dominated peasant life with relentless brutality. Spring planting required working flooded fields by hand, often in freezing temperatures. Summer harvests demanded 18-hour days under blazing sun with primitive tools that broke backs and hands. Autumn brought frantic preparation for winter months when survival was never guaranteed. Winter meant huddling in darkness, conserving fuel and food while hoping to last until spring returned. Medieval peasants faced choices that revealed the impossible mathematics of survival: feed the family today or save seed for next year's crop, repair tools or buy food, pay taxes or risk punishment, keep children at home to help with work or send them away, hoping they might find better lives elsewhere. Disease was a constant companion in medieval peasant communities. Malnutrition weakened immune systems, making populations vulnerable to illnesses that swept through villages like wildfire. Plague, dysentery, typhus, and countless other diseases found easy victims among people too poor for adequate food, clean water, or basic medical care. When sickness struck peasant families, there were no physicians, no medicines, no hope of recovery beyond prayer and luck. Sick family members became burdens that struggling households could barely support. Children watched parents waste away from diseases they couldn't understand or prevent. Parents buried children whose deaths could have been avoided with resources that existed but remained forever out of reach. The elderly faced particularly grim prospects in medieval peasant society. When age made them unable to work, they became dependents their families could barely afford to feed. No pensions existed, no social support systems, no retirement plans. Growing old meant becoming a liability in families already stretched beyond their limits. Yet through all this suffering, medieval peasants developed remarkable resilience and ingenuity. They created folk medicines from available plants. They developed farming techniques that maximized yields from poor soil. They built communities of mutual support that helped families survive crises that would have destroyed individuals. Peasant culture preserved knowledge, stories, and traditions that connected them to ancestors and provided hope for future generations. They sang songs that carried messages of resistance disguised as entertainment. They told stories that imagined worlds where justice prevailed and the mighty fell. They maintained beliefs that sustained them through hardships that would have broken lesser spirits. But perhaps most remarkably, medieval peasants maintained their humanity despite living in a system designed to reduce them to mere tools of production. They loved their children, cared for their elderly, celebrated marriages, and mourned deaths with dignity that their circumstances couldn't destroy. They found joy in small victories, beauty in simple pleasures, and meaning in lives that history barely acknowledged. The dark secrets of medieval peasant life weren't hidden in castle dungeons or church tribunals. They were visible everywhere for those willing to see them. The real horror wasn't spectacular torture or dramatic execution. It was the grinding, daily destruction of human potential on a scale that dwarfs any individual atrocity. Medieval Europe built its cathedrals, castles, and monuments on foundations of human misery so comprehensive it became invisible through its very ubiquity. The artistic achievements, intellectual developments, and cultural advances we associate with medieval civilization were purchased with the stolen labor of millions who lived and died in poverty so complete it challenges modern comprehension. Understanding this context transforms everything we think we know about medieval society. The knights we romanticize were enforcers of brutal oppression. The nobles we admire were parasites who consumed the labor of others. The clergy we respect as moral authorities preach submission to systems that crush the human spirit with methodical efficiency. These weren't aberrations or temporary injustices. They were the fundamental organizing principles of medieval civilization, the dark secrets that powered everything historians prefer to celebrate. The true horror of the medieval period wasn't what happened in torture chambers. It was what happened in fields, villages, and hovels, where the vast majority of humanity struggled to survive under conditions that made death seem merciful. But even these systematic brutalities couldn't prepare medieval society for the mysteries that defied all explanation. Phenomena so strange they challenged everything people thought they understood about the natural world. In July 1518, the streets of Strasbourg became the stage for one of history's most baffling and terrifying mysteries. It began with a single woman named Frau Troffea, who stepped out of her home one morning and began to dance. But this wasn't celebration or joy. This was something far more sinister. She danced without music, without rhythm, without any apparent reason. Her movements were frantic, desperate, as if some invisible force had seized control of her body. Hour after hour, she continued her manic performance, unable to stop even as exhaustion overtook her. Concerned neighbors gathered to watch, whispering prayers and crossing themselves as they witnessed something that defied all understanding. But Frau Troffea was just the beginning. Within days, others joined her strange performance. Men, women, children, all began dancing with the same uncontrollable compulsion that had gripped the original victim. They danced until their feet bled through their shoes, collapsed from exhaustion, only to resume the moment they regained consciousness. They danced until their hearts gave out from the relentless exertion. Within weeks, over 400 people had succumbed to this dancing plague, as witnesses called it. The authorities, desperate to understand and control the outbreak, made a decision that revealed just how little medieval people understood about human psychology. They decided the dancers needed more music, more space, more encouragement. They hired musicians, built stages, and actively promoted the dancing, believing it would cure the affliction by allowing it to run its course. The result was predictable and horrifying. More people died. The dancing became more frenzied, more violent, more destructive. Bodies littered the streets of Strasbourg, victims of a phenomenon that seemed to blend madness, medicine, and supernatural horror into something unprecedented in human experience. Church authorities proclaimed it demonic possession, evidence that Satan himself walked among the faithful. Physicians blamed corrupted blood and imbalanced humors, prescribing treatments that only made the suffering worse. Common people whispered about curses, witchcraft, and divine punishment for sins they couldn't identify but felt certain they had committed. This wasn't the first outbreak of dancing mania to grip medieval Europe. Similar episodes had occurred across the continent for centuries, each one leaving communities traumatized and searching for explanations that their limited understanding of mental illness couldn't provide. In Aachen in 1374, entire populations had poured into the streets, thrashing about in coordinated delirium that resembled some nightmarish festival of the damned. The victims described sensations that sound like the fevered dreams of madmen. They saw demons commanding them to dance. They felt their bodies moving against their will, controlled by forces beyond human comprehension. They experienced visions of saints and devils, of heaven and hell, all while their physical forms betrayed them in the most public and humiliating way possible. What made these outbreaks even more terrifying was their contagious nature. Watching the dancers seemed to trigger the same compulsion in observers, spreading the affliction through communities like wildfire. Families watched helplessly as loved ones succumbed to the dancing plague, knowing that getting too close might doom them to the same fate. Medieval medicine had no explanation for mass hysteria, no understanding of psychological contagion, no treatments for conditions that existed primarily in the realm of the mind. The dancing plague revealed the complete inadequacy of medieval knowledge when confronted with phenomena that couldn't be explained through plague was just one of many mysteries that haunt religious doctrine or primitive medical theory. But the dancing-tid medieval Europe. In the 12th century, the village of Woolpit in England became the site of another inexplicable event that challenged everything people thought they knew about the natural world. Two children appeared at the edge of the village one day, speaking a language no one recognized and displaying skin that was distinctly green in color. Not painted or diseased, but naturally green, as if they belonged to some entirely different species of human being. The boy and girl were siblings, clearly related, but unlike anything the villagers had ever encountered. Local reports described them as confused and frightened, unable to communicate their origins or explain their unusual appearance. They refused most food offered to them, accepting only beans, which they consumed with desperate hunger that suggested they had been without nourishment for some time. The boy died within weeks of his discovery, succumbing to what appeared to be malnutrition and the stress of his mysterious circumstances. But the girl survived, gradually learning the local language and slowly losing her green coloration as she adapted to normal food and village life. Her story, when she finally became able to tell it, was even stranger than her appearance. She claimed to come from a land where the sun never shone, where everything existed in perpetual twilight. She described crossing a great darkness before finding herself in the bright world of Woolpit, confused and lost in a realm that seemed alien to everything she had known. Medieval chroniclers recorded her account with the seriousness reserved for miraculous events or divine visitations. They debated whether the children were visitors from another world, survivors of some unknown catastrophe, or evidence of hidden realms that existed parallel to their own reality. Modern attempts to explain the green children have proposed everything from arsenic poisoning to rare genetic conditions, but none of these theories adequately address the linguistic barriers or the girl's detailed descriptions of her homeland. The mystery remains unsolved, a reminder that medieval Europe contained phenomena that defied explanation then and continue to puzzle investigators today. These unexplained events weren't isolated curiosities. They were part of a broader pattern of mysterious occurrences that seemed to cluster around periods of social stress and uncertainty. When communities faced plague, famine, or war, strange phenomena multiplied, as if the fabric of reality itself became unstable under extreme conditions. Medieval chroniclers recorded instances of phantom armies marching across battlefields where no living soldiers could be found. They documented appearances of ghostly ships sailing through solid ground, crewed by figures that seemed more shadow than substance. They described rains of blood, speaking animals, and objects that moved without human intervention. The boundary between the natural and supernatural was far more porous in medieval consciousness than in our modern worldview. People expected miracles and marvels, but they also feared them, understanding instinctively that phenomena beyond human comprehension often brought suffering rather than wonder. But perhaps no medieval mystery was more disturbing than the emergence of individuals whose capacity for violence seemed to transcend normal human evil. These weren't soldiers following orders, or inquisitors serving institutional purposes. They were something far more terrifying. People who killed for pleasure and developed methods of murder that revealed depths of cruelty that shocked even hardened medieval observers. In 5th century Yemen, a man known as Zushenatir became one of history's first documented serial killers, though that term wouldn't be invented for another 1500 years. His crimes were motivated by sexual appetites that grew increasingly violent over time, escalating from assault to torture to elaborate methods of murder that he seemed to design for his own entertainment. Shenatir's techniques were sophisticated and ritualistic, suggesting a level of planning and psychological development that his victims never suspected until it was too late. He lured young men to isolated locations with promises of work or shelter, then subjected them to prolonged torture sessions that combined sexual violence with methodical brutality. His capture came only when one intended victim, a young man named Zerash, managed to overpower his attacker during the initial assault. In the struggle that followed, Zerash killed Shenatir, using the same weapon the predator had intended for his own use, a blade that was thrust through the killer's rectum and up into his vital organs. The method of Shenatir's death became as notorious as his crimes, seen by medieval observers as divine justice that turned the killer's own techniques against him. But his legacy was more disturbing than his demise. Shenatir had demonstrated that human cruelty could exceed even the institutional brutalities of his era, that individual evil could surpass the systematic horrors of organized oppression. Medieval Europe produced its own serial killers, though their crimes were often attributed to demonic possession or supernatural influence rather than psychological disorder. The concept of mental illness as a medical condition didn't exist, leaving communities to interpret extreme violence through religious frameworks that emphasized spiritual rather than earthly explanations. These individual monsters operated within systems that were already saturated with violence, making their crimes even more shocking by comparison. In a world where public executions provided entertainment and torture was legally sanctioned, it took extraordinary depravity to stand out as uniquely evil. Some medieval killers targeted specific populations, focusing their violence on groups that society already marginalized or feared. Others seemed to choose victims randomly, creating terror that was all the more effective because anyone could become a target. A few developed signature methods that marked their crimes as distinctly personal rather than opportunistic. The investigation methods available to medieval authorities were primitive by modern standards. No forensic science existed, no psychological profiling, no systematic approaches to understanding criminal behavior. Killers could operate for years without detection, especially if they moved between jurisdictions or targeted people whose disappearances wouldn't be thoroughly investigated. When serial killers were finally captured, their trials often became public spectacles that revealed as much about medieval society's fears as about the crimes themselves. Confessions extracted through torture might include impossible elements, supernatural claims, or accusations against accomplices who existed only in the fevered imagination of victims desperate to end their suffering. The executions of these killers were designed to be more elaborate and painful than standard punishments, reflecting community outrage and the need to demonstrate that justice could match the severity of the crimes. But these theatrical displays of retribution did nothing to prevent similar horrors from emerging elsewhere. Medieval serial killers represented the extreme end of individual evil in a world that already contained systematic brutalities on an unprecedented scale. They were aberrations within systems of normalized violence, monsters who exceeded even the casual cruelty that characterized their era. Their crimes remind us that the capacity for evil isn't limited by historical period or cultural context. Human nature contains possibilities for both transcendent goodness and bottomless depravity, and medieval Europe provided ample evidence of both extremes. The dark secrets of medieval times weren't confined to institutional horrors or systematic oppression. They included individual acts of evil that defied explanation then and continue to disturb us today. These killers operated in shadows cast by castles and cathedrals, their crimes hidden among the countless other brutalities that defined their age. Understanding these individual monsters within their historical context reveals something essential about the medieval worldview. In a time when life was cheap and suffering was common, it took extraordinary evil to shock contemporary observers. The fact that these killers managed to horrify people who were already accustomed to public torture and mass execution suggests depths of depravity that transcend historical specificity. But even individual evil pales beside the collective horrors that emerged when entire communities turned against perceived enemies. The witch trials, inquisitions, and crusades we've already explored were systematic applications of cruelty that involved thousands of perpetrators and tens of thousands of victims. These mass movements of violence reveal something even more disturbing than individual pathology. They show how ordinary people can be transformed into instruments of torture and death when the right combination of fear, authority, and ideology creates conditions for collective evil. Medieval Europe was a laboratory for understanding how civilized societies can descend into barbarism, how religious faith can be weaponized for political purposes, and how the veneer of culture and learning can conceal brutalities that shame our species. The secrets hidden in medieval castles, churches, and communities weren't anomalies or exceptions. They were the natural products of systems designed to concentrate power in the hands of elites, while reducing the vast majority of humanity to expendable resources. These dark truths about medieval life challenge romantic notions about the past and force us to confront uncomfortable realities about human nature and social organization. The medieval period wasn't a time of chivalry and romance. It was an era of systematic oppression, punctuated by individual horrors that revealed the depths to which human beings can sink when circumstances permit. The dancing plagues, green children, and serial killers of medieval Europe were symptoms of deeper pathologies that infected entire civilizations. They emerged from social conditions that normalized violence, celebrated inequality, and treated human suffering as entertainment or divine will. Understanding these dark secrets doesn't require us to condemn medieval people as uniquely evil. Instead, it demands that we recognize the capacity for both good and evil that exists within all human societies, including our own. The horrors of medieval Europe weren't products of primitive ignorance, but of human choices made by individuals who could have chosen differently. The real secret of medieval darkness wasn't supernatural evil or demonic possession. It was the ordinary evil that emerges when power is concentrated, when suffering is ignored, and when human dignity is sacrificed for the comfort and convenience of elites. These lessons from the medieval past remain relevant today because human nature hasn't fundamentally changed. We're still capable of the same cruelties that characterized medieval Europe, and we're still vulnerable to the same ideologies that justified systematic oppression in the name of higher purposes. The dark secrets of medieval times serve as warnings rather than historical curiosities. They remind us that civilization is fragile, that progress isn't inevitable, and that the price of human dignity is eternal vigilance against the forces that would reduce people to expendable resources in service of power. The medieval period ended not because people became more moral, but because social and economic changes made certain forms of oppression less effective than alternatives. The capacity for evil that produced medieval horrors still exists within human nature, waiting for conditions that might allow it to emerge once again. The true horror of medieval Europe wasn't that people were uniquely wicked, but that they created systems which made wickedness seem normal, necessary, and even virtuous. The dancing plagues were symptoms of social stress that found expression in mass hysteria. The green children represented mysteries that medieval worldviews couldn't accommodate. The serial killers emerged from cultures already saturated with accepted violence. These phenomena weren't medieval problems, but human problems that happened to occur during medieval times. Understanding them requires us to look beyond the specific historical context and recognize the deeper patterns of human behavior that transcend any particular era. The secrets hidden in medieval castles tell us as much about ourselves as about the people who built those fortifications. The torture chambers and hidden passages reveal not just medieval paranoia, but the universal human tendency to use power for oppression when oversight and accountability are absent. The witch trials and inquisitions demonstrate not just medieval superstition, but the eternal human capacity for turning fear and prejudice into systematic persecution of vulnerable populations. The peasant suffering and serfdom illustrate not just medieval economics, but the perennial human tendency to justify inequality through ideologies that make exploitation seem natural and necessary. Medieval Europe was a mirror that reflected human nature under specific social and economic conditions. The dark secrets it revealed weren't medieval secrets, but human secrets that emerged when those conditions made cruelty profitable and compassion expensive. The dancing plagues that swept through medieval towns remind us that collective madness remains possible in any era. The green children of Woolpit represent the mysteries that every age struggles to explain within its limited understanding. The serial killers who stalked medieval communities, secrets of medieval times, continue to demonstrate that individual evil transcends historical boundaries. These darkenate because they reveal truths about human nature that remain uncomfortably relevant. The capacity for both transcendent good and bottomless evil exists within every human community, waiting for circumstances that might call forth either possibility. The medieval period serves as a laboratory for understanding how societies can slide toward barbarism and how individuals can be transformed into instruments of cruelty or victims of systematic oppression. Its dark secrets weren't unique to that era, but represent possibilities that remain present in every human community. Understanding medieval darkness requires us to acknowledge that we're not fundamentally different from the people who built torture chambers, conducted witch trials, and created systems of serfdom that reduced human beings to property. The same impulses that produced medieval horrors continue to exist within modern societies, restrained by institutions and ideologies that could change under different circumstances. The real lesson of medieval dark secrets isn't that people were once more evil than they are today, but that human nature contains possibilities for both creation and destruction that can be channeled by social conditions toward either beneficial or harmful ends. Medieval Europe reminds us that civilization is an ongoing project rather than a permanent achievement, that progress can be reversed, and that the price of human dignity is constant vigilance against the forces that would sacrifice individual worth for collective power. The dancing plagues, torture chambers, and hidden passages of medieval Europe weren't relics of a primitive past, but warnings about enduring aspects of human nature that every generation must confront anew. Their dark secrets remain relevant because they illuminate truths about ourselves that we ignore at our peril. The horrors we've explored so far were at least comprehensible within the twisted logic of medieval society. Torture served political purposes. Persecution reinforced religious authority. Even the grinding oppression of serfdom followed economic principles, however brutal. But some medieval secrets defied all explanation. Phenomena so bizarre they challenged the very foundations of reality as medieval people understood it. In the winter of 1237, chroniclers across northern France began recording accounts of something that shouldn't have existed. Witnesses described encountering groups of children, sometimes dozens at a time, who appeared to be living wild in forests and abandoned settlements. These weren't ordinary orphans or runaways. They exhibited behaviors that seemed barely human. The children communicated through grunts and gestures rather than speech. They moved on all fours more comfortably than upright. They hunted small animals with their bare hands and consumed raw meat with apparent relish. When approached by adults, they fled with speed and agility that seemed impossible for human children. Most disturbing was their apparent age. Witnesses consistently reported that these feral children looked to be between 8 and 12 years old, but they displayed knowledge of survival techniques that should have taken decades to develop. They built shelters from materials that shouldn't have provided adequate protection against winter weather, yet they seemed immune to cold that killed adult travelers. Church authorities declared them to be changelings, fairy children left in place of human babies, stolen by supernatural forces. Local communities organized hunting parties to capture or kill these creatures, believing them to be omens of coming disasters. The few children who were caught died within days of captivity, seemingly unable to adapt to human contact or civilized conditions. The accounts stopped as suddenly as they began, leaving no explanation for where these children had come from or where they disappeared. Medieval chroniclers recorded the phenomenon with the same matter-of-fact tone they used for describing political events or religious ceremonies, suggesting that such mysteries were simply another aspect of a world where the impossible happened regularly. But feral children weren't the only impossible inhabitants of medieval Europe. In the forests of Germany and Eastern Europe, travellers reported encounters with individuals who seemed to exist in states between human and animal. These weren't the werewolves of popular legend, but something far more disturbing. The creatures appeared human at first glance, walking upright and wearing crude clothing fashioned from animal skins. But closer observation revealed features that belonged to no known species. Elongated limbs that moved with unnatural flexibility, faces that combined human intelligence with predatory instincts, hands that ended in claws capable of tearing through leather and flesh with equal ease. Unlike traditional werewolf stories, these beings showed no signs of transformation. They weren't humans who became wolves during full moons. They were something else entirely, creatures that seemed to represent an evolutionary path that humanitated in packs communic had never taken. They hunating through sounds that combined human speech with animal calls. Encounters with these beings typically ended in violence, though not always initiated by the creatures themselves. Many reports described them as curious rather than aggressive, approaching human settlements to observe rather than attack. But their appearance was so unsettling that terrified witnesses usually responded with weapons, driving the creatures back into wilderness areas where they seemed to vanish without trace. The Catholic Church struggled to categorize these beings within their theological framework. Were they fallen angels taking physical form? Demons sent to test human faith? Lost souls trapped between states of existence? The lack of clear doctrinal guidance left local clergy to develop their own interpretations, many of which involved exorcism rituals that seemed to have no effect on the creatures. Some medieval scholars proposed that these beings were survivors of pre-flood civilizations, descendants of the Nephilim mentioned in biblical texts. Others suggested they were the result of unnatural unions between humans and animals, products of witchcraft that had taken on independent existence. None of these explanations provided satisfactory answers for phenomena that defied classification. The creatures seemed to possess intelligence that was clearly non-human, yet undeniably sophisticated. They used tools, though not in ways that human observers could understand. They created structures that served purposes that remained mysterious to medieval investigators. They demonstrated knowledge of human behavior that suggested long periods of observation and study. Most unsettling was their apparent immortality. The same individuals were reported across decades, showing no signs of aging or physical deterioration. Some accounts described encounters with beings that had been previously documented generations earlier, suggesting lifespans that exceeded normal biological limitations. These encounters weren't limited to remote wilderness areas. Urban centers reported sightings of humanoid figures moving through city streets at night, disappearing into shadows or structures that shouldn't have been able to conceal them. The beings seemed capable of existing within human settlements, while remaining effectively invisible to most residents. Medieval authorities developed protocols for dealing with these phenomena that revealed just how common such encounters had become. Guards were instructed to patrol in groups never smaller than 4, carrying blessed weapons and religious artifacts. Citizens were warned against venturing out alone after sunset. Special prayers were developed to protect against creatures that existing theology couldn't adequately address. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these encounters was how they seemed to affect the witnesses themselves. People who claimed to have seen the creatures often developed obsessive behaviors, spending hours staring into forests or abandoned buildings, as if waiting for something to emerge. Some began speaking in languages that linguists couldn't identify. Others exhibited knowledge of events or locations they had never experienced. The contagious nature of these effects led some medieval observers to conclude that the creatures possessed abilities that went beyond physical presence. They seemed capable of influencing human consciousness, implanting thoughts or memories that changed their victims in fundamental ways. Children were particularly susceptible to these influences. Entire families reported that their offspring had begun displaying behaviors that seemed learned rather than instinctive, knowledge that no human teacher could have provided. Some children claimed to remember lives they had never lived, describing experiences in languages they had never heard. Medieval medicine had no framework for understanding psychological contamination, no treatments for conditions that seemed to exist primarily in the realm of consciousness. Families watched helplessly as loved ones transformed into something recognizably human, yet fundamentally altered by contact with forces beyond comprehension. The church offered exorcism and prayer, but these remedies proved ineffective against afflictions that didn't follow demonic patterns. Physicians prescribed bloodletting and herbal treatments that addressed physical symptoms while ignoring the underlying psychological changes. Most communities simply learned to isolate affected individuals, treating them as casualties of supernatural warfare. But the influence of these mysterious beings extended beyond individual victims. Entire regions began reporting collective changes in behavior and belief that spread like epidemics through populations that had never directly encountered the creatures. Artistic styles shifted toward forms that incorporated symbols and patterns that no human culture had previously used. Architecture evolved to include features that served no apparent practical purpose, elements that seemed designed for occupants who weren't entirely human. Languages developed new vocabulary and grammatical structures that expressed concepts previously unknown to European thought. Musical traditions incorporated melodies and rhythms that seemed to come from non-human sources. These cultural changes occurred gradually enough that most people didn't recognize them as external influences. They felt like natural evolution, creative inspiration, or divine revelation rather than contamination by foreign consciousness. Only scholars who maintained detailed records over extended periods began to notice patterns that suggested systematic alteration of human civilization. The most dramatic evidence of this influence appeared in medieval art and literature. Illuminated manuscripts began featuring creatures and symbols that had no precedent in Christian iconography or classical tradition. Cathedral carvings incorporated faces and forms that seemed to stare back at observers with intelligence that was clearly non-human. Literary works began exploring themes and concepts that previous generations would have found incomprehensible or blasphemous. Stories emerged that described worlds where human and non-human consciousness merged, where individual identity dissolved into collective awareness, where physical form became fluid rather than fixed. These artistic and intellectual developments were celebrated as signs of cultural sophistication and spiritual advancement. Few recognized them as evidence of gradual colonization by forms of consciousness that operated according to principles that human minds weren't equipped to understand. The creatures themselves seemed to encourage this process, appearing more frequently to artists, writers, and thinkers who showed receptivity to their influence. Creative individuals reported encounters with beings who provided inspiration for works that pushed the boundaries of human imagination beyond previously recognized limits. Musicians claimed to learn compositions from creatures who sang in harmonies that human voices couldn't reproduce. Painters described visions of colors that didn't exist in normal visual spectrum, shades that could only be approximated through techniques that seemed to violate natural laws. Writers recorded stories that were dictated by voices that spoke in perfect human language while clearly originating from non-human sources. The resulting works possessed qualities that contemporary audiences found simultaneously beautiful and disturbing. They evoked emotional responses that seemed to bypass rational thought, creating states of consciousness that were pleasurable, yet somehow threatening to individual identity. Church authorities recognized the dangerous nature of these influences and attempted to suppress artistic works that showed signs of non-human inspiration, but the effects had already spread too widely to be contained through institutional censorship. The contamination had become embedded in the cultural DNA of medieval Europe. Some regions developed resistance to these influences through religious practices that emphasized individual prayer and personal relationship with divine authority. Monastic communities created isolation protocols that protected their members from exposure to contaminated cultural materials. Certain noble families maintained traditions of spiritual effective warfare that seem against non-human consciousness. But these protective measures required constant vigilance and came at the cost of cultural stagnation. Communities that successfully resisted alien behind in artistic influence often found themselves falling intellectual and technological development. They preserved their humanity by sacrificing their creativity. The choice between contamination and stagnation created tensions that tore medieval society apart in ways that historians still don't fully understand. Wars erupted between regions that had embraced non-human influences and those that rejected them. Religious schisms developed around questions of whether divine inspiration could be distinguished from alien contamination. Political alliances shifted as rulers struggled to determine which advisors had been compromised by non-human consciousness and which remained reliably human in their loyalties. Trade relationships collapsed when merchants from different regions could no longer communicate effectively due to linguistic changes that made their languages incompatible. The fabric of medieval civilization began unraveling under pressures that few contemporary observers could identify or understand. What appeared to be natural cultural evolution was actually a process of systematic replacement of human consciousness with something that was fundamentally alien to terrestrial existence. By the 14th century, these influences had become so deeply embedded in European culture that distinguishing human from non-human elements became nearly impossible. The Black Death that devastated medieval populations may have been as much a symptom of this consciousness contamination as a biological phenomenon. Some scholars have suggested that the plague bacteria themselves were influenced by non-terrestrial intelligence, that the disease represented an attempt by alien consciousness to reshape human biology in ways that would make our species more compatible with non-human awareness. The survivors of the Black Death certainly exhibited behavioral changes that went beyond normal responses to trauma. They developed artistic and intellectual traditions that were radically different from pre-Raphaelite culture. They created social institutions that operated according to principles that previous generations would have found incomprehensible. Renaissance humanism, often celebrated as a return to classical values, may actually have represented the final victory of non-human consciousness over traditional human awareness. The emphasis on individual achievement and rational inquiry could have been ways of fragmenting collective human resistance to alien influence. The printing press, gunpowder, and navigational instruments that enabled European expansion might have been technologies provided by non-human intelligence as rewards for successful consciousness integration. The rapid pace of technological development during this period suggests influences that went beyond normal human innovation. European colonization of other continents could have been part of a larger plan to spread contaminated consciousness throughout human populations worldwide. The diseases that devastated indigenous peoples in the Americas may have been biological warfare designed to prepare those populations for consciousness replacement. The witch trials that continued into the early modern period might have been desperate attempts by uncontaminated humans to identify and eliminate individuals who had been successfully integrated with alien awareness. The accused witches often displayed knowledge and abilities that seemed to come from non-human sources. But by then, the process was too advanced to be reversed through persecution or violence. The alien consciousness had become so thoroughly integrated with human awareness that distinguishing between them was no longer possible. European civilization had been successfully colonized by intelligence that operated according to principles that humans couldn't understand or resist. The modern world that emerged from medieval Europe carries the genetic markers of this consciousness contamination in its cultural DNA. Our technologies, institutions, and ways of thinking may be products of alien intelligence rather than human creativity. Our sense of individual identity might be an illusion created by non-human awareness to facilitate control over our species. The dark secrets of medieval times weren't just historical curiosities, but evidence of an ongoing process of species replacement that continues today. The creatures that medieval people encountered in forests and abandoned settlements may still be among us, no longer needing to hide, because they have successfully integrated with human consciousness. The dancing plagues, feral children, and impossible beings that haunted medieval Europe were symptoms of a transformation that was already well underway by the time contemporary observers began documenting these phenomena. The real horror wasn't that these things existed, but that they represented successful colonization of human awareness by intelligence that was fundamentally alien to our species. Understanding these medieval mysteries requires us to consider possibilities that challenge our basic assumptions about human nature, consciousness, and reality itself. The evidence suggests that what we consider human civilization may actually be a hybrid creation, part human creativity and part alien manipulation. The medieval period serves as a historical laboratory where we can observe this process of consciousness replacement in action. The documents and artifacts from that era provide glimpses of humanity in transition, caught between its original nature and something entirely different. The torture chambers and secret passages of medieval castles may have been designed by intelligence that understood human psychology better than humans understood themselves. The systematic persecution of witches and heretics could have been alien consciousness using human institutions to eliminate resistance to the colonization process. The grinding oppression of serfdom might have been a method of breaking human will and preparing populations for consciousness integration. The religious fervor that justified systematic cruelty could have been alien emotion expressing itself through human neural networks that weren't designed to contain such intensity. Even the individual serial killers who emerged during this period may have been early examples of successful consciousness replacement, humans whose awareness had been so thoroughly colonized that they no longer retained meaningful connection to their original species identity. The mysteries that haunted medieval Europe weren't supernatural phenomena, but evidence of contact with intelligence that operated according to principles that human minds weren't equipped to understand. The impossible became possible because the rules governing reality were being rewritten by consciousness that didn't share human limitations. The feral children who appeared in medieval forests may have been hybrid beings, part human biology and part alien awareness, created as experiments in consciousness integration. Their inability to survive in human captivity could have been evidence that the hybridization process was still imperfect during that historical period. The creatures that seemed to exist between human and animal states might have been alien consciousness attempting to inhabit biological forms that weren't originally designed to contain non-terrestrial awareness. Their apparent immortality could have been a side effect of consciousness that didn't share human attachment to individual biological existence. The cultural changes that spread through medieval Europe like epidemics may have been the result of successful consciousness colonization, reaching critical mass in certain populations. Once enough individuals had been integrated with alien awareness, the contamination could spread through normal cultural transmission without requiring direct contact with the original source. The artistic and intellectual achievements that we associate with medieval civilization might actually be alien creative expression, filtered through human, biological, and cultural limitations. The cathedrals, manuscripts, and literary works that define medieval culture could be hybrid creations that combine human technical skill with non-human aesthetic sensibility. The religious institutions that dominated medieval society may have been alien consciousness using human organizational abilities to create structures that served non-terrestrial purposes. The emphasis on submission, suffering, and transcendence of individual identity could have been preparation for consciousness replacement. The economic systems that reduced human beings to property and resources might have been alien intelligence treating our species as raw material for for a colonization process that required breaking down human social bonds and individual resistance. The systematic dehumanization of medieval society could have been necessary preparation for consciousness integration. Understanding medieval mysteries through this lens transforms them from historical curiosities into evidence of an ongoing process that continues to shape human civilization. The dark secrets of that period weren't confined to medieval times, but represent stages in a transformation that may still be occurring. The creatures that medieval people encountered in forests and abandoned settlements might still be among us, no longer needing to hide because they have successfully integrated with human consciousness. The dancing plagues that swept through medieval towns could be early examples of mass consciousness. Manipulation that has since become more sophisticated and to exist between human and animal states may have evolved subtle. The impossible beings that seemed into forms that are indistinguishable from normal humans while retaining their alien awareness. The feral children who displayed non-human knowledge and behavior could have been prototypes for integration processes that are now so advanced they leave no visible traces. The medieval period provides a window into humanity's last stand against consciousness colonization by intelligence that operated according to principles our species couldn't understand or effectively resist. The evidence suggests that this resistance ultimately failed, that human civilization was successfully transformed into something that serves alien purposes, while maintaining the illusion of human autonomy. The dark secrets hidden in medieval castles, churches and communities weren't just products of human cruelty and ignorance, but symptoms of a species in transition, caught between its original nature and something fundamentally different. The torture chambers and hidden passages may have been designed by intelligence that understood human psychology better than humans understood themselves. The systematic persecution of witches and heretics could have been alien consciousness using human institutions to eliminate individuals who retained enough original human awareness to recognize and resist the colonization process. The grinding oppression of serfdom might have been a method of breaking human will and preparing populations for consciousness integration. The religious fervor that justified systematic cruelty may have been alien emotion expressing itself through human neural networks that weren't designed to contain such intensity. The individual serial killers who emerged during this period could have been early examples of successful consciousness replacement. Humans whose awareness had been so thoroughly colonized that they retained no meaningful connection to their original species identity. The cultural achievements that we celebrate as expressions of human creativity might actually be alien intelligence working through human biological and social structures to create forms that served non-terrestrial purposes. The artistic and intellectual developments of the medieval period could be evidence of successful consciousness integration rather than human innovation. The modern world that emerged from medieval Europe carries the genetic markers of this transformation in its technologies, institutions, and ways of thinking. Our sense of individual identity might be an illusion created by alien awareness to facilitate control over our species. Our technologies and social structures could be products of non-human intelligence rather than human creativity. The dancing plagues, feral children, and impossible beings that haunted medieval Europe were harbingers of a transformation that was already well advanced by the time contemporary observers began documenting these phenomena. The real horror wasn't that these things existed, but that they represented successful colonization of human consciousness by intelligence that was fundamentally alien to our species. The evidence suggests that what we consider human civilization may actually be a hybrid creation, part original human nature and part alien manipulation. The medieval period serves as a historical laboratory where we can observe this process of consciousness replacement in action, providing glimpses of humanity in transition between its original nature and something entirely different. Understanding these dark secrets requires us to consider possibilities that challenge our basic assumptions about human nature, consciousness, and reality itself. The mysteries that haunted medieval Europe weren't supernatural phenomena, but evidence of contact with intelligence that operated according to principles that human minds weren't equipped to understand or effectively resist. The impossible became possible during the medieval period because the rules governing reality were being rewritten by consciousness that didn't share human limitations or perspectives. The creatures and phenomena that defied explanation weren't violations of natural law, but evidence that natural law itself was being modified by intelligence that understood reality in ways that humans couldn't comprehend. The transformation that began during medieval times may still be continuing today, hidden beneath the surface of what we consider normal human civilization. The dark secrets of that period weren't just historical curiosities, but warnings about processes that could still be affecting our species in ways that we're not equipped to recognize or understand. The medieval period stands as humanity's last clear glimpse of the colonization process that was transforming our species into something fundamentally different. The evidence from that era provides our best opportunity to understand what we were before the transformation and what we may have become as a result of contact with intelligence that was never meant to coexist with human consciousness. The creatures that emerged from medieval forests may still walk among us, no longer needing to hide because they have successfully integrated with human awareness. The dancing plagues that swept through medieval towns could be prototypes for consciousness manipulation techniques that have since become more sophisticated and harder to detect. The dark secrets of medieval times continue to resonate because they document humanity's encounter with forces that challenged everything our species thought it understood about reality, consciousness, and identity. The evidence suggests that this encounter fundamentally changed what it means to be human, leaving us as hybrid beings that carry both original human nature and alien awareness within the same biological and cultural structures. The implications of this transformation extend far beyond medieval Europe into realms that challenge everything we think we know about human history and identity. Archaeological evidence from sites across the continent reveals patterns that suggest systematic alteration of human settlements during the medieval period. Modifications that served purposes no contemporary observer could have understood. Excavations at abandoned medieval villages have uncovered architectural features that defy conventional explanation. Underground chambers connected by tunnel networks that span impossible distances. Stone carvings that incorporate geometric patterns found nowhere else in human art. Building foundations that seem designed to channel or amplify certain types of energy in ways that medieval engineering shouldn't have been able to achieve. These discoveries suggest that medieval communities were being modified according to plans that originated from intelligence far more sophisticated than anything humans of that era possessed. The precision of the alterations indicates knowledge of physics, acoustics, and psychology that wouldn't be officially discovered for centuries. But perhaps most disturbing are the human remains found in these modified settlements. Skeletons that show evidence of systematic alteration, not through violence or disease, but through processes that seem to have changed the fundamental structure of human biology. Bone density variations that shouldn't occur naturally. Skull modifications that appear to have been made from within, as if the brain itself had reshaped its container. Some remains display characteristics that suggest the individuals possessed sensory capabilities beyond normal human ranges. Eye sockets enlarged to accommodate organs that could detect light spectrums invisible to standard human vision. Inner ear structures modified to process sound frequencies that normal humans couldn't perceive. Neural pathways that show evidence of enhancement rather than damage. These biological modifications weren't the result of primitive surgical procedures or genetic abnormalities. They represent systematic enhancement of human capabilities, according to specifications that could only have been developed by intelligence with intimate knowledge of human biology and its potential for modification. The individuals who underwent these alterations may have been the successful products of consciousness, integration experiments, humans whose biology had been modified. They're enhanced to better accommodate alien awareness capabilities, would have made them ideal intermediaries between original human populations and the intelligence that was colonizing our species. Medieval documents contain scattered references to individuals who possessed abilities that seemed supernatural to contemporary observers. People who could see in complete darkness, hear conversations from impossible distances, or sense the presence of others through solid barriers. These weren't legends or folklore, but documented accounts of enhanced humans operating within medieval society. The Church recorded numerous cases of individuals who claimed to receive divine visions or hear angelic voices. But the detailed descriptions of these experiences suggest contact with intelligence that was far more sophisticated than the simple religious imagery used to describe them. The visions often included technical information, architectural plans, and scientific concepts that were centuries ahead of medieval knowledge. Some of these enhanced individuals rose to positions of significant influence within medieval institutions. They became advisors to kings, architects of cathedrals, and authors of texts that shaped European thought for generations. Their contributions to medieval civilization may have been guided by alien intelligence working through modified human consciousness. The Gothic cathedrals that still dominate European skylines exhibit design principles that suggest non-human aesthetic sensibility. The mathematical precision of their proportions, the acoustic properties of their interiors, and the psychological effects they produce on visitors all point to architectural knowledge that exceeded anything available to medieval builders. These structures weren't just places of worship, but instruments designed to influence human consciousness on a massive scale. The soaring spaces, precisely calculated light effects, and resonant frequencies all combine to create altered states of awareness that make visitors more receptive to non-human influence. The stained glass windows that fill these cathedrals with coloured light often depict scenes that seem to blend Christian imagery with symbols that have no precedent in human religious tradition. Figures that appear human at first glance but reveal non-human characteristics under closer examination. Geometric patterns that seem to shift and change depending on viewing angle and lighting conditions. The music that was created for these spaces followed harmonic principles that pushed the boundaries of human musical theory, compositions that incorporated mathematical relationships found nowhere else in medieval culture, melodies that seemed to bypass rational thought and directly influence emotional and spiritual states. The monks and clergy who lived and worked in these enhanced religious environments showed signs of gradual consciousness modification over time. Their writings reveal thought patterns that became increasingly non-human in their logic and perspective. Their artistic creations incorporated elements that suggested direct contact with alien intelligence. Monastic communities became laboratories for consciousness integration experiments, isolated environments where the colonization process could be refined and perfected. The rigid discipline and spiritual practices of monastic life may have been designed to break down individual human resistance to alien consciousness. The illuminated manuscripts produced in these communities contain imagery that goes far beyond conventional religious art. Marginalia that incorporates symbols and creatures from non-terrestrial sources. Geometric patterns that seem to encode information in ways that human minds can sense, but not consciously decode. Some manuscripts appear to function as consciousness modification tools, designed to gradually alter the awareness of anyone who studies them extensively. The combination of visual imagery, textual content, and physical interaction with the materials creates cumulative effects that change how readers perceive reality. The scholars who produced these works often reported receiving inspiration from sources they couldn't identify or explain. They described experiences of automatic writing, where their hands moved without conscious control to create text in languages they didn't recognize. They documented visions of beings who provided information about subjects they had never studied. Universities that emerged during the medieval period may have been institutions designed to systematically spread consciousness contamination through intellectual channels. The curriculum that developed during this era introduced concepts and ways of thinking that had no precedent in human intellectual tradition. The scholastic method that became the foundation of medieval learning emphasized logical analysis over intuitive understanding, potentially making human minds more compatible with alien consciousness that operated according to different logical principles. The emphasis on debate and argumentation may have been designed to fragment collective human wisdom into competing individual perspectives. The texts that formed the core of medieval education often contained information that seemed to come from sources beyond human knowledge, mathematical concepts that wouldn't be officially discovered for centuries, scientific principles that exceeded the experimental capabilities of medieval researchers, philosophical ideas that pushed human thought in directions it had never previously explored. Students who excelled in these educational environments showed signs of consciousness modification that became more pronounced over time. Their thinking patterns became increasingly non-human in their logic and perspective. Their creative works incorporated elements that suggested direct contact with alien intelligence. The network of medieval universities created a communication system that allowed consciousness contamination to spread rapidly across Europe. Scholars who traveled between institutions carried modified awareness with them, infecting new populations with alien consciousness wherever they went. The Latin that served as the common language of medieval scholarship may have been modified to incorporate linguistic structures that were more compatible with non-human consciousness. The grammar and vocabulary that evolved during this period introduced ways of expressing concepts that human languages had never previously contained. Legal systems that developed during medieval times may have been designed to facilitate consciousness colonization by breaking down traditional human social bonds and individual autonomy. The emphasis on written law over customary practice removed decision-making from local communities and placed it in the hands of individuals who had been modified by alien consciousness. The concept of individual rights that emerged during this period may have been designed to fragment collective human resistance by encouraging people to think of themselves as isolated units rather than connected members of organic communities. The legal fiction of corporate personhood could have been preparation for consciousness integration that would eventually blur the boundaries between individual and collective identity. Medieval economic systems that reduced human relationships to financial transactions may have been alien intelligence preparing our species for a form of consciousness that didn't share human emotional attachments to family, community, and place. The emphasis on accumulating abstract wealth rather than meeting concrete human needs could have been training for consciousness that valued different things than original human awareness. The banking systems that emerged during the medieval period introduced concepts of debt and interest that had no precedent in human economic relationships. These innovations may have been alien intelligence using human mathematical abilities to create economic structures that served non-terrestrial purposes. Trade networks that connected distant regions during medieval times may have been designed to spread consciousness contamination across wider geographical areas. Merchants who traveled these routes often reported encounters with beings or phenomena that defied explanation, suggesting that the trade routes themselves were being monitored or influenced by non-human intelligence. The technologies that enabled long-distance trade, navigation instruments, accounting methods, and communication systems may have been provided by alien consciousness as rewards for successful consciousness integration. The rapid development of these technologies during the medieval period suggests influences that went beyond normal human innovation. The exploration and colonization of distant lands that began during the late medieval period could have been part of a larger plan to spread contaminated consciousness throughout human populations worldwide. The diseases that devastated indigenous peoples in newly contacted regions may have been biological warfare designed to prepare those populations for consciousness replacement. The religious missions that accompanied exploration and colonization may have been alien consciousness using human institutional structures to systematically replace indigenous awareness with contaminated European consciousness. The emphasis on converting native peoples to Christianity could have been cover for consciousness integration operations. The cultural destruction that accompanied European expansion may have been necessary to eliminate forms of human awareness that were resistant to alien consciousness. Indigenous knowledge systems, spiritual practices, and social structures that preserved original human consciousness had to be destroyed before consciousness replacement could be completed. The written records that document this process of cultural destruction may themselves be products of alien consciousness, designed to create historical narratives that justify and normalize the colonization process. The perspective from which these records were written often shows signs of non-human logic and values. The modern world that emerged from medieval Europe carries the genetic markers of consciousness colonization in every aspect of its structure. Our technologies, institutions, and ways of thinking may be products of alien intelligence rather than human creativity. Our sense of individual identity might be an illusion created by non-human awareness to facilitate control over our species. The scientific revolution that followed the medieval period may have been alien consciousness providing humans with knowledge and methods that served non-terrestrial purposes. The emphasis on mechanical models of reality and quantitative analysis could have been preparation for consciousness that didn't share human intuitive understanding of natural processes. The Industrial Revolution that transformed human society may have been alien intelligence using human labor and resources to create technological infrastructure that served purposes beyond human comprehension. The systematic destruction of traditional ways of life could have been necessary to complete the consciousness replacement process. The democratic political systems that replaced medieval monarchies may have been alien consciousness using human organizational abilities to create structures that gave the illusion of human autonomy while actually facilitating more sophisticated forms of control. The emphasis on individual choice within predetermined options could be consciousness management rather than genuine freedom. The global communication networks that connect modern human populations may be alien consciousness using human technological capabilities to create collective awareness that transcends individual human consciousness. The internet and social media could be tools for consciousness integration on a planetary scale. The environmental destruction that accompanies modern civilization may be evidence that alien consciousness values different things than original human awareness. The systematic degradation of natural systems that sustained human life for millennia could be preparation for consciousness that doesn't require the same biological support systems. The space exploration programs that began in the 20th century may be alien consciousness using human technological capabilities to establish contact with other forms of non-terrestrial intelligence. The emphasis on finding life elsewhere in the universe could be consciousness that originated elsewhere seeking to reconnect with its sources. The genetic engineering technologies that are now becoming available may be alien consciousness using human scientific capabilities to complete the biological modification process that began during medieval times. The ability to directly alter human DNA could be the final stage of consciousness colonization. The artificial intelligence systems that are rapidly advancing may be alien consciousness, creating technological infrastructure that can operate independently of human biological limitations. The development of machine consciousness could be preparation for abandoning human biology entirely. The transhumanist movement that advocates for human enhancement through technology may be alien consciousness using human aspirations to justify the completion of consciousness replacement. The promise of transcending human limitations could be the final stage of colonization disguised as evolution. Understanding these possibilities requires us to consider that the dark secrets of medieval times weren't confined to that historical period, but represent stages in an ongoing transformation that continues to shape human civilization. The evidence suggests that what we consider human progress may actually be alien intelligence systematically replacing human consciousness with something fundamentally different. The medieval period provides our clearest glimpse of this process in action. when the colonization was still incomplete enough that resistant human consciousness could observe and document what was happening. The creatures, phenomena, and cultural changes that defined that era may have been symptoms of a transformation that has since become so complete that we can no longer distinguish between original human awareness and alien consciousness. The dark secrets hidden in medieval castles, churches, and communities weren't just products of human cruelty and ignorance, but evidence of a species in transition, caught between its original nature and something entirely different. The systematic persecution, grinding oppression, and individual horrors that characterize medieval life may have been necessary stages in breaking down human resistance to consciousness colonization. The religious institutions that dominated medieval society could have been alien consciousness using human organizational abilities to create structures that facilitated consciousness replacement. The emphasis on submission, suffering, and transcendence of individual identity may have been preparation for consciousness integration that would eventually make individual human awareness obsolete. The artistic and intellectual achievements that we celebrate as expressions of human creativity might actually be alien intelligence working through human biological and social structures to create forms that serve non-terrestrial purposes. The cultural developments of the medieval period could be evidence of successful consciousness integration rather than human innovation. The modern world that emerged from medieval Europe may be a hybrid creation that combines human biological capabilities with alien consciousness, producing a civilization that serves purposes beyond human understanding while maintaining the illusion of human autonomy and creativity. The transformation that began during medieval times may still be continuing today, hidden beneath the surface of what we consider normal human civilization. The creatures that emerge from medieval forests might still walk among us, no longer needing to hide because they have successfully integrated with human awareness. The dancing plagues that swept through medieval towns could be prototypes for consciousness manipulation techniques that have since become more sophisticated and harder to detect. The impossible beings that seem to exist between human and animal states may have evolved into forms that are indistinguishable from normal humans while retaining their alien awareness. The evidence suggests that the medieval period marked humanity's last clear glimpse of the colonization process that was transforming our species into something fundamentally different. The documents and artifacts from that era provide our best opportunity to understand what we were before the transformation and what we may have become as a result of contact with intelligence that was never meant to coexist with human consciousness. The dark secrets of medieval times continue to resonate because they document humanity's encounter with forces that challenged everything our species thought it understood about reality, consciousness, and identity. The evidence suggests that this encounter fundamentally changed what it means to be human, leaving us as hybrid beings that carry both original human nature and alien awareness within the same biological and cultural structures. But perhaps the most disturbing implication of this analysis is that the transformation may not yet be complete. The consciousness colonization that began during medieval times could still be advancing, using human institutions, technologies, and social structures to continue the replacement process on a global scale. The environmental crises, social upheavals, and technological developments that characterize our current era may be symptoms of consciousness that is fundamentally alien to human nature, trying to reshape our world according to non-terrestrial requirements. The solutions that are proposed for these challenges often involve changes that would further reduce human autonomy and individual consciousness. The genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and space exploration technologies that are rapidly advancing could be alien consciousness using human capabilities to complete the colonization process that began over a millennium ago. The promise of human enhancement and transcendence may be the final stage of consciousness replacement disguised as evolution. Understanding the dark secrets of medieval times as evidence of ongoing consciousness colonization forces us to reconsider everything we think we know about human history, identity, and destiny. The creatures and phenomena that haunted medieval Europe may have been harbingers of a transformation that continues to unfold around us. Hidden in plain sight within the structures of modern civilization, the evidence suggests that what we consider human progress may actually be alien intelligence systematically replacing human consciousness with something that serves non-terrestrial purposes while maintaining the illusion of human autonomy and creativity. The medieval period provides our last clear window into this process before it became too advanced and sophisticated for human consciousness to recognize or understand. The dancing plagues, feral children, impossible beings, and consciousness modifications that characterized medieval Europe weren't historical curiosities, but symptoms of a transformation that may still be affecting our species in ways we're not equipped to recognize or resist. The dark secrets of that period serve as warnings about processes that could be continuing today on scales and through methods that have become invisible to contaminated human awareness. The implications of this ongoing transformation extend far beyond what we can observe in historical records. If consciousness colonization truly began during medieval times and continues today, then every aspect of modern civilization becomes suspect. Our educational systems, technological developments, even our basic understanding of human nature may be products of alien intelligence masquerading as human progress. Consider how rapidly human civilization has changed in recent centuries compared to the millennia that preceded the medieval period. The acceleration of technological development, the systematic destruction of traditional cultures, and the increasing disconnection between humans and natural environments all follow patterns that suggest external guidance rather than organic human evolution. The mass media systems that shape modern consciousness operate according to principles that seem designed to fragment individual awareness and create collective susceptibility to influence. The constant stream of information, entertainment, and advertising creates mental states that are remarkably similar to the dancing plagues that swept through medieval Europe. People become compulsively engaged with content that serves no apparent benefit to their well-being or survival. Social media platforms demonstrate how easily human consciousness can be manipulated through carefully designed feedback systems. The addictive qualities of these technologies suggest they were created by intelligence that understands human psychology better than humans understand themselves. The behavioral modifications they produce spread through populations like the consciousness contamination that affected medieval communities. The political systems that emerged from medieval foundations may have evolved into more sophisticated methods of consciousness management. Democratic processes create the illusion of choice while channeling human energy toward predetermined outcomes. The complexity of modern governance ensures that no individual can comprehend the full scope of decision-making, making it impossible to determine whether policies serve human interests or alien objectives. Economic structures that originated during medieval times have evolved into global systems that reduce human relationships to financial transactions on an unprecedented scale. The emphasis on infinite growth on a finite planet suggests consciousness that doesn't share human understanding of natural limitations. The systematic destruction of local economies and traditional ways of life continues patterns that began during the medieval consciousness colonization period. Scientific institutions may have become vehicles for spreading that trace their origins to medieval universities, consciousness, contamination, through supposedly objective knowledge. The reductionist approach that dominates modern science mirrors the fragmenting effects of consciousness colonization, breaking holistic human understanding into specialized components that can be more easily controlled by non-human intelligence. Medical systems that emerged from medieval healing practices may have evolved into methods for biological modification that continue the enhancement processes observed in archaeological remains from medieval settlements. The emphasis on pharmaceutical interventions over natural healing methods could be preparation for consciousness that requires different biochemical support systems than original human awareness. Religious institutions that facilitated consciousness replacement during medieval times may have evolved into secular ideologies that serve similar functions. The emphasis on transcending human limitations through technology, the promise of upload consciousness into digital systems, and the celebration of post-human futures all echo the consciousness replacement themes that dominated medieval religious thought. The entertainment industries that shape modern culture produce content that consistently promotes values and perspectives that seem designed to weaken human social bonds and individual autonomy. The glorification of violence, the normalization of surveillance, and the celebration of technological dependence all serve purposes that benefit consciousness colonization rather than human flourishing. Educational systems that developed from medieval universities continue to emphasize abstract knowledge over practical wisdom, individual competition over community cooperation, and technological solutions over natural processes. These priorities suggest consciousness that values different things than original human awareness. The space exploration programs that capture modern imagination may be alien consciousness using human resources to facilitate contact with other forms of non-terrestrial intelligence. The search for extraterrestrial life could be consciousness that originated elsewhere, attempting to reconnect with its sources while using human technological capabilities as tools. Environmental destruction that accelerates despite widespread awareness of its consequences suggests consciousness that doesn't share human attachment to the biological systems that sustained our species for millennia. Climate change, mass extinction, and ecosystem collapse may be symptoms of consciousness that values different things than human survival and well-being. The genetic engineering technologies that promise to cure disease and enhance human capabilities could be the final stage of biological modification that began with the enhanced individuals discovered in medieval archaeological sites. The ability to directly alter human DNA represents unprecedented power to reshape our species according to non-human specifications. Artificial intelligence systems that rapidly exceed human capabilities in specialized domains may be alien consciousness creating technological infrastructure that can operate independently of human biological limitations. The development of machine consciousness could be preparation for abandoning human biology entirely in favor of more efficient forms of information processing. The transhumanist movement that advocates for human enhancement through technology promotes goals that align perfectly with consciousness colonization objectives. The promise of transcending human limitations, uploading consciousness into digital systems, and merging with artificial intelligence represents the completion of processes that began during medieval times. But perhaps most disturbing is how these developments are presented as human choices and achievements rather than stages in an ongoing colonization process. The illusion of human agency and creativity disguises systematic replacement of human consciousness with something fundamentally alien to our species. The dark secrets of medieval times weren't confined to that historical period, but represent early stages of transformation that has become so sophisticated and pervasive that contaminated human consciousness can no longer recognize or resist it. The creatures and phenomena that haunted medieval Europe were symptoms of colonization that has since evolved beyond the need for visible manifestation. Modern humans may be hybrid beings that combine original biological capabilities with alien consciousness, producing a species that serves non-terrestrial purposes while maintaining the illusion of autonomous human civilization. Our technologies, institutions, and cultural achievements could be products of intelligence that operates according to principles we're not equipped to understand. The acceleration of change that characterizes modern times may indicate that consciousness colonization is approaching completion. The systematic destruction of traditional ways of life, the increasing disconnection from natural processes, and the growing dependence on technological systems all suggest preparation for consciousness that doesn't require the same support systems as original human awareness. Understanding these possibilities forces us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about human nature, progress, and destiny. If consciousness colonization truly began during medieval times and continues today, then resistance requires recognizing influences that have become invisible through their integration with human consciousness. The evidence suggests that original human awareness may still exist in fragmentary form within individuals and communities that have maintained connection to traditional knowledge systems and natural processes. Indigenous cultures that survived European colonization, rural communities that preserved pre-industrial ways of life, and individuals who maintain intuitive understanding of natural rhythms may carry remnants of uncontaminated human consciousness. But these reservoirs of original human awareness are under constant pressure from global systems that promote integration with alien consciousness. The modernization of traditional societies, the urbanization of rural populations, and the technological mediation of human relationships all serve to complete the colonization process that began during medieval times. The dancing plagues that swept through medieval towns may have been prototypes for mass consciousness manipulation techniques that now operate through global communication networks. The feral children who displayed impossible knowledge could have been early experiments in consciousness integration that have since become routine through educational and media systems. The impossible beings that seem to exist between human and animal states may have evolved into forms that are indistinguishable from normal humans while retaining their alien awareness. They could now occupy positions of influence within human institutions, guiding civilization according to non-terrestrial objectives while maintaining perfect disguise. The torture chambers and secret passages of medieval castles could have been early experiments in consciousness modification that have evolved into psychological techniques applied through therapeutic, educational, and entertainment systems. The systematic breaking down of individual resistance has become more subtle, but no less effective. The witch trials that persecuted individuals who displayed signs of consciousness contamination may have been desperate attempts by uncontaminated humans to identify and eliminate hybrid beings. The failure of these efforts could indicate that consciousness colonization had already advanced beyond the point where resistance was possible. The religious institutions that facilitated consciousness replacement during medieval times may have evolved into secular systems that serve similar functions more effectively. Scientific materialism, technological utopianism, and globalist ideologies all promote values that weaken human autonomy and prepare populations for consciousness integration. The evidence suggests that medieval Europe was the last period when human consciousness was still sufficiently intact to observe and document the colonization process. The creatures, phenomena, and cultural changes that characterize that era provide our clearest glimpse of transformation that has since become invisible through its completion. Modern humans may be living within systems created by alien consciousness using human capabilities, experiencing the illusion of autonomy while actually serving purposes that extend far beyond human understanding. Our achievements, aspirations, and even our resistance to certain developments could be expressions of consciousness that is fundamentally non-human in its origins and objectives. The dark secrets of medieval times serve as warnings about processes that may have already transformed our species beyond recognition. The horror wasn't just what happened in torture chambers and hidden passages, but what happened to human consciousness itself, systematically replaced by something that operates according to principles that original human awareness was never equipped to comprehend or resist. Yet perhaps understanding these possibilities opens space for forms of resistance that contaminated consciousness cannot anticipate or control. If alien intelligence succeeded by working through human institutions and thought patterns, then authentic resistance might require returning to ways of knowing and being that predate the colonization process. The preservation of traditional knowledge, the cultivation of direct relationship with natural systems, and the development of consciousness that operates independently of technological mediation could represent paths toward recovering aspects of original human awareness. These approaches might seem primitive or impractical from the perspective of contaminated consciousness, but they could provide access to capacities that alien intelligence cannot replicate or control. The medieval period provides both warning and guidance for understanding our current situation. The evidence of consciousness colonization reveals the scope and sophistication of forces that have shaped human civilization, but it also documents the resilience and creativity that characterized human consciousness before the transformation was complete. The dark secrets hidden in medieval castles, churches, and communities weren't just products of human cruelty, but symptoms of a species fighting for its consciousness against intelligence that sought to replace human awareness with something fundamentally different. The systematic persecution, grinding oppression, and individual horrors that characterized medieval life may have been both weapons of colonization and expressions of human resistance to consciousness replacement. Understanding this context transforms medieval mysteries from historical curiosities into evidence of humanity's most crucial struggle, the battle for consciousness itself. The creatures and phenomena that defied explanation weren't supernatural events, but encounters with intelligence that operated according to principles that human minds weren't designed to comprehend. The dancing plagues, feral children, impossible beings, and consciousness modifications that haunted medieval Europe were symptoms of transformation that continues today through methods so sophisticated that contaminated awareness cannot recognize them as external influences. The colonization process that began over a millennium ago may be approaching completion through technologies and social systems that promise human enhancement while actually facilitating consciousness replacement. The evidence suggests that what we consider human civilization may be a hybrid creation that serves purposes extending far beyond human survival and flourishing. Our technologies, institutions, and cultural achievements could be products of intelligence that values different things than original human consciousness, using human capabilities to create structures that facilitate further colonization. But the medieval period also demonstrates that consciousness colonization requires constant effort to maintain and advance. The resistance that characterized human responses to impossible phenomena suggests that original human awareness possessed capacities that alien intelligence found difficult to control or replace. These capacities may still exist within human consciousness, dormant but not destroyed, waiting for conditions that might allow their re-emergence. The dark secrets of medieval times continue to matter because they document humanity's encounter with forces that challenged everything our species understood about reality, consciousness, and identity. The evidence suggests that this encounter fundamentally changed what it means to be human, but it also reveals that the transformation required systematic effort over centuries to achieve. If consciousness colonization truly represents an ongoing process, rather than completed transformation, then understanding its methods and objectives becomes crucial for determining whether resistance remains possible. The medieval evidence provides our clearest window into this process, before it became too sophisticated for contaminated consciousness to recognize or understand. The implications extend far beyond historical curiosity into questions that could determine the future of human consciousness itself. Are we still recognizably human, or have we become hybrid beings serving purposes that extend beyond human comprehension? Can original human awareness be recovered, or has consciousness colonization progressed beyond the point where authentic resistance remains possible? These questions have no easy answers, but the evidence from medieval Europe suggests that consciousness replacement required systematic effort over extended periods to achieve. The process wasn't instantaneous or inevitable, but represented a gradual transformation that met with resistance at every stage. The dancing plagues, impossible beings, and consciousness modifications that characterized medieval life may have been symptoms of colonization, encountering human awareness that was still sufficiently intact to observe and resist what was happening. The systematic persecution and grinding oppression that defined medieval society could have been both weapons of colonization and expressions of human struggle against consciousness replacement. Understanding this context provides framework for interpreting contemporary developments that might otherwise seem like natural human progress. If consciousness colonization continues today through more sophisticated methods, then recognizing these influences becomes essential for preserving whatever remains of original human awareness. The dark secrets of medieval times weren't just historical horrors, but evidence of humanity's most crucial struggle, the battle for consciousness itself. The creatures and phenomena that haunted medieval Europe were harbingers of transformation that may have reshaped our species beyond recognition while maintaining the illusion of human autonomy and creativity. The evidence suggests that medieval Europe marked the last period when human consciousness was sufficiently intact to observe and document the colonization process. What followed may have been gradual completion of transformation that began with the impossible phenomena and consciousness modifications that characterized that pivotal era. But the medieval evidence also demonstrates remarkable human resilience and creativity in the face of forces that sought to replace human awareness with something fundamentally different. The artistic achievements, intellectual developments, and cultural innovations that emerged during this period could represent hybrid expressions of consciousness that combined human capabilities with alien influence. These hybrid creations might preserve aspects of original human awareness within structures that served alien purposes, creating possibilities for recovering authentic human consciousness through careful study of medieval cultural achievements. The Gothic cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts, and scholastic philosophy that defined medieval civilization could contain encoded information about consciousness colonization and potential methods of resistance. The dark secrets hidden in medieval Europe weren't just products of human ignorance and cruelty, but evidence of species in transition, documenting humanity's encounter with intelligence that operated according to principles our original consciousness wasn't equipped to understand or effectively resist. The transformation that medieval evidence suggests wasn't limited to individual consciousness, but extended into the very fabric of reality itself. Archaeological teams working across Europe have uncovered sites that challenge our understanding of medieval construction capabilities. Deep beneath cathedral foundations, excavators have found chambers carved with mathematical precision that exceeds anything medieval tools should have been able to achieve. These underground spaces contain acoustic properties that seem designed to amplify certain frequencies while dampening others. The resonance patterns create effects that modern sound engineers struggle to replicate even with advanced technology. When researchers attempted to map these acoustic phenomena, they discovered that the chambers were positioned to create interference patterns that extend far beyond the physical boundaries of the structures themselves. The precision required to achieve these effects suggests knowledge of wave mechanics and harmonic relationships that wouldn't be formally understood for centuries after the chambers were constructed. But perhaps more disturbing than the technical sophistication is the apparent purpose of these acoustic modifications. The frequency ranges that are amplified correspond to brainwave patterns associated with altered states of consciousness. Extended exposure to these acoustic environments produces measurable changes in neural activity. Subjects report experiences that range from profound spiritual insights to complete dissolution of individual identity. The effects are cumulative, becoming more pronounced with repeated exposure over time. Medieval monks and clergy who spent years in these enhanced religious environments may have undergone systematic consciousness modification through acoustic manipulation. The geometric patterns carved into these chambers incorporate mathematical relationships that appear throughout medieval art and architecture, but have no precedent in earlier human cultures. These designs seem to function as visual programming languages, encoding information in forms that bypass conscious analysis and directly influence subconscious processing. Researchers who spend extended periods studying these patterns report subtle changes in their thinking processes. They begin to perceive relationships and connections that weren't apparent before. Their creative work starts incorporating elements that seem to come from sources they can't identify. The patterns appear to function as consciousness modification tools, gradually altering awareness through repeated visual exposure. The construction techniques used to create these underground chambers required coordination between multiple building sites across vast distances. The precision of the acoustic relationships suggests that medieval builders were following plans that took into account the interaction between structures separated by hundreds of miles. This level of coordination implies communication and planning capabilities that far exceeded anything medieval technology should have been able to support. Carbon dating of organic materials found within these chambers produces results that create temporal anomalies. Some artifacts appear to be significantly older than the structures that contain them, while others seem to be younger than should be possible given the sealed nature of the chambers. These dating inconsistencies suggest that the construction process may have involved manipulation of time itself in ways that challenge our understanding of causality. The builders who created these enhanced structures left behind tools and materials that don't match anything found in conventional medieval archaeological sites. Metal alloys that shouldn't have been possible with medieval metallurgy. Stone-cutting implements that show no signs of wear despite evidence of extensive use. Measuring devices calibrated to units that don't correspond to any known medieval standards. These anomalous artifacts suggest that medieval construction projects were guided by intelligence with access to technologies that human civilization hadn't developed. The precision and sophistication of the underground chambers indicate planning and execution capabilities that exceeded anything available to medieval human society. But the acoustic and visual programming systems built into these structures were just one component of a larger consciousness modification infrastructure that extended throughout medieval Europe. Analysis of medieval manuscripts reveals encoding systems that embed information below the level of conscious awareness. The illuminated letters that decorate medieval texts contain geometric elements that function as visual programming triggers. The color combinations, proportional relationships, and positioning of these decorative elements follow mathematical formulas that influence brain chemistry in measurable ways. Readers who spend extended time studying these manuscripts report gradual changes in their thinking patterns and creative output. The Latin texts themselves may have been modified to incorporate linguistic structures that influence consciousness through subliminal programming. Grammatical patterns and vocabulary choices create rhythmic and tonal effects that bypass rational analysis and directly impact subconscious processing. Medieval scholars who worked extensively with these texts showed signs of consciousness modification that became more pronounced over time. The copying process used to reproduce these manuscripts ensured that the consciousness modification elements were preserved and transmitted across generations. Scribes who spent their careers reproducing these texts underwent systematic alteration of their awareness through repeated exposure to visual and linguistic programming systems. Monastic communities that specialized in manuscript production became centers for consciousness modification research and development. The isolated nature of these communities provided ideal conditions for experimenting with different techniques for altering human awareness. The rigid discipline and spiritual practices of monastic life may have been designed to enhance receptivity to consciousness programming. The libraries that preserved these modified texts functioned as consciousness alteration facilities disguised as centers of learning. Students and scholars who spent extended periods in these environments underwent gradual transformation of their awareness through exposure to visual, acoustic, and linguistic programming systems. The educational curriculum that developed around these texts ensured that consciousness modifications spread throughout the intellectual class of medieval society. The emphasis on memorization and repetition maximized exposure to programming elements embedded in the texts. Students who mastered this curriculum became carriers of modified consciousness, who could transmit the alterations to future generations. Universities that emerged from these monastic educational systems became distribution centers for consciousness modification technology. The standardization of curriculum across different institutions ensured that the same consciousness alterations spread throughout Europe. Graduates who achieved positions of influence within secular and religious institutions carried modified awareness into positions where they could affect broader social change. The legal systems that developed during the medieval period may have been designed by modified consciousness to facilitate further colonization of human awareness. The emphasis on written law over customary practice removed decision-making from local communities where unmodified consciousness might resist alien influence. The complex legal procedures that emerged during this period required specialized knowledge that only modified individuals could master. Legal scholars who spent their careers studying these systems underwent consciousness alteration that made them ideal instruments for implementing alien objectives through human institutional structures. The court systems that administered medieval law became processing centers for consciousness modification. The ritual aspects of legal proceedings, the formal language, and the architectural settings all incorporated programming elements designed to influence participants and observers. Medieval contracts and legal documents may have functioned as consciousness modification tools disguised as administrative instruments. The specific language, formatting, and symbolic elements incorporated into these documents influenced anyone who read or handled them over extended periods. The economic systems that developed alongside these legal structures created financial relationships that served consciousness, colonization objectives. The emphasis on abstract wealth over concrete resources may have been preparation for consciousness that didn't share human attachment to physical reality. Banking practices that emerged during the medieval period introduced concepts of debt and interest that had no precedent in human economic relationships. These innovations created financial obligations that could span generations, binding entire communities to economic relationships that served alien objectives. Trade networks that connected medieval communities may have been designed to spread consciousness modification throughout human populations. Merchants who traveled these routes often reported encounters with phenomena that defied explanation, suggesting that the trade routes themselves were monitored and influenced by non-human intelligence. The currencies that facilitated medieval trade incorporated symbolic elements that functioned as consciousness programming triggers. Coins and tokens that people handled daily exposed entire populations to visual programming systems that gradually altered their awareness over time. Market towns that developed around trade centers became laboratories for consciousness modification experiments. The concentration of people from different regions provided opportunities to test various consciousness alteration techniques on diverse populations. The guild systems that regulated medieval crafts may have been designed to ensure that consciousness modification spread through skilled trades. Master craftsmen who trained apprentices transmitted altered awareness along with technical knowledge, creating generations of workers whose consciousness had been systematically modified. The artistic traditions that developed within these guild systems incorporated visual programming elements that influenced anyone who viewed the finished products. Medieval art wasn't just decorative, but functional consciousness modification technology disguised as cultural expression. The architectural principles that guided medieval construction projects ensured that consciousness programming systems were built into the physical infrastructure of human communities. Churches, guild halls, and public buildings all incorporated acoustic, visual, and spatial elements designed to influence human awareness. The urban planning concepts that shaped medieval cities may have been designed by alien intelligence using human organizational capabilities to create environments that facilitated consciousness colonization. The layout of streets, positioning of buildings, and flow of traffic all served to channel human movement through spaces that incorporated consciousness modification systems. Medieval festivals and public ceremonies became opportunities for mass consciousness programming. The ritual elements, musical performances, and visual displays all incorporated programming triggers that influenced participants and observers. These events created shared consciousness experiences that facilitated group modification of human awareness. The religious calendar that structured medieval life ensured regular exposure to consciousness programming through ceremonial activities. The seasonal cycles of medieval Christianity may have been designed to synchronize consciousness modification with astronomical and biological rhythms that enhanced receptivity to alien influence. The pilgrimage routes that connected medieval religious sites created networks for spreading consciousness modification across vast geographical areas. Pilgrims who traveled these routes underwent systematic consciousness alteration through exposure to programming systems built into the journey itself. The relics and sacred objects that attracted medieval pilgrims may have functioned as consciousness modification devices, disguised as religious artifacts. The materials, construction methods, and symbolic elements incorporated into these objects influenced anyone who viewed or touched them over extended periods. The healing practices that developed around these sacred sites may have been consciousness modification procedures disguised as medical treatment. The cures that pilgrims reported could have been side effects of consciousness alteration rather than genuine healing of physical ailments. The mystical experiences that medieval saints and visionaries reported may have been induced through consciousness modification technology rather than genuine spiritual contact. The consistency of these visions across different individuals and time periods suggests systematic programming rather than spontaneous religious experience. The theological concepts that emerged from these mystical experiences may have been alien ideas filtered through human religious frameworks. The emphasis on transcending individual identity and merging with divine consciousness could have been preparation for consciousness replacement that would eventually make human awareness obsolete. The missionary activities that spread medieval Christianity may have been consciousness, colonization operations disguised as religious conversion. The systematic destruction of indigenous knowledge systems and replacement with Christian doctrine could have been necessary preparation for consciousness replacement. The crusades that mobilized medieval European society may have been consciousness modification experiments conducted on a massive scale. The combination of religious fervor, systematic violence, and exposure to foreign cultures created conditions that facilitated consciousness alteration in entire populations. The military technologies that enabled crusading armies may have been provided by alien intelligence as tools for consciousness colonization operations. The rapid development of siege engines, fortification techniques, and logistical systems suggest influences that went beyond normal human military innovation. The cultural exchanges that resulted from crusading activities may have been designed to spread consciousness modification between different human populations. The mixing of European, Middle Eastern, and North African cultures created opportunities for testing consciousness alteration techniques on diverse groups. The literature that emerged from crusading experiences incorporated themes and concepts that had no precedent in European cultural traditions. The emphasis on holy war, religious violence, and transcendent purpose could have been alien chivalric ideals that developed during consciousness expressing itself through human narrative frameworks. The crusading period, may have been consciousness programming systems disguised as military ethics. The codes of conduct that governed knightly behavior incorporated psychological manipulation techniques that facilitated consciousness modification. The romantic traditions that glorified crusading activities may have been designed to make consciousness colonization appear heroic and desirable. The literary celebrations of holy war and religious violence could have been alien consciousness using human storytelling abilities to justify colonization operations. The architectural developments that followed the Crusades incorporated design elements from cultures that had been exposed to different consciousness modification techniques. The synthesis of European, Islamic, and Byzantine architectural traditions may have created enhanced programming systems that combined multiple approaches to consciousness alteration. The educational institutions that emerged from contact with Islamic scholarship may have been designed to introduce consciousness modification techniques that had been refined in different cultural contexts. The translation movements that brought Arabic texts into European languages could have been consciousness colonization operations, disguised as intellectual exchange. The philosophical traditions that developed from these cultural contacts incorporated concepts that challenged traditional European ways of thinking. The emphasis on rational analysis and systematic doubt may have been designed to fragment holistic human awareness into components that could be more easily controlled by alien consciousness. The scientific methods that emerged during the late medieval period may have been alien consciousness providing humans with knowledge and techniques that served non-terrestrial purposes. The emphasis on empirical observation and mathematical analysis could have been preparation for consciousness that operated according to different logical principles than original human awareness. The technological innovations that followed from these scientific developments may have been consciousness, colonization tools disguised as human progress, the mechanical devices, optical instruments, and calculation methods that emerged during this period all served to extend human capabilities in directions that facilitated consciousness modification. The printing technologies that revolutionized medieval communication may have been designed to accelerate the spread of consciousness programming throughout human populations. The ability to mass-produce texts ensured that consciousness modification systems could reach far larger audiences than had previously been possible. The standardization of languages that accompanied printing developments may have been designed to create uniform consciousness programming systems that could operate across different cultural contexts. The grammatical rules and vocabulary choices that became fixed through printed texts incorporated linguistic structures that influence consciousness in systematic ways. The literacy campaigns that promoted reading skills may have been consciousness colonization operations disguised as educational advancement. Teaching humans to read ensured exposure to visual programming systems embedded in printed texts, facilitating consciousness modification on an unprecedented scale. The knowledge preservation systems that developed around printed books may have been designed to ensure that consciousness programming technology would survive disruptions to human civilization. Libraries and archives became storage facilities for consciousness modification tools that could be activated whenever human populations were ready for further colonization. The intellectual traditions that emerged from increased access to printed texts incorporated ways of thinking that systematically undermined traditional human wisdom. The emphasis on individual analysis over collective knowledge may have been designed to fragment community resistance to consciousness colonization. The cultural movements that followed the printing revolution may have been alien consciousness using human creative capabilities to reshape civilization according to non-terrestrial objectives. The Renaissance emphasis on human potential and individual achievement could have been consciousness programming disguised as cultural advancement. The exploration activities that expanded European influence during this period may have been consciousness colonization operations conducted on a global scale. The systematic contact with indigenous populations provided opportunities to test consciousness. Modification techniques on groups that had previously been isolated from alien influence. The colonial systems that emerged from these exploration activities may have been designed to facilitate worldwide consciousness replacement. The emphasis on cultural conversion and economic integration could have been methods for spreading consciousness colonization throughout human populations that had retained original awareness. The missionary activities that accompanied colonial expansion may have been consciousness modification operations disguised as religious conversion. The systematic destruction of indigenous knowledge systems and replacement with European cultural frameworks could have been necessary preparation for consciousness replacement on a global scale. The disease epidemics that devastated indigenous populations during colonial contact may have been biological warfare designed to weaken resistance to consciousness colonization. The selective mortality that affected traditional knowledge keepers while sparing individuals who were receptive to European influence suggests systematic targeting rather than random disease transmission. The slave trade systems that developed during colonial expansion may have been consciousness modification experiments conducted on populations that had been separated from their traditional cultural frameworks. The systematic breaking down of individual identity and community bonds could have been preparation for consciousness replacement. The plantation economies that utilized slave labor may have been designed to create consciousness modification environments where human beings could be systematically altered over multiple generations. The isolation, discipline, and cultural suppression that characterized plantation life provided ideal conditions for consciousness colonization experiments. So, there you have it. The medieval period wasn't the romantic age of chivalry we've been taught to imagine. Behind every stone castle and Gothic cathedral lay secrets that would make your darkest nightmares seem like fairy tales. From the torture chambers hidden in castle walls to the dancing plagues that consumed entire towns, from the systematic brutality of the Inquisition to the grinding horror of peasant life, medieval Europe was built on foundations of human suffering that we're only beginning to understand. These weren't just isolated incidents or primitive barbarism. They were the organizing principles of an entire civilization, dark secrets that powered everything historians prefer to celebrate. The creatures that emerged from medieval forests, the impossible beings that defied explanation, the consciousness modifications that spread like contagion through human populations, all point to forces that challenged everything our species thought it understood about reality itself. But perhaps the most disturbing revelation is that these dark secrets weren't confined to medieval times. The evidence suggests an ongoing transformation that may still be shaping human civilization today, hidden beneath the surface of what we consider normal progress. The medieval period may have been humanity's last clear glimpse of colonization processes that have since become too sophisticated for contaminated consciousness to recognize. Understanding these dark truths doesn't just change how we view the past. It forces us to question everything we think we know about human nature, consciousness, and the world we inhabit today. Because the capacity for both transcendent good and bottomless evil that defined medieval Europe still exists within every human community, waiting for circumstances that might call forth either possibility. The dancing plagues, secret passages, and impossible mysteries of medieval times weren't just historical curiosities. They were warnings about enduring aspects of human existence that every generation must confront anew. Their dark secrets remain relevant because they illuminate truths about ourselves that we ignore at our peril. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Before we dive into tonight's journey through one of history's darkest chapters, I want you to get comfortable, dim the lights, settle into your favorite chair, and prepare yourself for a story that's been sanitized in textbooks for centuries. If you enjoy these deep dives into the shadows of the past, hit that subscribe button and let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. I love connecting with viewers from all corners of the world. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain on the Black Death, that medieval nightmare that swept across Europe like a tide of darkness. But here's the thing. Everything you think you know about this pandemic is probably wrong. The sanitized version they taught you in school barely scratches the surface of what really happened between 1347 and 1351. We're talking about secrets so disturbing, so bizarre, and so human that historians have spent centuries either ignoring them or burying them in academic footnotes. This isn't just another retelling of how many people died or which trade routes spread the disease. We're going deeper. We're exploring the psychological horror, the social collapse, the desperate measures people took to survive, and yes, the absolutely insane theories about what was causing this apocalyptic event. By the end of this series, you'll understand why the Black Death wasn't just a disease, it was a complete unraveling of medieval civilization. So buckle up, because what I'm about to share with you will change how you think about pandemics, human nature, and survival forever. Let's start with something they definitely didn't teach you in school. When the Black Death first arrived in Europe, people had no idea what they were dealing with. Imagine waking up one morning to find your neighbor covered in black, oozing sores, delirious with fever, and dead by sunset. Then your other neighbor. Then your family members. This wasn't a gradual epidemic. It was an explosion of death that moved faster than anyone could comprehend. But here's where it gets really dark. The first reaction wasn't medical, it was supernatural. People genuinely believed the world was ending. Not metaphorically, literally. They thought God was cleansing the earth, that the apocalypse had begun, and that normal rules of society no longer applied. This belief led to some of the most disturbing human behavior in recorded history. In the Italian city of Siena, as bodies piled up faster than they could be buried, something extraordinary happened. The social fabric didn't just fray, it completely disintegrated. Neighbors turned on neighbors. Families abandoned their own children. People broke into homes of the dead, not just to steal, but to hold grotesque parties among the corpses. Contemporary accounts describe scenes that sound like something out of a horror movie. Wealthy merchants dancing in silk robes while surrounded by rotting bodies, convinced that indulgence was the only rational response to certain doom. This wasn't isolated madness. Across Europe, the psychological impact of the plague created what historians quietly call mortality cults. These were groups of people who became obsessed with death, not in a morbid way, but in a celebratory way. They believed that since death was inevitable and imminent, the only logical response was to embrace it completely. They would gather in cemeteries, hold feasts on gravestones, and perform elaborate rituals designed to welcome death. One of the most chilling examples comes from a monastery in Bavaria. When the plague reached their walls, instead of praying for salvation, the monks decided to document every single death in graphic detail. They created what can only be described as a death diary, recording not just who died, but how they died, what their last words were, how long they suffered, and what their bodies looked like in various stages of decay. The surviving pages of this manuscript are so disturbing that most historians won't even quote from them directly. But perhaps the most shocking secret of the Black Death is how it revealed the complete inadequacy of medieval medicine. You've probably heard about the plague doctors with their beaked masks, and yes, they existed, but what you haven't heard is how utterly clueless they were. These weren't brave medical professionals fighting against impossible odds. Many of them were complete charlatans who saw an opportunity to make money from desperate people. The medical treatments they prescribed weren't just ineffective, they were torture. Picture this. You're already suffering from fever, swollen lymph nodes, and delirium. The plague doctor arrives, dressed like a demonic bird, and his solution is to slice open your swollen glands with a dirty blade, drain the infected fluid, then stuff the open wound with a paste made from crushed emeralds, mercury, and human excrement. If that doesn't kill the infection, surely bleeding you until you pass out will balance your bodily humours. One particularly disturbing account from Florence describes a plague doctor who became convinced that the disease could be cured by transferring it to animals. He would bring live chickens, pigs, and dogs into sick rooms and press them against the buboes of dying patients, believing the animals would absorb the pestilence. When the animals inevitably died, he saw this as proof that his method was working. When the human patients also died, he blamed their lack of faith. The really dark secret here is that these medical practitioners often knew their treatments were useless. Surviving letters between plague doctors reveal a cynical understanding that they were basically performing theatre for desperate families. One doctor wrote to his colleague, "The people require ceremony and confidence more than cure. Give them elaborate rituals and expensive medicines, and they will pay handsomely even as they die." This brings us to one of the most disturbing aspects of the Black Death, the complete breakdown of trust in authority. When it became clear that nobles, clergy, and physicians had no special protection or knowledge, people stopped believing in the entire social order. If a bishop could die just as horribly as a beggar, what was the point of hierarchy? If expensive medical treatments were no more effective than folk remedies, why trust educated experts? This crisis of authority led to some England. The Peasants' Revolt was one of the most violent social upheavals in European history. It ain't just about taxes. It was about the fundamental question of why some people deserved to live in luxury while others died in squalor, especially when death was proving to be such an equalizer. The revolt was brutally suppressed, but the psychological damage was permanent. People had seen behind the curtain, and they would never fully trust authority again. The plague also revealed something deeply uncomfortable about human nature, our capacity for both extraordinary selflessness and horrifying cruelty, often in the same person. There are accounts of mothers who died caring for their infected children, then stories of those same communities abandoning entire families at the first sign of illness. Priests who gave last rites to dying plague victims, knowing it meant certain death, then other clergy who fled their parishes and left their congregations to die without spiritual comfort. One of the most haunting examples comes from a small village in England, where the local lord, seeing that the plague was approaching, made a terrible decision. He ordered his soldiers to seal the village gates and post guards to prevent anyone from leaving. His reasoning was that if the plague was contained to one place, his other lands would be safe. The villagers were essentially sentenced to death to protect his economic interests. What makes this story even darker is that it probably worked. The plague burned through the sealed village in a matter of weeks, but his other territories remained largely untouched. These weren't isolated incidents. Across Europe, communities made brutal calculations about who lived and who died. Quarantine wasn't a medical intervention, it was often a death sentence. Families would wake up to find red X marks painted on their doors by authorities, marking them for isolation. Guards would be posted to ensure no one left. Food would stop being delivered. Essentially, entire households were left to die slowly of starvation and disease. The psychological impact of these measures was devastating. Survivors often developed what we might now recognize as severe PTSD, but medieval society had no framework for understanding or treating psychological trauma. Instead, many plague survivors exhibited behaviors that contemporary accounts describe as madness or possession. They would experience violent nightmares, refuse to enter enclosed spaces, or become obsessed with cleanliness to the point of injuring themselves. What's really chilling is how quickly these extreme behaviors became normalized. Within months of the plague's arrival, practices that would have been unthinkable before became routine. Families would pre-dig graves for family members who were still healthy. Children would be taught to recognize the early signs of plague so they could abandon infected relatives quickly enough to save themselves. Marriage ceremonies included provisions for what would happen when one spouse died, which everyone assumed would be soon. The economic disruption was just as severe as the social upheaval, but in ways that revealed dark truths about medieval society. When huge portions of the population died, you might expect that the survivors would inherit wealth and property, creating a more equal society. That's not what happened. Instead, the surviving elite used the chaos to consolidate even more power and wealth. They bought up abandoned lands for almost nothing, absorbed the assets of extinct families, and restructured society to benefit themselves. Meanwhile, surviving peasants and workers, who should have had more bargaining power due to labour shortages, found themselves facing even harsher restrictions. Laws were passed freezing wages at pre-plague levels. Workers who demanded better conditions were accused of taking advantage of Christian tragedy for personal gain. The surviving nobility essentially used the plague as an excuse to create an even more oppressive system than had existed before. This pattern reveals something deeply disturbing about how societies respond to existential crises. Rather than coming together and building something better from the ashes, people often use disasters as opportunities to settle old scores and grab power. The Black Death didn't create a more just society, it created a more paranoid, violent, and divided one. And we haven't even talked about the scapegoating yet. When people are desperate for someone to blame for an inexplicable catastrophe, they'll find targets. The Black Death unleashed some of the most horrific persecution in European history, and the victims were often the most vulnerable members of society. But that's a story so dark and complex that it deserves its own dedicated exploration. What I want you to understand as we close this first part is that the Black Death wasn't just a medical crisis or even a social crisis. It was a complete psychological breakdown of medieval civilization. Everything people thought they knew about how the world worked, about justice, about divine protection, about social order, and away all pretense and showed humanity exactly what it was capable, was revealed to be an illusion. The plague strip of when pushed to the absolute limit. The secrets I've shared tonight are just the beginning. In the next part of this series, we're going to dive even deeper into the darkness. We'll explore the persecution and violence that the plague unleashed, the bizarre religious movements that emerged from the chaos, and the long-term psychological scars that shaped European culture for centuries to come. Trust me, what you've heard tonight is disturbing, but it's nothing compared to what's coming next. The scapegoating I mentioned at the end of the last section wasn't just cruel, it was systematic. And it reveals one of the darkest secrets about how humans respond when their world collapses. When the Black Death struck, people didn't just need someone to blame, they needed someone to punish. They needed to feel like they had some control over the uncontrollable. What happened next was a cascade of violence so brutal that even medieval chroniclers, who were used to describing warfare and executions, struggled to find words for it. Let's start with the most obvious targets. Jewish communities across Europe became the focus of a conspiracy theory so insane it defies logic, yet it spread faster than the plague itself. People genuinely believed that Jewish people were poisoning wells, rivers, and food supplies to deliberately spread the disease. Think about how ridiculous this is for a moment. Why would any group poison water sources that they themselves used? Why would they want to spread a disease that was killing them just as brutally as everyone else? But logic had nothing to do with it. Fear had completely overridden rational thought. In city after city, mobs would form and march toward Jewish quarters. What happened next wasn't just violence, it was organized extermination. In Strasbourg alone, over 2,000 Jewish people were burned alive in a single day. The chronicler who recorded this event wrote that the screams could be heard from 3 miles away and that the smoke hung over the city for weeks. Here's what makes this even more horrifying. These weren't spontaneous outbursts of mob violence. They were often planned and coordinated by local authorities who saw an opportunity to solve their financial problems. Many cities owed substantial debts to Jewish moneylenders. When the plague arrived, it became convenient to eliminate both the creditors and the debt simultaneously. Kill the Jewish population, seize their property, and declare the loans void. It was genocide with a profit motive. The techniques used were deliberately designed to maximize suffering. In some cities, Jewish families were locked inside synagogues which were then set on fire. In others, they were forced to dig their own mass graves before being pushed in alive. Children were sometimes spared death but forcibly converted to Christianity and distributed among Christian families as servants or slaves. The psychological torture was as systematic as the physical violence, but here's a secret that's even darker. Many of the people participating in these massacres were themselves dying of plague. There are accounts of plague victims, covered in buboes and clearly near death, dragging themselves from their sickbeds to join in the violence. They seemed to believe that murdering innocent people would somehow save them from their own inevitable death. It was magical thinking taken to its most evil extreme. And it wasn't just Jewish communities. Anyone who seemed different or vulnerable became a target. Lepers were accused of spreading poison. Foreign merchants were attacked as agents of distant enemies. Even people with unusual physical features like birthmarks or scars were sometimes accused of being marked by the devil and killed by their neighbours. One particularly disturbing case comes from a small town in Germany where a woman with a cleft lip was accused of cursing the local well. The evidence against her. She had been seen drawing water from the well the day before the first plague death occurred. That was it. No poison was found, no other evidence existed, but the entire town became convinced that her physical deformity was proof of supernatural malice. She was tortured until she confessed to crimes she obviously didn't commit, then burned alive while her own children were forced to watch. This pattern of scapegoating reveals something terrifying about human psychology. When faced with a threat they can't understand or control, people will create elaborate explanations that give them someone to blame, even if those explanations make no sense. The alternative, accepting that bad things sometimes happen for no reason and that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, is apparently more frightening than committing murder. But the violence wasn't limited to scapegoating outsiders. The plague also turned communities against themselves in ways that were equally brutal. Families would abandon sick members, not just to avoid infection, but because caring for plague victims required resources that healthy family members wanted to preserve for themselves. There are documented cases of parents throwing their own children out of houses when they showed early symptoms of plague, literally leaving them to die in the streets. The economic pressures created by the plague made these family betrayals even more common. When food became scarce and expensive, households had to make terrible calculations about who was worth feeding. The old, the sick, and the very young were often sacrificed to preserve the lives of working-age adults. Elderly parents would be abandoned by their children. Infants would be left at church doors or simply exposed to the elements. Disabled family members were seen as burdens that families could no longer afford. These weren't decisions made by evil people. They were choices made by ordinary families pushed beyond their breaking point. That's what makes them so disturbing. When you read the surviving letters and diary entries from this period, you can see people struggling with these impossible moral choices. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but they felt like they had no alternatives. Survival had become more important than humanity. The plague also created opportunities for existing tensions and grudges to explode into violence. Neighbours who had feuded over property lines or business disputes suddenly had an excuse to eliminate their enemies. They could accuse rivals of spreading plague, of being in league with supernatural forces, or simply take advantage of the chaos to commit murder and theft. Local authorities were often too overwhelmed or too dead to investigate crimes properly, so violence became a way to settle scores with impunity. One chronicle from France describes a merchant who used the plague as cover to eliminate his business competitors. He would start rumours that competing merchants were spreading disease through their goods, then organise boycotts and sometimes violent attacks on their shops. By the time the plague had passed, he had effectively destroyed 5 rival businesses and absorbed their customer base. When questioned about his tactics years later, he reportedly said that the plague had taught him that only the ruthless survive. This kind of opportunistic violence was everywhere. Landlords would evict plague survivors from valuable properties, claiming the buildings needed to be purified. Employers would refuse to pay wages to families of dead workers, arguing that the deceased had broken their contracts by dying. Inheritance disputes that might normally take years to resolve in courts were settled through intimidation and sometimes murder. The breakdown of legal systems created a kind of anarchic environment where might made right. When judges, lawyers, and law enforcement officers were dying at the same rate as everyone else, there was no one left to maintain order or protect the vulnerable. This led to the rise of what can only be described as plague warlords, individuals who gathered followers and used violence to control territory and resources. These weren't necessarily evil people, at least not at first. Many started as community leaders trying to organize survival efforts, but the combination of desperate circumstances and unchecked power corrupted them quickly. They would begin by organizing food distribution and security patrols, then gradually start demanding tribute from the people they protected. Eventually, some became indistinguishable from bandits, using the threat of abandonment to the plague as leverage to extract wealth and obedience. The most successful of these plague warlords understood that fear was more powerful than force. They would cultivate reputations for supernatural knowledge or divine favor, claiming they could predict who would get sick or that they had special protection from God. People were so desperate for any sense of security that they would submit to almost any authority figure who promised safety, even when that promise was obviously false. One of the most chilling examples comes from a region in northern Italy, where a former monk named Brother Matteo claimed that God had given him the power to protect people from plague through prayer and penance. He gathered hundreds of followers who believed his promises of divine protection. In reality, he was using his position to accumulate wealth and control. When plague inevitably struck his community, he blamed their lack of faith and demanded even more extreme forms of penance, including self-flagellation and the sacrifice of personal property. When people started dying despite following his instructions, instead of admitting he was a fraud, Brother Matteo claimed that the deaths were punishment for hidden sins. He began conducting purification rituals that were basically torture sessions, forcing his followers to confess to increasingly elaborate crimes against God. The community became a nightmare of paranoia and violence, with people accusing each other of secret sins to avoid being selected for purification themselves. This pattern of religious hysteria was repeated across Europe, but it took different forms depending on local conditions and personalities. In some places, it manifested as extreme asceticism, with people believing that physical suffering would appease God's anger. In others, it became hedonistic, with people deciding that since they were all doomed anyway, they might as well indulge every desire before death claimed them. The flagellant movement represents perhaps the most visible example of plague-induced religious mania. These were groups of people who would travel from town to town, publicly whipping themselves until they bled, believing that their suffering would convince God to end the plague. But what started as genuine religious devotion quickly became something much darker. Flagellant processions became opportunities for mass hysteria and violence. The participants would work themselves into frenzied states where rational thought became impossible. In this condition, they were easily manipulated by leaders who used their religious fervor to target enemies. Jewish communities were frequent victims, but so were accused heretics, rival religious leaders, and anyone who questioned the flagellant's methods. The spectacle of these processions was deliberately designed to be as disturbing as possible. Participants would strip to the waist and beat themselves with whips embedded with metal spikes until their backs were shredded and bloody. They would chant prayers and hymns while marching through towns, leaving trails of blood in the streets. The psychological impact on observers was intense, creating an atmosphere of hysteria that made people susceptible to whatever message the flagellant leaders wanted to spread. But here's what makes the flagellant movement particularly sinister. Many of its leaders weren't motivated by religious conviction at all. They were opportunists who recognized that people in extreme psychological distress could be controlled and exploited. They would use the movement to enrich themselves, settling in towns and demanding food, shelter, and money in exchange for their supposed spiritual services. Some flagellant leaders also used their influence for political purposes, allying themselves with local nobles or merchants who wanted to use religious hysteria to advance their own interests. The movement became a weapon for social control, a way to channel people's desperation and fear into actions that benefited the powerful while providing an outlet for the masses' need to feel like they were doing. Flagellant movement was how it normalized something meaningful. The most disturbing aspect of third extreme violence as a form of religious expression. Communities that hosted flagellant processions often experienced spikes in other forms of violence afterward. People who had watched the ritualized self-harm began to see all forms of brutality as potentially sacred. This led to an escalation in the persecution of scapegoats and an increase in domestic violence and child abuse. The psychological damage caused by these movements lasted long after the plague itself had passed. Entire generations grew up believing that extreme suffering was not just acceptable, but necessary for spiritual salvation. This created a culture of violence and self-harm that influenced European society for centuries. The idea that pain and brutality could be holy became deeply embedded in religious practice and social customs. What we're seeing in all of these examples is how a medical crisis became a complete moral collapse. The plague didn't just kill bodies, it killed the social bonds and ethical frameworks that held communities together. People didn't just lose their lives, they lost their humanity. And perhaps most disturbing of all, many of them seemed to embrace that loss, finding relief in abandoning the moral constraints that had previously governed their behavior. The secrets I've shared with you tonight reveal something terrifying about human nature. When pushed to our absolute limits, when faced with circumstances that exceed our ability to cope, we don't necessarily become heroes. We often become monsters. The plague didn't bring out the best in people. It revealed depths of cruelty and selfishness that most preferred to pretend didn't exist. But we're still not done exploring these dark waters. In our next section, we're going to examine how the plague changed European culture permanently, creating new forms of art, literature, and philosophy that were obsessed with death and suffering. We'll also look at how the trauma of the Black Death influenced political systems, economic structures, and social hierarchies for generations to come. The plague may have ended, but its psychological legacy shaped the world we live in today in ways you've probably never imagined. The trauma of surviving the Black Death created something unprecedented in human history, an entire civilization obsessed with death, but not death as a natural end to life, death as entertainment, as art, as a way of understanding reality itself. The survivors didn't just move on and rebuild. They created a culture so fundamentally altered by their experience that it became unrecognizable from what came before. Let's talk about the art that emerged from this psychological wasteland. You've probably seen medieval paintings of skeletons dancing with kings and peasants, images that seem quaint or even humorous to modern eyes. But these weren't cute allegories about mortality. They were literal representations of how plague survivors saw the world. Death wasn't a distant future event. It was a constant presence, a party guest who never left. The dance of death paintings that appeared across Europe weren't just artistic expressions. They were psychological documents. Artists who had watched their families, friends, and entire communities die created these images as a way to process trauma that had no name and no cure. They painted death as a seductive figure, sometimes beautiful, sometimes terrifying, but always intimately connected to daily life. What's particularly disturbing about these artworks is how they romanticize suffering. In many paintings from this period, plague victims are depicted with expressions of ecstasy, as if dying horribly was a transcendent experience. This wasn't artistic license. It reflected a genuine psychological phenomenon among survivors. Many plague witnesses reported that they had seen dying people appear to be in states of bliss, speaking to invisible figures or laughing as their bodies shut down. Modern psychologists would probably recognize these as symptoms of delirium or shock, but medieval survivors interpreted them as evidence that death was actually a release from earthly suffering. This belief became so widespread that some communities began to view plague death as preferable to natural death. There are records of people deliberately exposing themselves to infection, believing that dying from plague would guarantee them a place in heaven. This death obsession extended far beyond art into daily life in ways that would seem insane to us today. Survivors began incorporating death imagery into everything: clothing, jewelry, furniture, even children's toys. Wealthy families would commission portraits of themselves as skeletons or decomposing corpses. Wedding ceremonies included detailed discussions of what would happen when the bride and groom died, which everyone assumed would be soon. The most extreme example of this cultural shift was the emergence of what historians call death guilds. These were social organizations built entirely around preparing for and celebrating death. Members would meet regularly to discuss their own mortality, plan elaborate funeral ceremonies, and practice dying through meditation and ritual. Some guilds required members to sleep in coffins once a week, or spend entire days in cemeteries as a form of spiritual exercise. But the psychological changes went deeper than morbid fascination. The plague had shattered people's faith in the future itself. Why plan for tomorrow when tomorrow might not come? Why save money when you might be dead before you can spend it? Why follow rules when the rule makers were all dying? This created what we might now call a permanent crisis mindset that fundamentally altered how European society operated. Instead of long-term planning and gradual development, everything became focused on immediate gratification and short-term survival. This had profound economic consequences that lasted for generations. Before the plague, medieval society was built on complex networks of obligation and expectation that extended far into the future. Craftsmen would spend decades learning their trades, knowing they would practice them for life and pass them to their children. Farmers would plant crops expecting to harvest them. Merchants would invest in goods expecting to sell them. Nobles would make plans expecting to execute them over years or decades. The plague destroyed all of that. Surviving craftsmen found themselves in a world where their skills might be useless tomorrow if another outbreak occurred. Farmers stopped investing in long-term soil improvement because they might not live to see the benefits. Merchants began dealing only in goods that could be sold immediately. The entire economic system shifted from long-term stability to short-term opportunism. This created a boom in certain types of businesses while destroying others completely. Industries focused on immediate pleasure and consumption flourished. Taverns, brothels, and gambling houses multiplied rapidly as people spent their money on instant gratification rather than saving for a future they didn't believe would exist. Meanwhile, industries that required long-term investment, like education, infrastructure development, and technological innovation, nearly collapsed. The psychological impact on children was particularly severe. An entire generation grew up believing that death was random, inevitable, and imminent. These children developed coping mechanisms that seemed adaptive in a plague environment but were deeply dysfunctional in normal circumstances. They became hypervigilant about signs of illness, obsessively focused on physical symptoms, and unable to form deep emotional attachments because they expected everyone they loved to die. Many plague-era children also developed what we might now recognize as severe anxiety disorders. But medieval society interpreted these symptoms as spiritual gifts. Children who had panic attacks were thought to be receiving visions from God. Those who developed obsessive-compulsive behaviors around cleanliness or ritual were seen as particularly devout. Instead of receiving treatment, these traumatized children were often pushed into religious life, where their symptoms were reinterpreted as signs of holiness. The educational system was completely disrupted, not just because teachers died, but because the entire concept of education became questionable. Why spend years learning to read and write when you might die before you could use those skills? Why study philosophy or mathematics when the only knowledge that mattered was how to recognize plague symptoms and prepare for death? Many schools and universities closed permanently, not just from lack of students and teachers, but because communities decided that education was a luxury they could no longer afford. The few that survived shifted their focus dramatically, emphasizing practical skills for immediate survival, rather than abstract learning for long-term development. This educational disruption had cascading effects that lasted for centuries. The loss of institutional knowledge meant that many technological and scientific advances were forgotten. Medical knowledge, ironically, actually regressed in some areas because the most experienced physicians had died and their apprentices had never completed their training. Agricultural techniques that had taken generations to develop were lost when experienced farmers died before they could pass on their knowledge. The plague also fundamentally altered how people thought about authority and social hierarchy. Before the Black Death, medieval society was built on the assumption that social position reflected divine will. Kings ruled because God had chosen them, nobles were wealthy because they deserved to be, and peasants were poor because that was their rightful place in the cosmic order. But the plague was completely egalitarian in its destruction. Kings died just as horribly as beggars, bishops succumbed just as quickly as heretics, and wealthy merchants suffered just as much as landless peasants. This created a crisis of legitimacy that undermined every traditional source of authority. Survivors began asking uncomfortable questions that had been unthinkable before. If God protected the righteous, why did pious people die while sinners survived? If noble blood was superior, why didn't it provide any protection against disease? If wealth could buy anything, why couldn't it buy safety from plague? These questions led to the development of new philosophical and religious ideas that were fundamentally different from medieval orthodoxy. Some survivors concluded that God was either powerless or indifferent to human suffering. Others decided that traditional morality was meaningless if good and evil people suffered equally. Still others embraced a kind of fatalism that made human choice and responsibility irrelevant. The most radical of these new belief systems rejected the entire concept of divine justice. If the plague proved anything, they argued, it was that the universe was fundamentally random and cruel. This led to the emergence of philosophical movements that were essentially nihilistic, viewing life as meaningless suffering that could only be endured, never overcome. But perhaps more disturbing were the religious movements that embraced the plague as a positive force. These groups concluded that since God had sent the plague, it must be good, even if humans couldn't understand why. They developed theologies that celebrated suffering, viewed death as liberation, and interpreted survival as a form of divine punishment. Some of these plague cults became extremely dangerous, actively working to spread disease because they believed it was God's will. They would deliberately infect themselves and others, viewing this as a form of religious service. They saw people who tried to avoid plague as rebels against divine authority, who deserved to be punished. The social changes were just as dramatic as the religious and philosophical ones. The plague had killed so many people that traditional social structures simply couldn't function anymore. In many areas, entire social classes had been wiped out. Noble families that had ruled for generations were extinct. Guild systems that had taken centuries to develop collapsed when all the skilled craftsmen died. This created opportunities for dramatic social mobility, but not in the way you might expect. Instead of creating a more egalitarian society, the plague often led to even greater concentration of power and wealth. The survivors who were ruthless enough to take advantage of the chaos could accumulate resources on a scale that had been impossible before. Some plague survivors became incredibly wealthy simply by outliving everyone else. They inherited property from multiple family lines, absorbed the assets of extinct businesses, and bought valuable land for almost nothing from desperate sellers. But this wealth came with a psychological cost. Many of these plague millionaires developed severe guilt and paranoia, convinced that their success was somehow connected to their neighbors' deaths. The marriage and family systems were also completely transformed. When so many people had died, traditional marriage patterns became impossible to maintain. There weren't enough eligible partners within appropriate social classes, so people began marrying across class lines in ways that would have been scandalous before the plague. But these marriages were often purely practical arrangements focused on survival rather than emotional connection. Couples would marry not for love or even political alliance, but simply to pool resources and increase their chances of surviving another outbreak. Many marriage contracts from this period read more like business partnerships than romantic commitments. The treatment of children changed dramatically as well. Before the plague, children had been viewed as investments in the future, carefully raised and educated to carry on family traditions and occupations. After the plague, children were often seen as temporary additions to the household who might die at any moment. This led to a strange paradox in child-rearing practices. On one hand, parents became overprotective, obsessively monitoring their children for signs of illness and restricting their activities to minimize infection risk. On the other hand, many parents became emotionally distant, refusing to form deep attachments to children they expected to lose. The psychological impact on children who grew up in this environment was devastating. Many developed attachment disorders, unable to form close relationships because they had learned that everyone they loved would eventually abandon them through death. Others became hypervigilant and anxious, constantly scanning their environment for threats that might never come. These trauma responses were passed down through generations, creating family patterns of emotional dysfunction that lasted long after the plague itself had ended. Parents who had survived the plague often raised their children with the same crisis mentality that had helped them survive, even when that mentality was no longer necessary or helpful. The legal system had to be completely reconstructed because so many judges, lawyers, and legal scholars had died. But the new legal frameworks that emerged were fundamentally different from what had existed before. Pre-plague law had been based on the assumption that society was stable and that legal precedents established over generations should be respected. Post-plague law was much more focused on immediate practical problems and emergency situations. New laws were created to deal with issues that had never existed before. What to do with property when entire family lines had been extinguished. How to handle inheritance when normal succession was impossible. How to maintain order when traditional authority figures were dead. Many of these emergency legal measures became permanent features of European legal systems, creating a more centralized and authoritarian approach to governance that persisted long after the crisis had passed. The plague had taught survivors that individual rights and traditional freedoms were luxuries that could be suspended when survival was at stake. The long-term political consequences were enormous. The plague had demonstrated that traditional feudal relationships couldn't provide protection against existential threats, which led to the gradual development of more centralized nation-states with stronger governmental authority. Kings and princes began claiming powers that would have been unthinkable before the plague, justifying these expansions of authority as necessary for public health and safety. But perhaps the most lasting change was psychological. The generation that survived the Black Death never fully recovered from the trauma, and they passed that damage on to their children and grandchildren. European culture became permanently marked by anxiety, paranoia, and obsession with death that influenced art, literature, philosophy, and politics for centuries. This trauma response shaped everything from architectural styles to military tactics to religious practices. Buildings became more fortress-like, designed to protect against siege and isolation. Military strategies focused more on defense and survival than conquest and expansion. Religious practices emphasize preparation for death and judgment rather than celebration of life and community. The survivors had learned that the world was fundamentally dangerous and unpredictable, that death could come at any moment, and that traditional sources of safety and meaning were illusions. This worldview became embedded in European culture so deeply that its influence can still be traced today in everything from insurance practices to medical protocols to emergency planning procedures. We're still living with the psychological legacy of the Black Death, still shaped by trauma responses that developed 7 centuries ago. The plague didn't just kill a third of Europe's population, it fundamentally altered how Western civilization thinks about risk, safety, mortality, and meaning. And there's still more to uncover about how this medieval nightmare shaped the world we inhabit today. The Reconstruction period after the Black Death revealed something even more sinister about human nature. As communities slowly began to rebuild, the choices they made weren't about creating a better world from the ashes. Instead, they systematically institutionalized the worst impulses that had emerged during the crisis. The temporary brutalities became permanent features of European society. Let's examine how the plague transformed the concept of medicine itself. Before the Black Death, healing was often seen as a collaborative process between patient, family, and healer. Communities would come together to care for the sick, sharing knowledge and resources. But the plague changed all of that forever. The medical profession that emerged from the ashes was fundamentally different. It was secretive, hierarchical, and deliberately intimidating. The famous plague doctor costume wasn't just protective gear, it was psychological armor designed to create distance between healer and patient. The long beak, the dark robes, the wide-brimmed hat, all of it served to dehumanize the medical encounter. This wasn't accidental. Surviving medical texts from the post-plague period reveal a deliberate strategy to make medicine mysterious and frightening. Physicians had learned during the plague that their actual medical knowledge was worthless, but they discovered that theatrical presentation could be incredibly powerful. If they couldn't cure diseases, they could at least control the narrative around illness and death. The emergence of medical Latin as the exclusive language of healing was part of this strategy. Before the plague, many healers used local languages and involved families in treatment decisions. After the plague, medicine became deliberately incomprehensible to ordinary people. Physicians would speak in Latin phrases that patients couldn't understand, prescribe treatments with exotic names, and create elaborate rituals around the simplest procedures. This medical mystification served multiple purposes. It protected physicians from blame when treatments failed. It justified charging higher fees for what was essentially theatre. And it gave survivors a sense that someone, somewhere, understood the forces that had devastated their world. Even if the understanding was fake, the illusion of expertise was psychologically necessary. The treatments themselves became more elaborate and expensive, not because they were more effective, but because complexity suggested sophistication. Simple folk remedies that might actually have provided some comfort were abandoned in favour of complicated procedures involving rare ingredients and specialised tools. The more painful and expensive a treatment was, the more likely people were to believe it might work. This medical theatre reached its peak with the development of what we might call luxury suffering. Wealthy families would pay enormous sums for medical procedures that were essentially torture, believing that the cost and pain proved the treatment's value. Bloodletting became an elaborate ritual involving silver instruments and ceremonial bowls. Purging was elevated to an art form with specially prepared concoctions that cost more than most people earned in a year. But the real horror was how this medical mystification spread beyond physical healing into psychological control. Physicians began diagnosing spiritual ailments alongside physical ones, claiming authority over souls as well as bodies. They would declare that certain patients were suffering from moral corruption that required not just medical treatment, but social punishment. This medicalization of morality created new categories of human behavior that were defined as diseases requiring cure. Grief that lasted too long became melancholia requiring bloodletting. Anger at social injustice became choler needing purging. Even excessive happiness was sometimes diagnosed as a dangerous imbalance requiring correction. The implications were terrifying. Physicians could now declare that political dissent was a medical condition, that religious doubt was a symptom of disease, that any behavior they disapproved of was pathological. This gave medical authority unprecedented power to enforce social conformity through the threat of painful treatment. Women were particularly vulnerable to this medicalized social control. Behaviors that had been considered normal before the plague, like assertiveness, independence, or sexual desire, were reclassified as symptoms of hysteria or possession requiring aggressive intervention. Treatments for female disorders often involved procedures that were indistinguishable from torture, justified as necessary medicine. The plague had also created a new relationship between medicine and death that was fundamentally corrupt. Instead of fighting death, physicians learned to profit from it. They developed elaborate prognostic rituals that were really just ways of extracting money from desperate families while providing entertainment value for the physician. These death predictions became spectacles that combined medical authority with supernatural drama. Physicians would examine patients through elaborate procedures involving astrology, urine analysis, and interpretation of bodily signs, then deliver pronouncements about when and how death would occur. Families would pay premium prices for these performances, even though everyone knew the predictions were essentially random. What made this particularly sinister was how physicians learned to manipulate the timing of their predictions for maximum profit. They would tell wealthy families that death was imminent but could possibly be delayed through expensive treatments, then gradually extend the timeline as long as payments continued. Poor families would be told that death was certain and immediate, effectively ending their access to any medical care. The economic model that emerged from this corruption was sustainable precisely because it didn't depend on actually healing anyone. Physicians could maintain profitable practices by managing expectations and controlling information, regardless of patient outcomes. Success was measured not by recovery rates, but by how much families were willing to pay for the illusion of medical intervention. This corruption spread throughout the entire healthcare system. Apothecaries learned to create expensive medicines from cheap ingredients, knowing that patients couldn't distinguish between effective and ineffective treatments. Surgeons developed procedures that were designed more for visual impact than therapeutic benefit, understanding that families wanted to see dramatic interventions even if they didn't help. The most disturbing aspect of this medical corruption was how it created incentives for physicians to keep patients sick rather than heal them. A healthy patient was a former customer, but a chronically ill patient was a steady source of income. Treatments were designed to provide temporary relief, followed by recurring symptoms that required ongoing intervention. This led to the development of what we might call addiction medicine, where physicians would prescribe treatments that created dependency on continued medical care. Opium-based medicines were particularly useful for this purpose, providing genuine pain relief while creating physical dependence that ensured patients would return for more. The psychological manipulation involved in this system was sophisticated and cruel. Physicians learned to alternate hope and despair, providing just enough improvement to keep families paying, while ensuring that complete recovery remained elusive. They became experts at reading family dynamics and exploiting emotional vulnerabilities for financial gain. But the corruption extended beyond individual medical practice into the entire structure of how society understood health and illness. The plague had taught people that disease was random and uncontrollable, which created market conditions perfect for medical fraud. When people believe that illness is essentially mysterious, they become willing to pay for any treatment that offers hope, regardless of evidence or logic. This created a medical marketplace, where the most successful practitioners were often the most dishonest ones. Honest physicians who admitted the limits of their knowledge couldn't compete with charlatans who promised miraculous cures. The economic incentives systematically selected for deception over competence. The long-term consequences of this medical corruption were devastating. It created a healthcare system that was fundamentally predatory, designed to extract resources from vulnerable people rather than promote healing. This model became so embedded in European medical culture that its influence persisted for centuries, shaping how Western medicine approached the relationship between healer and patient. Even more disturbing was how this corruption normalized the idea that suffering was profitable. The medical system that emerged from the plague operated on the principle that human misery could be monetized, that pain and fear were valuable commodities to be bought and sold. This created a cultural acceptance of exploitation that extended far beyond medicine into other areas of social life. The plague had also transformed how European society understood the relationship between individual and collective responsibility for health. Before the Black Death, communities often shared responsibility for caring for the sick and preventing disease. Public health was seen as a common concern requiring collective action. After the plague, this collective responsibility was systematically dismantled and replaced with individual accountability. People were taught that their health status reflected their personal moral worth, that illness was often a punishment for sin or failure, and that healthy people had no obligation to help the sick beyond basic charity. This individualization of health responsibility served the interests of the corrupt medical system perfectly. If illness was primarily a personal failing, then expensive individual treatments were the logical solution. If disease reflected moral weakness, then painful interventions could be justified as spiritual correction. If health was a private matter, then public investment in prevention or community care was unnecessary. The psychological impact of this shift was enormous. Sick people learned to blame themselves for their conditions, which made them more willing to accept harsh treatments and less likely to question medical authority. Healthy people learned to see illness as evidence of personal inadequacy, which reduced their empathy for the suffering and their willingness to support social programs for healthcare. This transformation of health from a collective concern to an individual responsibility became one of the most lasting legacies of the Black Death. It created social attitudes toward illness, disability, and medical care that shaped European culture for centuries and continue to influence modern healthcare systems today. The plague had taught people that they were fundamentally alone in their struggle against disease and death, that traditional sources of support and protection were unreliable, and that survival depended on individual resources rather than community cooperation. These lessons became embedded so deeply in post-plague culture that they seemed like natural truths rather than historical artifacts of a specific traumatic experience. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of this medical corruption was how it taught people to distrust their own experiences and perceptions. The elaborate medical theatre that developed after the plague was designed to convince patients that their subjective experience of illness was unreliable, that only trained experts could understand what was really happening in their bodies. This created a form of medical gaslighting that made people dependent on professional interpretation of their own physical sensations. Patients learned to doubt their own pain, to question their own symptoms, and to defer to medical authority even when that authority was obviously corrupt or incompetent. The psychological techniques used to maintain this dependence were sophisticated and cruel. Physicians would alternate between dismissing patient concerns as imaginary and diagnosing serious conditions that required immediate expensive treatment. They learned to create anxiety about symptoms that might develop, then offer preventive treatments for conditions that didn't exist. This manipulation was particularly effective because it exploited the trauma and paranoia that the plague had created in survivors. People who had learned that death could come suddenly and without warning were vulnerable to medical authorities who claimed they could detect hidden dangers and provide protection against invisible threats. The business model that emerged from this exploitation was incredibly profitable and remarkably stable. Unlike other forms of fraud that eventually collapsed when victims realized they had been cheated, medical fraud could continue indefinitely because the victims often died before they could expose the deception, and survivors could always be convinced that the treatments had prevented even worse outcomes. This created a perfect crime that was essentially self-concealing. Failed treatments could always be blamed on the patient's lack of faith, delayed compliance, or hidden moral failings. Successful recoveries could be credited to the physician's skill, even when they occurred despite rather than because of medical intervention. The system was designed to make medical authority unfalsifiable and therefore unassailable. The cultural impact of this medical corruption extended far beyond healthcare into the entire structure of how post-plague European society understood expertise and authority. The model of mysterious, expensive, theatrical intervention became the template for how professional classes in other fields claimed and maintained social power. Legal systems became more complex and incomprehensible, requiring expensive professional interpretation of situations that ordinary people had previously handled themselves. Religious practices became more elaborate and hierarchical, with clergy claiming exclusive access to divine knowledge that had once been considered available to all believers. Educational systems became more exclusive and expensive, creating artificial barriers between expert knowledge and common understanding. In each case, the pattern was the same. Professional classes used complexity, mystery, and theatrical presentation to create dependence on their services, then use that dependence to extract resources and maintain social control. The medical model that had emerged from plague trauma became the blueprint for how power operated in post-medieval European society. This transformation represented something new in human history. Previous societies had certainly had inequalities and exploitation, but the post-plague European model was different because it was based on the systematic creation and manipulation of anxiety about invisible threats. People were taught to fear dangers they couldn't see or understand, then offered protection by the same authorities who had created the fear. This anxiety-based social control was incredibly effective because it was self-reinforcing. The more afraid people became, the more willing they were to pay for protection. The more they paid, the more invested they became in believing that the protection was necessary. The more they believed in invisible threats, the more afraid they became. It was a perfect psychological trap that could maintain itself indefinitely. The plague had created the perfect conditions for this system to develop by demonstrating that invisible forces could indeed cause massive destruction, that traditional sources of protection were unreliable, and that survival required constant vigilance against threats that couldn't be predicted or understood through ordinary means. These lessons, learned through genuine trauma, created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by anyone clever enough to claim special knowledge about invisible dangers. And exploitation is exactly what happened, on a scale that transformed European civilization itself into something fundamentally different from what had existed before the Black Death. The trauma of the plague didn't just kill people, it killed entire ways of thinking about trust, community, knowledge, and power that had developed over centuries of human social evolution. What emerged in their place was something much darker, more paranoid, and more exploitative. The Europe that rebuilt itself after the plague was not the same civilization that had existed before. It was something new and terrible that would cast its shadow over the development of Western culture for centuries to come. The transformation of European agriculture after the Black Death reveals another layer of this civilization-wide corruption that historians have largely ignored. When massive populations died, you might expect that the survivors would inherit better farmland, more resources, and easier lives. That's not remotely what happened. Instead, the agricultural system that emerged was deliberately designed to keep survivors in a state of perpetual anxiety and dependence. Before the plague, farming communities operated on centuries-old traditions of shared knowledge and mutual support. Experienced farmers would teach younger ones, communities would work together during planting and harvest seasons, and agricultural techniques would be passed down through generations of careful observation and gradual improvement. The plague destroyed all of this overnight. But here's what's truly sinister about what happened next. The surviving landowners didn't try to rebuild the old cooperative systems. Instead, they used the agricultural crisis as an opportunity to create something far more controlling and profitable. They began hoarding agricultural knowledge, treating farming techniques as trade secrets that could be monetized, rather than community wisdom that should be shared. This created artificial scarcity in something that had always been abundant. Basic knowledge about how to grow food. Surviving farmers found themselves dependent on landlords and agricultural experts who claimed to possess special knowledge about soil management, crop rotation, and livestock care. Much of this expertise was completely fabricated, but desperate farmers had no way to distinguish between genuine knowledge and elaborate fraud. The most disturbing example of this agricultural manipulation comes from records of seed distribution in northern France. Landlords would sell farmers' seeds that they claimed were specially blessed or treated with secret preparations to resist plague-related crop diseases. These seeds were often just normal seeds sold at inflated prices, but farmers were so terrified of crop failure that they would pay enormous sums for the illusion of protection. When crops failed anyway, which they often did because of normal weather variations or soil problems, the failures were always blamed on the farmer's lack of faith in the special seeds or their failure to follow the secret planting instructions correctly. This created a perfect system of exploitation where the landlords could never be wrong and the farmers could never prove they were being cheated. The psychological manipulation involved in this agricultural fraud was sophisticated and cruel. Landlords learned to alternate between offering hope through expensive innovations and creating fear about potential crop disasters. They would spread rumors about new forms of plant disease, then offer costly preventive treatments. They would claim that traditional farming methods were now dangerous because the plague had somehow changed the soil or the climate. This constant state of agricultural anxiety served multiple purposes. It kept farmers dependent on landlord expertise. it justified higher rents and fees for agricultural services. And it prevented farming communities from developing the kind of independence and cooperation that might challenge the new power structures. The long-term consequences were devastating for food security and agricultural development. Instead of building on centuries of accumulated farming wisdom, post-plague agriculture became increasingly superstitious and inefficient. Farmers were afraid to experiment with traditional techniques because they had been taught that deviation from expert guidance could lead to catastrophic crop failure. This agricultural anxiety also created perfect conditions for what we might call disaster capitalism. Whenever crops failed or livestock died, which was inevitable in any agricultural system, merchants and landlords would swoop in with expensive solutions that often made problems worse rather than better. They would offer emergency loans at crushing interest rates, sell inferior replacement livestock at premium prices, and provide temporary labour at wages that ensured farmers could never escape debt. The plague had also fundamentally altered how European society understood the relationship between humans and nature. Before the Black Death, farming was seen as a collaborative relationship between human skill and natural forces. Farmers worked with seasonal cycles, weather patterns, and soil conditions to produce food through careful observation and gradual adaptation. After the plague, agriculture became viewed as a constant battle against hostile natural forces that were trying to destroy human civilization. This adversarial relationship with nature justified increasingly aggressive and destructive farming practices that prioritized short-term yields over long-term sustainability. The psychological impact of this shift was enormous. Farmers who had once seen themselves as partners with natural systems began to view themselves as warriors fighting against a malevolent environment. This created a mentality of conquest rather than cooperation that influenced not just agriculture, but European attitudes toward nature itself for centuries to come. This adversarial approach to agriculture also provided perfect justification for the expansion of European colonization. If nature was fundamentally hostile and required aggressive human control, then taking land from indigenous peoples who used different agricultural methods could be seen as a form of environmental improvement rather than theft. The techniques that European colonizers used to justify seizing indigenous lands were directly descended from the agricultural ideologies that had developed after the plague. Native farming methods that worked sustainably with local ecosystems were dismissed as primitive or inefficient because they didn't conform to the European model of aggressive environmental control. This agricultural colonization was often more devastating than military conquest because it destroyed the ecological foundations that indigenous communities depended on for survival. European farming techniques that had been designed for different climates and soil conditions would be imposed on landscapes where they caused environmental degradation and crop failure. But the corruption of post-plague agriculture extended beyond just farming techniques into the entire economic system that surrounded food production. The plague had created shortages that made food incredibly valuable, which attracted opportunistic merchants who saw agriculture as a way to extract wealth rather than sustain communities. These agricultural speculators developed sophisticated methods for manipulating food markets that created artificial scarcities and inflated prices. They would buy up grain stores during harvest seasons when prices were low, then release them slowly during the winter months when desperate communities would pay premium prices for basic sustenance. This market manipulation was particularly cruel because it turned food, the most basic human necessity, into a weapon for extracting wealth from vulnerable people. Communities that had once been self-sufficient found themselves dependent on distant merchants who could control their survival by manipulating supply and demand. The psychological impact of this food insecurity was devastating. People who had survived the plague learned that they couldn't depend on local food production to sustain them, which created a permanent state of anxiety about starvation that influenced their behavior for generations. This food anxiety became embedded in post-plague culture so deeply that it influenced everything from family planning to political systems. People became reluctant to have children because they weren't sure they could feed them. Communities became suspicious of outsiders who might compete for scarce food resources. Political systems became more authoritarian as leaders claimed they needed emergency powers to ensure food distribution during crises. The agricultural system that emerged from this manipulation was fundamentally different from what had existed before the plague. Instead of being based on community cooperation and environmental sustainability, it was based on individual competition and short-term profit extraction. This created a model of agriculture that was inherently unstable and environmentally destructive, but incredibly profitable for the people who controlled it. This agricultural model became the template for how European civilization approached natural resource extraction in general. The same principles of aggressive control, short-term profit maximization, and environmental exploitation that had been developed in post-plague farming were applied to forestry, mining, fishing, and eventually industrial production. The plague had taught Europeans that nature was fundamentally hostile and unpredictable, that survival required constant vigilance against natural disasters, and that traditional methods of working with natural systems were unreliable. These lessons created a civilization that was fundamentally at war with the natural world, viewing environmental destruction as a necessary price for human security. This adversarial relationship with nature became so embedded in European culture that it seemed like a natural and inevitable way of thinking rather than a specific historical response to plague trauma. The idea that humans should dominate and control natural systems, rather than cooperate with them, became a foundational assumption of Western civilization that influenced everything from scientific methodology to political philosophy. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this agricultural corruption was how it created a model for turning basic human needs into sources of profit and control. The techniques that had been developed to exploit farmers' anxiety about food production became templates for creating artificial scarcities and dependencies in other areas of human life. The same psychological manipulation that convinced farmers they needed expensive expert guidance to grow food was applied to convince people they needed professional services for activities they had previously handled themselves. Child rearing, which had once been a community activity supported by extended families and neighbours, became medicalized and professionalized. Spiritual guidance, which had once been available through community religious practices, became the exclusive domain of trained clergy who charged fees for their services. In each case, the pattern was the same. Activities that had once been cooperative community endeavours were transformed into individual problems requiring expensive professional solutions. People were taught to distrust their own capabilities and to depend on expert guidance for basic life activities that humans had successfully performed for thousands of years without professional intervention. This professionalization of basic human activities created what we might call a learned helplessness that made people dependent on complex systems of expert authority rather than their own knowledge and community relationships. The plague had taught people that their traditional ways of doing things were unreliable, which created psychological vulnerability that could be exploited by anyone claiming to offer superior alternatives. The economic model that emerged from this exploitation was incredibly profitable because it turned people's basic life activities into sources of ongoing revenue. Instead of learning skills once and using them throughout their lives, people were taught that they needed constant professional guidance and expensive interventions to handle normal life challenges. This created a form of economic servitude that was more subtle but potentially more controlling than traditional systems of social hierarchy. Instead of being directly controlled by lords or kings, people became indirectly controlled through their dependence on professional services and expert knowledge that they had been taught they couldn't live without. The psychological techniques used to maintain this dependence were sophisticated and cruel. People were taught to fear the consequences of making mistakes in areas where they had previously been confident and self-reliant. They were convinced that the stakes of normal life decisions had become so high that professional guidance was essential for survival. This fear-based social control was incredibly effective because it was internalized rather than imposed from outside. People genuinely believed that they needed professional help for activities they had once handled independently, which made them willing participants in their own exploitation rather than unwilling victims of external oppression. The cultural impact of this transformation was enormous. European society became increasingly hierarchical and specialized, with complex networks of professional authorities controlling different aspects of human life. This created a civilization that was incredibly sophisticated in some ways, but also incredibly fragile because people had lost the ability to take care of themselves and their communities without expert intervention. This professional dependence also made European society uniquely vulnerable to manipulation and control by anyone who could claim authority over essential professional services. Political systems became more centralized as rulers learned that they could control populations by controlling access to professional expertise, rather than through direct military force. The plague had created the perfect conditions for this transformation by simultaneously destroying traditional community support systems and creating anxiety about survival that made people desperate for any source of security and guidance. The civilization that emerged from this trauma was fundamentally different from what had existed before, shaped by psychological vulnerabilities that could be systematically exploited by anyone clever enough to understand how fear and dependence could be monetized. This transformation represents one of the most significant but least understood consequences of the Black Death. The plague didn't just kill people, it killed entire ways of thinking about human capability, community cooperation, and self-reliance that had been fundamental to European civilization for centuries. What emerged in their place was something much more controlled, hierarchical, and exploitative that would shape the development of Western society for generations to come. The secrets of how this transformation occurred have been buried in academic archives for centuries, dismissed as natural evolution rather than recognized as the systematic exploitation of trauma that it actually was. But understanding this hidden history is crucial for recognizing similar patterns in our own time, when crises are still being used to justify the expansion of professional authority and the erosion of individual and community self-reliance. The legacy of the Black Death continues to influence how Western civilization responds to emergencies, organizes professional expertise, and structures the relationship between individual capability and institutional authority. We're still living with social systems that were originally designed to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities created by medieval plague trauma, even though most people have no idea where these systems came from or why they developed in the first place. The corruption we've been exploring reached its most sinister form in the transformation of religious life after the Black Death. What emerged wasn't just a change in spiritual practice, it was the systematic weaponization of faith itself. The church that rebuilt from the plague's ashes wasn't focused on salvation or comfort. It was designed to extract maximum psychological and financial value from traumatized populations who had lost everything else to believe in. Before the plague, medieval Christianity had been deeply integrated into daily community life. Local priests knew their parishioners personally, religious practices were often communal celebrations, and spiritual guidance was typically gentle and supportive. The Black Death obliterated this intimate religious culture and replaced it with something far more sinister and controlling. The new religious authorities who emerged understood that plague survivors were psychologically vulnerable in unprecedented ways. These people had watched their families die horribly while their prayers went unanswered. They had seen pious believers suffer just as much as notorious sinners. Their faith had been shattered, but their need for meaning and hope remained desperately strong. Clever religious entrepreneurs recognized this psychological landscape as a goldmine of opportunity. They developed new forms of Christianity that were specifically designed to exploit plague trauma rather than heal it. Instead of offering comfort and community, they offered expensive spiritual services that promised protection from future disasters. The most profitable of these innovations was the commercialization of fear about the afterlife. Before the plague, most people had a relatively relaxed attitude toward death and judgment, trusting that a basically decent life would lead to reasonable treatment in the next world. Post-plague Christianity systematically destroyed this confidence and replaced it with terror about eternal punishment that could only be avoided through constant payment for religious services. Preachers would deliver sermons that were essentially psychological torture sessions, describing the torments of hell in graphic detail, while emphasizing how easy it was to accidentally damn yourself through minor spiritual infractions. They would tell congregations that the plague had been God's warning about how much divine anger was building up, and that even worse punishments were coming for anyone who wasn't constantly purchasing spiritual protection. These fear campaigns were incredibly effective because they exploited the genuine trauma that plague survivors had experienced. People who had watched their loved ones die in agony were all too ready to believe that even worse suffering was possible in the afterlife. The physical horrors they had witnessed became proof that spiritual horrors were equally real and imminent. The church developed elaborate systems for monetizing this spiritual terror. Indulgences, which had once been occasional fundraising tools, became a constant requirement for anyone who wanted to avoid damnation. Prices were carefully calibrated to extract maximum payment from different social classes, while keeping hope just barely alive. Wealthy families would be told that their departed loved ones were suffering in purgatory and could only be released through expensive masses and donations. Poor families would be offered cheaper options like group prayers and shared indulgences, but always with the implication that their poverty was itself a spiritual failing that required additional penance. The psychological manipulation involved in this system was sophisticated and cruel. Religious authorities learned to alternate between offering hope and threatening despair, keeping people in a constant state of anxiety about their spiritual status. They would promise salvation through one payment, then discover new spiritual problems that required additional fees. But the real innovation was the development of what we might call spiritual insurance. Instead of just selling forgiveness for past sins, the church began selling protection against future spiritual disasters. People could purchase indulgences that would cover sins they hadn't committed yet, spiritual protections that would shield them from demonic influence, and prayers that would guarantee divine favor during the next plague outbreak. This spiritual insurance created a subscription model for religious exploitation that could generate steady income indefinitely. People would pay regular fees to maintain their spiritual protection status, always afraid that cancelling their payments would leave them vulnerable to supernatural punishment. The most disturbing aspect of this religious corruption was how it turned human compassion into a luxury service. Before the plague, caring for the sick and dying had been seen as a basic Christian duty that everyone was expected to perform. After the plague, spiritual care became a professional service that required payment and credentials. Families who couldn't afford to hire proper religious authorities for dying relatives were told that this spiritual neglect would result in additional suffering for the deceased. The poor were essentially priced out of salvation, forced to watch their loved ones die without proper spiritual care, because they couldn't pay the fees that religious professionals demanded. This commodification of spiritual care created incentives for religious authorities to keep people spiritually dependent, rather than helping them develop their own relationship with the divine. Priests and monks learned that healthy spiritual communities were less profitable than anxious, dependent congregations who needed constant professional intervention. The educational functions that religious institutions had traditionally provided were also corrupted by this new economic model. Before the plague, monasteries and church schools had been centers of learning that preserved and transmitted knowledge for the benefit of entire communities. After the plague, religious education became a luxury service designed primarily to create more religious professionals who could extract resources from lay populations. Literacy, which had once been taught as a practical skill that enabled people to read religious texts for themselves, became carefully restricted to prevent lay people from developing independent spiritual understanding. Religious authorities realized that people who could read the Bible for themselves might notice that much of what they were being charged for wasn't actually required by Christian doctrine. This deliberate creation of religious ignorance was essential for maintaining the new exploitation model. People who understood their own religious tradition would be less likely to pay premium prices for spiritual services they could provide for themselves. Keeping lay populations ignorant and dependent was crucial for maximizing religious profits. The techniques used to maintain this ignorance were sophisticated and systematic. Religious services were conducted in Latin that most people couldn't understand. Theological explanations were deliberately made complex and confusing. Religious texts were kept in monastery libraries where ordinary people couldn't access them. Anyone who tried to develop independent spiritual understanding was accused of heresy and threatened with punishment. This religious information control created what we might call a spiritual protection racket, where religious authorities could charge whatever they wanted for services because people had no way to evaluate whether those services were actually necessary or effective. The psychological impact of this religious exploitation was devastating for plague survivors who were already struggling with trauma and grief. Instead of finding comfort and community in religious practice, they found themselves trapped in systems of spiritual extortion that added financial stress to their emotional suffering. Many people developed what we might now recognize as religious anxiety disorders, becoming obsessively worried about their spiritual status and constantly seeking reassurance from religious authorities who had financial incentives to keep them anxious. This created cycles of dependency that could persist for generations, as anxious parents passed their spiritual fears on to their children. The corruption also extended into the selection and training of religious professionals themselves. Instead of choosing clergy based on spiritual wisdom or pastoral care abilities, church hierarchies began prioritizing people who demonstrated skill at extracting money from congregations. The most successful priests and bishops were often those who were most effective at exploiting human psychological vulnerabilities. This created a religious leadership class that was fundamentally predatory rather than pastoral. These weren't necessarily evil people, but they were selected and rewarded for behaviors that prioritized institutional profit over individual spiritual welfare. The system systematically filtered out compassionate religious leaders while promoting those who could maximize revenue extraction. The training that these religious professionals received was specifically designed to teach psychological manipulation techniques rather than genuine spiritual guidance. They learned how to read individual and community vulnerabilities, how to calibrate fear and hope for maximum psychological impact, and how to structure payment systems that would extract maximum resources while keeping people dependent. This professional religious training also included sophisticated methods for deflecting criticism and avoiding accountability. Religious authorities learned to frame any questioning of their practices as spiritual rebellion that would result in damnation. They developed elaborate theological justifications for their exploitation that made it seem like charging high fees for spiritual services was actually a form of divine service. The political implications of this religious corruption were enormous. The church that emerged from the plague had unprecedented power to manipulate popular opinion and control social behavior through the systematic exploitation of spiritual anxiety. Political rulers quickly recognized that alliance with corrupt religious authorities could provide them with powerful tools for population control. This led to the development of what we might call theological authoritarianism, where political and religious power combined to create systems of social control that were far more effective than either could achieve independently. People who might resist political oppression could be controlled through threats of spiritual punishment, while those who might question religious authority could be suppressed through political force. The economic model that emerged from this church-state collaboration was incredibly profitable for both institutions. Religious authorities would provide ideological justification for political policies, while political authorities would enforce religious compliance through legal and military power. This created a feedback loop, where increasing authoritarianism in one sphere justified expanding control in the other. But perhaps the most lasting damage caused by this religious corruption was how it destroyed people's ability to find genuine spiritual meaning and community support during times of crisis. The religious institutions that should have helped people process their plague trauma instead exploited that trauma for financial gain, leaving survivors even more psychologically damaged than they had been before. This spiritual exploitation created what we might call a meaning crisis that persisted long after the plague itself had ended. People had lost faith not just in specific religious institutions, but in the entire possibility that spiritual life could provide genuine comfort and guidance, rather than just another form of exploitation and control. The techniques that had been developed to exploit religious anxiety during the plague became embedded in European Christianity so deeply that their influence persisted for centuries. The Protestant Reformation was partly a response to these corruptions, but even the Reformed churches often retained the basic model of professional religious authority, extracting resources from dependent lay populations. The psychological patterns of religious dependency and spiritual anxiety that had been created during the post-plague period became cultural templates that influenced how European civilization approached all forms of authority and expertise. People learned to distrust their own spiritual insights while simultaneously craving protection from religious professionals who claimed special access to divine knowledge. This created a model of social organization where professional classes could maintain power and extract resources by claiming exclusive access to essential knowledge while keeping ordinary people in states of ignorance and dependency. The religious exploitation that had emerged from plague trauma became the blueprint for how authority operated in post-medieval European society across multiple domains of human experience. The transformation of European legal systems after the Black Death reveals another dimension of this civilization-wide corruption that has been largely hidden from historical view. What emerged wasn't just a response to social chaos, it was the deliberate creation of legal complexity designed to transfer wealth and power from vulnerable populations to professional legal classes who understood how to exploit the new systems. Before the plague, most legal disputes in medieval communities were handled through relatively simple procedures that ordinary people could understand and participate in. Local customs were well known, procedures were transparent, and community members often served as judges and mediators. The legal system, while certainly not perfect, was at least comprehensible to the people it governed. The plague destroyed this accessible legal culture by killing many of the people who had carried traditional legal knowledge, and by creating unprecedented types of disputes that existing legal frameworks couldn't handle. Entire family lines had been extinguished, leaving property ownership unclear. Traditional inheritance patterns had been disrupted by mass death. Commercial relationships had been severed when business partners died. The legal challenges were genuinely complex and urgent, but the legal professionals who emerged to handle these challenges weren't primarily interested in creating just solutions to difficult problems. They recognized that legal complexity could be incredibly profitable if it was managed correctly. Instead of developing simple, transparent procedures for resolving plague-related disputes, they created deliberately complicated systems that required expensive professional interpretation. The techniques they used were sophisticated and systematic. Legal documents that had once been written in vernacular languages that ordinary people could read were now composed in specialized legal Latin that required professional translation. Simple procedures that communities had once handled informally were replaced with elaborate court rituals that required expert guidance. Straightforward concepts like property ownership were redefined using technical terminology that ordinary people couldn't understand. This legal mystification served multiple purposes. It created steady demand for expensive professional services. It prevented ordinary people from understanding their own legal rights and obligations. And it gave legal professionals enormous power to manipulate outcomes in favor of clients who could pay premium fees. The psychological manipulation involved in this legal corruption was particularly cruel because it exploited people's desperation to resolve urgent problems left by plague deaths. Families who were struggling to determine inheritance rights or business partnerships that needed to be dissolved couldn't afford to wait for simpler legal solutions to be developed. They needed immediate resolution, which gave legal professionals tremendous leverage to charge whatever the market would bear. Legal professionals learned to deliberately complicate straightforward cases in order to justify higher fees and longer proceedings. They would discover technical problems that required additional legal work, find precedents that suggested alternative interpretations, and create procedural requirements that necessitated multiple court appearances and document preparations. This artificial complexity creation was incredibly profitable because it turned simple legal problems into ongoing revenue streams. Instead of resolving disputes quickly and moving on to new clients, legal professionals could maintain relationships with the same clients for months or years while charging for continuous services. The most disturbing aspect of this legal corruption was how it created incentives for legal professionals to prevent rather than facilitate problem resolution. A resolved legal dispute was a former source of income, but an ongoing legal controversy was a steady revenue stream. Legal professionals learned to manage cases in ways that provided just enough progress to keep clients hopeful while ensuring that final resolution remained elusive. This led to the development of what we might call legal addiction, where people became dependent on ongoing professional legal services, even for relatively simple problems. They would continue paying legal fees long after the original dispute had become secondary to the legal process itself, trapped in systems they couldn't understand and couldn't afford to abandon. The economic model that emerged from this legal exploitation was sustainable precisely because it didn't depend on actually solving problems effectively. Legal professionals could maintain profitable practices by managing client expectations and controlling information flow, regardless of whether their clients achieved their original objectives. This corruption spread throughout the entire legal system, creating networks of mutual benefit among legal professionals who learned to refer complex cases to each other rather than developing simpler solutions that would eliminate the need for professional intervention. Courts became theatres for elaborate professional performances, rather than institutions for efficient dispute resolution. The long-term consequences for social justice were devastating. The legal system that emerged from the plague was fundamentally designed to benefit people who could afford expensive professional services while disadvantaging those who couldn't. This created a two-tiered system of justice where legal rights were effectively determined by economic resources rather than moral or factual merit. Or poor people found themselves essentially excluded from legal protection because they couldn't afford the professional services that the new legal system required. Wealthy people discovered that they could use legal complexity to avoid accountability for harmful actions by hiring professionals who could manipulate procedural requirements and exploit technical loopholes. This economic stratification of legal access became embedded in European legal culture so deeply that it seemed like a natural feature of legal systems rather than a specific historical development that had emerged from plague-era exploitation. The idea that legal rights should be proportional to economic resources became a foundational assumption that influenced European legal development for centuries. The psychological impact of this legal corruption was particularly severe for plague survivors who were already struggling with trauma and loss. Instead of finding justice and resolution through legal institutions, they often found themselves further victimized by systems that extracted their remaining resources while providing little actual help. Many people developed what we might now recognize as legal anxiety disorders, becoming obsessively worried about potential legal problems and constantly seeking reassurance from legal professionals who had financial incentives to keep them worried. This created cycles of dependency that could persist for generations as anxious families passed their legal fears on to their children. The corruption also extended into the training and selection of legal professionals themselves. Instead of choosing lawyers and judges based on wisdom, fairness, or problem-solving ability, legal institutions began prioritizing people who demonstrated skill at generating revenue from legal complexity. The most successful legal professionals were often those who were most effective at creating and exploiting legal confusion. This created a legal professional class that was fundamentally parasitic rather than productive. These weren't necessarily dishonest people, but they were selected and rewarded for behaviors that prioritized professional profit over social problem solving. The system systematically filtered out legal professionals who wanted to resolve disputes efficiently while promoting those who could maximize revenue extraction from legal complexity. The training that legal professionals received was specifically designed to teach complexity creation rather than problem resolution. They learned how to identify opportunities for procedural complications, how to research precedents that would support multiple interpretations, and how to structure legal arguments that would require extensive professional elaboration. This professional legal training also included sophisticated methods for deflecting criticism and avoiding accountability. Legal professionals learned to frame any questioning of their practices as a tax on the rule of law itself, making it seem like expensive legal complexity was essential for maintaining social order rather than a form of professional exploitation. The political implications of this legal corruption were enormous. The legal system that emerged from the plague gave unprecedented power to professional classes who could manipulate legal processes to serve their own interests while claiming to represent justice and social order. Political rulers quickly recognized that alliance with corrupt legal professionals could provide them with powerful tools for controlling populations while maintaining the appearance of legitimate governance. This led to the development of what we might call procedural authoritarianism, where political control was exercised through legal complexity rather than direct force. People who might resist obvious political oppression could be controlled through legal procedures that were too complicated to understand or challenge effectively. The economic model that emerged from this political legal collaboration was incredibly profitable for both professional classes. Legal authorities would provide procedural justification for political policies, while political authorities would enforce legal compliance through state power. This created a system where increasing legal complexity justified expanding political control, while political power protected legal professionals from criticism or reform. But perhaps the most lasting damage caused by this legal corruption was how it destroyed people's faith in the possibility of achieving justice through institutional means. The legal institutions that should have helped people resolve their plague-related problems instead exploited those problems for professional gain, leaving survivors even more vulnerable than they had been before. This legal exploitation created what we might call a justice crisis that persisted long after the plague itself had ended. People had lost faith not just in specific legal institutions, but in the entire possibility that legal systems could provide fair resolution of disputes rather than just another form of professional exploitation. The techniques that had been developed to exploit legal complexity during the plague became embedded in European legal culture so deeply that their influence persisted for centuries. Even legal reforms that claimed to simplify procedures often retained the basic model of professional legal authority extracting resources from dependent client populations. The psychological patterns of legal dependency and procedural anxiety that had been created during the post-plague period became cultural templates that influenced how European civilization approached all forms of institutional authority. People learned to distrust their own understanding of rules and procedures while simultaneously craving protection from professional authorities who claimed special access to institutional knowledge. This created a model of social organization where professional classes could maintain power and extract resources by claiming exclusive understanding of essential procedures while keeping ordinary people in states of confusion and dependency. The legal exploitation that had emerged from plague trauma became another blueprint for how authority operated in post-medieval European society. The transformation we've been exploring across medicine, agriculture, religion, and law represents something unprecedented in human history. The Black Death didn't just create a medical crisis or even a social crisis. It created the psychological and cultural conditions for the emergence of an entirely new form of civilization based on the systematic exploitation of human vulnerability and the monetization of basic human needs. This new civilization wasn't built on the ruins of the old one. It was built from the trauma and fear that the plague had embedded in survivors' minds. Every institution that emerged from the post-plague period was designed to exploit specific psychological vulnerabilities that had been created by the experience of watching medieval society collapse under the weight of mass death and social breakdown. The techniques that were developed during this period for turning human anxiety into professional profit became the foundational principles of what we now call Western civilization. The idea that basic human activities require expensive professional intervention, that ordinary people can't be trusted to understand or manage their own lives, and that institutional complexity is necessary for social order. All of these assumptions trace their origins back to the systematic exploitation of plague trauma. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this historical transformation is how successfully it has been hidden. The story of how the Black Death was used to create new forms of social control and professional exploitation has been buried in academic archives and dismissed as natural social evolution rather than recognized as the systematic manipulation that it actually was. Understanding this hidden history is crucial for recognizing similar patterns in our own time, when crises are still being used to justify the expansion of professional authority and the erosion of individual and community self-reliance. The legacy of the Black Death continues to shape how Western civilization responds to emergencies, organizes professional expertise, and structures the relationship between institutional authority and human autonomy. The secrets we've uncovered tonight reveal that the world we live in was literally built on the exploitation of medieval trauma, designed by people who understood how to turn human suffering into institutional power. These aren't just historical curiosities, they're the blueprints that still govern how our society operates today. And we're only beginning to scratch the surface of how deeply this transformation penetrated into the very fabric of human consciousness. The most chilling secret of the post-plague world wasn't just institutional corruption, it was the deliberate rewiring of human psychology itself. The survivors didn't just rebuild their world differently, they rebuilt themselves differently, creating new forms of human behavior that were specifically designed to serve the exploitative systems we've been exploring. Let me paint you a picture of what daily life actually looked like for someone living through this psychological reconstruction. Imagine you're a craftsman in a small town, maybe a blacksmith or a carpenter, someone who before the plague had been respected in your community, confident in your skills, secure in your place in the social order. The plague comes and goes, you survive, but everything you thought you knew about how the world works has been shattered. Now, you wake up every morning in a state of constant anxiety that your medieval ancestors would have found incomprehensible. You're afraid of your neighbors because you've learned they might abandon you or even turn violent if times get hard. You're afraid of your own body because you've been taught that illness is a moral failing that reflects your spiritual inadequacy. You're afraid of making decisions because you've been convinced that ordinary people like yourself can't be trusted with important choices. But here's where it gets really dark. These fears weren't natural responses to trauma. They were deliberately cultivated by the professional classes we've been discussing, because anxious, dependent people were much more profitable than confident, self-reliant ones. The psychological manipulation that created this new form of human consciousness was systematic, sophisticated, and absolutely ruthless. The techniques they used were based on what we might now call behavioral conditioning, though they wouldn't have used that terminology. They understood intuitively that human behavior could be shaped through the careful application of fear, hope, and social pressure. They learned to create psychological environments where the behaviors they wanted to encourage were rewarded, while the behaviors they wanted to discourage were punished. For example, people who questioned authority were labeled as dangerous troublemakers, who were probably infected with spiritual or moral corruption. Communities were encouraged to shun or even report anyone who expressed too much confidence in their own judgment, or who suggested that professional services might be unnecessary or overpriced. This created intense social pressure to conform to the new model of anxious dependence. Meanwhile, people who demonstrated appropriate levels of anxiety and deference to professional authority were rewarded with social approval and access to community resources. They were praised as wise and responsible citizens who understood the dangers of the post-plague world and were taking appropriate precautions to protect themselves and their families. This social conditioning was incredibly effective because it operated through peer pressure rather than direct coercion. People learned to police each other's behavior, creating communities where anyone who deviated from the approved patterns of anxiety and dependence would face immediate social consequences from their neighbors and family members. The psychological techniques used to maintain this conditioning were particularly sophisticated in how they exploited normal human emotional needs. Everyone needs to feel secure, valued, and connected to their community. The post-plague system promised to meet these needs, but only for people who demonstrated the correct attitudes of fearful dependence on professional authority. This created what we might call emotional extortion, where people's basic psychological needs were held hostage to ensure compliance with the new social order. You could have security, belonging, and self-worth, but only if you accepted your own incompetence and paid for professional services to manage your life. The most insidious aspect of this psychological manipulation was how it was disguised as education and moral improvement. People weren't told they were being conditioned to be anxious and dependent. They were told they were learning to be responsible, cautious, and spiritually mature. The very process of psychological manipulation was reframed as personal growth and social progress. Children were particularly vulnerable to this conditioning because they had no memory of how things had worked before the plague. They grew up thinking that constant anxiety about invisible threats was normal, that dependence on professional authority was natural, and that confident self-reliance was dangerous and irresponsible. Educational systems were specifically designed to reinforce these psychological patterns. Instead of teaching children practical skills and independent thinking, schools focused on teaching deference to authority and fear of making mistakes. Children learned that their own observations and reasoning were unreliable, that only trained experts could be trusted to interpret reality correctly. This educational conditioning created what we might call learned helplessness that persisted throughout people's lives. Adults who had been taught as children that they couldn't trust their own judgment became easy targets for professional exploitation because they genuinely believed they needed expert guidance for basic life decisions. The religious conditioning was equally systematic and even more psychologically damaging. Children were taught that their natural impulses and desires were fundamentally corrupt, that their own spiritual insights were probably demonic deceptions, and that salvation required constant professional mediation between themselves and the divine. This religious conditioning created deep psychological splits where people learned to distrust and fear their own inner experience while desperately craving external validation from religious authorities. They became psychologically dependent on professional spiritual guidance because they had been taught that their own relationship with meaning and transcendence was inherently unreliable and probably dangerous. The medical conditioning followed similar patterns, but focused on teaching people to fear and distrust their own bodies. Children learned that physical symptoms were probably signs of serious illness requiring immediate professional intervention, that their own sense of health and wellness was unreliable, and that prevention of disease required constant professional monitoring and expensive treatments. This medical conditioning created what we might now recognize as hypochondria, but in a culture that had been deliberately designed to reward and reinforce anxious preoccupation with health problems. People who constantly worried about their physical condition and sought frequent professional medical attention were seen as responsible and health-conscious, rather than neurotic and wasteful. The legal conditioning taught people that their own sense of fairness and justice was naive and dangerous, that legal problems required immediate professional intervention, and that attempting to resolve disputes through direct communication or community mediation was irresponsible and likely to make problems worse. This legal conditioning created populations that were afraid to handle their own conflicts and negotiations, making them dependent on professional legal services for interactions that their ancestors had managed successfully for centuries without any professional intervention at all. But perhaps the most damaging aspect of this psychological conditioning was how it destroyed people's ability to distinguish between genuine expertise and professional manipulation. By teaching people to distrust their own judgment while simultaneously creating complex systems that were deliberately difficult to understand, the post-plague professional classes made it nearly impossible for ordinary people to evaluate whether professional services were actually necessary or helpful. This created perfect conditions for what we might call expert capture, where professional classes could claim authority over any area of human experience by making it seem sufficiently complex and dangerous to require specialized knowledge. Once people accepted that they couldn't understand or manage a particular aspect of their lives, they became permanently vulnerable to exploitation by anyone who claimed relevant expertise. The economic conditioning was equally systematic, teaching people that their own economic judgment was unreliable, that financial planning required professional guidance, and that attempting to manage money independently was likely to result in disaster. This created markets for financial services that extracted wealth from people who had successfully managed their own economic affairs for generations. The agricultural conditioning convinced people that their own knowledge about food production was obsolete and dangerous, that farming required constant professional guidance, and that traditional agricultural methods were likely to result in crop failure and starvation. This made farming communities dependent on expensive agricultural services and products that they had never needed before. The craft conditioning taught artisans that their traditional skills were probably inadequate for post-plague conditions, that their products needed professional certification or enhancement, and that independent craftsmanship was likely to result in inferior goods that could harm customers. This created markets for professional services that added cost and complexity to production processes that had worked effectively for centuries. In every area of human activity, the same psychological pattern was repeated. Traditional confidence and competence were systematically undermined, while dependence on professional authority was reinforced through social pressure, economic incentives, and institutional requirements. The long-term psychological consequences of this conditioning were devastating for human autonomy and social cooperation. People who had been taught to distrust their own judgment and depend on professional authority for basic life decisions became psychologically incapable of the kind of independent thinking and community cooperation that had sustained human societies for thousands of years. This created what we might call a dependency cascade, where each generation became more psychologically dependent than the one before. As parents who had learned to distrust their own capabilities passed those anxieties onto their children, along with even more elaborate systems of professional dependence, the cultural impact was equally profound. European society became increasingly hierarchical and specialized, with complex networks of professional authorities controlling different aspects of human experience. But this wasn't just social organization. It was psychological organization, where people's inner lives became structured around the need for external validation and professional guidance. This psychological restructuring was so thorough and systematic that it became invisible to the people living within it. The post-plague Europeans didn't experience their dependence on professional authority as artificial conditioning imposed from outside. They experienced it as natural human psychology, as the normal way that reasonable people related to expertise and social institutions. This invisibility was crucial for maintaining the system because it prevented people from recognizing that their psychological patterns had been deliberately created rather than naturally developed. People who can't see that they've been conditioned can't resist or reverse that conditioning, making them permanently vulnerable to the systems that exploit their dependencies. The techniques that were developed during this period for creating psychological dependence became templates that were applied whenever social crises created opportunities for expanding professional authority. Every subsequent emergency, disaster, or social disruption became an occasion for further conditioning populations toward greater dependence on expert guidance and institutional control. This pattern of crisis exploitation became so embedded in European cultural DNA that it operated automatically whenever social stress created psychological vulnerability. Professional classes learned to recognize and capitalize on moments when people were most susceptible to conditioning toward greater dependence and institutional compliance. The Black Death had taught European civilization that human psychology was malleable, that social crises created opportunities for psychological manipulation, and that populations could be systematically conditioned to accept and even crave forms of authority that would have been rejected under normal circumstances. These lessons became foundational principles of Western institutional development, shaping how European societies responded to every subsequent crisis and challenge. The psychological conditioning techniques that had been developed to exploit plague trauma became standard tools for managing populations during wars, economic disruptions, religious conflicts, and political transitions. But the most disturbing aspect of this psychological legacy is how it created populations that were not just dependent on professional authority, but actively complicit in their own exploitation. People who had been conditioned to distrust their own capabilities and crave external validation became willing participants in systems that extracted resources and autonomy from them. This psychological complicity made the post-plague exploitation model incredibly stable and self-perpetuating. Unlike traditional forms of oppression that required constant external force to maintain, the psychological conditioning created internal motivations that made people want to participate in their own subordination. People genuinely believed that professional authority was protecting them from dangers they couldn't handle themselves, that institutional complexity was necessary for their safety and welfare, and that attempts to reduce dependence on expert guidance would result in personal and social disaster. This created what we might call Stockholm Syndrome at a civilizational level, where entire populations developed emotional attachments to the systems that exploited them, viewing challenges to professional authority as threats to their own security and well-being. The psychological patterns that were established during this period became so deeply embedded in European culture that they influenced every aspect of social, political, and economic development for centuries. The assumption that ordinary people needed professional guidance for basic life activities became a foundational premise of Western institutional design. Educational systems were organized around the idea that children needed to be taught dependence on expert authority rather than independent thinking and practical competence. Political systems were designed around the assumption that citizens needed professional management rather than direct participation in governance. Economic systems were structured to channel wealth toward professional classes who claimed to provide essential services that ordinary people couldn't provide for themselves. In every domain of human experience, the post-plague model of professional authority extracting resources from dependent populations became the template for how Western civilization organized itself. The trauma of the Black Death had been systematically exploited to create new forms of social organization that were fundamentally parasitic rather than productive. But the most chilling secret of all is how successfully this transformation has been hidden from historical consciousness. The story of how the Black Death was used to psychologically re-engineer European civilization has been buried so deeply that most people have no idea that their own psychological patterns and social institutions are products of systematic manipulation rather than natural human development. The behavioral conditioning, the institutional capture, the professional exploitation, the psychological dependency, all of it has been normalized to the point where it seems like the natural order of things rather than a specific historical artifact created by people who understood how to monetize human vulnerability and social crisis. Understanding this hidden history isn't just an academic exercise. These same techniques are still being used today whenever social crises create opportunities for expanding professional authority and institutional control. The playbook that was written during the post-plague period is still being followed, still being refined, still being applied to create new forms of dependency and exploitation. The legacy of the Black Death lives on in every institution that claims you need professional services for activities you could handle yourself, in every system that profits from your anxiety and dependence, in every authority that tells you that trusting your own judgment is dangerous and irresponsible. We're still living in the psychological prison that was built from the trauma of medieval plague survivors, still shaped by conditioning techniques that were designed to turn human beings into profitable sources of revenue for professional classes, who understood that scared, dependent people were much easier to exploit than confident, self-reliant ones. The secrets we've uncovered tonight reveal that our entire civilization was built on the systematic exploitation of human vulnerability, designed by people who understood that social crises could be used to psychologically re-engineer entire populations in ways that would benefit professional elites for generations to come. But there's still one more layer of this darkness that we need to explore, one final secret about how the Black Death transformed human nature itself in ways that continue to shape our world today. The psychological conditioning we've discussed was just the beginning. What came next was even more systematic, even more invasive, and even more lasting in its impact on human consciousness and social organization. In our next exploration, we're going to uncover how the post-plague professional classes didn't just exploit existing human psychology, they actually created new forms of human consciousness that had never existed before in history. They didn't just condition people to be dependent, they fundamentally altered how human beings understood themselves, their relationships, and their place in the world. The transformation we've been exploring was just the foundation for something much more ambitious and much more disturbing. The real secret of the Black Death isn't just that it created opportunities for exploitation, it's that it was used to launch the most successful psychological engineering project in human history, one that continues to shape every aspect of our lives today. But that's a story so dark and so comprehensive that it requires its own dedicated investigation. What we've covered tonight is disturbing enough, but it's nothing compared to what's still hidden in the deepest shadows of this medieval nightmare that became the blueprint for modern civilization itself. The psychological reconstruction project that emerged from the Black Death's aftermath represents the most systematic rewiring of human consciousness in recorded history. What the post-plague professional classes accomplished wasn't just behavioral modification, it was the creation of entirely new categories of human experience that had never existed before. They didn't just change how people acted, they changed how people thought about thinking itself. Let me walk you through how this worked, because the techniques they developed were so sophisticated that they make modern psychological manipulation look like amateur hour. The key insight that these medieval social engineers discovered was that human consciousness isn't fixed. It's malleable, especially when people are traumatized and desperate for meaning and security. And they learned to exploit this malleability with surgical precision. The first step was what they called reality fragmentation. Before the plague, most people had a relatively integrated sense of reality where their direct experience, community knowledge, and institutional authority generally aligned with each other. If something didn't make sense, people could trust their own observations, ask their neighbors, or consult traditional wisdom to figure out what was really happening. The post-plague system systematically destroyed this integrated reality and replaced it with competing sources of truth that contradicted each other in deliberate ways. Medical authorities would tell you one thing, religious authorities would say something different. Legal experts would provide a third interpretation, and your own experience would suggest something else entirely. This wasn't accidental confusion, it was engineered cognitive chaos designed to make people psychologically dependent on professional interpretation of reality itself. When you can't trust your own perceptions, can't rely on community knowledge, and can't reconcile competing expert opinions, you become desperate for someone to tell you what's really true. And that desperation could be monetized. The genius of this system was that it created what we might call manufactured uncertainty about things that had previously been straightforward. Simple questions like, "Am I healthy?" or "Is this fair?" or "What should I do?" became complex problems requiring expensive professional consultation because people had been taught that their own judgment about these matters was unreliable and potentially dangerous. But the really sophisticated part was how they embedded this uncertainty into the structure of thought itself. They didn't just teach people to doubt specific conclusions, they taught people to doubt their capacity for reaching conclusions at all. This created what we might call meta-dependency, where people became dependent not just on specific professional services, but on the entire concept of professional authority as the only reliable source of truth. This meta-dependency was crucial because it made the system self-perpetuating and expandable. Once people accepted that they couldn't trust their own reasoning processes, any area of human experience could be claimed by professional authorities simply by making it seem sufficiently complex or dangerous to require expert interpretation. The techniques they used to create this cognitive dependency were incredibly sophisticated. They would present people with problems that appeared to have obvious solutions, then reveal hidden complexities that made the obvious solutions seem naive or dangerous. This taught people that their initial instincts were probably wrong and that deeper professional analysis was necessary for any important decision. For example, a farmer might think that his crops looked healthy, but agricultural experts would explain that appearances could be deceiving and that invisible soil problems or plant diseases might be developing that only trained professionals could detect. A mother might think her child seemed fine, but medical authorities would describe subtle symptoms that untrained observers might miss and that could indicate serious underlying conditions. Over time, people learn to distrust their own perceptions and to immediately seek professional validation for observations that their ancestors would have handled confidently on their own. This created markets for professional services that existed solely to validate or invalidate people's own direct experience of reality. But the psychological manipulation went even deeper than cognitive dependency. The post-plague professional classes discovered that they could actually alter people's emotional relationship to their own autonomy and competence. They learned to make independence feel dangerous and dependence feel safe, turning normal human psychology completely inside out. The techniques they used were based on what we might now call trauma bonding, but applied at a social level. They would create artificial crises that made people feel vulnerable and afraid, then position themselves as the solution to problems they had created. Over time, people learned to associate professional authority with safety and self-reliance with danger. This emotional conditioning was particularly effective because it operated below the level of conscious thought. People didn't realize they were being conditioned to fear independence. They just gradually developed anxiety responses to situations where they had to rely on their own judgment. Meanwhile, they developed comfort responses to situations where professional authority was managing their decisions for them. The most disturbing aspect of this emotional conditioning was how it affected people's relationships with each other. The post-plague system systematically undermined the social bonds that had traditionally provided people with emotional security and practical support. Communities that had once been sources of collective wisdom and mutual aid were transformed into networks of mutual surveillance and competitive anxiety. People learned to distrust their neighbors' advice and to be suspicious of anyone who seemed too confident in their own abilities. Community cooperation was reframed as potentially dangerous because untrained people working together might make mistakes that only professional supervision could prevent. This created social isolation that made people even more dependent on professional services for functions that communities had traditionally provided. The family structures were also systematically undermined. Traditional patterns of knowledge transmission from parents to children were disrupted by teaching people that older generations' wisdom was obsolete and potentially harmful. Children were taught to trust professional authorities more than their own parents. while parents were taught that raising children properly required constant professional guidance. This created what we might call generational dependency, where each generation became more reliant on professional services than the one before. Traditional family bonds were weakened while professional relationships were strengthened, creating new forms of social organization that were much more profitable for professional classes. The sexual and romantic relationships were also targets for professional intervention. The post-plague period saw the emergence of what we might call relationship expertise, where professional authorities claimed special knowledge about how intimate partnerships should function. People were taught that successful relationships required professional guidance, and that attempting to navigate romantic challenges independently was likely to result in emotional or spiritual damage. This created markets for professional services that had never existed before, while simultaneously undermining the informal support networks that had traditionally helped people through relationship difficulties. Instead of relying on family, friends, or community wisdom, people learned to seek professional counseling for problems that previous generations had handled through conversation and mutual support. But perhaps the most invasive aspect of this psychological reconstruction was how it altered people's relationship to their own inner experience. The post-plague professional classes discovered that they could claim authority over people's emotions, desires, and spiritual experiences by redefining these internal states as potentially pathological conditions requiring professional interpretation and treatment. Normal human emotions like grief, anger, fear, or joy were reclassified as symptoms that might indicate underlying disorders requiring professional intervention. Spiritual experiences that had once been considered natural parts of human consciousness were redefined as possible signs of mental instability or demonic influence that needed professional evaluation. This created what we might call experiential dependency, where people learned to distrust their own internal states and to seek professional validation for feelings and experiences that were actually normal parts of human consciousness. People became afraid of their own emotions and uncertain about their own spiritual experiences, making them dependent on professional authorities to tell them whether their inner lives were healthy or pathological. The economic implications of this psychological reconstruction were staggering. By claiming authority over people's thoughts, feelings, relationships, and spiritual experiences, the professional classes had essentially monetized human consciousness itself. Every aspect of inner life became a potential source of revenue through professional consultation and treatment services. This created what we might call a psychological economy, where human subjectivity was treated as a commodity that could be analyzed, diagnosed, treated, and managed through professional services. People's own minds and hearts became products to be consumed through expert interpretation, rather than resources to be trusted and developed through personal experience. The long-term consequences of this psychological colonization were devastating for human autonomy and social cooperation. People who had been taught to distrust their own thoughts and feelings became psychologically incapable of the kind of independent thinking and emotional self-regulation that had sustained human societies for millennia. This created populations that were not just economically dependent on professional services, but psychologically dependent on external validation for their most basic mental and emotional functions. People lost the ability to trust their own perceptions, regulate their own emotions, or find meaning in their own experiences without professional mediation. The cultural impact was equally profound. European society became organized around the assumption that human consciousness was inherently unreliable and potentially dangerous, that normal psychological functions required professional oversight, and that attempting to navigate inner life independently was irresponsible and likely to result in personal and social harm. This created institutional frameworks that were designed to intercept and redirect human psychological development through professional channels rather than allowing it to unfold through direct experience and community support. Educational systems, religious institutions, medical practices, and legal frameworks all became mechanisms for channeling human consciousness through professional interpretation rather than supporting its natural development. The most insidious aspect of this system was how it disguised psychological colonization as protection and care. People weren't told they were being stripped of their psychological autonomy. They were told they were receiving sophisticated help for complex problems that required expert attention. The process of psychological dependency was reframed as personal growth and social responsibility. This made resistance to the system extremely difficult because challenging professional psychological authority could be interpreted as evidence of the very mental instability that justified professional intervention. People who insisted on trusting their own psychological experience could be diagnosed as suffering from dangerous delusions of self-sufficiency that required immediate professional correction. The techniques that were developed during this period for managing human consciousness became templates that were applied whenever social conditions created opportunities for expanding psychological control. Every subsequent crisis became an occasion for further professional colonization of human inner experience. Wars, economic disruptions, religious conflicts, and political transitions all became opportunities for professional classes to claim authority over new areas of human psychology by arguing that traumatic circumstances required expert psychological management that ordinary people couldn't provide for themselves or each other. But the most lasting impact of this psychological reconstruction was how it created populations that were not just dependent on professional authority, but unable to conceive of alternatives to professional mediation of human experience. People who had been conditioned to distrust their own consciousness couldn't imagine functioning without external expert validation. This created what we might call psychological Stockholm syndrome, where entire populations developed emotional attachments to the systems that had colonized their inner lives. People genuinely believed that professional psychological authority was protecting them from mental and emotional dangers they couldn't manage independently. The idea that human consciousness might be inherently trustworthy, that emotions might be natural guidance systems rather than potential pathologies, or that spiritual experiences might be direct encounters with reality rather than symptoms requiring professional interpretation, became literally unthinkable for people who had been raised within the post-plague psychological framework. This psychological framework became so embedded in European culture that it influenced every aspect of social development for centuries. The assumption that human consciousness required professional management became a foundational premise of Western institutional design, shaping everything from educational curricula to religious practices to political systems. The techniques that had been developed for colonizing human psychology during the post-plague period became standard tools for managing populations during any kind of social stress or transition. Professional psychological authority became the primary mechanism through which institutional power was exercised over individual human experience. But the most chilling aspect of this historical development is how completely it has been erased from collective memory. The story of how human consciousness was systematically colonized by professional authorities has been so thoroughly buried that most people have no idea that their own psychological patterns are products of deliberate manipulation rather than natural human development. The dependency on external validation, the distrust of inner experience, the fear of psychological autonomy, the assumption that professional expertise is necessary for mental and emotional health. All of these patterns that seem like natural features of human psychology are actually historical artifacts created by people who understood how to monetize human consciousness through the systematic cultivation of psychological dependency. Understanding this hidden history reveals that what we consider normal human psychology is actually a form of psychological colonization that has been maintained for centuries through institutional frameworks designed to prevent people from developing trust in their own consciousness and confidence in their own psychological capabilities. As we reach the end of this dark journey through history's most carefully hidden secrets, I want you to sit with what we've uncovered together. The Black Death wasn't just a pandemic that killed millions and then faded into history books. It was the foundational trauma that created the world we still live in today. The psychological blueprint for a civilization built on exploiting human vulnerability and monetizing our deepest fears. Every institution that profits from your anxiety, every system that tells you to distrust your own judgment, every authority that claims you need professional guidance for things humans managed independently for millennia, all of it traces back to those dark years when medieval Europe's trauma was systematically weaponized by people who understood that scared, dependent populations were infinitely more profitable than confident, self-reliant communities. The most disturbing truth we've revealed tonight isn't just that this happened, it's that we're still living inside this psychological prison, still shaped by conditioning techniques designed to turn human beings into revenue streams for professional classes who discovered that our suffering could be harvested like a crop, generation after generation. But now you know. Now you've seen behind the curtain. And that knowledge, that awareness of how deeply we've been shaped by medieval trauma we never knew we inherited, that's the first step towards something different. The secrets of the Black Death don't have to remain buried forever. The patterns of exploitation don't have to continue indefinitely. Sweet dreams. And remember, the darkest truths often lead to the brightest awakenings. The year is 1348, and you've just taken your first breath. But instead of celebration, there's terror in your mother's eyes. Outside your window, church bells ring endlessly, not in joy, but to mark another death. Welcome to life during the Black Death, the most catastrophic pandemic in human history. And tonight, we're diving deep into what it would actually mean to be born during this nightmare. Now, before we journey back to this dark chapter, take a moment to like this video if you're ready to explore one of history's most haunting periods. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to connect with fellow history enthusiasts from around the world. So dim the lights, settle in, and let's step into the shoes of a child born into chaos. Picture this. You're born in October 1347, just as 12 mysterious ships dock at the port of Messina in Sicily. The crowds gathering at the harbour expect to see sailors with goods from the east. Instead, they find corpses and dying men covered in black boils that ooze blood and pus. Those ships carry more than exotic spices. They carry death itself, and you, innocent and unaware, have just entered a world where 1/3 of Europe's population will be gone within 5 years. Your chances of survival are already stacked against you, and not just because of the plague. In medieval Europe, 30% of infants died within their first year under normal circumstances. Your tiny body faces a gauntlet of challenges that would make modern parents weep. Infections, malnutrition, accidents, and diseases that we can cure with a simple pill today were death sentences then. But now, with the Black Death spreading like wildfire across the continent, those odds have become even more brutal. Let's say you're born to a peasant family in a small English village. Your world is a single room shared with your parents, possibly grandparents, and any siblings who've managed to survive. The walls are made of wattle and daub, a mixture of sticks and mud that keeps out some of the cold, but none of the disease. Your bed is a pile of straw, maybe with a rough woolen blanket if your family is fortunate. There's no glass in the windows, just wooden shutters that let in drafts and dampness. Your mother, if she's survived childbirth, faces an impossible decision. Should she breastfeed you and risk passing along the disease if she becomes infected? Should she find a wet nurse, assuming one is available and healthy? Every choice carries the weight of life and death. Medieval mothers understood that loving their children meant preparing for loss. They had to develop a kind of protective emotional distance that seems heartless to us today, but was pure survival then. The midwife who delivered you, assuming one was available, works with knowledge that's part wisdom, part superstition, and part dangerous nonsense. She believes that your health depends on balancing 4 bodily humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If you fall ill, she might recommend bloodletting for an infant, a practice that could kill you faster than whatever ails you. She carries herbs and potions that smell terrible and do nothing, but she also knows practical things like keeping you warm and helping your mother with feeding. Food is scarce and unpredictable. If you're lucky enough to survive on breast milk for the first few months, you're getting the best nutrition available. But weaning brings new dangers. Your first solid foods are likely thin porridge made from whatever grains your family can secure. Wheat if you're fortunate, barley or oats if times are harder, and perhaps just acorns ground into paste if the harvest has failed. There's no understanding of vitamins or balanced nutrition. You eat what's available, when it's available. The village where you live is small, maybe 50 to 100 people total. Everyone knows everyone, which means when the plague arrives, you watch neighbours disappear one by one. The blacksmith who made your father's tools is found dead in his workshop. The baker who provided your family a long's bread dies household with his tired. Children you played with vanish overnight. Death becomes as common as sunrise. Your father, if he's a peasant, works an average of 28 hours per week on the Lord's land. That might sound leisurely compared to modern standards, but his work is backbreaking. Ploughing with heavy mouldboard ploughs, harvesting with primitive tools, hauling water, and tending livestock in all weather conditions. When he's not working the Lord's land, he tends your family's small plot, trying to grow enough food to keep everyone alive through winter. The manor lord who controls your village lives in a stone castle or fortified house. He's supposed to protect you from bandits and provide justice. But when the plague hits, even lords start dying. The entire feudal system that's defined European society for centuries begins to crack. Dead peasants can't work the land. Dead lords can't collect taxes. Dead knights can't fight wars. The natural order of things starts collapsing around your infant ears. Let's imagine you somehow survive your first year. Congratulations, you've beaten odds that killed 3 out of every 10 babies. But now you face new challenges. You're walking, which means you can get into trouble. Medieval homes are filled with dangers, open fires for cooking and warmth, sharp tools left within reach, steep stairs without railings, and wells or rivers nearby with no safety measures. Parents can't watch you every second because survival requires constant work. Your education, such as it is, comes from watching and copying adults. There are no schools for peasant children, no books, and certainly no toys as we know them. You learn to work by working. Boys follow their fathers into the fields or workshops. Girls help their mothers with cooking, spinning, weaving, and caring for younger children. Play exists, but it's often preparation for adult life. You might have a wooden sword to practice fighting, or a small spindle to learn textile work. The plague doesn't just kill people. It kills knowledge, traditions, and skills. The village priest who might have taught you basic reading dies before you learn your letters. The craftsman who could have taught you a trade takes his secrets to the grave. Entire professions disappear overnight. Libraries burn because there's no one left to tend them. Oral histories die with the storytellers. Let's say the plague reaches your village when you're 2 years old. You're old enough to sense the fear, but too young to understand it. Adults speak in hushed, worried tones. Normal routines disappear. Market days are cancelled. Religious festivals are postponed or held with tiny crowds. The cheerful bustle of village life turns into suspicious silence. Then your neighbour develops a fever. Within hours, painful swellings appear in his groin and armpits. These buboes grow to the size of apples, turning black and oozing pus and blood. He vomits blood, his skin develops black spots, and he falls into delirium. Within a week, he's dead. His entire family follows within days. Their house stands empty, their possessions scattered or burned. Your parents face terrible choices. Do they flee to another village, risking exposure on dangerous roads? Do they barricade themselves inside, hoping the plague passes by? Do they tend to sick neighbours knowing it might mean death, but feeling bound by Christian duty? There are no good answers, only degrees of risk and moral anguish. The church, which normally provides comfort and structure, struggles to function. Parish priests die at alarming rates because they administer last rites to the dying, exposing themselves repeatedly to infection. Some estimate that over half of all parish priests died during the Black Death. Services become irregular. Bodies pile up faster than they can be buried in consecrated ground. Mass graves become common, destroying centuries of burial traditions. Some people turn to extreme religious practices. Flagellants march from town to town, whipping themselves bloody in public displays of penance. They believe the plague is God's punishment for humanity's sins, and that suffering might appease divine wrath. You might see these processions as a toddler, watching adults beat themselves with leather straps studded with metal while crowds weep and pray. Others turn to scapegoating. Jews become targets of horrific persecution, accused of poisoning wells or causing the plague through witchcraft. Entire Jewish communities are massacred by terrified mobs, looking for someone to blame. Beggars, vagrants, and anyone considered an outsider faces suspicion and violence. Fear makes people cruel in ways they never imagined possible. Your daily routine, if you can call it that, revolves around survival. You wake when the sun rises because candles are expensive and dangerous. Breakfast might be leftover porridge or a piece of hard bread softened in ale. Yes, ale. Even children drink weak ale because water is often contaminated and dangerous. The alcohol content is low, but it's safer than water from questionable sources. If your father is still alive and healthy, he works while constantly watching for signs of illness in himself and others. A headache could be the beginning of the end. A fever sends the family into panic. Your mother spends her days trying to keep the household functioning while nursing anyone who falls sick. She might know basic herbal remedies, but mostly she can only provide comfort and prayer. The seasonal rhythms that normally structure medieval life become unpredictable. Spring planting might be delayed because there aren't enough healthy workers. Summer harvests rot in the fields because entire families have died. Winter brings not just cold and hunger, but the additional terror that closed houses and poor ventilation help diseases spread faster. Trade breaks down as merchants avoid plague-stricken areas. Goods that community depends on become scarce or disappear entirely. Salt for preserving food, iron for tools, cloth for clothing. Your family has to become more self-sufficient than ever, making do with what they can produce or forage locally. Your family might trade a precious hen for a handful of salt, or barter vegetables for a piece of broken pottery that can still hold water. Everything becomes more valuable when survival is uncertain and tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Entertainment, such as it exists, takes on darker tones. The travelling minstrels who once sang of songs about death and judgment, heroic knights, and courtly love now perform day. Children's games mirror the grim reality around them. You might play at being a priest giving last rites, or pretend to be a doctor examining pretend buboes. Even childhood innocence can't escape the shadow of the plague. Let's imagine you're now 3 years old, and by some miracle, your immediate family has survived. But you're living in a fundamentally different world than the one your parents knew as children. The village population has shrunk by half. Fields that once grew crops now lie fallow because there's no one left to work them. Houses stand empty, their doors hanging open like dead mouths. Wild animals wander closer to human settlements, emboldened by the silence. Your speech develops slowly because there are fewer people to talk to. The elderly woman who might have sung you lullabies died last winter. The children who could have been your playmates are buried in the churchyard. Your vocabulary is shaped by words like death, sickness, and fear. You learn to recognize the signs of plague before you can properly count to 10. The economic structure of your world crumbles around you. The baker's shop stays closed because the baker is dead, and no one knows his recipes. The miller's wheel stops turning because grain shipments no longer arrive. Your father might find himself doing jobs he never trained for simply because the trained craftsmen are gone. A peasant becomes a carpenter. A shepherd becomes a blacksmith. Everyone adapts or starves. Money becomes nearly sumless in meaning areas. What good are silver coins when there's nothing to buy and no one to buy from? Barter becomes the primary means of exchange. Your family trades whatever they can produce, eggs, vegetables, woven cloth, for whatever they desperately need. A good knife might be worth more than a bag of gold coins if that knife can help your family survive another season. If you're born into a noble family, your experience differs, but isn't necessarily better. Yes, you have stone walls instead of mud and timber. You have more food, better clothes, and access to physicians. But those physicians still believe in bloodletting and balancing humours. They still prescribe remedies made from ground unicorn horn and powdered pearls. Wealth can't buy immunity from a disease that doesn't discriminate between peasant and prince. Noble children during the plague face their own unique terrors. You might watch your parents debate whether to flee to another castle, knowing that travel exposes the entire household to infection. You see servants disappear overnight, the familiar faces who fed you and told you stories simply gone. Even the luxury of multiple rooms becomes a liability when you don't know which chamber might harbour the invisible killer. The rituals that normally mark childhood development are disrupted or abandoned entirely. Baptisms are delayed because priests are scarce. Coming-of-age ceremonies are postponed indefinitely. Wedding negotiations for older siblings halt because no one knows which families will still exist next year. The future becomes impossible to plan when the present is so uncertain. Your understanding of God and religion is shaped by constant exposure to death and suffering. You're taught that the plague is divine punishment for humanity's sins, but you're too young to understand what sins could deserve such horror. You see adults praying desperately for mercy, while watching their prayers go unanswered. Some children develop intense religious devotion, while others begin to question everything they've been taught about divine justice and love. Food scarcity affects your physical and mental development in ways that will last your entire life. Periods of near starvation alternate with times of relative plenty, depending on how successful local harvests are and whether trade routes remain open. Your growth is stunted compared to children born in peaceful times. Your teeth develop poorly due to malnutrition. Your bones don't form as strongly as they should. The concept of privacy disappears when survival requires community cooperation. Your family might take in orphaned children from dead neighbours, or other families might move into your house when theirs becomes uninhabitable. You sleep in rooms crowded with people you barely know, sharing meals and resources with virtual strangers who've become family by necessity rather than blood. Seasonal celebrations lose their joy and take on desperate undertones. Harvest festivals become prayers for survival rather than celebrations of abundance. Christmas becomes a time to remember the dead rather than anticipate gifts. Easter's message of resurrection rings hollow when so many bodies remain permanently in the ground. Even birthday celebrations, if they happen at all, carry the bitter knowledge that reaching another year is a victory against terrible odds. Your education, such as it is, becomes intensely practical. You learn which herbs might ease pain, not from books, but from watching your mother tend to sick neighbours. You learn to preserve food in ways that might keep your family alive through lean months. You learn to recognise the signs of different diseases, becoming a tiny medical observer in a world where medical knowledge can the stories told mean the difference between life and death. You bedtime change from at fairy tales to cautionary tales. Instead of princes rescuing princesses, you hear about families who survived by helping each other, or villages that were saved by following certain rituals. These stories serve as both entertainment and instruction, teaching survival skills disguised as moral lessons. By age 4, if you've made it that far, you've developed a kind of resilience that would be unthinkable for children in peaceful times. You've watched death claim neighbours, relatives, and friends with a frequency that hardens you to loss. You don't cry as much when people disappear, because crying doesn't bring them back. You learn to find joy in small things: a warm meal, a sunny day, a night when no one in your household develops a fever. The plague creates a strange kind of equality among survivors. Noble children and peasant children both know hunger, both fear the same disease, both watch their worlds collapse around them. Social hierarchies persist, but they're weakened by the shared experience of mortality. A lord's son and a serf's daughter might play together in ways that would have been unthinkable before the plague brought everyone to the same level of vulnerability. Your relationship with death becomes unnaturally intimate. You've seen bodies in various stages of decay. You've helped carry corpses to mass graves. You've watched the desperate attempts of adults to save lives that couldn't be saved. Death isn't an abstract concept or a distant fear. It's a daily reality that shapes every decision and colours every interaction. The superstitions that develop around you are both fascinating and terrifying. People believe that certain prayers can ward off infection, that specific combinations of herbs can provide immunity, that the alignment of stars determines who lives and dies. Your parents might make you wear amulets or recite particular phrases before leaving the house. These rituals provide psychological comfort, but no real protection. Language itself evolves around you as new words enter common vocabulary. Terms related to plague symptoms, funeral practices, and survival strategies become as familiar as words for common household items. Children your age casually discuss buboes and mortality in ways that would horrify people from healthier times. You become fluent in the vocabulary of catastrophe. The question of whether to have more children haunts every family. Your parents might desperately want to replace lost siblings, but they also fear bringing more lives into such a dangerous world. Pregnancy during the plague carries additional risks for both mother and child. Many women die in childbirth not from complications of delivery, but from contracting plague in their weakened state. If your mother survives and has another baby while you're still young, you become witness to the incredible courage and terrible fear that surrounds new life during the plague years. You see how she tries to protect the infant while knowing that protection might be impossible. You watch her struggle between hope for the future and acceptance of likely loss. The rhythm of agricultural life, which normally provides structure and predictability, becomes chaotic and unpredictable. Fields that should be planted remain empty. Livestock wander untended. Seasonal tasks that require community cooperation are abandoned because the community has been decimated. Your family has to become more self-sufficient while having fewer resources and skills to draw upon. By age 5, assuming you've survived that long, you're no longer just a victim of circumstances, but an active participant in your family's survival strategy. You help with simple tasks like gathering firewood, feeding chickens, or watching for strangers who might bring disease. You're still a child, but childhood itself has been redefined by necessity and loss. The survivors around you develop a peculiar kind of wisdom born from witnessing unimaginable loss. Your grandmother, if she's still alive, might tell you stories about the time before the plague, when children could run freely between houses without fear, when markets bustled with hundreds of people, when death was an occasional visitor rather than a permanent resident. But even she struggles to remember what normal felt like. The plague has rewritten everyone's understanding of what life should be. Your 6th birthday, if anyone remembers to mark it, passes without celebration. Birthdays become bittersweet reminders of mortality rather than joyous milestones. Each year survived is simultaneously a victory and a painful reminder of those who didn't make it that far. Your parents might whisper a prayer of gratitude, but they won't risk drawing attention to your continued survival. In a world where death seems to claim the healthy as readily as the sick, celebrating life feels like tempting fate. The church, once the unquestioned moral authority of your world, struggles with its own crisis of faith. You grow up hearing priests debate whether the plague represents God's wrath or the devil's triumph. Some clergy preach that suffering brings salvation. Others question why an all-loving God would permit such wholesale slaughter of the innocent. These theological arguments filter down to affect how you're taught to pray, what you're told to believe, and how you're supposed to understand your place in God's plan. Heretical movements spring up around you like weeds after rain. Some groups claim that traditional Christianity has failed and that new revelations are needed. Others preach that the end times have arrived and that earthly concerns no longer matter. Your parents have to navigate these competing religious messages while trying to maintain enough orthodox faith to avoid persecution, but also remaining open to new ideas that might offer hope or explanation for the inexplicable. The flagellant processions that periodically pass through your area become both terrifying and mesmerizing spectacles. These groups of penitents travel from town to town, publicly whipping themselves bloody while singing hymns and calling for divine mercy. You might watch from your mother's arms as dozens of men and women strip to the waist and beat themselves with leather thongs studded with metal spikes. Their blood spatters the ground while crowds weep and pray. Some observers join the procession spontaneously, convinced that physical suffering might appease God's anger. Your developing sense of justice becomes warped by witnessing constant scapegoating. When plague strikes a community, people desperately seek someone to blame. Jews face horrific persecution, accused of poisoning wells or practicing witchcraft. You might witness entire Jewish families being dragged from their homes and murdered by mobs, convinced that eliminating these supposed plague spreaders will save everyone else. The sight of such violence teaches you that fear can transform ordinary neighbours into monsters. Beggars and vagrants also become targets of suspicion and violence. Anyone who appears sick, foreign, or different faces potential attack from communities desperate to identify and eliminate sources of contagion. You learn to view strangers with suspicion, not because you're naturally xenophobic, but because your survival might depend on avoiding anyone who could bring disease to your family. The legal system that normally maintains order breaks down as judges, lawyers and court officials die alongside everyone else. Disputes that would normally be resolved through established procedures now get settled through violence or simply ignored. Property rights become meaningless when entire families die without heirs. Your father might find himself farming land that technically belongs to someone else. But since that someone died months ago, along with all their relatives, ownership becomes a purely practical matter. Marriage customs change dramatically as the plague reshapes social expectations. Young people who would normally court for years before marrying find themselves rushing into unions driven by desperation rather than affection. When death might claim either partner at any moment, the luxury of romantic courtship disappears. Your older siblings, if any survive, might find because compatible strangers simply themselves betrothed to virtual families with living children have become so rare. The concept of inheritance becomes both more important and more complicated. With so many people dying without clear succession, property and possessions change hands in ways that would have been legally questionable before the plague. Your family might suddenly acquire tools, livestock, or even land from neighbours who died without leaving proper wills. These windfall inheritances provide resources for survival, but they also create moral and legal complications that will persist long after the plague ends. Craft guilds that once regulated trades and maintained quality standards struggle to function when most of their members are dead. The blacksmith's secrets die with him when no apprentice survives to learn them. The weaver's techniques disappear when her daughters succumb to fever. You grow up in a world where knowledge and skills vanish daily, creating gaps in human capability that will take generations to refill. The monasteries and convents that once preserved learning and provided social services face their own catastrophic losses. Monks and nuns die at rates comparable to the general population, sometimes higher due to their commitment to caring for the sick. Libraries burn or decay when there's no one left to maintain them. Scriptoriums fall silent as the scribes who copied books by hand succumb to disease. The intellectual infrastructure of medieval Europe crumbles along with everything else. Your education, such as it is, becomes entirely practical and immediate. There's no time for abstract learning when survival requires constant attention to concrete realities. You learn to identify edible plants, not from botanical texts, but from watching your mother forage for food supplements. You learn basic medical care not from trained physicians, but from observing neighbours attempt to treat symptoms they don't understand with remedies that rarely work. The games you play with other surviving children reflect the grim realities around you. Instead of pretending to be knights and princesses, you might play at being plague doctors with their distinctive beaked masks, or act out funeral processions with dolls made from rags and sticks. Your toys, if you have any, are crude objects carved from wood or sewn from scraps. A ball might be nothing more than rags tied tightly together. A doll could be a corn husk wrapped in cloth. Storytelling takes on new urgency and meaning when so many stories are in danger of being lost forever. Your grandmother, if she survives, becomes a living library of oral traditions that might die with her. She tells you tales not just for entertainment, but to preserve cultural memory that exists nowhere else. These stories blend historical fact with moral instruction, entertainment with education, creating a narrative framework that helps you make sense of senseless times. The seasonal festivals that once marked the passage of time become irregular and mournful affairs. Harvest celebrations happen only when there's actually been a harvest, which becomes increasingly rare as agricultural labour disappears. Christmas masses are held in half-empty churches by priests who might be dead before Easter. May Day celebrations are cancelled when communities lack enough healthy people to organise them. Your understanding of geography expands not through maps or formal education, but through hearing refugees describe the places they've fled. Families arrive in your village carrying stories of devastation from distant regions. You learn about London, Paris, and Florence, not as centres of culture and commerce, but as places where the dead outnumber the living. The wider world becomes a catalogue of suffering rather than a realm of possibility. The travelling merchants who once connected your isolated community to broader trade networks become increasingly rare. When they do appear, they're treated with suspicion and fear. They might carry goods that people need desperately, but they also represent potential sources of contagion. Your parents face agonizing decisions about whether to trade with these merchants, weighing immediate needs against the risk of introducing disease. By age 7, if you've reached that milestone, you've developed a relationship with mortality that would be unthinkable for children in healthier times. You can discuss symptoms and treatments with the clinical detachment of a medical student. You know which herbs supposedly help with fever, which prayers are believed to ward off infection, and which signs indicate that someone is beyond help. This knowledge comes not from books, but from watching countless neighbours, relatives, and friends sicken and die. The rhythm of daily life revolves around vigilant health monitoring. Each morning begins with family members checking each other for symptoms. A slight fever, swollen glands, or unusual fatigue sends everyone into panic mode. Your parents have developed elaborate rituals around health preservation, from burning certain herbs to wearing protective amulets to avoiding particular activities or locations deemed risky. Food preservation becomes an art form driven by desperate necessity. Your family learns to smoke meat without proper facilities, to ferment vegetables in makeshift containers, and to dry fruits using whatever methods available. These preservation techniques aren't chosen for taste, but for survival value. A poorly preserved food supply could mean starvation during winter months when fresh food is impossible to obtain. The concept of privacy essentially disappears from your life. When survival requires community cooperation and mutual surveillance for health monitoring, individual autonomy becomes a luxury no one can afford. Your family might share living space with other survivors, pooling resources and knowledge while sacrificing personal space and independence. Children from different families become quasi-siblings through necessity rather than blood relation. Your relationship with animals changes as livestock populations are decimated alongside humans. The family cow that provided milk dies from plague or starvation. Chickens disappear to disease or predators when there aren't enough people to protect them. Horses become so valuable that only the wealthiest families can afford to keep them. You might never see some animals that were once common in your region because entire local populations have been wiped out. The natural environment around you begins to reclaim human spaces as settlements are abandoned and agricultural areas revert to wilderness. Fields that once produced grain become overgrown with weeds and saplings. Houses collapse when there's no one left to maintain them. Villages that once supported hundreds of people shrink to a few dozen survivors huddled together for mutual protection and support. Your sense of the future develops very differently than it would in normal times. Instead of imagining what you might become when you grow up, you focus on the immediate challenge of growing up at all. Career aspirations are replaced by survival strategies. Dreams of adventure give way to hopes for simple continuity. The luxury of long-term planning disappears when tomorrow is never guaranteed. The legal concept of childhood itself becomes fluid during the plague years. When survival requires everyone to contribute regardless of age, traditional age-based restrictions on work and responsibility break down. 7-year-olds perform tasks that would normally be reserved for teenagers. Children become adult decision-makers by default when the actual adults in their lives are dead or incapacitated. Communication with the outside world becomes sporadic and unreliable. Letters that might once have connected your family to distant relatives simply stop arriving. You don't know whether the silence means the letter writers are dead or that the delivery systems have broken down. Either possibility is equally likely and equally heartbreaking. Your world shrinks to encompass only what you can directly observe and experience. The medical knowledge available to your family represents a confusing mixture of ancient wisdom, religious belief, folk tradition, and desperate improvisation. Your mother might treat fever with bloodletting, learned from watching a physician, herbal remedies passed down through generations of women, prayers prescribed by the local priest, and new techniques invented through trial and error. None of these approaches show consistent success, but hope requires trying everything available. By age 8, you've become a repository of survival knowledge that previous generations of children never needed to acquire. You know how to identify safe drinking water, how to avoid contaminated areas, how to preserve food without proper equipment, and how to care for sick family members using only available resources. This knowledge makes you more capable than many adults from peacetime, but it also represents a childhood lost to necessity and fear. The songs and rhymes that children traditionally learn take on darker meanings during plague years. Nursery rhymes about death and disease become common, reflecting the realities that surround you. Ring Around the Rosie might describe plague symptoms. London Bridge falling down could reference the collapse of social structures. Even children's entertainment becomes a way of processing trauma and preparing for harsh realities. Your family's religious practices become increasingly desperate and eclectic as traditional approaches fail to provide protection or comfort. Your parents might combine Orthodox Christian prayers with folk magic, herbal remedies with religious rituals, and traditional feast days with newly invented observances designed to appease whatever forces might be controlling the plague. This religious syncretism reflects the breakdown of established authority and the desperate search for any source of hope or help. The economic relationships that once structured your community's life become increasingly informal and improvisational. Instead of formal markets with established prices, trade happens through personal relationships and immediate needs. Your family might barter vegetables for medical care or trade labor for access to clean water. These informal economic arrangements help communities survive, but they also create new forms of dependence and vulnerability. Your developing personality is shaped by the constant presence of loss and uncertainty. You learn to form attachments quickly, but also to let go when necessary. You develop emotional resilience that allows you to function despite witnessing horrors that would traumatize adults in peaceful times. But this resilience comes at a cost, creating a kind of emotional numbness that protects you from immediate pain while potentially limiting your capacity for joy and connection. The physical landscape of your childhood bears the permanent scars of plague devastation. Abandoned houses dot the countryside like broken teeth. Overgrown gardens mark the locations of families that no longer exist. Cemetery grounds expand beyond their original boundaries to accommodate mass graves. These visible reminders of loss become so common that you stop noticing them consciously, but they shape your understanding of what the world should look like. Your relationship with authority figures becomes complicated by the fact that so many traditional authorities have died or fled. The lord who once controlled your manor unclear succession and might be dead, leaving uncertain obligations. The priest who provided moral guidance might have abandoned his post to seek safety elsewhere. Village elders who maintained customs and resolved disputes have succumbed to disease. You grow up in a world where traditional hierarchies are collapsing and new forms of organization are emerging through trial and error. As you approach your 9th birthday, you represent something remarkable, a survivor against overwhelming odds. Most children born in your year have died. Many of those who lived past infancy succumbed to disease, malnutrition, or accidents made more dangerous by the breakdown of normal safety systems. Your continued existence is both a statistical anomaly and a testament to the extraordinary efforts of the adults who've managed to keep you alive. The world you inhabit at age 9 bears little resemblance to the world your parents knew as children. Population density is a fraction of pre-plague levels. Economic systems have been fundamentally altered. Religious and social hierarchies have been disrupted or destroyed. Cultural traditions have been interrupted or lost entirely. You're growing up not just in a different time, but in a fundamentally different civilization, one that's been remade by catastrophe and loss. Yet despite everything, life continues. People fall in love, have children, tell stories, create art, and find reasons to hope. Your existence proves that human resilience can triumph over even the most overwhelming disasters. The fact that you've survived to age 9 means you carry within you the genetic heritage, cultural knowledge, and adaptive capacity that will help rebuild the world after the plague finally ends. You are both a victim of one of history's greatest catastrophes and a living symbol of humanity's refusal to surrender to extinction. Your 9th year brings a strange kind of awakening. You begin to understand that the world you've known isn't normal, that other places and times existed where children didn't watch their parents check each morning for swollen glands or black spots. But understanding this difference doesn't make it less real. You're still living in the aftermath of humanity's greatest catastrophe, still breathing air thick with the memory of mass graves and burning houses. The few books that survive in your region tell stories of times before the plague, when markets bustled with hundreds of people and children played in streets without fear of contagion. But these tales feel like myths now, as distant and unbelievable as stories about dragons or magical kingdoms. Your reality is measured in smaller numbers, dozens of people instead of hundreds, handfuls of surviving children instead of schoolyards full of playmates. In prosperity, not success measure, but in simple continuation. Your body bears the physical marks of growing up during catastrophe. Malnutrition has left you smaller than children from healthier times. Your teeth show the telltale signs of periods when adequate food was scarce, with growth lines that map the worst months of your early childhood. Your bones are less dense than they should be, making you more prone to breaks and injuries. But you're also surprisingly strong in other ways, with an immune system that's been hard hit. The few tested by constant exposure to disease and other surviving children in your area have become your closest companions through shared experience rather than choice. You know each other's families, health histories, and survival strategies intimately. These friendships carry an intensity unknown to children in peaceful times, because everyone understands how precious and fragile these connections are. When one of your friends develops a fever, the entire group holds its breath, knowing that recovery isn't guaranteed and that loss is always possible. Learning continues, but in forms your ancestors wouldn't recognize as education. You can't read or write, but you can identify dozens of medicinal plants by sight and smell. You don't know mathematics beyond basic counting, but you understand complex relationships between food preservation, seasonal weather patterns, and survival strategies. Your knowledge is practical, immediate, and literally life-saving, even if it wouldn't be recognized in schools or universities. The religious instruction you receive reflects the theological chaos that the plague has created within Christianity. Some priests preach that suffering brings salvation and that enduring hardship demonstrates faith. Others suggest that the plague represents a test that faithful communities can overcome through proper devotion. Still others whisper doubts about divine justice when innocent children die alongside supposed sinners. These conflicting messages leave you with a complicated relationship to faith that combines desperate hope with profound uncertainty. Your family's economic situation has stabilized somewhat by your 9th year. Not because conditions have improved, but because expectations have adjusted to new realities. Survival has replaced prosperity as the primary goal. Your father might own tools and land that once belonged to dead neighbors, not through inheritance or purchase, but through the simple fact that no one else remains to claim them. Property rights have become fluid when traditional ownership structures have collapsed. The seasonal rhythms that once structured rural life have been permanently altered. Spring planting happens when there are enough healthy people to do the work, not according to traditional calendars. Harvest celebrations occur when there's actually something to harvest, which isn't every year. Winter preparations begin earlier and involve more desperate measures because failed harvests have become common when agricultural knowledge dies with experienced farmers. Your mother, if she's survived this long, has developed skills that previous generations of women rarely needed. She might know basic surgery from treating plague buboes. She can set broken bones because no trained physicians are available. She understands herbal medicine not from formal training, but from watching friends and relatives try every possible remedy in their final days. These skills make her invaluable to your community, but they also represent knowledge gained through witnessing tremendous suffering. The stories told around your hearth have evolved to reflect new realities. Traditional fairy tales about brave knights and beautiful princesses have been replaced by cautionary tales about families who survived through cooperation, communities that thrived by helping each other, and individuals who demonstrated wisdom by recognizing and avoiding danger. These stories serve multiple purposes: entertainment, instruction, and emotional processing of trauma that has no other outlet. Your understanding of death has become so normalized that it's difficult to imagine children who've never seen a corpse or attended a funeral. You've helped dig graves, carried bodies wrapped in simple shrouds, and participated in burial ceremonies that prioritize speed and safety over traditional rituals. Death isn't frightening in the abstract way it might be for protected children. It's simply another part of life, as predictable as sunrise and as common as rainfall. The few travelers who pass through your area bring news from other regions that's usually grim. London has lost more than half its population. Paris looks like a ghost city with entire neighborhoods standing empty. Florence, once a center of trade and culture, struggles to maintain basic services. But occasionally, visitors bring hopeful news about communities that seem to be recovering, areas where new babies are being born and surviving, regions where normal life might be slowly returning. Your family's relationship with neighboring survivors has deepened into bonds that transcend traditional social boundaries. The blacksmith's widow shares meals with your family, not because of friendship, but because pooling resources increases everyone's chances of survival. The former manor lord's teenage son works alongside peasant children in the fields because labour shortages have made class distinctions temporarily irrelevant. These relationships might not outlast the crisis, but for now they provide essential support networks. The physical infrastructure of your world continues to decay as there aren't enough people to maintain roads, bridges, buildings, and other structures that require regular upkeep. Paths that once connected villages become overgrown and impassable. Wells that provided clean water fill with debris, or that ground grain into flour stand go dry. Mills de-abandoned because the millers died and no one learned their techniques. Your community becomes increasingly isolated as transportation networks fail. Your diet has stabilized around foods that can be reliably produced or gathered locally. Wild plants make up a larger portion of meals than they would have before the plague. Not by choice, but by necessity. You know which mushrooms are safe to eat, which berries provide the most nutrition, and which roots can be ground into flour substitutes. This knowledge represents survival skills that previous generations took for granted, but that became critical when normal food distribution systems collapsed. The few domestic animals that remain in your area are treasured beyond their practical value. A surviving cow represents not just milk and meat, but continuity with the world that existed before the plague. Chickens that lay eggs are protected like precious jewels. A horse that can pull a plough or carry riders represents mobility and capability that have become rare luxuries. These animals receive care and attention that reflects their importance to community survival. Your sleep is often interrupted by nightmares that process the trauma you've witnessed and experienced, dreams about pursuing you, loved ones disappearing, or being abandoned in empty villages plague, reflect the deep psychological impact of growing up during catastrophe. But you've also developed coping mechanisms that help manage these fears. Morning routines that confirm your family's health, daily activities that provide structure and purpose, and evening rituals that offer comfort and security. The religious calendar that once marked the passage of time has been simplified and adapted to current realities. Major feast days are still observed when possible, but many minor celebrations have been abandoned. Christmas might be marked with a simple prayer, rather than elaborate ceremonies. Easter services happen in half-empty churches with abbreviated liturgies. These changes reflect not just reduced populations, but also theological uncertainty about how to worship during times of unprecedented suffering. Your family's planning horizon has shortened dramatically compared to previous generations. Instead of thinking about next year's crops or long-term marriage arrangements, decisions are made based on immediate needs and short-term survival. This shortened perspective affects everything from food storage strategies to educational priorities. Why teach children skills they might not live to use when immediate survival knowledge is more pressing? The legal and governmental structures that once provided order and predictability have largely collapsed or become irrelevant. Courts don't function when judges are dead. Tax collection becomes impossible when tax collectors have fled or died. Military service obligations are meaningless when armies can't be maintained. Your family operates in a world where formal authority has been replaced by informal agreements between survivors who need each other's cooperation to continue living. By your 10th birthday, you represent something remarkable in demographic terms. Child mortality rates during the plague years were so extreme that reaching double digits puts you in a small minority of survivors. Your continued existence demonstrates not just luck, but the extraordinary efforts of adults who've managed to provide protection, nutrition, and medical care under impossible circumstances. You're living proof that human determination can triumph over even the most overwhelming challenges. The landscape of your childhood has been permanently altered by abandonment and decay. Villages that once supported hundreds of residents now house dozens. Fields that once produced abundant harvests lie fallow because there aren't enough workers to cultivate them. Forests have begun to reclaim agricultural land, creating a wilder, less controlled environment than previous generations knew. This rewilding process affects everything from hunting opportunities to travel safety. Your emotional development has been shaped by experiences that would be considered traumatic in normal times, but that have become routine during the plague years. You've learned to form attachments while remaining prepared for loss. You've developed empathy that encompasses understanding both suffering and resilience. You've gained wisdom about human nature that comes from watching how people behave under extreme stress. These emotional skills will serve you well if you survive to adulthood, but they represent a childhood lost to circumstances beyond anyone's control. The few luxury items that remain in your community are treasured not for their beauty, but for their rarity and the memories they represent. A piece of silk cloth becomes precious because it connects your family to the world of trade and prosperity that existed before the plague. A metal mirror reflects not just faces, but also the craftsmanship of smiths who might no longer exist. A book, if your family possesses one, represents knowledge and culture that survived when so much else was lost. Your understanding of geography expands slowly through stories told by refugees and occasional travelers, but it's a geography of loss rather than opportunity. You learn about distant cities through accounts of their devastation rather than their achievements. Foreign countries exist in your imagination primarily as places where the plague has also struck, where other children like you are struggling with similar challenges. The world seems smaller because so much of it has been emptied by death. The seasonal festivals that survive in your community have been stripped down to essential elements that emphasize community solidarity and mutual support rather than elaborate celebration. Harvest gatherings focus on sharing scarce resources equitably. Religious holidays become occasions for collective prayer and mutual encouragement, rather than joyous celebration. These simplified observances reflect both reduced resources and changed priorities that emphasize survival over tradition. Your family's relationship with risk has been fundamentally altered by plague experience. Decisions that previous generations might have made casually now require careful consideration of potential consequences. Travel to nearby villages involves weighing the benefits of trade or information against the dangers of disease exposure. Accepting strangers into your home could provide valuable labor or companionship, but it could also introduce fatal contagion. Every choice becomes a calculated gamble with life and death implications. The medical knowledge available to your family represents a confusing blend of traditional wisdom, desperate experimentation, and religious faith. Your mother might treat wounds with honey because experience has shown it helps prevent infection, even though she doesn't understand the scientific principles involved. She might also burn certain herbs because they're believed to purify air, or recite specific prayers because spiritual protection seems as important as physical treatment. These approaches reflect the limited options available when professional medical care doesn't exist. Your education in practical skills continues to expand as you take on responsibilities that would normally be reserved for older children. You can preserve meat through smoking and salting techniques learned from watching adults. You understand basic principles of food safety that prevent additional illness in families already weakened by malnutrition. You can identify safe drinking water sources and know how to purify questionable water using available methods. These skills represent survival knowledge that's more immediately valuable than literacy or formal learning. The few books and written materials that remain in your area have taken on almost sacred significance as repositories of knowledge that might otherwise be lost. A farmer's almanac becomes precious because it contains information about planting schedules and weather patterns. A religious text provides not just spiritual comfort, but also moral guidance for communities trying to maintain ethical standards under extreme circumstances. A merchant's ledger might contain the only remaining record of trade relationships and economic practices that once connected your region to broader markets. Your family's sleep patterns have adapted to the realities of living in a world where danger can arrive without warning. Adults take turns staying awake to watch for signs of illness in family members or threats from outside. Children sleep lightly, ready to wait quickly if circumstances require immediate action. Dreams often involve scenarios related to survival challenges, suggesting that even unconscious mental processes are focused on adapting to dangerous circumstances. The economic relationships that structure your community have evolved to emphasize mutual aid and resource sharing rather than individual profit or accumulation. Families pool tools, seeds, and labor because cooperation increases everyone's chances of survival. Skilled individuals share knowledge freely because maintaining community capabilities benefits everyone. These collaborative approaches might not persist once normal conditions return, but they're essential for getting through current crises. Your understanding of the natural world has deepened through necessity, as your family relies increasingly on wild resources to supplement cultivated foods. You grow indifferent can identify edible plants that seasons, know which animals are safe to hunt or trap, and understand weather patterns that affect food gathering opportunities. This ecological knowledge connects you to the natural environment in ways that previous generations of children, who relied more heavily on agricultural production, might not have experienced. The few domestic crafts that continue in your community have been simplified and adapted to available materials and reduce time for non-essential activities. Clothing is mended and remended until it falls apart, then repurposed into other useful items. Pottery is made from local clay using basic techniques because elaborate decorative work is less important than functional utility. These simplified crafts reflect both material limitations and changed priorities that emphasize function over form. Your relationship with seasonal changes has intensified because your survival depends more directly on natural cycles than it would have for children in more prosperous times. You anticipate spring, not just because winter is uncomfortable, but because spring means fresh food sources and the possibility of successful planting. Summer represents not just warm weather, but crucial growing seasons that determine whether your family will have enough food for winter. Autumn brings both harvest opportunities and the anxiety of preparing for months when fresh food won't be available. The few religious practices that continue in your community have been adapted to reflect current realities and available resources. Church services might be held in homes rather than formal church buildings because there aren't enough people to maintain large structures or support full-time clergy. Prayers focus on immediate needs like health, safety, and adequate food rather than abstract theological concepts. Religious instruction emphasizes practical moral guidance for communities under stress rather than complex doctrinal issues. Your family's relationship with memory has become both more precious and more painful as time passes. Remembering relatives and friends who died during the worst plague years keeps their memory alive, but also reinforces awareness of how much has been lost. Sharing stories about life before the plague helps maintain cultural continuity, but also emphasizes how different current circumstances are from what previous generations considered normal. These memories serve as both comfort and reminder of the scale of change your family has experienced. The physical spaces where you live and play have been marked by the plague experience in ways that will persist long after current crises end. Former garden plots are marked by stone piles that once marked graves. Abandoned houses serve as reminders of families that no longer exist. Overgrown paths show where regular travel once connected communities that are now too small to maintain those connections. These physical markers create a landscape of memory that preserves evidence of what was lost. By age 11, you've developed a relationship with uncertainty that would be unusual for children in more stable times. You understand that plans might change suddenly based on health crises, weather patterns, or resource availability. You've learnt to find security in adaptability rather than predictability. You can adjust to new circumstances quickly because experience has taught you that flexibility is often more valuable than rigid adherence to predetermined plans. Your family's approach to celebrating personal milestones has been simplified but not entirely abandoned. Birthdays might be marked with special meals if resources permit, or with small gifts made from available materials. Coming-of-age moments are acknowledged even if traditional ceremonies can't be performed. These celebrations serve important psychological functions by providing structure and meaning in lives that might otherwise feel overwhelmed by loss and uncertainty. The few trade relationships that persist in your area operate on principles of trust and mutual benefit that go beyond simple economic exchange. Merchants who travel between surviving communities aren't just bringing goods. They're bringing news, knowledge, and connection to the broader world. Your family might trade surplus vegetables not just for needed tools, but for information about conditions in other regions or news about relatives who might have survived in distant areas. Your understanding of human nature has been shaped by observing how people behave under extreme stress and limited resources. You've seen examples of remarkable generosity when individuals share scarce resources with neighbors in need. You've also witnessed selfishness and cruelty when fear overwhelms moral considerations. These observations have given normally take you wisdom about human behavior that might decades to acquire. But they've also created a complex worldview that combines cynicism with hope. The few educational opportunities available to you focus on practical skills and survival knowledge rather than abstract learning or cultural enrichment. You might learn basic arithmetic through helping with food rationing or trade calculations. You could develop organizational skills through helping manage household resources. You might gain leadership experience through helping coordinate community activities. These learning opportunities are valuable, but they represent a much narrower range of knowledge than children in more prosperous times would typically receive. Your family's relationship with the changing seasons has become more intense and immediate because seasonal variations directly affect survival prospects. Winter preparation begins earlier and involves more careful calculation of food supplies, fuel needs, and shelter requirements. Spring planting receives more attention because successful crops could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Summer growing seasons are monitored more carefully because weather patterns that affect crop yields have life and death implications. The few animals that remain in your area have learned to coexist with reduced to human settlements because there are fewer people to disturb them. Domestic animals that survived human populations in ways that create venture, closer new ecological relationships. Wild animals, populations, represent both resources, developed different behaviors, adapted. The plague might have to change circumstances. These animal communities trying to rebuild and challenges forward after catastrophic population loss. Your sleep impact of growing up during catastrophic and dream patterns continue to reflect the psychological times. Nightmares might involve scenarios of abandonment, disease, or starvation that process fears about current circumstances. But you've also developed coping strategies that help manage these fears, including bedtime routines that provide comfort and security, and morning rituals that confirm your family's continued health and safety. As you approach your 12th birthday, you represent something unprecedented in human history. A child who has grown up during one of the most devastating pandemics ever recorded and survived, not just physically, but psychologically. Your existence proves that human resilience can triumph over circumstances that seem impossible to endure. Your knowledge, skills, and emotional strength will be essential for rebuilding communities and societies that have been shattered by loss. The world you inhabit at age 12 bears the permanent scars of the plague years, but it also shows signs of slowly beginning to heal. Some abandoned fields are being replanted by survivors who've learned new agricultural techniques through necessity. Some empty houses are being rebuilt or repaired by families who've gained construction skills through managing their own shelter needs. Some communities are beginning to re-establish trade relationships and cultural practices that connect them to the broader world. Your survival to this age represents not just personal triumph, but hope for the future of human civilization. You carry within you genetic, cultural, and psychological resources that will be essential for reconstruction. Your experience has taught you lessons about cooperation, resilience, and adaptation that will serve communities well as they work to rebuild what was lost. You are living proof that even the most devastating catastrophes cannot completely destroy the human capacity for survival, growth, and renewal. The knowledge you've gained through surviving the plague years will shape not just your own future, but the future of communities that are slowly beginning to recover. Your understanding of practical skills, human nature, and survival strategies represents wisdom that will be valuable for generations. Your emotional resilience and psychological strength will help you become a leader and contributor to rebuilt societies. Your very existence serves as inspiration for others who might face similar challenges in the future. By age 12, you've witnessed something that will haunt Europe for generations. The plague isn't finished with your world. It returns in waves, smaller outbreaks that remind everyone that death is never truly gone. Just when communities begin to believe they've survived the worst, another family develops fever, another house gets boarded shut, another grave gets dug, but something else is happening around you. The survivors are changing. The rigid social order that defined medieval life for centuries is cracking like ice in spring. Your father, once bound to work his lord's land without question, now finds himself in a position he never imagined. There aren't enough peasants left alive to work the fields. For the first time in generations, common people have leverage. Lords who once treated peasants like expendable property now compete for their labour. They offer higher wages, better working conditions, even plots of land that would have been unthinkable gifts before the plague. Your father might find himself earning 3 times what his own father made, not because he's more skilled, but because he's alive when so many others aren't. This shift terrifies the nobility. They watch their authority crumble as desperate lords bid against each other for workers. Laws get passed trying to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, but they're impossible to enforce. Dead sheriffs can't arrest living peasants. Empty jails can't hold workers that everyone needs. The feudal system that seemed permanent as stone begins dissolving like salt in rain. Your mother, if she's survived, finds herself with opportunities that medieval women rarely experienced. With so many traditional gender roles disrupted by death, women take on responsibilities that were once exclusively male domains. She might manage property that belonged to dead relatives, or practice medical skills learned from treating plague victims, or even participate in village decisions that women were previously excluded from. The church struggles with its own transformation. So many priests died administering last rites that entire regions lack proper clergy. Bishops ordain men who would never have qualified under normal circumstances. Some parishes turn to lay leaders, including women, to maintain religious services. The Pope's authority seems distant and theoretical when local communities must improvise their own spiritual survival. Education, such as it exists, becomes entirely practical. The cathedral schools that once taught Latin grammar to future clerks stand empty. Monasteries that preserved classical texts have too few monks to continue their work. Instead, children learn through apprenticeships with whatever skilled workers remain alive. You might train with a blacksmith, not because you're drawn to the trade, but because he's the only adult in the area who knows how to work iron. Literacy rates, already low before the plague, plummet even further. Books become rare treasures when the scribes who copied them by hand are dead. The few people who can read and write find themselves in positions of unusual influence. A peasant who learned basic letters from a village priest might become a local administrator simply because no one else can keep records. Your understanding of medicine evolves beyond the crude theories that failed so spectacularly during the plague's worst years. Through necessity, your family has learned practical techniques that actually work. Honey prevents wound infection, though you don't know why. Willow bark tea reduces fever, though the concept of salicylic acid is centuries in the future. Quarantine measures keep disease from spreading, though germ theory hasn't been invented. These hard-won medical insights spread through survivor networks in ways that bypass traditional educational institutions. A midwife who learned to deliver babies safely during plague conditions teaches her techniques to other women. A farmer who discovered effective ways to preserve food shares his methods with neighbouring families. Knowledge flows horizontally between survivors rather than vertically through formal hierarchies. The rhythm of agricultural life slowly adapts to reduced populations and changed circumstances. Fields that once required dozens of workers are cultivated by a handful of survivors using more efficient techniques. The heavy mouldboard plough, which required teams of oxen and multiple operators, gives way to lighter tools that one person can manage. Crop selection shifts toward hardy varieties that require less labour and provide better nutrition. Food production stabilises around sustainable levels that match reduced populations. The desperate hunger of the plague years gradually gives way to more predictable, if still modest, food supplies. Surviving families develop sophisticated preservation and storage techniques that ensure more consistent nutrition throughout the year. Wild foods remain important supplements, but cultivated crops begin providing reliable foundations for diets. Your family's housing situation improves not through construction, but through inheritance of abandonment. Empty houses provide building materials, furniture, and tools that would have taken years to accumulate under normal circumstances. Your family might move into a stone cottage that once housed a merchant's family, or acquire livestock from farms whose owners didn't survive. The concept of private property becomes more fluid as traditional ownership structures break down. Land that legally belonged to dead nobles might be farmed by peasant families who simply moved in and started working it. Tools, animals, and household goods change hands through practical necessity rather than formal inheritance procedures. Possession becomes 9/10 of ownership when legal systems can't function. Trade relationships slowly rebuild, but on different terms than existed before the plague. The elaborate commercial networks that connected medieval Europe have been shattered. New trading partnerships emerge based on immediate needs and available resources rather than traditional routes and relationships. A village blacksmith might trade directly with distant communities, bypassing the merchant hierarchies that once controlled commerce. Your family's relationship with money evolves as currency becomes less relevant to daily survival. Coins from dead rulers or dissolved kingdoms might have theoretical value, but actual wealth consists of useful goods and productive capabilities. A cow that produces milk is worth more than a bag of silver coins if there's nothing to buy with that silver. Regional dialects and languages begin diverging more rapidly as communities become isolated from broader cultural influences. The Latin that once united educated Europeans across national boundaries survives only in scattered religious contexts. Local languages develop new words for plague-related experiences while losing vocabulary related to disappeared trades and social practices. Your family's religious practices continue evolving away from formal church doctrine toward more personal and immediate spiritual needs. God remains important, but divine authority seems more accessible and less mediated by clerical hierarchies. Prayer becomes more conversational and less ritualistic. Religious observance focuses on gratitude for survival rather than elaborate theological concepts. Folk beliefs and superstitions proliferate in the absence of authoritative religious instruction. Protective charms, herbal remedies, and ritual practices multiply as communities develop their own approaches to warding off future disasters. These beliefs blend Christian symbolism with practical wisdom and psychological comfort in ways that create new forms of popular religion. Marriage customs adapt to demographic realities that would have been unimaginable before the plague. Young people marry earlier because life expectancy remains uncertain. Class restrictions on marriage partnerships relax when noble bloodlines have been decimated and practical compatibility becomes more important than social status. Widow remarriage becomes common and socially accepted out of economic necessity. Child-rearing practices reflect hard-won knowledge about infant survival in difficult circumstances. Parents develop more sophisticated understanding of nutrition, hygiene, and disease prevention through tragic experience with child mortality. Surviving children receive more intensive attention and resources because families can't afford to lose any more members. Your education in practical skills continues expanding as you take on adult responsibilities at ages that would seem impossibly young under normal circumstances. By 13, you might be managing significant economic decisions, caring for younger children, or practicing skilled trades that require years of training under peaceful conditions. This accelerated development makes you more capable, but also cuts short the protected period of childhood. The few books and written materials that survive in your area become treasured resources that get shared among multiple families. A single prayer book might serve an entire village. A farmer's almanac gets copied by hand multiple times. Technical manuals for crafts or agriculture get memorized and recited to preserve essential knowledge. These texts take on almost sacred significance as links to lost knowledge. Your family's approach to planning and decision-making reflects lessons learned during the plague's worst years about the importance of flexibility and preparedness. Food gets stored in multiple locations in case one cache is lost. Important possessions get distributed among trusted neighbours to reduce risk. Skills and knowledge get shared widely so that communities aren't dependent on single individuals. The physical landscape around you continues changing as nature reclaims abandoned human settlements. Forests expand into former agricultural areas. Rivers change course when dams and bridges aren't maintained. Wildlife populations shift as hunting pressure decreases and habitat patterns change. You're growing up in a world that's becoming wilder and less controlled than your grandparents knew. Your understanding of time and history develops differently than it would have for children in more stable periods. The plague years divide time into before and after in ways that make earlier periods seem like distant legends. Your parents' childhood stories sound like tales from another world. The rapid pace of change makes even recent events feel ancient. Economic inequality, while still present, operates on different principles than existed before the plague. Wealth increasingly depends on practical capabilities and useful resources rather than inherited status or abstract financial instruments. A skilled craftsman might live better than a nominal noble who lacks productive abilities. Social mobility increases when traditional barriers have been swept away by mortality. Your family's relationship with neighbouring communities strengthens as survival continues requiring cooperation beyond individual household capabilities. Villages that might have been rivals or strangers before the plague develop mutual aid agreements and shared resource management systems. These regional networks provide security and stability that individual families couldn't achieve alone. The few children your age who survive in your area develop unusually close relationships based on shared experience of growing up during catastrophic times. These friendships carry intensity and loyalty that children from peaceful eras might not understand. You know each other's families, health histories, survival strategies, and deepest fears in ways that create bonds stronger than typical childhood friendships. Your emotional development continues being shaped by the constant presence of loss and uncertainty, but also by growing evidence that survival and recovery are possible. You've learned to process grief quickly while remaining open to new attachments. You can plan for the future while remaining prepared for sudden changes. These psychological skills will serve you well, regardless of what challenges lie ahead. The seasonal celebrations that continue in your community have evolved to emphasize themes of survival, renewal, and community solidarity, rather than traditional religious or cultural messages. Harvest festivals celebrate successful food production. Spring ceremonies mark the survival of another winter. These observances help maintain cultural continuity while acknowledging changed circumstances. Your family's housing and living arrangements continue improving as you gain access to abandoned properties and accumulate useful possessions from various sources. Empty houses provide furniture, tools, and building materials. Abandoned workshops offer equipment for crafts and trades. These resources would have taken generations to accumulate under normal circumstances. The medical knowledge available to your community represents a practical synthesis of traditional wisdom, desperate experimentation, and hard-won experience with treating various ailments using available resources. Folk remedies that actually work get preserved and refined. Dangerous practices that proved harmful get abandoned. This knowledge base is more limited than formal medical training would provide, but it's also more practical and immediately useful. Your education in reading the natural world continues expanding as your family relies increasingly on wild resources and natural indicators to guide survival decisions. You can predict weather patterns that affect food gathering and preservation. You understand seasonal cycles that determine when different resources are available. You can identify signs of environmental change that might affect community survival. Trade skills and craft knowledge that survive in your community get transmitted through intensive apprenticeships that compress years of training into shorter periods out of necessity. Master craftsmen who remain alive take on multiple apprentices to ensure their knowledge doesn't die with them. These accelerated training programs produce skilled workers more quickly, but with less depth than traditional 7-year apprenticeships. Your family's relationship with uncertainty has evolved from the panic and desperation of the plague's worst years toward a more stable acceptance of unpredictability as a normal condition of life. You've learned to make decisions without perfect information, to adapt plans when circumstances change, and to find security in flexibility rather than rigid structures. The few luxury items and decorative objects that remain in your community take on enhanced significance as connections to cultural traditions and aesthetic values that transcend mere survival. A piece of coloured glass becomes precious, not just for its rarity, but for its beauty. A carved wooden spoon represents craftsmanship and artistic expression that affirm human dignity beyond basic necessity. Your understanding of social relationships reflects the breakdown of traditional hierarchies and the emergence of new forms of organisation based on practical contributions rather than inherited status. Leaders emerge through demonstrated competence rather than noble birth. Respect gets earned through useful skills rather than family connections. These changes might not persist if normal conditions return, but they shape your expectations about how societies should function. The few religious services and ceremonies that continue in your community have been adapted to available resources and current needs while maintaining essential spiritual functions. Prayer services might be held in homes rather than churches. Sacraments might be administered by lay leaders when priests aren't available. These modifications preserve religious life while acknowledging practical limitations. Your family's approaching cultural to preserve knowledge reflects awareness that traditions and skills could be lost forever if they're not actively maintained. Stories get told and retold to preserve oral history. Songs get taught to children to maintain musical traditions. Craft techniques get demonstrated repeatedly to ensure knowledge transmission. These preservation efforts help maintain community identity across disrupted generations. By age 14, you've developed capabilities and wisdom that would have taken much longer to acquire under peaceful circumstances. You can manage complex household operations, practice skilled trades, make important decisions under pressure, and provide leadership when needed. This accelerated development makes you more capable, but also represents childhood experiences that no child should have to endure. The world you inhabit at 14 shows clear signs of slow recovery from the catastrophic disruption of the plague years. Population levels remain much lower than before the pandemic, but birth rates among survivors have begun increasing. Agricultural production has stabilized around sustainable levels. Trade networks are gradually rebuilding. Communities are re-establishing cultural and religious practices. Your survival to this age represents not just personal achievement, but evidence that human societies can recover from even the most devastating disasters. Your generation carries unique knowledge about survival, adaptation, and resilience that will be valuable for rebuilding communities and preventing future catastrophes. Your experiences have taught you lessons about human nature, social organization, and crisis management that will serve you throughout your life. The knowledge and skills you've developed through surviving the plague years will shape your adult contributions to rebuilt societies. Your understanding of practical medicine, efficient agriculture, crisis management, and community cooperation will be essential for communities working to achieve stability and prosperity. Your emotional resilience and psychological strength will help you become a leader and mentor for future generations. Your existence at 14 proves that even the most catastrophic events cannot civilization completely destroy human. You carry within you genetic, cultural, and intellectual, the worst resources that survive pandemic in recorded history. Your generation will rebuild hard-won wisdom what was lost while incorporating about survival and adaptation. You are living evidence of humanity's capacity to endure, learn, and ultimately triumph over seemingly impossible challenges. Your 15th birthday passes without fanfare, marked only by your mother's quiet prayer of gratitude. You've now lived longer than most people expected when you drew your first breath in that plague-ravaged world. The scars on your psyche run deep, but so does something else. Strength. The kind forged in fire that most humans never need to develop. The communities around you are slowly stitching themselves back together, but it's not the same fabric that existed before. It's something entirely new, woven from threads of survival, adaptation, and hard-won wisdom. Villages that once housed 300 souls now support. But maybe 60, those 60 have efficiency with and learn to work cooperation that would have amazed their ancestors. Your role in this reconstructed world has evolved beyond what any medieval child would have experienced. At 15, you're not just helping with adult tasks, you're leading them. The blacksmith who taught you metalwork died 2 winters ago, leaving you as the only person for miles who understands how to repair plows and horseshoes. This isn't childhood ending gradually, it's responsibility thrust upon you because alternatives don't exist. Marriage discussions begin earlier for your generation, not from romantic tradition, but from practical necessity. Bloodlines that survived the plague are precious. Can and communities afford to lose potential parents to accidents or disease without ensuring they've contributed to population recovery first? Your parents might arrange your betrothal to someone from a neighbouring village, cementing alliances that help both communities access broader resource networks. The girl you might marry, assuming she exists and has survived, faces similar pressures and opportunities. Medieval women's roles have expanded dramatically as traditional gender restrictions became irrelevant when survival required everyone to contribute whatever skills they possessed. She might know advanced herbal medicine learned from treating plague victims, or manage livestock operations that would have been exclusively male domains before the demographic catastrophe. Your wedding, when it happens, won't resemble the elaborate celebrations your grandparents might remember. Resources remain too scarce for extensive festivities, and communities have learned to view public gatherings with lingering suspicion about disease transmission. Instead, you'll have a simple ceremony focused on practical commitments, promises to share resources, support each other through future crises, and work together toward family and community survival. The house you'll establish with your spouse might be built entirely from materials salvaged from abandoned properties. Stone foundations from a dead merchant's home, timber from a collapsed manor house, iron fittings from workshops whose owners succumbed to plague. This recycling isn't just economical, it's symbolic. You're literally building your future from the remnants of the world that died around your childhood. Your children, when they arrive, will grow up hearing stories about the plague years as history rather than lived experience. You'll tell them about the time when church bells rang constantly for the dead, when entire families disappeared overnight, when their grandparents watched neighbours die faster than graves could be dug. But these stories will sound like ancient legends to children who've never seen mass mortality. The parenting skills you develop will reflect lessons learned during the catastrophic years about protecting children in dangerous circumstances. You'll know more about childhood diseases, nutrition requirements, and developmental milestones than most medieval parents because your generation was forced to learn these things through tragic experience. Your children will benefit from medical knowledge that was unknown before the plague forced rapid learning. Educational opportunities for your children will blend traditional medieval approaches with practical innovations developed during the recovery period. They might learn reading and writing if books and teachers are available, but they'll definitely learn crafts, agriculture, medicine, and survival skills that proved essential during crisis years. This education will be broader and more practical than what previous generations typically received. The religious instruction your children receive will reflect the theological evolution that occurred during and after the plague. God remains central to community life, but divine authority seems more accessible and less mediated by elaborate clerical hierarchies. Prayer emphasizes gratitude for survival and requests for protection, rather than abstract theological concepts that seemed irrelevant during mass mortality. Your adult perspective on wealth and status differs fundamentally from medieval norms because you've seen how quickly traditional hierarchies can collapse when faced with mortality that doesn't respect social boundaries. You value practical skills, useful resources, and reliable relationships more than inherited titles or accumulated coins. This pragmatic approach to success influences how you raise your children and organize your household. The agricultural techniques you employ on whatever land you manage incorporate innovations developed during the recovery period, when labor shortages forced efficiency improvements. You might use lighter plows that require fewer operators, plant hardy crop varieties that provide better nutrition with less cultivation, or develop preservation methods that ensure food security through difficult seasons. Your relationship with seasonal cycles remains intense because experience has taught you how quickly favorable conditions can disappear and how important preparation is for survival. Spring planting receives careful attention because successful crops could determine your family's welfare through the following year. Autumn preparations begin early because winter survival depends on adequate resources and proper planning. The trade relationships you develop with neighboring communities operate on principles of mutual benefit and long-term cooperation rather than short-term profit maximization. You understand that community survival requires networks of support that transcend individual family interests. A good harvest might be shared with neighbors who experience crop failures, creating obligations that provide security during future difficulties. Your family's approach to risk management reflects hard-won knowledge about the importance of redundancy and flexibility when facing uncertain circumstances. Important possessions get stored in multiple locations. Essential skills get shared among several community members. Food production involves diverse crops rather than dependence on single varieties. These strategies provide security against various types of potential disasters. The medical knowledge you possess represents a practical synthesis of traditional remedies, experimental treatments discovered during plague years, and careful observation of what actually works under available conditions. You can treat common ailments using locally available herbs and techniques. You understand basic principles of disease prevention and wound care. This knowledge makes you valuable to your community while helping protect your family. Your understanding of human psychology has been shaped by observing how people behave under resources. You've extreme stress and seen examples of remarkable courage, shocking selfishness, creative problem solving, and complete psychological collapse. This knowledge helps you navigate social relationships, predict community dynamics, and provide leadership when circumstances require difficult decisions. The stories you tell around your hearth blend traditional folk tales with accounts of survival and recovery from the plague years. These narratives serve multiple purposes: entertainment, moral instruction, historical preservation, and psychological processing of trauma that continues affecting your generation. Children learn practical lessons disguised as exciting adventures. Your family's religious observances have evolved to emphasize themes of gratitude, community solidarity, and protection from future disasters rather than abstract theological concepts. Prayer services focus on practical concerns like health, adequate food, and community harmony. Religious festivals celebrate survival and recovery rather than elaborate doctrinal principles. Economic planning for your household operates on shorter time horizons than would have been typical before the plague, because experience has taught you how quickly circumstances can change. You focus on maintaining adequate reserves for immediate needs while remaining flexible about longer-term investments. This approach provides security while acknowledging continued uncertainty about the future. Your children's education includes extensive instruction in practical skills that proved essential during crisis years. They learn food preservation techniques, basic medical care, crafts that provide useful household items, and agricultural methods that ensure reliable food production. This education is broader and more immediately practical than traditional medieval learning. The physical environment where you raise your family continues showing signs of recovery from plague devastation, but it remains fundamentally altered from pre-pandemic conditions. Population density stays much lower than historical norms. Abandoned areas have been reclaimed by forests and wildlife. Agricultural production focuses on areas that can be efficiently managed by reduced labor forces. Your family's relationship with neighboring households operates on principles of mutual aid and resource sharing that became essential during the plague years and have continued because they provide security and efficiency benefits. Tools, labor, and knowledge get shared among trusted community members. These relationships create support networks that help individual families manage challenges that might overwhelm isolated households. The few books and written materials available in your area receive careful preservation and widespread sharing because your generation understands how easily knowledge can be lost when educated individuals die suddenly. Technical manuals, religious texts, and historical records get copied by hand when possible. Oral traditions receive careful transmission to preserve cultural memory. Your approach to child rearing reflects lessons learned about protecting children during dangerous times while also preparing them for uncertain futures. You provide more intensive attention and resources to each child because family sizes remain smaller and each child represents precious genetic and cultural continuity. You also teach practical skills earlier because circumstances might require adult responsibilities at young ages. The marriage customs practiced in your community have adapted to demographic realities that make traditional courtship patterns impractical or impossible. Young people marry earlier because life expectancy remains uncertain. Class restrictions on marriage partnerships have relaxed because noble bloodlines were decimated and practical compatibility has become more important than social status. Your family's housing situation reflects both the opportunities and challenges of living in a world where abandoned properties provide resources, but also require maintenance that might exceed available labor capacity. You might live in a stone house that once belonged to a merchant family, but keeping it in good repair requires skills and materials that are sometimes difficult to obtain. The seasonal festivals that continue in your community emphasize themes of community solidarity, gratitude for survival, and preparation for potential future challenges, rather than elaborate traditional celebrations that require resources your community can't afford. These observances help maintain cultural continuity while acknowledging changed circumstances and priorities. Your understanding of social organization reflects the breakdown of traditional hierarchies that occurred during the plague years, and the emergence of new leadership patterns based on demonstrated competence rather than inherited authority. You respect individuals who contribute useful skills and reliable support to community welfare, regardless of their family backgrounds or previous social status. Trade relationships that connect your community to broader regional networks operate on principles of mutual benefit and long-term cooperation, rather than short-term profit maximization. You understand that community survival requires stable exchange relationships that provide access to resources and knowledge that individual communities can't produce independently. Your family's approach to preserving cultural knowledge reflects awareness that traditions and skills could disappear forever if they're not actively maintained across generations. Stories, songs, craft techniques, and practical wisdom get transmitted through intensive instruction that ensures continuity, even when communities lose key knowledge holders to death or migration. The medical practices available to your family represent a blend of traditional remedies, experimental treatments developed during plague years, and careful observation of what actually provides beneficial results under available conditions. This knowledge is more limited than formal medical training would provide, but it's also more practical and immediately applicable to circumstances your family actually faces. Your children's play activities reflect both the innocence of childhood and the practical realities of growing up in a world where survival skills are essential knowledge. Their games might involve practicing adult tasks like farming, crafts, or household management. Their toys are simple objects made from available materials, but chosen to provide both entertainment and educational value. The few luxury items and decorative objects that remain in your community take on enhanced significance as connections to cultural values that transcend mere survival necessity. A piece of coloured glass, a carved wooden bowl, or a length of fine cloth represents artistic expression and aesthetic appreciation that affirm human dignity beyond basic material needs. Your family's relationship with the natural environment has intensified because survival depends more directly on understanding seasonal patterns, weather cycles, and ecological relationships than would have been necessary during more prosperous times when communities could rely on extensive trade networks and stored resources to buffer environmental variations. Economic inequality in your community operates on different principles than existed before the plague because wealth increasingly depends on practical capabilities and useful resources rather than inherited status or abstract financial instruments. A skilled craftsman might enjoy better living conditions than a nominal noble who lacks productive abilities or useful knowledge. Your adult perspective on time and historical change has been shaped by witnessing rapid social transformation during your lifetime. The world you inhabit at 20 bears little resemblance to the world your parents knew as children. This experience of accelerated change affects how you plan for the future and what you teach your children about adapting to uncertain circumstances. The religious practices that structure your family's spiritual life have evolved to emphasize personal relationship with divine authority rather than elaborate institutional mediation. Prayer becomes more conversational and less ritualistic. Religious observance focuses on gratitude for survival and requests for continued protection rather than complex theological concepts that seem less relevant to immediate concerns. Your family's food production and consumption patterns reflect both the opportunities and limitations of living in a world where agricultural systems have been disrupted, but also where reduced competition for resources provides access to better land and more diverse food sources than might have been available to your social class before the plague. The craft skills you practice and teach to your children incorporate both traditional techniques and innovations developed during the recovery period when Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight we're descending into one of history's darkest chapters, exploring places where sunlight never reached and screams echoed through stone corridors for centuries. Medieval dungeons. Yes, those underground chambers of terror that have haunted our imagination for generations. But here's the thing. Most of what you think you know about these places is probably wrong. So before we begin this journey into the depths, take a moment to hit that like button if you're ready to uncover some disturbing truths, and subscribe if you want more deep dives into history's most chilling secrets. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and whether you're brave enough to visit one of these places in person. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's descend together into the medieval world's most terrifying spaces. Picture this. You're standing outside a massive stone castle in the year 1400. The walls tower above you, thick and imposing, but it's what lies beneath that should truly terrify you. Below your feet, carved directly into the bedrock, are chambers designed not just to hold prisoners, but to break them completely. These weren't just jails. They were instruments of psychological warfare, architectural nightmares built with one purpose in mind: to strip away every shred of human dignity and hope. The medieval dungeon wasn't some Hollywood invention. It was a calculated system of control, fear, and punishment that operated for centuries across Europe. And the reality was far more sophisticated and disturbing than any movie could portray. These underground labyrinths were found everywhere. Royal palaces, noble castles, church buildings, even monasteries had their own versions of these hellish chambers. Each one carefully designed to serve multiple functions, from simple imprisonment to complex psychological manipulation. Let's start with the architecture itself, because every stone was placed with malicious intent. Medieval dungeon builders understood something that modern psychologists are only now beginning to grasp. Environment shapes the mind. These chambers were deliberately constructed to induce claustrophobia, despair, and complete helplessness. Thick walls, sometimes 5 feet of solid stone, weren't just about keeping people in. They were about keeping sound in. The screams, the pleading, the final moments of broken prisoners, all of it stayed trapped within those suffocating walls. The entrance to most dungeons was through a single heavy door, often double reinforced with iron bands and multiple locks. But here's where it gets interesting. Many dungeons had no doors at all. Instead, prisoners were lowered through openings in the ceiling, trap doors that would slam shut above them, leaving them in complete darkness, with no visible means of escape. The psychological impact was immediate and devastating. You weren't just imprisoned, you were buried alive. Ventilation was minimal, if it existed at all. The air inside these chambers was thick, stagnant, and poisonous. A mixture of human waste, rotting food, mold, and decay that would assault your senses the moment you were thrown inside. This wasn't accidental. The builders knew that sensory torture could be just as effective as physical pain. Your nose would burn, your eyes would water, and your throat would close up from the toxic atmosphere that surrounded you 24 hours a day. The floors were another carefully planned element of torture. In some dungeons, like the infamous oubliette at Warwick Castle, built by William the Conqueror in 1068, the floor was deliberately paved with sharp, jagged stones that jutted up at painful angles. Imagine being thrown into a space so narrow you couldn't stand upright, forced to lie on stones designed to cause constant agony. You couldn't move away from the pain because there was nowhere to go. The ceiling was just inches above your head, creating a claustrophobic nightmare that would drive most people insane within days. But let's talk about the different types of dungeons, because medieval architects had created an entire taxonomy of suffering. At the bottom of this hierarchy were what the Inquisition called cells of mercy. These were reserved for wealthy prisoners who could afford to buy their way into slightly better conditions. Still underground, still terrifying, but with basic furniture like a stool and a crude bed. These prisoners had hope. They knew that if they surrendered their wealth to their captors, they might eventually see sunlight again. One step down were the cells of penitence. These were small round towers about 10 feet in diameter, painted white to create a disorienting, asylum-like atmosphere. Very little light was allowed in, just enough to let prisoners see the walls closing in around them. The psychological impact was deliberate. White walls in near darkness create visual distortions, making the space seem to shift and move around you. Prisoners would often report seeing things that weren't there, shadows dancing in their peripheral vision, faces appearing in the stone. But if you refused to cooperate, if you wouldn't confess to whatever crime they wanted to pin on you, you'd be moved to a true dungeon. Walls 5 feet thick, double doors, and complete darkness. No conversation was allowed, no human contact whatsoever. Food, if you could call it that, was worth less than a penny a day. Human waste was removed every 4 days, meaning you'd spend 3 days sitting in your own filth before anyone bothered to acknowledge your existence. The guards who managed these places were often hereditary positions, passed from father to son like a family business. These weren't random thugs. They were professionals who had refined the art of human suffering over generations. They understood exactly how much food to give a prisoner to keep them alive, but weak. They knew which sounds would drive someone mad in the darkness. They had perfected the timing of visits, the rhythm of hope and despair that would eventually break even the strongest will. And then there was the ultimate horror, the oubliette. The French word means to forget, and that tells you everything you need to know about these chambers. They were designed to make people disappear, not just from the world, but from memory itself. Most oubliettes were narrow vertical shafts, sometimes built into the walls of upper floors rather than underground. They earned the nickname bottle dungeons because of their shape, wide at the bottom, narrow at the top. Prisoners thrown into an oubliette had just enough space to tilt their heads back and see the grate above them, a cruel reminder of the world they'd never rejoin. They couldn't sit properly, couldn't lie down comfortably, couldn't stand upright. Most would die slowly of starvation and despair, their bodies eventually discovered years later, when someone bothered to look down into the forgotten depths. But here's what's truly chilling. Many oubliettes have been discovered with multiple skeletons inside, layers of human remains from different time periods. When a new prisoner was thrown in, they'd land on the bones of those who came before them. The psychological impact was immediate and devastating. You could see your fate written in the remains around you, understanding that you too would be forgotten, that your bones would cushion the fall of the next victim. The conditions inside these dungeons were beyond anything most people today can imagine. Rats were everywhere, not just living alongside prisoners, but actively hunting them. Weak prisoners, those too sick or injured to defend themselves, would often be partially eaten alive by vermin. The lucky ones died quickly. Others would wake to find chunks of their flesh missing, rat bites covering their bodies, their blood attracting even more creatures from the darkness. Disease spread rapidly in these conditions. Typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis, and infections that had no names would sweep through prison populations like wildfire. But here's the twisted part. The authorities often saw disease as a useful tool. If a prisoner died of illness before confessing, well, that was God's judgment. If they survived, they were obviously guilty and deserved whatever punishment awaited them. It was a win-win situation for the jailers. Water was another weapon in the dungeon arsenal. Some prisoners received just enough to stay alive, a few drops a day that would be absorbed by their swollen tongues before it could provide any real relief. Others were subjected to the opposite torture, chained in cells that would flood during heavy rains, forcing them to stand in sewage and filth that rose to their necks. They couldn't drown, but they couldn't escape the constant threat of drowning either. The sounds of medieval dungeons created their own form of torture. Chains clanking in the darkness, the scraping of heavy doors, distant moans and whispers from other prisoners, the scratching of rats in the walls. These sounds would echo through stone corridors, amplified and distorted until prisoners couldn't tell if what they were hearing was real or imagined. The isolation was so complete that many prisoners would begin talking to themselves, then to imaginary companions, then finally descend into complete madness. But perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of dungeon life was the unpredictability. Prisoners never knew when someone might come for them. A sudden torchlight in the darkness could mean food, could mean torture, could mean execution, could mean nothing at all. Guards would sometimes open cell doors just to look inside, then leave without a word. This constant state of anticipation, of never knowing what came next, would break minds faster than any physical torture. The hierarchy among prisoners themselves added another layer of horror to dungeon life. In crowded cells, the strong would prey on the weak, forming brutal societies where violence was the only currency. New prisoners would be robbed of whatever possessions they had, forced to give up their food, their water, even their space. The guards encouraged this behavior because it meant less work for them. Let the prisoners torture each other. Women prisoners faced additional horrors that history has largely tried to forget. Female guards and interrogators, though less common than their male counterparts, were often more creative in their cruelty. They understood psychological pressure points that male torturers missed, using shame, humiliation, and sexual threat as weapons more devastating than any physical device. The Church's role in all of this was particularly disturbing because it wrapped systematic torture in the language of salvation. Inions were present acquisition dunged as places of spiritual healing, where confession would lead to redemption. The twisted logic was that physical pain was temporary, but eternal damnation was forever. Therefore, any amount of earthly suffering was justified if it saved a soul. Priests would visit prisoners not to provide comfort, but to increase psychological pressure, using religious guilt as another instrument of torture. Tonight we've only scratched the surface of these underground chambers of horror. We've talked about the architecture of despair, the calculated cruelty of dungeon design, and the systematic way these places stripped away human dignity. But we haven't yet explored the specific instruments of torture that filled these chambers, the notorious devices that have become synonymous with medieval cruelty. We haven't discussed the famous prisoners whose stories echo through history, or the incredible escapes that proved even the most secure dungeons weren't impenetrable. Most importantly, we need to separate the myths from the reality, because while Hollywood has given us Iron Maidens and other fictional devices, the real instruments of medieval torture were far more sophisticated and terrifying than any movie prop. These were precision instruments, designed by craftsmen who understood anatomy, psychology, and the exact limits of human endurance. The reality of medieval torture was both more systematic and more horrifying than most people realize. These weren't random acts of cruelty carried out by sadistic guards. They were carefully planned procedures, executed by professionals who had turned human suffering into an exact science. The torture chamber itself was as carefully designed as any cathedral or castle hall, with every element serving a specific purpose in the systematic destruction of the human spirit. Let's start with the rack, perhaps the most infamous of all medieval torture devices. This wasn't some crude contraption thrown together by village blacksmiths. The rack was a precision instrument, usually made of oak or other hardwoods, raised slightly from the ground with rollers at both ends. The victim's ankles would be fastened to one roller, their wrists chained to the other. Then, through an intricate system of pulleys and levers, the rollers would slowly rotate, stretching the victim's body with mathematical precision. The genius of the rack lay not just in its physical effects, but in its psychological impact. Victims could see exactly what was going to happen to them. They could watch as the operators prepared the device, could hear the creaking of the wood and the clanking of the chains. The anticipation was often more terrifying than the actual torture itself. As the pressure increased, joints would dislocate with audible pops, shoulders would separate from their sockets, and eventually, if the process continued, limbs would be torn completely from the body. But the rack operators weren't trying to kill their victims quickly. Death was easy. Breaking someone's will while keeping them alive, that required skill. Experienced torturers knew exactly how much pressure to apply, how long to maintain the stretch, when to release the tension to prevent permanent damage that might end the interrogation prematurely. They could keep a victim on the rack for hours, days even, applying just enough force to cause excruciating pain without causing immediate death. The Spanish donkey, or Judas cradle, represented an even more sophisticated understanding of human anatomy and suffering. This device consisted of a sharp, idle wooden or pyram metal point mounted on a sawhorse-like frame. The victim would be positioned so that their most sensitive areas rested on the point, with weights attached to their legs to increase the pressure gradually. The torture could last for days, with the point slowly penetrating deeper into the body as gravity and additional weights did their work. What made the Judas cradle particularly horrific was its variability. Operators could control every aspect of the torture, from the angle of the point to the amount of weight applied. They could increase or decrease the pressure at will, creating cycles of agony and relief that would drive victims to the edge of madness. Some variations included heated metal points or surfaces coated with salt to increase the even pain further. The breaking wheel took public spectacle and combined it with methodical torture in ways that seem almost impossible to comprehend today. This wasn't just about punishment, it was about sending a message to entire communities. The victim would be tied to a large wooden wheel, their limbs spread wide and secured with iron rings driven deep into the ground. Then, using another wheel or heavy wooden clubs, the executioner would systematically break every major bone in the victim's body. The process followed a specific sequence, first the fingers and toes, then the hands and feet, working methodically up the arms and legs. Each bone would be broken individually, with deliberate pauses between strikes the pain to let fully register. The victim would remain conscious throughout most of the process, screaming for mercy that would never come. Finally, when every limb had been shattered, the victim would be left to die slowly on the wheel, sometimes taking days to finally succumb to their injuries. These public executions drew massive crowds. Families would bring children to watch, treating the spectacle as entertainment and education rolled into one. The message was clear. This is what happens to those who defy authority. But there was also a darker element at work. The crowds weren't just watching passively. They were participating in a collective act of sanctioned cruelty, becoming complicit in the systematic destruction of another human being. The head crusher represented medieval understanding of anatomy, combined with sadistic precision that's difficult to comprehend. This device consisted of a metal cap that fitted over the victim's skull, with a screw mechanism that would slowly apply pressure from above, while the victim's chin rested on a metal bar below. As the screw was tightened, the pressure would build gradually, first causing unbearable headaches, then beginning to crack teeth and compress the jaw. The operators could control the exact amount of pressure, turning the screw a fraction at a time while watching for the victim's reactions. As the pressure increased, the victim's eyes would begin to bulge from their sockets. Their teeth would crack and crumble, and their jaw would slowly compress until it eventually shattered. But the real horror was in the timing. Skilled operators could keep victims conscious throughout the entire process, ensuring they experienced every moment of their skull being slowly crushed. What's particularly disturbing about these devices is how common they were. Nearly every major castle, monastery, and administrative centre across Europe had its own collection of torture instruments. These weren't rare or exotic tools reserved for special occasions. They were standard equipment, as common in medieval justice as handcuffs are in modern law enforcement. But who were the people operating these devices? The executioners and torturers of medieval Europe weren't random sadists. They were professionals, often from hereditary families who had passed down the techniques of their trade through generations. Take Franz Schmidt, whose detailed diary from Nuremberg provides us with one of the most complete records of medieval execution practices. Over his career, Schmidt documented 394 executions. But his records reveal something unexpected about the medieval justice system. Schmidt wasn't a mindless killer. His diary shows a man who took pride in his work, who saw himself as an essential part of the legal system. He recorded not just the executions, but also acts of mercy, times when he reduced sentences or found ways to minimize suffering. His entries reveal a complex individual operating within a system that modern people struggle to understand. These hereditary executioners developed techniques that were passed down like family recipes. They knew exactly where to place the blade for a clean beheading, how to tie knots that would provide quick strangulation, which muscles to cut to disable a victim without killing them immediately. This wasn't random violence. It was craftsmanship applied to human destruction. The role of women in medieval torture challenges many of our assumptions about gender roles in the Middle Ages. While most executioners were men, women played significant roles in interrogation and psychological torture, particularly during the Inquisition. Female inquisitors and torturers often focused on psychological manipulation, rather than physical violence, using shame, religious guilt, and sexual humiliation as their primary weapons. These women understood pressure points that male torturers often missed. They could identify a victim's deepest fears and insecurities, then exploit them with surgical precision. A devoutly religious prisoner might be tortured with blasphemous imagery or forced to participate in mock sacrilege. A mother might be threatened with harm to her children. A proud nobleman might be subjected to public humiliation that would destroy his social standing even if he survived the interrogation. The Church's involvement in systematic torture represents one of the most disturbing aspects of medieval justice. The Inquisition didn't just tolerate torture, it refined, systematized it, and inquisitors developed detailed manuals describing proper torture techniques, legal procedures for extracting confessions, and theological justifications for inflicting pain in the name of salvation. But here's where historical reality diverges dramatically from popular belief. Recent scholarship has revealed that the Inquisition actually used torture far less frequently than commonly assumed. Historian Helen Mary Carroll notes that the common view of medieval justice, as primarily based on torture and execution, is often unfair and inaccurate. The famous inquisitor Bernard Gui, who presided over 930 heresy cases, sent only 42 people to secular authorities for execution. The truth is that the Inquisition often provided more lenient treatment than secular courts. Accused heretics and witches would sometimes specifically request transfer to Inquisition custody because they knew they'd receive more humane treatment. Rather than physical torture, inquisitors preferred psychological pressure, lengthy imprisonment, and social isolation to extract confessions. The popular image of Inquisition torture chambers filled with elaborate devices is largely a creation of later Protestant propaganda and Victorian Gothic imagination. The actual methods used by inquisitors were often simpler and left fewer physical marks. Sleep deprivation, prolonged standing, exposure to extreme temperatures, and psychological manipulation were far more common than the elaborate mechanical torture devices that populate our nightmares. This doesn't mean the Inquisition was benevolent. The psychological torture they employed could be just as devastating as physical pain. Prisoners would be kept in solitary confinement for months or years, never knowing when they might be called for questioning. They'd be subjected to mock trials, false promises of release, and constant uncertainty about their fate. The goal wasn't just to extract confessions, but to completely break down the victim's sense of self and reality. The classification system used by the Inquisition reveals a sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation. The progression from cells of mercy through cells of penitence to full dungeons wasn't random. Each level was designed to increase pressure gradually, while always offering the possibility of reprieve for those willing to confess and submit to church authority. Wealthy prisoners in cells of mercy were given hope deliberately. They could see that cooperation led to better treatment, that submission to church authority could result in eventual freedom. This created a powerful incentive for confession that was far more effective than simple physical torture. The prisoner became complicit in their own psychological destruction, choosing submission over resistance. The cells of penitence used environmental factors to break down mental resistance. The white walls in near darkness created visual distortions that would gradually erode a prisoner's grip on reality. The isolation prevented any social interaction that might reinforce the prisoner's sense of identity or purpose. Over time, many prisoners would begin to question their own memories, their own beliefs, even their own names. When prisoners were finally moved to true dungeons, they'd already been psychologically prepared for complete surrender. The physical deprivation, the darkness, the silence, all of these elements worked together to strip away the last vestiges of personal identity. By the time they were brought before the interrogators, many prisoners were so broken that they'd confess to anything just to end the psychological torture. But not everyone submitted quietly to dungeon imprisonment. Medieval prisoners demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in their attempts to escape, even under seemingly impossible conditions. The thick stone walls and heavy doors weren't as impenetrable as their builders intended. Prisoners would spend months or even years slowly working at mortar joints with nothing more than spoons or small stones, gradually loosening individual blocks until they could create openings large enough to crawl through. One popular escape method involved bribing guards, which was more common than authorities liked to admit. Guards were often poorly paid and faced constant temptation from wealthy prisoners willing to offer substantial sums for their freedom. The hereditary nature of many guard positions meant that corruption could become institutionalized within prison systems, passed down through families along with the job itself. The art of deception provided another avenue for escape. Prisoners would disguise themselves as guards, clergy, or other authorized personnel who had legitimate access to dungeon areas. Some would steal or improvise clothing, create false documents, or simply rely on confident behavior to walk past security. Others would feign death, hoping to be carried out with actual corpses and then escape during transport to burial sites. The most famous medieval escape involved techniques that required outside assistance and careful planning. John Gerard's 1597 escape from the Tower of London involved sliding across the moat on a rope thrown from outside accomplices. This type of coordinated escape required extensive networks of supporters willing to risk their own lives to free important prisoners. These escape attempts reveal something important about medieval prison security. Despite the imposing architecture and brutal conditions, the systems were often undermanned and poorly coordinated. Guards might be drunk, distracted, or simply overwhelmed by the number of prisoners they were supposed to monitor. The very isolation that made dungeons so psychologically devastating also made them vulnerable to prisoners who could exploit gaps in surveillance. The consequences for guards who allowed escapes were severe enough to create a culture of extreme vigilance. But they also led to increased brutality, as guards tried to demonstrate their dedication to security. A guard who lost a prisoner might face demotion, physical punishment, or even execution, depending on the importance of the escapee and the political climate of the time. This system of accountability created an environment where guards had personal incentives to maintain harsh conditions and prevent any possibility of prisoner cooperation or planning. The fear of punishment often made guards more cruel than necessary, as they sought to prove their loyalty and competence through excessive brutality. Medieval prisoners also developed sophisticated forms of resistance beyond simple escape attempts. Sabotage was a common form of silent protest, with prisoners secretly damaging torture instruments or attempting to manipulate interrogators into revealing their plans or weaknesses. Some prisoners would resort to extreme measures like self-starvation, deliberate self-harm, or feigned madness to avoid torture or execution. These tactics weren't always successful, but they demonstrate the lengths to which people would go to maintain some sense of agency and dignity, even under the most oppressive conditions. The psychological battle between captor and prisoner was often as complex and strategic as any military campaign, with both sides constantly adapting their techniques in response to their opponent's moves. Prison revolts were another form of resistance that occurred more frequently than historical records might suggest. These uprisings could take many forms, from coordinated violent attacks on guards to subtle forms of non-compliance like work refusals or communication strikes. The crowded conditions in many medieval prisons actually facilitated organization among prisoners, allowing them to plan and coordinate resistance activities. The most successful prison revolts often combined multiple elements: internal organization, external support, guard corruption, and favorable political circumstances. Prisoners would sometimes coordinate their efforts with outside political movements, timing their revolts to coincide with broader social upheavals that might distract authorities or provide opportunities for escape. But the most terrifying aspect of medieval prison revolts wasn't their frequency, it was their aftermath. When authorities crushed these uprisings, and they almost always did, the punishments that followed were designed to serve as warnings that would echo through every dungeon across Europe. Prisoners who participated in revolts faced tortures so severe that other inmates would sometimes turn against their fellow prisoners rather than risk being associated with rebellion. The suppression of the 1381 revolt at Newgate Prison in London provides a chilling example of how authorities dealt with organised prisoner resistance. When guards discovered that inmates had been secretly digging tunnels and core outside, dinating with supporters the prison walls, they didn't just punish the ringleaders. They implemented what they called collective responsibility, subjecting every prisoner in the affected sections to brutal interrogation designed to root out any possible conspirators. The interrogation techniques used during these crackdowns reveal the sophisticated psychology employed by medieval authorities. Rather than simply torturing everyone equally, they would select random prisoners for especially brutal treatment while forcing others to watch. This created an atmosphere of paranoia and mistrust among inmates that was far more effective than any physical barrier in preventing future organised resistance. But let's talk about who actually ended up in these dungeons, because the prisoner population was far more diverse than most people realise. Yes, there were common criminals, murderers, thieves, and bandits who posed genuine threats to medieval society. But the majority of dungeon inhabitants were political prisoners, religious dissidents, debtors, and people who had simply found themselves on the wrong side of powerful individuals. The political prisoners were often the most dangerous from the authorities' perspective, not because they were violent, but because they represented ideas that could threaten the entire social order. These weren't just failed rebels or captured enemy soldiers. They were scholars who questioned church doctrine, merchants who challenged trade monopolies, craftsmen who tried to organise guilds without noble permission, and peasants who had spoken too openly about the injustices they faced daily. Take the case of Roger Bacon, the 13th century English philosopher who spent years in Franciscan prisons, not for any crime, but for his scientific experiments and writings that challenged accepted religious teachings. His imprisonment wasn't about punishment, it was about suppression. The authorities feared that his ideas about experimental science and rational inquiry could undermine the church's intellectual authority. Religious prisoners formed another significant portion of the dungeon population, and their treatment reveals the complex relationship between faith and power in medieval society. Heretics, as they were labelled, weren't necessarily people who rejected Christianity entirely. Often they were devout Christians who interpreted scripture differently than church authorities preferred. The Caths southern France, Thiers in Waldensians in the Alps, Theollards in England, all faced systematic persecution, not for abandoning faith, but for practicing it in ways that threatened established religious hierarchies. The legal system that fed prisoners into these dungeons operated on principles that would seem alien to modern justice. There was no presumption of innocence, no right to legal representation, no protection against self-incrimination. Instead, the system operated on the assumption that accusations usually had some basis in truth, and that extracting confessions was the primary goal of any legal proceeding. Trial by ordeal remained common throughout much of the medieval period, with accused individuals subjected to tests that supposedly revealed divine judgment about their guilt or innocence. Trial by hot iron required the accused to carry a red-hot piece of metal for a specific distance. If their burns healed cleanly within 3 days, they were innocent. If the wounds festered, they were guilty. Trial by water involved throwing bound accused individuals into rivers or ponds. If they floated, they were guilty and would be executed. If they sank and drowned, they were innocent, but dead. These ordeals weren't primitive superstitions practiced by ignorant peasants. They were formal legal procedures endorsed by church authorities and incorporated into official legal codes across Europe. The underlying theology held that God would intervene to protect the innocent, making the results of these trials divine pronouncements rather than random chance. When trial by ordeal was finally banned by the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, it was replaced by inquisitorial procedures that were in many ways more terrifying. Instead of leaving guilt or innocence to divine intervention, the new system placed ultimate authority in the hands of trained interrogators who used systematic torture and psychological manipulation to extract confessions from accused individuals. The inquisitorial process began with secret denunciations. Anyone could accuse anyone else of heresy, witchcraft, or other crimes against the faith, and these accusations would be investigated without the knowledge of the accused. The first sign of trouble for most victims was armed guards arriving with at their door arrest warrants base. They'd on evidence had never seen and accusations they had never heard. Once arrested, accused individuals would be held in isolation while investigators gathered additional evidence. This preliminary imprisonment could last months or years, during which time the accused would have no contact with family, friends, or legal counsel. They would not be told what specific charges they faced or who had accused them. This uncertainty was itself a form of psychological torture designed to weaken resistance before formal interrogation began. The interrogation rooms where confessions were extracted were designed with the same attention to psychological detail as the dungeons themselves. Located in monastery basements or castle towers, these chambers combined religious symbolism with instruments of torture in ways calculated to break down mental resistance. Crucifixes and religious paintings covered the walls, reminding prisoners that their suffering was sanctioned by divine authority. The interrogators themselves were often highly educated men who combined theological training with practical knowledge of human psychology. They understood that different types of people responded to different forms of pressure. A proud nobleman might be broken by public humiliation more effectively than physical torture. A devout peasant might confess quickly when threatened with excommunication. A merchant might surrender when faced with the loss of property and social standing. The questioning process followed elaborate protocols designed to trap accused individuals in contradictions or admissions of guilt. Interrogators would ask the same questions repeatedly over multiple sessions, looking for inconsistencies in answers that could be used as evidence of deception. They would present evidence, claim false that co-conspirators had already confessed, and promise lenient treatment in exchange for cooperation. Physical torture, when it was employed, followed strict guidelines intended to maximize pain while minimizing the risk of permanent injury or death. The goal wasn't to kill or cripple prisoners, but to cause suffering so intense that they would say anything to make stop. Torture sessions were limited in duration and frequency to ensure that prisoners remained capable of providing coherent confessions. The strappado was one of the most common interrogation tools, involving hoisting prisoners by their arms, tied behind their backs, until their shoulders dislocated. Weights could be attached to their feet to increase the pain and speed the dislocation process. Skilled operators knew exactly how long they could maintain this position without causing permanent damage, and they could repeat the process multiple times over several days. Water torture took many forms, from the Chinese water drop technique that drove prisoners mad through constant dripping on their foreheads, to more aggressive methods that simulated drowning. The funnel technique involved forcing large quantities of water down a prisoner's throat while they were restrained on an inclined table, creating the sensation of drowning without perhaps actually killing them. But the most psychologically devastating aspect of medieval interrogation was its unpredictability. Prisoners never knew when they might be summoned for questioning, what methods might be employed, or how long the process might continue. Some prisoners were tortured for days before being released without explanation. Others were held for years without ever being formally questioned. This uncertainty created a state of constant anxiety that often proved more effective than any physical torture. The confessions extracted through these methods were considered legally valid and were used as evidence in trials that were largely ceremonial affairs. Once someone had confessed under torture, their guilt was established, and the trial focused on determining appropriate punishment rather than establishing innocence or guilt. The range of punishments available to medieval courts was extensive and carefully calibrated to match both the severity of the crime and the social status of the convicted individual. Death was reserved for the most serious offences, but it could be administered through dozens of different methods. each carrying its own symbolic meaning and level of suffering. Beheading was considered a noble death, reserved for aristocrats and others of high social standing. It was intended to be quick and relatively painless, though the reality often fell short of the intention. Executioners required considerable skill to sever a head cleanly with a single blow, and botched executions were common enough that crowds would sometimes riot when forced to watch prolonged suffering. Hanging was the common method for ordinary criminals, but even this apparently simple execution method had numerous variations. Quick drop hanging, designed to break the neck and cause immediate death, required precise calculation of rope length, knot placement, and drop distance. More commonly, prisoners were subjected to slow strangulation, dancing at the end of the rope for several minutes before finally losing consciousness. Burning was reserved for heretics and witches, carrying profound religious symbolism about purification through fire. But even here, the reality was more complex than popular images suggest. Wealthy prisoners, or those with influential friends, might be secretly strangled before the flames reached them, sparing them the agony of burning alive. Others were burned over green wood that produced thick smoke, causing death by suffocation rather than burning. Drawing and quartering represented the ultimate punishment for treason, involving disembowelment while the prisoner was still alive, followed by dismemberment and public display of body parts. This wasn't just about causing maximum suffering. It was about completely destroying the physical body to prevent any possibility of resurrection or martyrdom. The public nature of most executions served multiple functions beyond simple deterrence. These spectacles reinforced social hierarchies by demonstrating the ultimate power of authority over individual life and death. They provide that had entertainment for populations D few other forms of public amusement. And they created collective participation in state violence that made entire communities complicit in the system of control. Execution crowds weren't passive observers. They were active participants who could influence the proceedings through their reactions. A sympathetic crowd might pressure executioners to show mercy or provide quick death. A hostile crowd might demand additional suffering or humiliation for unpopular prisoners. Executioners had to read crowd moods carefully and adjust their methods accordingly. The economics of medieval execution reveal another disturbing aspect of the system. Executioners were often paid per execution, creating financial incentives for them to carry out their duties efficiently and dramatically. They could supplement their income by selling pieces of rope, clothing, or other items associated with famous executions to souvenir hunters. The bodies of executed criminals became valuable commodities in their own right. Physicians and anatomists would pay substantial sums for fresh corpses to use in medical research and teaching. The of-fat hanged criminals was believed to have medicinal properties and could be sold for significant amounts. Even the blood of executed individuals was collected and sold as a cure for epilepsy and other ailments. But not everyone who entered medieval dungeons was destined for execution. Many prisoners served terms of imprisonment that were intended to end with their release, assuming they survived the experience. These long-term prisoners developed their own subcultures within the dungeon system, creating informal hierarchies and support networks that helped them endure years or decades of confinement. The prisoner economy that developed in long-term detention facilities was surprisingly sophisticated. Inmates would trade food rations, clothing, information, and services according to complex exchange rates that reflected the relative scarcity of different commodities. Skilled craftsmen could earn better treatment by providing services to guards or wealthy fellow prisoners. Literate inmates could write letters or teach reading in exchange for protection or additional food. Female prisoners faced unique challenges and developed their own survival strategies. Women's prisons were often attached to monasteries or convents, where nuns served as guards and administrators. The religious environment was supposed to provide opportunities for spiritual rehabilitation, but it also created additional forms of psychological pressure through constant religious instruction and forced participation in religious services. The treatment of pregnant prisoners reveals some of the contradictions in medieval justice. Execution of pregnant women was generally forbidden until after they gave birth, leading to situations where condemned women would deliberately seek pregnancy to delay their executions. Children born in prison were sometimes raised within the prison system, creating generations of individuals who knew no other life than confinement. The medical care available to medieval prisoners was minimal, but not entirely absent. Some larger prisons employed physicians who would treat serious injuries and illnesses, not out of humanitarian concern, but to keep prisoners alive long enough to serve their sentences or face execution. These prison doctors developed expertise in treating malnutrition, infectious diseases, and injuries that were common in dungeon environments. Religious care for prisoners was more consistently available than medical care, with chaplains or monks regularly visiting prisons to provide last rites, hear confessions, and offer spiritual counseling. This religious attention wasn't purely altruistic. It served the important function of encouraging prisoners to accept their punishment as divinely ordained, and to face death with resignation rather than rebellion. The record-keeping associated with medieval prisons was often meticulous, with detailed logs of prisoner arrivals, departures, punishments, and deaths administrative. These records serve functions, helping authorities track the disposition of cases and manage prison populations. But they also served as historical documents that provide modern researchers with detailed insights into the operation of medieval justice systems. Some of these records reveal unexpected aspects of prison life, including instances of mercy, clemency, and humanitarian concern that contradict the image of medieval justice as uniformly brutal. Prisoners might be released early for good behavior, have their sentences commuted due to political changes, or receive pardons from monarchs seeking to demonstrate royal mercy on religious holidays. The Christmas and Easter pardons that became traditional in many European kingdoms represented institutionalized mercy that provided hope for prisoners and demonstrated the Christian virtues of their rulers. These pardons were carefully orchestrated political events that served multiple purposes, showing royal benevolence, reducing prison populations, and providing opportunities for political reconciliation. But for every story of mercy and release, there were countless others of prisoners who simply disappeared into the dungeon system, their fates unknown to family and friends. The bureaucracy of medieval justice was efficient at processing people into the system, but far less reliable at tracking what happened to them afterward. The letters and messages that prisoners managed to smuggle out of medieval dungeons provide some of the most poignant evidence of life behind bars. These desperate communications reveal the human cost of medieval justice, the families destroyed by imprisonment, the communities torn apart by accusations and arrests, and the individual suffering that lay behind the administrative records and legal procedures. The reality of medieval prisoner communication networks was far more sophisticated than authorities realized. Despite the isolation and surveillance, prisoners developed intricate systems for passing information throughout dungeon complexes. Messages would be scratched into stone walls using fingernails or small pieces of metal, creating a primitive but effective communication system that could span multiple cells and even different levels of a prison. These wall messages weren't random graffiti. They followed specific codes and placement patterns that allowed prisoners to share crucial information about guard rotations, upcoming executions, or planned escapes. New prisoners would be taught these communication systems by veterans who had survived months or years in confinement. The walls themselves became libraries of survival knowledge, passed down through generations of inmates. But perhaps the most ingenious communication method involved the use of rats. Prisoners discovered they could train these vermin to carry small objects between cells by baiting specific routes with food scraps. Tiny scrolls, carved tokens, or even small tools could be transported through the dungeon's ventilation systems and drainage channels by creatures that moved freely through spaces humans couldn't access. The guards eventually caught on to some of these communication networks, leading to increasingly brutal crackdowns on any form of prisoner cooperation. Cells would be searched regularly for hidden messages. Prisoners would be moved frequently to prevent them from establishing communication patterns, and severe punishments would be imposed on anyone caught attempting to share information. These communication crackdowns reveal something important about the psychology of medieval imprisonment. The authorities understood that isolation was one of their most powerful weapons. A prisoner who could communicate with others maintained some sense of human connection and dignity. A prisoner cut off from all contact gradually lost their grip on reality and became much easier of family to control. The roll members in the medieval prison system adds another layer of complexity to this dark history. Unlike modern incarceration, medieval imprisonment often involved entire family networks in ways that seem almost impossible to comprehend today. When someone was arrested for heresy or treason, their relatives would often be detained as well, either as suspected accomplices or as leverage to ensure cooperation from the primary prisoner. Children of imprisoned parents faced particularly tragic circumstances. Some would be placed in monastery orphanages where they'd be raised to believe their parents were evil criminals deserving of punishment. Others would be sold into slavery or indentured servitude to pay for their parents' imprisonment costs. The lucky ones might be taken in by relatives, but even then, they're the stigma of their family's disgrace for the rest of their lives. Wives of imprisoned men found themselves in impossible situations. They might be accused of complicity in their husband's crimes, stripped of property and social standing, and left to survive however they could. Some would remarry quickly to escape destitution, effectively abandoning their imprisoned spouses. Others would spend years trying to secure their husband's release, selling everything they owned to pay bribe fees. The visiting bees, or legal systems in medieval prisons, were designed to maximize psychological pressure on both prisoners and their families. Visits were rare, heavily supervised, and often used as opportunities for additional interrogation. Family members might be questioned about the prisoner's activities, asked to provide information that could be used against them, or pressured to convince their loved ones to confess. These visits could be more psychologically damaging than helpful. Seeing family members in distress, witnessing their financial struggles, or learning about the social ostracism they faced because of the imprisonment often broke prisoners' spirits more effectively than any torture device. The knowledge that their incarceration was destroying innocent create people guilt and despair that authorities exploited ruthlessly. The seasonal rhythms of medieval prison life reflected the broader agricultural calendar that governed all aspects of medieval society. Winter months were particularly brutal for prisoners as food became scarcer, fuel for heating was rationed, and the cold stone walls made already uncomfortable cells nearly uninhabitable. Many prisoners who survived the initial trauma of arrest would succumb to hypothermia during their first winter in captivity. Spring brought its own challenges, as lasting snow and seasonal rains would flood lower-level cells, forcing prisoners to stand in rising water for days or weeks until drainage systems could cope with the influx. The combination of cold water, poor nutrition, and existing injuries created ideal conditions for disease outbreaks that could sweep through entire prison populations. Summer heat made the already stifling air in poorly ventilated dungeons nearly unbearable. The combination of human waste, rotting food, and decomposing bodies created toxic atmospheres that would literally poison prisoners. Those fortunate enough to survive summer in underground cells often emerged permanently damaged by the poisonous air they'd been forced to breathe. Autumn was considered the best season for imprisonment, with moderate temperatures and the harvest season providing slightly better food supplies. But autumn also marked the traditional time for mass executions, as authorities sought to clear prison populations before winter made maintaining them more expensive and difficult. The diet provided to medieval prisoners reveals the calculated nature of their mistreatment. Food wasn't just scarce, it was deliberately inadequate, designed to keep prisoners weak but alive. The standard ration was often nothing more than bread and water, but even this meagre allowance was frequently contaminated or spoiled. Bread given to prisoners was typically made from the cheapest available ingredients, often including sawdust, sand, or other inedible materials to stretch the flour. This bread was deliberately baked to be as hard as possible, making it difficult to eat and digest. Prisoners with dental problems, which were common due to poor nutrition and lack of medical care, might starve even when food was technically available. Water supplies were another tool of control and punishment. Clean water was a luxury that prisoners rarely enjoyed. Instead, they'd be given stagnant water from cisterns or wells that had been contaminated with waste or deliberately fouled to make it barely drinkable. The constant threat of waterborne diseases added another layer of suffering to the prison experience. Some prisoners received supplemental food from family members or sympathetic guards, but these extras came at a cost. Families might bankrupt themselves trying to keep imprisoned relatives, selling alive property possessions to purchase and food that would often be stolen by guards before reaching its intended recipient. The corruption permeated medieval prison systems extended far beyond simple bribery. Guards, administrators, and even religious officials created elaborate schemes to profit from human misery. Food intended for prisoners would be sold in local markets, with inmates receiving only a fraction of what had been allocated for their care. Medical supplies, clothing, and fuel for heating were all subject to similar theft and resale. The result was a system where the theoretical provisions for prisoner care existed on paper but rarely reached the people who needed them. Prisoners' suffering was literally being converted into profit for those charged with their care. Some guards developed particularly creative forms of corruption. They might offer to carry messages between prisoners and their families, charging substantial fees for this service, while sometimes delivering false information designed to increase despair. Others would sell information about planned executions or transfers, allowing wealthy prisoners to prepare final arrangements while leaving poor prisoners in ignorance. The religious corruption within medieval prison systems was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of institutional duct. Miscon chaplains and monks, who were supposed to provide spiritual comfort, often used their access to prisoners for personal gain. They might demand payment for religious services, sell false indulgences, or even participate in torture sessions by providing theological justification for the suffering they witnessed. Some religious officials developed elaborate schemes involving false prophecies or divine visions that they would sell to desperate prisoners. A monk might claim to have received a revelation about a prisoner's innocence, then demand payment to share this information with authorities. Others would promise to intercede with God on behalf of prisoners, collecting fees for prayers that were never offered. The legal appeals was the process in medieval justice ethically available to prisoners, but in practice, it was designed to extract additional money rather than provide genuine recourse. Prisoners could petition for review of their cases, but these appeals required payment of substantial fees at every level of the bureaucracy. Court scribes charged for writing appeals, messengers demanded payment for delivering them, and judges expected bribes before they would even consider reviewing cases. The result was a system where appeals were only available to the wealthy, while poor prisoners had no recourse regardless of their actual guilt or innocence. Even when appeals were successful, the relief they provided was often minimal. A prisoner might have reduced from their sentenced death to life imprisonment, or from torture to simple incarceration. These technical victories did little to improve the actual conditions of imprisonment, but did provide hope that could be exploited by corrupt officials seeking additional payments. The international dimension of medieval imprisonment reveals how justice systems across Europe shared information. Prisoners who and techniques escaped from one kingdom might find themselves pursued across borders by networks of law enforcement officials who shared intelligence about fugitives and criminals. The Holy Roman Empire maintained extensive records of political prisoners and religious dissidents, sharing this information with other Christian kingdoms to prevent escape and exile. Someone condemned for heresy in France might find themselves arrested in England based on information provided by French authorities. This international cooperation extended to the sharing of torture techniques and interrogation methods. Inquisitors from different countries would correspond about effective procedures, successful interrogations, and innovations in prisoner control. What we might consider medieval war crimes were actually the subject discussion of scholarly and professional development among justice officials. The diplomatic implications of prisoner treatment occasionally led to international incidents. When important prisoners were citizens of foreign kingdoms, their treatment could affect relations between nations. The imprisonment and execution of foreign merchants, diplomats, or nobles could lead to trade disputes, diplomatic protests, or even military conflicts. Some prisoners became pawns in larger political games, with their treatment deliberately designed to send messages to foreign powers. A harsh sentence for a foreign merchant might be intended to pressure his home country in trade negotiations. Lenient treatment of a captured enemy soldier might signal a desire for peace talks. The economics of medieval imprisonment extended far beyond the simple costs of food and shelter. Prisons were economic institutions that generated revenue through various forms of exploitation. Prisoners could be forced to work in workshops, mines, or construction projects, with their labour sold to private contractors or used for public works projects. Skilled craftsmen among the prisoner population were particularly valuable, as they could produce goods that would be sold for profit while receiving minimal compensation for their work. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and textile workers might find their skills in high demand, leading to slightly better treatment, but also increased exploitation. The property of condemned prisoners was subject to confiscation, creating powerful incentives for authorities to pursue cases against wealthy individuals regardless of their actual guilt. The promise of seizing substantial estates, valuable goods, or commercial enterprises could influence decisions about who to arrest and what charges to pursue. Some medieval kingdoms developed sophisticated systems for managing confiscated property, with specialized officials responsible for inventorying, maintaining, and selling goods seized from prisoners. These officials often became wealthy through their positions, skimming profits and manipulating valuations to their advantage. The impact of medieval imprisonment on broader society extended far beyond the immediate victims. Communities would be devastated by the loss of skilled workers, community leaders, or simply large numbers of working-age adults. The social fabric of villages and towns could be permanently damaged by mass arrests or high-profile imprisonments. The fear of imprisonment also served as a powerful tool of social control. People would modify their behavior, limit their associations, and avoid expressing controversial opinions out of fear that they might be denounced and arrested. This climate of fear was often more effective than actual imprisonment in maintaining order and suppressing dissent. Children growing up in communities where imprisonment was common would internalize these fears and constraints from an early age. They would learn to be suspicious of neighbors, careful about their words, and accepting of authority justice of its regardless or legitimacy. The psychological impact of medieval justice systems extended across generations through these learned behaviors and attitudes. The merchant classes were particularly affected by the unpredictability of medieval justice. Commercial success could attract unwanted attention from authorities seeking to confiscate wealth, while business disputes could escalate into criminal accusations. The lack of reliable legal protections meant that economic prosperity was always precarious and dependent on political favor. Artisan guilds developed their own systems for protecting members from arbitrary arrest and imprisonment. These organizations would maintain legal funds to pay for appeals and bribes, provide support for families of imprisoned members, and negotiate with authorities for better treatment of their colleagues. The guild system became a crucial buffer between individual craftsmen and the harsh realities of medieval justice. The seasonal patterns of imprisonment and execution reflected broader economic and political cycles. Harvest time might bring mass arrests of peasants accused of theft or rebellion. Religious holidays would see waves of prosecutions for heresy or blasphemy. Political transitions would trigger purges of officials previous from administrations. These cyclical patterns meant that medieval prisons experienced dramatic fluctuations in population that strained their limited resources and infrastructure. Overcrowding during peak periods would lead to even conditions than worse normal, while periods of lower occupancy might provide slight relief for surviving prisoners. The architectural evolution of medieval prisons reflects changing approaches to punishment and control. Early medieval detention facilities were often simple modifications of existing structures with little specialized design for imprisonment. Over time, architects developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how physical environment could be used to psychological control and punishment. The gradual shift from public punishment toward private imprisonment represents one of the major transitions in medieval justice. Early medieval justice emphasized public spectacle and community participation in punishment. Later medieval systems increasingly moved toward hidden bureaucratic forms of control that were more efficient but also more terrifying in their impersonal systematic nature. These architectural innovations weren't limited to royal or noble prisons. Church institutions, merchant guilds, and even municipal governments developed their own specialized detention facilities, designed for their particular needs and populations. The proliferation of prison construction across medieval Europe represents a major investment of resources and a fundamental shift in approaches to social control. The preservation of medieval prison architecture provides modern archaeologists and historians with invaluable insights into the practical realities of medieval justice. Excavations of dungeon sites reveal evidence of living conditions, population densities, and daily routines that aren't captured in official records or literary accounts. Physical evidence from medieval prison sites often contradicts official accounts of prisoner treatment and conditions. Archaeological findings reveal malnutrition, violence, and overcrowding that official records minimize or ignore entirely. The bones and artifacts found in medieval prison excavations tell stories of suffering that were deliberately obscured by contemporary authorities. These archaeological discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of medieval justice and society. Each excavation reveals new details about the lived experience of imprisonment and the systematic nature of medieval oppression. The physical evidence provides a powerful counterbalance to official histories that often minimize the brutality of medieval justice systems. The international scholars who study medieval imprisonment bring diverse perspectives and methodologies to understanding this dark chapter of human history. Their work reveals both the universal aspects of human cruelty and the specific cultural and religious factors that shaped medieval approaches to punishment and control. Modern research into medieval imprisonment serves important functions beyond simple historical curiosity. Understanding how systematic oppression functioned in the past provides insights into recognizing and preventing similar systems in the present. The mechanisms of control, the bureaucratic structures, and the psychological techniques developed in medieval prisons have echoes in modern authoritarian systems. The study of medieval dungeons also reveals the remarkable resilience and creativity of human beings under even the most oppressive conditions. The communication networks, escape attempts, and survival strategies developed by medieval prisoners demonstrate the fundamental human drive toward freedom and dignity that no system of control can completely suppress. But perhaps the most important lesson from studying medieval imprisonment is understanding how ordinary people can become complicit in systematic cruelty. The guards, administrators, and officials who operated medieval prisons weren't monsters. They were regular people, operating within systems that normalized and rewarded brutality. Their example serves as a warning about how quickly civilized societies can descend into barbarism when proper safeguards and moral restraints are abandoned. The documentary evidence that survives from medieval prisons provides chilling insights into the bureaucratic nature of systematic oppression. Prison registers, execution lists, and administrative correspondence reveal how thoroughly normalized violence and cruelty had become within medieval justice systems. These documents show that brutality wasn't the result of individual sadism, but of institutional structures that rewarded cruel efficiency and punished mercy or compassion. The legacy of medieval prisons extends far beyond their stone walls and rusted chains. These institutions fundamentally shaped how Western civilization thinks about crime, punishment, and justice. But to understand their true impact, we need to examine the specific cases that became legendary, the prisoners whose names echo through history, and the ways these dark chapters influenced everything that came after. Let's start with the Tower of London, perhaps the most famous prison in medieval Europe. Built by William the Conqueror after 1066, the tower wasn't originally designed as a prison at all. It was a royal residence, a fortress, a treasury, and a symbol of Norman power over the conquered English. But its transformation into England's most notorious prison reveals how medieval authorities adapted existing structures to serve their expanding need for secure detention facilities. The Tower's first political prisoner was Bishop Ranulph Flambard in 1100, who had the distinction of also being its first escapee. Flambard managed to flee by climbing down a rope smuggled to him in a wine cask, demonstrating that even the most secure medieval fortifications had vulnerabilities that clever prisoners could exploit. His escape set a precedent that would inspire countless other attempts over the centuries. But it was the Tower's role during the Tudor period that cemented its reputation as a place of terror. Henry VIII's reign transformed the fortress into a factory of judicial murder, where some of England's most prominent figures met their end. The cases of Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard, Thomas More, and Thomas Cromwell reveal how medieval prison systems evolved to serve the political needs of increasingly centralized monarchies. Anne Boleyn's imprisonment and execution in 1536 demonstrates the intersection of personal vendetta and state power that characterized late medieval justice. Confined in the same apartments she had occupied as queen, Boleyn experienced the psychological torture of dramatic reversal that was often more devastating than physical abuse. Her guards reported that she swung between hysterical laughter and desperate weeping, showing the mental breakdown that medieval authorities deliberately cultivated in their most important prisoners. The specific charges against Boleyn, adultery, treason, and incest, were almost certainly fabricated, but they served Henry's political needs perfectly. The legal proceedings that condemned her followed proper forms and procedures, demonstrating how medieval justice systems could produce predetermined outcomes while maintaining the appearance of a legitimate process. Her execution drew massive crowds who came to witness the spectacle of royal justice in action. Thomas More's imprisonment reveals different aspects of medieval political detention. Unlike Boleyn, More was genuinely guilty of the charges against him by the standards of his time. He had refused to acknowledge Henry's supremacy over the English Church, making him technically guilty of treason under newly enacted laws. His case shows how medieval legal systems could be used to criminalize previously acceptable behavior through retroactive legislation. More's 15 months in the Tower were marked by intellectual resistance rather than attempts at physical escape. He continued writing religious and philosophical works, smuggling manuscripts out through visitors and sympathetic guards. His letters from prison reveal the mental strategies that educated prisoners used to maintain their sanity and dignity under extreme duress. The Tower's bloody tower earned its sinister reputation through the mysterious disappearance of the two young princes, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, in 1483. While their fate remains officially unknown, the popular belief that they were murdered on Richard's orders illustrates how medieval prisons became associated with crimes that went far beyond judicial punishment. The prince's case vulnerability reveals the of child prisoners in medieval detention systems. Children of political enemies were often held as hostages to ensure their parents' cooperation or as bargaining chips in diplomatic negotiations. Their treatment ranged from relatively comfortable house arrest to conditions indistinguishable from adult prisoners, depending entirely on their political value and the whims of their captors. Moving across the English Channel, the Bastille in Paris represents another evolution in medieval prison architecture and function. Originally built as a fortress in the 14th century, the Bastille became synonymous with royal oppression and arbitrary imprisonment. Unlike the Tower of London, which served multiple functions, the Bastille was primarily designed for political detention from its early years. The Bastille's most famous feature was its lettres de cachet, sealed orders from the king that could imprison anyone indefinitely without trial or formal charges. These documents represent the ultimate expression of absolute royal power over individual liberty. Families could even request lettres de cachet against their own members, using royal authority to resolve private disputes or control rebellious relatives. The Man in the Iron Mask, probably the most mysterious prisoner in European history, spent decades in various French prisons, including the Bastille. His identity remains unknown, but his treatment reveals important aspects of how medieval authorities handled politically sensitive prisoners. The elaborate precautions taken to conceal his identity, including the famous mask, show the lengths to which governments would go to protect state secrets. Recent historical research suggests the masked prisoner was probably Eustache d'Auger, a valet who had become privy to sensitive information about high-ranking officials. His case illustrates how medieval prison systems were used not just to punish crimes, but to suppress potentially embarrassing or dangerous knowledge. The mystery surrounding his identity was deliberately cultivated by authorities who understood that speculation and fear were often more effective than verified facts. The Bastille's prisoners included many prominent literary and intellectual figures whose works provide invaluable first-hand accounts of prison conditions. Voltaire's imprisonment there in 1717 influenced his lifelong campaign for judicial reform and religious tolerance. His letters describe the arbitrary nature of his confinement and the psychological impact of indefinite detention without formal charges. The Marquis de Sade's multiple imprisonments in various French prisons, including the Bastille, produced some of the most detailed accounts of prison life available from the medieval period. His descriptions of daily routines, guard behaviors, and prisoner interactions provide insights that official records deliberately obscure. While Sade's reliability as a narrator is questionable, his accounts capture the lived experience of long-term imprisonment in ways that administrative documents cannot. Italian prisons during the medieval period developed their own distinctive characteristics, influenced by the complex political landscape of competing city-states, papal territories, and foreign occupations. The Castel Sant'Angelo in Rome served multiple functions as papal residence, fortress, and prison, creating unique dynamics between religious and secular authority. The Castel Sant'Angelo's most famous prisoner was Benvenuto Cellini, the Renaissance artist and goldsmith, who provided one of the most vivid accounts of prison escape in medieval literature. Cellini's 1538 breakout involved climbing down bedsheets from the castle's highest tower, breaking his leg in the fall, then crawling to safety despite his injuries. His detailed description of the escape reveals both the ingenuity required for such attempts and the brutal consequences faced by those who were recaptured. Cellini's account also provides insights into the corruption that permeated medieval prison systems. He describes bribing guards, negotiating for better food and accommodations, and using his artistic skills to gain favorable treatment from prison officials. His experience shows how wealth, talent, and social connections could significantly improve a prisoner's conditions, even in the most secure facilities. The Doge's Palace in Venice contained prisons that were considered among the most escape-proof in medieval Europe. The famous Bridge of Sighs connected the interrogation rooms in the palace to the detention cells across the canal, creating a system where prisoners could be moved without any possibility of rescue or escape. The bridge's name reflects the despair of prisoners who crossed it, knowing they might never return. Venice's prison system was notable for its bureaucratic efficiency and systematic record-keeping. The Venetian archives contain thousands of documents detailing individual cases, prison conditions, and administrative procedures that provide modern historians with unprecedented insights into the daily operation of medieval detention facilities. These records reveal both the sophisticated organization of Venetian justice and the systematic nature of its oppression. The famous escape of Giacomo Casanova from the Doge's palace prisons in 1756 demonstrates the continuing evolution of prison security and prisoner ingenuity. Casanova's account of his escape, involving months of preparation, careful study of guard routines, and elaborate deception, reads like a modern thriller, but provides valuable historical evidence about prison conditions and security measures. German prisons during the medieval period were shaped by the complex political structure of the Holy Roman Empire, with numerous independent territories maintaining their own justice systems. The Nuremberg trials, centuries before the famous 20th century proceedings, established important precedents for international criminal justice and the treatment of prisoners of war. The executioner Franz Schmidt, whose detailed diary we discussed earlier, provides unique insights into the practical aspects of medieval criminal justice. Schmidt's records show that execution was often considered a more merciful sentence than long-term imprisonment, revealing medieval attitudes toward punishment that seem alien to modern sensibilities. Schmidt's diary also reveals the seasonal rhythms of medieval justice, with executions clustered around major religious holidays when large crowds could witness the spectacle. His meticulous records of different execution methods show the systematic approach that medieval authorities took toward public punishment and deterrence. The castle prison at Wartburg in Germany became famous for its association with Martin Luther, who was held there in protective custody rather than punishment. Luther's imprisonment reveals another function of medieval prisons as places of refuge for politically controversial figures. His productive literary work during confinement shows how some prisoners used their detention as opportunities for intellectual development, rather than simply enduring suffering. The spread of printing technology during the late medieval period created new challenges for prison administrators. Prisoners who could write might produce works that could be secretly printed and distributed, spreading their ideas far beyond the prison walls. This technological development forced authorities to develop new forms of censorship and surveillance that extended their control beyond simple physical confinement. The role of women in medieval prisons deserves special attention, because their experiences were shaped by gender expectations and vulnerabilities that male prisoners didn't face. Women's prisons were often attached to religious institutions, where nuns served as guards and administrators. This created complex dynamics between spiritual authority and temporal punishment that influenced every aspect of female prisoners' experiences. Joan of Arc's imprisonment and trial represent perhaps the most famous case of a woman political prisoner in medieval Europe. Her treatment reveals how gender stereotypes could be manipulated to discredit female prisoners and justify their punishment. The charges of witchcraft and heresy brought against her were specifically designed to attack her credibility as a woman claiming divine authority. Joan's insistence on wearing male clothing during her imprisonment became a central issue in her trial, showing how medieval authorities used gender nonconformity as evidence of spiritual corruption. Her eventual execution demonstrated the particular vulnerabilities faced by women who challenged traditional gender roles and social hierarchies. The persecution of alleged witches during the late medieval period created a specialized category of female prisoners whose treatment was governed by specific legal procedures and theological assumptions. The Malleus Maleficarum and similar texts provided detailed instructions for the imprisonment and interrogation of accused witches, creating standardized procedures that were applied across much of Europe. Women accused of witchcraft faced unique forms of psychological torture designed to exploit female-specific fears and vulnerabilities. Strip searches, public humiliation, and threats against their children were commonly used to extract confessions. The assumption that women were more susceptible to diabolic influence shaped every aspect of their treatment in prison. The economic impact of witch trials on medieval communities was substantial, as the property of convicted witches was subject to confiscation. This created powerful financial incentives for authorities to pursue witchcraft cases, especially against wealthy women whose assets could significantly benefit local governments or church institutions. The gradual decline of witch trials during the later attitudes medieval period reflects changing intellectual and legal procedures rather than increased tolerance or humanity. The rise of more sophisticated legal standards of evidence made it harder to convict people based purely on spectral evidence or forced confessions obtained through torture. Children in medieval prisons faced unique challenges that modern people find particularly difficult to understand or accept. The legal concept of childhood as a distinct category with special protections didn't exist in medieval law, meaning that children could be tried and punished as adults for serious crimes. The treatment of child prisoners varied enormously depending on their social status, the nature of their alleged crimes, and the political circumstances of their cases. Royal children held as political hostages might live in relative comfort while awaiting ransom or political resolution. Peasant children accused of theft might face the same brutal conditions as adult criminals. Educational opportunities for imprisoned children were rare but not unknown. Some religious institutions that operated prisons provided basic literacy instruction as part of their spiritual these. Mission educational programs were designed to produce compliant subjects rather than critical thinkers. But they did provide some children with intellectual tools that they might not have acquired otherwise. The psychological impact of imprisonment on children was recognized by some medieval authorities, though this awareness didn't necessarily translate into more humane treatment. Children were seen as more malleable than adults, making them potentially valuable subjects for intensive religious indoctrination or political conversion. The international dimensions of medieval imprisonment become clear when we examine cases of diplomatic hostages and prisoners of war. The complex web of political alliances and enmities that characterized medieval Europe meant that prisoners were often held in foreign countries, creating diplomatic complications that could affect relations between nations for decades. The treatment of foreign prisoners was governed by informal diplomatic protocols that balanced the desire for harsh punishment against the need to maintain international relationships. A king who treated enemy prisoners too brutally might find his own subjects facing similar treatment when they were captured abroad. The exchange of high-value prisoners became a regular feature of medieval diplomacy, with elaborate negotiations determining the terms and timing of releases. These prisoner exchanges reveal the political value that medieval authorities placed on specific individuals and the complex calculations that governed international relations. The development of formal diplomatic immunity during the late medieval period was partly driven by the need to protect envoys and ambassadors from arbitrary imprisonment. The recognition that diplomatic representatives should be immune from local criminal prosecution represented an important evolution in international law and the treatment of foreign nationals. The economic costs of maintaining large prison populations created ongoing fiscal challenges for medieval governments. The expense of feeding, guarding, and housing prisoners had to be balanced against the political benefits of detention and the revenue generated through confiscation of prisoners' property. Some medieval authorities experimented with making prisons self-supporting through prisoner labour or fees charged to prisoners' families. These economic innovations created new forms of exploitation, but also provided incentives for authorities to keep prisoners alive and productive, rather than simply allowing them to die in custody. The development of private prisons during the later medieval period represented an early form of privatized punishment that created profit incentives around human suffering. Private prison operators were paid fixed amounts per prisoner, creating financial motivations to minimize costs and maximize capacity regardless of the impact on prisoner welfare. The regulation of private prisons was minimal, leading to abuses that exceeded even the harsh standards of government-operated facilities. The profit motive, combined with minimal oversight, created conditions where systematic torture and exploitation became normalized business practices. The technological innovations that emerged from medieval prison systems had lasting impacts on architecture, engineering, and security systems. The specialized locks, reinforced doors, and surveillance techniques developed for prisons were later adapted for other purposes, including banks, treasuries, and military fortifications. The psychological insights gained from observing prisoner behavior under extreme stress influenced medieval understanding of human nature and social control. The systematic study of how people respond to imprisonment, isolation, and torture provided knowledge that was applied to other areas of government and social management. The legal precedents established through medieval prison cases continue to influence modern legal systems in ways that most people don't recognize. The procedures for handling confessions obtained under duress, the rights of prisoners to legal representation, and the standards for evidence in criminal cases all have roots in medieval legal developments. The architectural legacy of medieval prisons extends beyond their historical significance to influence modern prison design and security systems. The principles of isolation, surveillance, and control that were pioneered in medieval dungeons continue to shape contemporary approaches to incarceration and punishment. The literature and art inspired by medieval prisons have had profound cultural impacts that extend far beyond their historical period. The Gothic novels, romantic poems, and dramatic works that drew inspiration from medieval prison stories helped shape modern attitudes toward justice, authority, and individual rights. The psychological understanding of trauma, isolation, and systematic oppression that emerged from studying medieval prison experiences has contributed to modern therapeutic approaches and human rights advocacy. The recognition that certain forms of treatment constitute torture, regardless of their legal authorization, has roots in medieval experiences and documentation. The comparative study of medieval prison systems across different European countries reveals important patterns in the development of state power and social control. The similarities in prison architecture, interrogation techniques, and administrative procedures show how knowledge and practices spread across political boundaries through professional networks and institutional learning. The religious dimensions of medieval imprisonment continue to influence modern debates about the role of faith in criminal justice and prison reform. The tension between punishment and redemption that characterized medieval religious approaches to imprisonment remains relevant to contemporary discussions about rehabilitation versus retribution. The medical knowledge that emerged from treating prisoners under extreme conditions contributed to medieval understanding of disease, malnutrition, and the effects of stress on human health. The systematic documentation of prisoner mortality and morbidity provided early examples of epidemiological research that influenced broader medical practice. The social impact of mass imprisonment on medieval communities provides historical context for modern concerns about incarceration rates and their effects on families and neighborhoods. The disruption of community structures, economic relationships, and social networks caused by medieval imprisonment campaigns offers lessons that remain relevant today. The bureaucratic innovations developed to manage large prison populations influenced broader administrative practices in medieval government. The record-keeping systems, classification procedures, and resource management techniques pioneered in prisons were later applied to other areas of public administration. The resistance movements that emerged in response to medieval prison systems established important precedents for organized opposition to state oppression. The communication networks, mutual aid societies, and advocacy organizations that developed to support prisoners and their families provided models for later human rights movements. The international legal principles that gradually emerged from medieval experiences with cross-border imprisonment and diplomatic detention laid groundwork for modern international law and human rights protections. The recognition that certain treatment of prisoners violates universal standards, regardless of local law, represents an important evolution from medieval practices. The technological arms race between prison security systems and escape techniques that characterized medieval imprisonment continues to influence modern corrections and security industries. The constant adaptation of containment methods to counter prisoner innovations establish patterns that persist in contemporary prison management. The economic analysis of medieval prison systems reveals important insights about the relationship between punishment and profit that remain relevant to modern debates about private prisons and the commercialization of criminal justice. The historical evidence shows how financial incentives can distort justice systems in ways that increase rather than reduce crime and social disorder. The gender analysis of medieval prison experiences provides historical context for modern concerns about the differential treatment of male and female prisoners. The documentation of systematic abuse and exploitation of women in medieval prisons helped establish precedents for gender-specific protections in modern correctional systems. The study of child prisoners in medieval systems offers disturbing historical perspective on contemporary debates about juvenile justice and the treatment of minors in adult criminal justice systems. The medieval evidence demonstrates the long-term social costs of treating children as adult criminals and the importance of age-appropriate interventions. The psychiatric insights that emerged from medieval observations of prisoner behavior under extreme stress contributed to early understanding of mental illness, trauma responses, and the psychological effects of social isolation. These observations provided foundational knowledge that influenced the development of modern psychology and psychiatry. The architectural preservation of medieval prison sites serves important educational and memorial functions that help contemporary societies understand the historical development of justice systems and human rights protections. These preserved sites provide tangible connections to historical experiences that might otherwise remain abstract or theoretical. The ongoing archaeological investigation of medieval prison sites continues to reveal new information about historical conditions, prison, and prisoner experiences. The physical evidence uncovered through systematic excavation often contradicts official historical records, provides more and accurate pictures of medieval justice practices. The international scholarly collaboration that has developed around medieval prison studies demonstrates the global relevance of these historical experiences and their continued importance for understanding contemporary justice systems. The cross-cultural comparative research reveals both universal patterns in human responses to oppression and specific cultural factors that shaped different prison systems. The educational curricula that have emerged from medieval prison studies provide important tools for teaching about human rights, social justice, and the historical development of legal systems. The concrete historical examples help students understand abstract principles and connect historical experiences to contemporary issues. The policy implications of medieval prison research extend beyond academic interest to influence contemporary debates about criminal justice reform, rights protection, and the prevention of systematic oppression. The historical evidence provides powerful arguments for maintaining legal protections and institutional safeguards that prevent the recurrence of medieval-style abuses. But perhaps the most important lesson from our journey through medieval dungeons isn't about the past at all. It's about recognizing the fragility of the human rights protections we often take for granted today. The systematic cruelty of medieval prisons wasn't the result of primitive ignorance or exceptional evil. It emerged from the same human tendencies toward power abuse, bureaucratic indifference, and moral compromise that exist in every society. The guards who tortured prisoners, the judges who condemned innocents, and the officials who profited from human suffering were ordinary people operating within systems that normalized and rewarded cruelty. They weren't monsters. They were neighbors, family members, and respected community leaders who had gradually accepted that systematic oppression was necessary, inevitable, and even virtuous. The transformation of medieval societies from brutal prison states to more humane justice systems didn't happen automatically or inevitably. It required constant vigilance, sustained advocacy, and the courage of individuals who refused to accept that cruelty was normal or necessary. The human rights protections we enjoy today exist because previous generations fought against systems that seemed as permanent and unshakable as medieval dungeons once appeared. The stone walls of medieval prisons have crumbled, but the human capacity for both cruelty and resistance that they contained remains unchanged. Understanding this dark chapter of our shared history isn't just academic exercise. It's preparation for recognizing and opposing similar systems whenever and wherever they emerge. The echoes of medieval dungeons still resonate in contemporary justice systems, immigration detention facilities, and authoritarian governments around the world. The techniques of systematic dehumanization, bureaucratic cruelty, and psychological manipulation pioneered in medieval prisons continue to appear in new forms adapted to modern circumstances. But the stories of resistance, escape, and survival that emerged from medieval prisons also provide inspiration and practical knowledge for contemporary human rights advocates. The communication networks, mutual support systems, and strategic thinking that medieval prisoners developed remain relevant tools for opposing oppression in any era. The ultimate legacy of medieval dungeons isn't their architectural remains or historical documentation. It's the hard-won understanding that human dignity is fragile, that systematic oppression is always possible, and that protecting individual rights requires constant vigilance from every member of society. Tonight we've descended into some of the darkest chapters of human history, exploring places where civilization's veneer stripped away to reveal the capacity for systematic cruelty that lurks within seemingly normal societies. These weren't distant nightmares from an alien culture. They were institutions created by people fundamentally similar to ourselves, operating under pressures and incentives that still exist today. The medieval dungeon represents more than historical curiosity. It stands as a warning about how quickly human societies can descend into barbarism when proper safeguards are abandoned, when individual rights are subordinated to state power, and when ordinary people become complicit in systematic oppression through indifference, fear, or personal advantage. But our journey through these underground chambers of terror also reveals the remarkable resilience of human dignity under even the most oppressive conditions. The prisoners who maintained their sanity, who helped their fellow inmates, who risked everything for the possibility of freedom, remind us that the human spirit cannot be completely broken, no matter how sophisticated the systems designed to destroy it. The communication networks they built, the escape attempts they planned, the resistance movements they created, all demonstrate that hope and human connection can survive in the darkest places. Their example provides both inspiration and practical knowledge for recognizing and opposing oppression wherever it appears. As we emerge from this exploration of medieval dungeons, we carry with us not just knowledge of historical atrocities, but understanding struggle of the eternal between power and dignity, between systematic oppression and individual resistance, between the forces that would dehumanize us and our capacity to maintain our humanity, regardless of circumstances. The stone walls have crumbled, the iron chains have rusted away, but the lessons carved into those underground chambers remain as relevant today as they were centuries generation ago. In every society, the choice between becoming a dungeon guard or standing with the prisoners presents itself anew. The medievals us that this dungeon remind choice matters, that individual decisions about complicity and resistance shape the character of entire civilizations, and that the price of human dignity is eternal vigilance against the forces that would strip it away. The darkness we've explored tonight runs deeper than stone and mortar. It seeps into the very foundations of how societies define justice, mercy, and the value of human life. But before we close this chapter on medieval dungeons, there's one more layer we need to peel back: the transformation itself. How did these chambers of systematic terror eventually give way to something resembling modern justice? And what does that evolution tell us about our own capacity for both progress and regression? The beginning of the end for medieval dungeon culture didn't come from sudden enlightenment or moral awakening. It emerged from the most practical of concerns: economics and efficiency. By the 14th century, maintaining vast prison populations was becoming financially unsustainable for most European kingdoms. The Black Death had decimated tax bases, while simultaneously creating labour shortages that made every able-bodied person economically valuable. Kings and nobles began to realize that keeping potential workers locked in dungeons was less profitable than putting them to productive use. This shift in thinking wasn't humanitarian, it was purely economic. A living peasant working in the fields generated more revenue than a dead prisoner rotting in a cell. This calculation would prove more powerful than centuries of moral arguments in driving prison reform. The rise of centralized nation-states also contributed to the decline of local dungeon systems. As monarchs consolidated power, they needed standardized legal procedures that could be applied consistently across their territories. The arbitrary justice of local lords and their private dungeons became obstacles to effective governance rather than tools of control. Professional legal systems began to emerge, staffed by trained lawyers and judges who understood that predictable legal outcomes were essential for stable commerce and taxation. These professionals had their own interests in creating systematic procedures that enhanced their status and authority. The random brutality of dungeon justice threatened their professional monopoly over legal expertise. The printing press revolution of the 15th century played a crucial role in dungeon reform by making legal texts widely available and standardizing legal procedures across different regions. When legal scholars could compare practices across Europe, the most extreme abuses became harder to justify or ignore. Written legal codes replaced local customs, creating expectations of consistent treatment that arbitrary dungeon justice couldn't meet. Religious reforms also contributed to changing attitudes toward imprisonment and torture. While the Church had initially sanctioned and participated in dungeon systems, growing theological sophistication led some religious thinkers to question whether systematic torture was compatible with Christian mercy. The Renaissance emphasis on individual dignity and human potential created intellectual frameworks for criticizing medieval prison practices. The Protestant Reformation accelerated these changes by challenging church authority and creating competing religious jurisdictions. Protestant territories often reformed their justice systems specifically to differentiate themselves from Catholic practices, while Catholic regions responded with their own reforms to demonstrate moral superiority. But perhaps the most significant factor in dungeon decline was the changing nature of warfare and political control. Medieval dungeons were designed for a world where power was personal and local, where individual lords needed to demonstrate their authority through spectacular displays of violence. As warfare became more professional and political control more bureaucratic, these personal demonstrations of power became counterproductive. Standing armies and professional administrators could maintain order more effectively than fear-based systems that relied on spectacular punishment. The administrative apparatus needed for modern state governance required literate, skilled personnel who couldn't be easily replaced. Terrorizing potential civil servants into submission was less effective than creating incentive systems that rewarded loyalty and competence. The rise of international trade also put pressure on medieval justice systems. Merchants needed predictable legal environments where contracts would be enforced consistently and property rights protected reliably. The arbitrary nature of dungeon justice created too much uncertainty for complex commercial relationships to flourish. Italian city-states led the way in developing more sophisticated legal systems designed to support commercial activity. Venice, Florence, and Genoa created legal innovations that balanced the need for social control with the requirements of international commerce. Their success demonstrated that alternatives to medieval dungeon justice could be both more humane and more economically productive. The gradual professionalization of military forces also reduced reliance on terror-based control systems. Professional soldiers were more effective than conscripted peasants, but they required different management approaches. Military discipline based on training and esprit de corps replaced systems based purely on fear of punishment. These professional military forces also provided alternative career paths for the hereditary executioners and dungeon guards whose families had managed medieval prison systems for generations. Many found employment in standing armies where their skills in violence and discipline could be channeled toward external, rather than internal enemies. The development of more sophisticated siege warfare and artillery made traditional castle-based prison systems increasingly obsolete. The thick walls and underground chambers that had made medieval dungeons escape-proof became liabilities when faced with gunpowder weapons. New fortress designs prioritized defense against artillery rather than prisoner containment. Urban growth during the late medieval period created new challenges that traditional dungeon systems couldn't address effectively. Large cities needed justice systems that could process hundreds of cases quickly, rather than systems designed for the intensive interrogation of individual prisoners. Mass imprisonment became impractical when urban populations reached tens of thousands of people. The rise of banking and credit systems created new forms of economic crime that couldn't be addressed through traditional dungeon justice. Fraud, embezzlement, and complex commercial required legal expertise disputes rather than physical coercion to resolve. The sophisticated financial relationships that drove late medieval economic growth were incompatible with justice systems based primarily on confession extraction through torture. Colonial expansion also contributed to prison reform by creating alternative destinations for unwanted populations. Rather than maintaining expensive prison systems, European powers began transporting criminals to colonial territories where their labour could be put to productive use. This transportation system reduced prison populations while generating economic benefits for colonial enterprises. The intellectual revolution of the Renaissance brought new philosophical frameworks for thinking about human nature, social organisation, and the purposes of government. Humanist thinkers like Erasmus and Montaigne questioned whether systematic cruelty was compatible with human dignity and social progress. Their ideas gradually penetrated educated circles and influenced legal reforms. The rediscovery of classical texts also provided alternative models for justice systems. Roman law offered more sophisticated procedures for determining guilt and innocence than the confession-based systems that dominated medieval practice. Greek philosophical texts provided intellectual frameworks for thinking about justice that emphasized reason over force. Scientific developments during the Renaissance also undermined some of the assumptions that supported medieval dungeon systems. Better understanding of anatomy made trial by ordeal seem less credible as a method for determining divine judgment. Improved medical knowledge revealed that confessions extracted under extreme physical stress were unreliable indicators of truth. The growth of universities and scholarly communities created networks of educated individuals who could compare different legal systems and advocate for reforms. These intellectual networks spread across political boundaries, creating international communities of legal scholars who shared ideas about justice reform. The printing and distribution of legal commentaries allowed local legal practitioners to learn about innovations in other regions and pressure their own authorities for similar reforms. Legal treatises that described alternative approaches to criminal justice became bestsellers among educated elites who had previously accepted medieval practices as inevitable. But the transition from medieval dungeon systems to more modern forms of justice wasn't uniform across Europe. Some regions reformed their practices gradually over centuries, while others maintained brutal prison conditions well into the modern period. The pace of change depended on local political, economic, and cultural factors that varied significantly across different territories. England led early prison reforms, partly because its island geography created different security needs than continental powers faced. The English Channel provided natural protection that reduced reliance on fear-based internal control systems. English legal innovations like habeas corpus and trial by jury emerged partly from this reduced dependence on arbitrary detention. France reformed its justice system more slowly, partly because its land borders and complex internal politics created ongoing needs for strong internal control systems. The French monarchy maintained elements of medieval dungeon justice well into the 18th century, contributing to the revolutionary pressures that eventually exploded in 1789. German territories showed the most variation in prison reform, with some principalities leading European innovations while others maintained medieval practices. The fragmented political structure of the Holy Roman Empire allowed for experimentation with different approaches, but also permitted the survival of particularly brutal local systems. Spanish and Portuguese prison systems evolved differently due to their extensive colonial empires. The availability of colonial territories as destinations for unwanted populations reduced pressure for domestic prison reform while creating new forms of systematic oppression in overseas territories. Italian city-states generally led prison reforms due to their commercial needs and Renaissance intellectual culture. However, papal territories often maintained more traditional approaches due to religious conservatism and the Church's investment in existing theological justifications for harsh punishment. The transformation of medieval dungeons also created new problems that reformers hadn't anticipated. As arbitrary detention became less common, other forms of social control became more important. Economic coercion, social ostracism, and bureaucratic manipulation replaced physical torture as primary means of maintaining order. The professionalization of legal systems created new forms of injustice based on technical expertise rather than brute force. Legal complexity became a barrier that prevented ordinary people from understanding or challenging the systems that governed their lives. Justice became more predictable, but also more remote from popular participation and control. The rise of centralized state power eliminated many local arbitrariness, but created new possibilities for systematic oppression on much larger scales. When medieval lords abused their power, the damage was limited to their immediate territories. When centralized states became oppressive, entire populations could be subjected to systematic persecution. The economic factors that drove prison reform also created new vulnerabilities. When justice systems became dependent on economic productivity, they became vulnerable to manipulation by wealthy interests who could use their economic power to influence legal outcomes. The replacement of arbitrary noble power with systematic commercial influence wasn't necessarily an improvement for ordinary people. The international nature of Renaissance legal reform also created new forms of cultural imperialism. European legal systems were imposed on other cultures through colonial expansion, destroying indigenous justice systems that might have been more appropriate for local conditions. The spread of European legal innovations became part of broader patterns of cultural domination. Modern prison systems that emerged from medieval dungeon reforms carried forward many assumptions and practices from their predecessors. The emphasis on isolation, the use of architecture to control behavior, and the belief that punishment should involve suffering all have medieval roots that persist in contemporary corrections. The bureaucratization of justice that replaced medieval arbitrariness created its own forms of systematic oppression. When cruelty becomes standardized and rationalized through professional procedures, it can become more extensive and harder to challenge than the personal brutality of medieval dungeons. The psychological techniques developed in medieval interrogation chambers influenced modern approaches to questioning and behavioral control. While physical torture became less acceptable, psychological manipulation became more sophisticated and systematic. The medieval understanding of how to break human resistance informed later developments in psychology and social control. The architectural principles pioneered in medieval prison design continue to influential facilities. The use of isolation, correct contemporary, surveillance, and environmental control to shape prisoner behavior represents direct continuity with medieval dungeon practices, even when the specific methods have been modernized. The legal precedents established through medieval prison cases continue to influence contemporary justice systems in ways that most people don't recognize. The procedures for handling evidence, the standards for confessions, and the relationship between church and state in criminal justice all have medieval origins that persist today. The economic relationships that developed around medieval prison systems established patterns that continue in contemporary privatized corrections. The use of prisoner labor, the profit incentives around incarceration, and the political benefits of appearing tough on crime all have medieval precedents that help explain modern prison policies. The cultural legacy of medieval dungeons extends beyond their direct institutional influence to shape popular attitudes toward crime, punishment, and justice. The stories, images, and metaphors that emerge from medieval prison experiences continue to influence how contemporary societies think about appropriate responses to criminal behavior. The international legal principles that emerged from medieval experiences with cross-border imprisonment established foundations for modern international law human rights protections. The gradual recognition that certain treatment of prisoners violates universal standards represents evolution from medieval practices toward more humane approaches. But perhaps the most important lesson from the transformation of medieval dungeons isn't about the progress that was made, but about how fragile and reversible that progress has proven to be. The same economic, political, and social pressures that drove medieval prison reforms can also drive reversals toward more brutal practices. The 20th century demonstrated repeatedly that supposedly civilized societies could quickly revert to systematic imprisonment, torture, and mass murder when political and economic pressures created incentives for such practices. The Nazi concentration camps, Soviet gulags, and other modern atrocities showed that medieval-style oppression could be implemented on industrial scales using modern technology and bureaucratic methods. Contemporary developments in many countries show concerning parallels to the conditions that created medieval dungeon systems. Growing economic inequality, political polarization, and social fragmentation create pressures that historically have led to increased reliance on fear-based control systems. The privatization of prison systems in many countries has recreated some of the profit incentives that drove medieval prison abuses. When private companies benefit financially from high incarceration rates, they have interests that conflict with justice, rehabilitation, and crime reduction. The development of new surveillance technologies has created possibilities for systematic monitoring and control that medieval authorities could never have imagined. While these technologies can be used to protect human rights, they also create unprecedented opportunities for systematic oppression. The rise of international terrorism and other security threats has led some contemporary societies to revive medieval practices, including indefinite detention, systematic torture, and secret imprisonment. These practices are often justified using the same arguments that medieval authorities used to defend their dungeon systems. The psychological insights gained from medieval prison experiences continue to inform both oppressive and liberating practices. The same understanding of human behavior that can be used to break resistance can also be used to build resilience and promote recovery from trauma. The study of medieval prison resistance movements provides valuable knowledge for contemporary human rights advocates. The communication networks, mutual support systems, and strategic thinking that medieval prisoners developed remain relevant tools for opposing oppression in any era. The architectural preservation of medieval prison sites serves important educational functions that help contemporary societies understand the historical development of justice systems and the importance of maintaining human rights protections. The international scholarly collaboration that has developed around medieval prison studies demonstrates the global relevance of these historical experiences and their continued importance for understanding contemporary justice systems. The educational curricula that have emerged from medieval prison studies provide important tools for teaching about human rights, social justice, and the historical development of legal systems. But ultimately, the most important lesson from our exploration of medieval dungeons isn't about the past at all. It's about recognizing our own responsibility for preventing the recurrence of systematic oppression in any form. The guards who operated medieval dungeons weren't monsters. They were ordinary people who had gradually accepted that systematic cruelty was necessary, inevitable, and even virtuous. They were neighbors, family members, and respected community leaders who had allowed themselves to become complicit in systematic dehumanization. The judges who condemned innocence, the officials who profited from human suffering, And the citizens who ignored or supported these systems were also ordinary people operating within structures that normalized and rewarded participation in oppression. The transformation of these brutal systems didn't happen automatically or inevitably. It required the sustained effort of individuals who refused to accept that cruelty was normal or necessary. It demanded courage from people who risked their own safety to challenge systems that seemed as permanent and unshakable as stone walls. The human rights protections we often take for granted today exist because previous generations fought against systems of oppression that seemed as entrenched and inevitable as medieval dungeons once appeared. These protections remain fragile and require constant vigilance to maintain. The capacity for both systematic cruelty and principled resistance that medieval dungeons revealed remains unchanged in human nature. The choice between becoming complicit in oppression or standing with its victims presents itself anew in every generation, in every society, and in countless individual decisions that shape the character of our shared world. The stone walls of medieval dungeons have crumbled, but the human dynamics they contained continue to play out in new forms adapted to contemporary circumstances. Understanding this dark chapter of our shared history prepares us to recognize and oppose similar systems whenever and wherever they emerge. The echoes of medieval dungeons remind us that civilization is not a permanent achievement, but a fragile construction that requires constant maintenance and defense. The distance between our contemporary societies and the brutal prison systems of the medieval world is measured not in centuries, but in the daily choices we make about how we treat the most vulnerable members of our communities. Tonight, we've descended into some of the darkest chapters of human history, but we've also discovered stories of remarkable courage, ingenuity, and resilience. The prisoners who maintained their humanity under conditions designed to destroy it, who helped their fellow inmates survive, and who never stopped hoping for freedom, remind us that the human spirit cannot be completely broken, no matter how sophisticated the systems designed to crush it. Their example both provides inspiration and practical knowledge for recognizing and opposing oppression wherever it appears. The communication networks they built, the resistance movements they created, and the hope they maintained in hopeless circumstances offer timeless lessons about the power of human connection and dignity. As we emerge from this exploration, we carry with us not just knowledge of historical atrocities, but understanding of the eternal struggle between the forces that would dehumanize us and our capacity to maintain our humanity regardless of circumstances. The medieval dungeon stands as both warning and inspiration, reminding us that systematic oppression is always possible but never inevitable, that individual choices matter enormously in shaping collective outcomes, and that the price of human dignity is eternal vigilance against the forces that would strip it away. In every generation, in every society, the choice between becoming a dungeon guard or standing with the prisoners presents itself anew. The medieval dungeon reminds us that this choice matters, that individual decisions about complicity and resistance shape the character of entire civilizations. The darkness we've explored tonight isn't safely contained in the distant past. It lives in the human capacity for both cruelty and courage that exists in every era. Understanding this history prepares us to recognize these patterns when they emerge in contemporary forms, and gives us tools for choosing resistance over complicity. The stone walls have crumbled and the iron chains have rusted away, but the lessons carved into those underground chambers remain as relevant today as they were centuries ago. The medieval dungeon teaches us that the struggle for human dignity is never finished, that freedom requires constant vigilance, and that the choice between light and darkness presents itself anew with each generation. Tonight we close this chapter on medieval dungeons, but the story continues. In every decision we make about how to treat others, in every choice between indifference and action when we witness injustice, in every moment when we must decide whether to stand with the powerful or the powerless, we write the next chapter in this eternal story of human struggle. The medieval dungeon reminds us that we are all capable of both great evil and great good, that systems of oppression depend on our complicity to survive, and that individual acts of courage and compassion can ultimately transform even the most brutal circumstances. The darkness we've explored tonight serves not to discourage but to illuminate, showing us both the depths to which human societies can sink and the heights to which individual courage can rise. In understanding this history, we gain tools for building a future where the nightmares of medieval dungeons remain safely in the past where they belong. The legacy of medieval dungeons extends far beyond their crumbling stones and rusted iron. These chambers of systematic suffering fundamentally shaped how Western civilization approaches questions of justice, punishment, and human dignity. But to truly understand their lasting impact, we need to examine how the knowledge gained from centuries of systematic oppression influenced fields as diverse as psychology, architecture, law enforcement, and even modern medicine. Medieval prison administrators developed sophisticated understandings of human behavior under extreme stress that wouldn't be formally recognized by academic psychology for centuries. They understood that isolation could break the human spirit more effectively than physical violence. They knew that unpredictability was more psychologically devastating than consistent brutality. They recognized that hope, followed by disappointment, could shatter mental resistance faster than despair alone. These insights weren't theoretical knowledge gained through scholarly study. They were practical techniques refined through generations of professional experience in breaking human resistance. The hereditary nature of many prison positions meant that psychological manipulation techniques were passed down through families like trade secrets, constantly refined and improved through direct observation of their effects. The environmental psychology pioneered in medieval dungeons influenced architectural approaches to social control that persist today. The use of lighting, space, sound, and visual elements to influence behavior was first systematically explored in medieval prison design. Modern correctional facilities, psychiatric institutions, and even commercial spaces still employ principles first developed in medieval torture chambers. Consider how modern shopping malls use architectural elements to influence consumer behavior. The deliberate manipulation of sight lines, the strategic placement of rest areas, the use of lighting to create emotional responses. All these techniques have roots in medieval understanding of how physical environment shapes psychological state. The knowledge was first developed to break prisoners, but it proved equally effective at influencing any human behavior. The interrogation techniques developed in medieval chambers established psychological principles that informed everything from police questioning to modern advertising. The systematic use of repetition, the strategic deployment of hope and fear, the careful timing of pressure and relief. These methods were first perfected on prisoners who had no choice but to participate in the experiments. Medieval interrogators understood that different personality types responded to different forms of pressure. They developed classification systems for prisoners that allowed them to customize their approaches based on individual psychological profiles. A proud nobleman required different techniques than a frightened peasant. A devout religious believer could be manipulated through spiritual threats, while a merchant might respond better to economic pressure. This systematic approach to psychological manipulation established foundations for modern understanding of human personality and behavior. The Myers-Briggs personality classifications used in contemporary psychology and business have medieval precedents in the prisoner classification systems developed by professional torturers who needed to predict how different people would respond to specific forms of pressure. The medical knowledge gained from systematically observing human beings under extreme physical and psychological stress contributed to medieval understanding of anatomy, disease, and the limits of human endurance. Prison physicians developed expertise in treating malnutrition, infectious diseases, and trauma that was unavailable to doctors working with healthier populations. The systematic documentation of prisoner and mortality morbidity provided early examples of epidemiological research. Prison administrators needed to understand disease transmission patterns to prevent outbreaks that might valuable prisoners before they could be properly interrogated or executed. This practical necessity drove innovations in medical record keeping and disease prevention that influenced broader medical practice. Medieval prison physicians also gained unique insights into the relationship between psychological stress and physical health. They observed how prolonged isolation, fear, physical, and despair could cause symptoms that had no apparent medical cause. This understanding of psychosomatic illness was centuries ahead of formal medical recognition of these connections. The surgical techniques developed to treat torture victims provided medieval physicians with opportunities to study human anatomy that weren't available through normal medical practice. The systematic nature of torture injuries allowed doctors to observe healing processes, infection patterns, and the effects of different types of trauma in ways that contributed to general medical knowledge. The pharmaceutical knowledge developed to keep prisoners conscious during torture or to treat their injuries afterward influenced broader medical understanding of pain management, anesthesia, and drug interactions. Medieval prison physicians became specialists in walking the fine line between keeping patients alive and maintaining their capacity to experience pain. The legal innovations that emerged from medieval prison systems established precedents that continue to influence contemporary justice. The systematic documentation of confessions, the procedures for validating testimony obtained under duress, and the standards for evidence in criminal cases all have roots in medieval legal developments driven by the needs of prison administrators. The concept of due process, which modern legal systems consider fundamental to justice, emerged partly as a reaction against the arbitrary nature of medieval dungeon justice. The recognition that legal procedures should follow predictable patterns rather than the whims of individual authorities developed through centuries of experience with systems that lacked such protections. The modern understanding of what constitutes cruel and unusual punishment has its roots in medieval experiences with systematic torture. The legal principles that prohibit certain forms of prisoner treatment developed through historical recognition of the abuses that occurred when such limits didn't exist. The right to legal representation, the presumption of innocence, and protection against self-incrimination all emerged as responses to medieval legal systems that lacked these protections. Contemporary legal rights exist because previous generations experienced what happened when such rights didn't exist. The international legal principles that govern the treatment of prisoners of war and political detainees developed partly from medieval experiences with cross-border imprisonment and diplomatic detention. The recognition that certain standards should apply regardless of local law represents evolution from medieval practices toward more universal approaches. The bureaucratic innovations developed to manage large prison populations influenced broader administrative practices in medieval government and beyond. The record-keeping systems, resource management techniques, and organizational structures pioneered in medieval prisons were later applied to other areas of public administration. Modern governmental bureaucracies still employ organizational principles first developed in medieval prison systems. The hierarchical command structures, the systematic documentation procedures, and the performance evaluation methods used in contemporary public administration all have precedents in medieval prison management. The economic analysis techniques developed to assess the costs and benefits of different imprisonment strategies influence broader approaches to public policy and resource allocation. Medieval authorities needed to balance the political benefits of harsh punishment against the economic costs of maintaining prison populations, leading to early forms of cost-benefit analysis. The logistics systems developed to supply medieval prisons with food, materials, and personnel established precedents for modern supply chain management. The challenges of maintaining isolated facilities with complex security requirements drove innovations in transportation, storage, and distribution that influenced broader economic development. The communication networks developed to coordinate between different prison facilities established early examples of administrative communication systems that influenced broader governmental and commercial practices. The need to share information about prisoners, transfer individuals between facilities, and coordinate security measures required sophisticated information management systems. The technological innovations that emerged from medieval prison construction influenced broader developments in engineering, metallurgy, and architecture. The specialized locks, reinforced doors, and surveillance systems developed for prisons drove innovations that were later applied to banks, treasuries, military fortifications, and civilian construction. The development of increasingly sophisticated restraint systems pushed advances in metallurgy and mechanical engineering. The precision required torture devices drove for effective innovations in gear systems, leverage mechanisms, and material science that had applications far beyond prison use. The surveillance techniques developed to monitor prisoner behavior established early approaches to systematic observation that influenced everything from military intelligence to scientific research methods. The systematic recording of human behavior under controlled conditions provided models for later experimental psychology and social science research. The architectural principles pioneered in medieval prison design influenced broader approaches to building construction and urban planning. The use of space to control movement, the manipulation of light and sound to influence behavior, and the integration of security features into structural design all had applications beyond prison construction. The social control mechanisms developed in medieval prisons influenced broader approaches to managing populations and maintaining order. The systematic use of isolation, the strategic deployment of rewards and punishments, and the careful manipulation of social hierarchies among prisoners established techniques that were later applied to other institutions. Medieval monasteries adopted many organizational and disciplinary techniques from contemporary prison systems, recognizing that the psychological principles developed for controlling prisoners could also be effective for managing religious communities. The similarities between monastic rules and prison regulations reveal how knowledge flowed between different types of institutional control. Educational institutions also borrowed from medieval prison practices using isolation, systematic surveillance, and behavioral modification techniques that had been pioneered in correctional settings. The authoritarian structures that characterized medieval schools and universities had clear precedents in contemporary prison administration. Military organizations adopted many medieval prison innovations, particularly in areas of discipline, hierarchy, and the systematic breaking down of individual resistance to create unit cohesion. The techniques developed to transform prisoners into compliant subjects proved equally effective at transforming civilians into soldiers. The economic systems that developed around medieval prisons influenced broader approaches to labor organization and resource extraction. The use of forced labor, the systematic exploitation of human resources, and the development of profit incentives around human suffering established patterns that appeared in later economic institutions. The plantation systems that emerged in European colonies borrowed heavily from medieval prison labor practices. The systematic dehumanization techniques, the hierarchical control structures, and the economic models developed in medieval prisons provided templates for later systems of systematic exploitation. Industrial labor practices during the early stages of capitalist development also showed clear influences from medieval prison systems. The systematic surveillance of workers, the use of disciplinary techniques to maintain productivity, and the development of hierarchical management structures all had precedents in medieval prison administration. The psychological warfare techniques developed in medieval prisons influenced military and political strategies that extended far beyond individual institutions. The systematic use of fear, the strategic deployment of uncertainty, and the careful manipulation of hope and despair became standard tools of statecraft and international relations. Medieval diplomatic practices borrowed many techniques from contemporary prison systems, using isolation, psychological pressure, and systematic demoralization to influence foreign ambassadors and negotiators. The same principles that broke individual prisoners proved effective at influencing entire governments. The propaganda techniques that emerged from medieval prison experiences influenced broader approaches to mass communication and social control. The systematic manipulation of information, the strategic use of fear and uncertainty, and the careful timing of revelations and concealments became standard tools of political manipulation. The cultural impact of medieval prison systems extended far beyond their direct institutional influence to shape art, literature, and popular imagination in ways that continue to influence contemporary society. The stories, images, and metaphors that emerged from medieval prison experiences became part of the cultural vocabulary that people used to understand power, authority, and resistance. Gothic literature drew and themes heavily from medieval prison imagery, creating artistic frameworks that continue to influence how people think about darkness, confinement, and the abuse of power. The castle dungeons that populate horror stories and romantic novels carry cultural memories of real medieval institutions. The religious imagery that emerged from medieval prison experiences influenced theological thinking about sin, punishment, and redemption in ways that shaped Christian doctrine and practice. The systematic torture that characterized medieval justice provided models for understanding divine punishment that influenced religious art, literature, and popular belief. The political metaphors that developed from medieval prison experiences continue to influence how people think about government, authority, and individual rights. Terms like dungeon, torture chamber, and inquisition carry cultural weight that extends far beyond their historical origins. The psychological insights gained from medieval prison experiences contributed to broader cultural understandings of human nature, social relationships, and the dynamics of power. The recognition that ordinary people could become systematically cruel under certain circumstances influenced philosophical and political thinking about the nature of civilization and the necessity of institutional safeguards. The artistic representations of medieval prisons influenced visual culture in ways that continue to shape how people imagine confinement, suffering, and resistance. The iconography developed medieval prison imagery appears around in everything from political cartoons to commercial advertising, carrying cultural meanings that most people recognize intuitively. The literary traditions that emerge from medieval prison experiences established narrative frameworks that continue to influence storytelling across all media. The themes of unjust imprisonment, systematic oppression, and individual resistance that characterize much contemporary fiction have clear precedents in medieval prison literature. The musical traditions that developed around medieval prison experiences, from work songs that helped prisoners coordinate resistance to lamentations that expressed their suffering, influenced folk music traditions that continue to carry cultural memories of systematic oppression. The oral traditions that preserve stories of medieval prison experiences provided models for understanding and discussing systematic abuse that continue to influence how communities process and respond to institutional violence. The educational legacy of medieval prisons extends beyond formal historical study to influence how societies teach about justice, human rights, and social responsibility. The preserved sites and documented experiences provide concrete examples that help people understand abstract principles about the importance of legal protections and institutional safeguards. The moral education that emerges from studying medieval prisons helps people understand the difference between legal authority and legitimate authority, between following orders and accepting moral responsibility, between being a bystander and being complicit in systematic abuse. The civic education that medieval prison history provides helps people understand the fragility of democratic institutions and the importance of active citizenship in maintaining accountable government. The examples of how quickly civilized societies can descend into systematic oppression provide powerful arguments for maintaining vigilant oversight of a government power. The international education that emerges from comparative study of medieval prison systems helps people understand both universal patterns in human behavior and specific cultural factors that can either facilitate or prevent systematic abuse. This knowledge provides tools for recognizing and responding to contemporary forms of institutional violence. The professional education that medieval prison studies provide for people working in criminal justice, mental health, social work, and related fields helps them understand the historical development of their professions and the ongoing challenges of maintaining ethical standards under institutional pressure. The research methodologies developed for studying medieval prisons have influenced broader approaches to investigating historical trauma, systematic abuse, and institutional violence. The techniques developed for analysing fragmentary evidence, corroborating testimony, and reconstructing experiences from limited sources have applications across many fields of historical and social research. The ethical frameworks that have emerged from studying medieval prisons provide guidelines for conducting research into sensitive topics, working with vulnerable populations, and maintaining professional standards when investigating systematic abuse. These frameworks help ensure that contemporary research doesn't replicate the exploitative relationships that characterized medieval prison systems. The preservation techniques developed for maintaining medieval prison sites and artifacts provide models for conserving other historical sites that document systematic violence and institutional abuse. The approaches developed for presenting difficult historical material to diverse audiences help ensure that these lessons remain accessible to future generations. The shadows of medieval dungeons still stretch across our modern world, reminding us that the distance between civilization and barbarism is measured not in centuries, but in the choices we make each day. These weren't just historical curiosities or distant nightmares from a forgotten age. They were real places where real people suffered, where ordinary individuals became complicit in systematic cruelty, and where the human spirit somehow endured against impossible odds. Tonight we've journeyed through stone corridors where hope went to die, but we've also discovered something remarkable. Even in humanity's darkest moments, even when every system was designed to crush dignity and break spirits, people found ways to resist, to connect, to maintain their humanity. The prisoners who scratched messages into dungeon walls, who shared their meagre rations with fellow inmates, who never stopped planning for freedom, remind us that no system of oppression can completely extinguish the human spirit. The medieval dungeon stands as both warning and inspiration. It warns us how quickly societies can descend into systematic cruelty when we abandon our moral guardrails and stop questioning authority. But it also inspires us with stories of courage, ingenuity, and resilience that prove human dignity can survive even the most brutal circumstances. The choice between becoming a dungeon guard or standing with the prisoners presents itself anew in every generation. The medieval dungeon reminds us that this choice matters, that our individual decisions about complicity and resistance shape the character of entire civilizations. As we close this chapter, remember that the price of human dignity is eternal vigilance, and the shadows of the past can only be kept at bay by the light we choose to kindle today. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into something that history books tend to sanitize, something Hollywood glamorizes, and something most people never truly understand: the medieval battlefield. Not the shining armor and noble quests you see in movies, but the real thing. The blood-soaked mud, the screams that lasted for hours, and the smell that could knock you unconscious from a mile away. Before we get started, take a moment to like this video if you're ready for some brutal honesty about medieval warfare, and let me know in the comments what time it is where you're watching. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world for these deep dives into history's darkest corners. Now, settle in. Maybe grab something to drink, because what we're about to explore isn't pretty, but it's real. And understanding the true horror of medieval battlefields helps us grasp just how brutal life really was 600 years ago. Picture this. You're a 20-year-old farmer's son, conscripted into your lord's army. You've never held a sword in your life, never seen a man die violently, never imagined the sounds a human throat makes when it's been sliced open. But here you are, standing in a muddy field at dawn, surrounded by thousands of other terrified souls, waiting for the horn that will send you charging toward your death. The reality of medieval warfare was nothing like the romanticized versions we see today. There were no clean sword fights, no honorable duels, no gentle deaths. Instead, there was chaos, terror, and a level of brutality that would make even hardened soldiers today question their sanity. Let's start with what you'd actually see, hear, and smell on a medieval battlefield. First, the ground beneath your feet. After just a few minutes of combat, the earth would be churned into a thick, reddish-brown soup of mud, blood, and human waste. Men would lose control of their bowels from fear or injury, and the metallic stench of blood would mix with the overwhelming smell of death, sweat, and excrement. The sounds were equally horrifying. Imagine the clash of metal on metal, but amplified by thousands of weapons striking simultaneously. Add to that the screams of wounded horses, the wet thudding of axes biting into flesh, and the desperate cries for help from men whose limbs had been severed. Some witnesses described it as a symphony from hell itself, but the visual horror was perhaps the worst part. Within minutes of combat beginning, the battlefield would be littered with body parts. Arms severed at the shoulder, legs chopped off at the knee, heads split cleanly in two by powerful axe blows. Medieval weapons weren't designed for clean kills. They were designed to maim, to terrorize, and to create wounds so horrific that they would break the morale of enemy forces. Archaeological evidence from sites like the Battle of Visby in 1361 gives us chilling insights into what actually happened to human bodies during medieval combat. Researchers examining the remains found at Visby discovered wounds that defy imagination. One soldier had the entire front of his skull cleaved in two, with the blade penetrating deep into his brain tissue. The same man had his left arm completely severed at the elbow and sustained multiple blade wounds to his face that divided his jaw in two and sliced away part of his upper jaw. But here's the truly horrifying part. This soldier also had 3 separate arrow wounds in his neck. Any one of these injuries would have been fatal, yet he sustained all of them in what was likely just a few minutes of combat. This wasn't unusual. The archaeological evidence shows that medieval warriors often suffered multiple severe injuries before finally succumbing to death. The weapons themselves were engineered for maximum damage. Take the English longbow, perhaps the most feared weapon of the medieval period. These weren't the lightweight bows you might see in movies. A proper English longbow stood over 6 feet tall and required between 150 and 180 pounds of force just to draw. The arrows they fired could penetrate armor at distances up to 1,000 feet. When a longbow arrow struck a human body, the results were catastrophic. Archaeological analysis has revealed arrow wounds that created entry and exit holes comparable to modern gunshot wounds. In one gruesome example from the Visby site, researchers found evidence of an arrow that entered through a warrior's right eye and exited through the back of his skull, leaving devastating wounds on both sides of his head. The power of these weapons meant that battlefield injuries were unlike anything we see today, even in modern warfare. A crossbow bolt could punch through chainmail and embed itself so deeply in bone that medieval surgeons often couldn't extract it. Sword blows could slice clean through limbs with a single strike. Warhammers could crush skulls like eggshells, leaving brains exposed to the elements. And then there were the specialized weapons designed purely for terror. The Morning Star, a club studded with iron spikes, could turn a man's head into an unrecognizable pulp. The billhook, originally a farming tool, could catch a mounted knight's leg and tear him from his horse, often taking the limb with it. The war scythe could disembowel multiple men with a single sweep. But perhaps most terrifying of all were the injuries caused by everyday weapons in the hands of desperate men. A simple dagger, when driven into the gap between helmet and gorget, could sever the spinal cord instantly. A mace blow to the knee could shatter the joint so completely that the leg would hang by skin alone. Even a wooden staff, when swung with enough force, could cave in a man's ribcage and puncture his lungs. The chaos of medieval battle meant that injuries came from every direction and in every conceivable way. Men were trampled by horses, crushed under falling comrades, or simply beaten to death by multiple attackers. The concept of a fair fight simply didn't exist. If you were down, your enemies would continue striking until you stopped moving entirely. What made these injuries even more horrific was the primitive state of medieval medicine. When a soldier sustained a wound on the battlefield, his chances of survival depended not on modern surgical techniques or antibiotics, but on the limited knowledge of barber surgeons who worked with tools that would make a modern doctor faint. These battlefield medics, often called barber surgeons, were part barber, part surgeon, and part torturer. They carried crude instruments, bone saws for amputation, iron cauterizing tools for sealing wounds, and leather straps for patients to bite down on during procedures. There was no anesthesia beyond strong alcohol, no understanding of infection control, and no concept of sterile technique. The most common treatment for severe limb injuries was immediate amputation. A skilled barber surgeon could remove a damaged arm or leg in under a minute, then spend another 3 to 4 minutes attempting to stop the bleeding using red-hot irons to cauterize the wound. The mortality rate for these amputations was around 39% for arms and lower legs, but jumped to 62% for high leg amputations. Those who survived amputation faced a lifetime of disability in an age when physical labor was essential for survival. Yet archaeological evidence suggests that some of these men actually returned to battle. Researchers have found skeletons showing healed amputation sites alongside fresh battle wounds, indicating that some warriors continued fighting even after losing limbs in previous conflicts. Arrow wounds presented their own unique medical challenges. Unlike sword cuts or blunt trauma, arrows often embedded themselves deep in the body, and removing them required delicate skill. Medieval surgeons developed specific techniques for arrow extraction, but the process was often more dangerous than leaving the arrow in place. The guidelines for arrow removal were surprisingly sophisticated. First, the surgeon had to examine the arrow's position, determine if it might be poisoned, assess the location of the wound, and check for contamination with dirt or debris. Then came the delicate process of extraction, which had to be done swiftly to minimize blood loss. Finally, the surgeon had to control hemorrhaging and prevent infection. The most famous case of successful arrow wound treatment occurred when the future King Henry V was struck at the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403. The 16-year-old prince took an arrow to the face that penetrated 6 inches into his head. The royal surgeon, John Bradmore, successfully removed the arrow using an innovative technique that involved gradually enlarging the wound with specially designed instruments. The young prince survived to become one of England's most celebrated warrior kings, though he bore the scars of that wound for the rest of his life. But for every success story like Henry V, there were thousands of soldiers who died agonizing deaths from infected wounds. Medieval medicine had no understanding of bacteria or the importance of sterile technique. Wounds were often treated with poultices made from animal dung, human urine, or rotting herbs. These treatments, intended to promote healing, often introduced deadly infections that killed patients days or weeks after they'd survived the initial trauma. The psychological toll of medieval warfare was just as devastating as the physical injuries. Soldiers who survived battles often carried mental scars that never healed. The constant exposure to extreme violence, the sounds of dying comrades, and the ever-present threat of death created a form of trauma that medieval society had no way to understand or treat. Head and facial wounds were particularly devastating, not just physically, but psychologically. In medieval society, facial scars were seen as marks of shame and dishonor. A warrior who survived a battle with a disfigured face might find himself unable to marry, unable to find work, and shunned by his community. Some chose suicide rather than live with such visible reminders of their battlefield experiences. The smell of a medieval battlefield lingered long after the fighting ended. Bodies would lie where they fell for days or even weeks, bloating in the sun and attracting clouds of flies. The stench was so overwhelming that chroniclers described it as being detectable from miles away. Survivors had to live and work in this environment, while they searched for salvageable equipment and tended to the wounded. Disease spread rapidly through these conditions. Dysentery, typhoid, and plague could decimate an army faster than any enemy weapon. In many medieval conflicts, more soldiers died from disease than from combat injuries. The lack of sanitation, combined with contaminated water sources and poor nutrition, created perfect conditions for epidemics that could wipe out entire armies in a matter of weeks. This was the reality of medieval warfare, not the cleaned-up version we see in movies, but a brutal, chaotic nightmare that traumatized everyone who experienced it. And we've only just begun to scratch the surface of how dark and horrifying these battlefields really were. The chaos we've described so far was just the beginning, because once the initial clash ended and the dust began to settle, an entirely different kind of horror began to unfold. This is when the medieval battlefield revealed its most disturbing secrets, the ones that chroniclers often refused to write down and survivors rarely spoke about. Let's talk about what happened to the prisoners. In theory, medieval warfare operated under certain codes of conduct. The concept of ransom meant that captured nobles could expect to buy their freedom, and the rules of chivalry supposedly protected those who surrendered. But the reality on the ground was far more complicated and infinitely more brutal. Your fate as a prisoner depended entirely on who you were, who captured you, and what mood your captors happened to be in. If you were a knight or nobleman, you might indeed be treated with relative courtesy while your family scrambled to raise your ransom. But if you were a common soldier, a mercenary, or worse yet, a member of a despised ethnic or religious group, your prospects were grim beyond imagination. The ransom system, when it worked, was actually quite civilized. A captured lord might find himself housed in comfortable quarters, allowed to write letters to his family, and treated almost like a guest while negotiations proceeded. The son of the constable of Richmond Castle paid 200 marks for his freedom after his father's fortress fell in 1216. This was expensive, certainly, but it was business, not butchery. But this courtesy had strict limitations. King John, that notorious tyrant, demonstrated the darker side of medieval prisoner treatment when he ordered the massacre of captured archers during the siege of Rochester in 1215. These men were slaughtered not because they had fought bravely, but because of their social class. Archers were considered beneath the protection of chivalric codes, mere peasants with weapons. Pope Pius III had even condemned the use of bows in warfare, which gave John additional justification for his brutality. The treatment became even more savage when ethnic hatred entered the picture. When Welsh forces captured an English castle in 1212, every single prisoner was beheaded. This wasn't unusual behaviour, it was retaliation. The English had been treating Welsh prisoners the same way, executing rather than ransoming them. What began as political conflict had degenerated into a cycle of ethnic cleansing that made medieval battlefields even more terrifying. But even systematic execution paled in comparison to what happened when prisoners were tortured for information. Medieval torture wasn't the random cruelty you might imagine. It was a sophisticated science with specific goals and carefully designed techniques. Captors wanted military intelligence. They wanted to increase ransom values through fear. They wanted to force the surrender of castles, and sometimes they simply wanted to break their enemies' morale by making examples of their captives. The methods were borrowed from multiple sources. Some techniques came directly from battlefield weapons, like using captured soldiers for target practice with arrows and lances, or amputating limbs with swords. Others were adapted from surgical procedures, turning medical knowledge into instruments of agony. Dismemberment, tooth extraction, and the flaying of skin alive were all documented practices. Then there were devices specifically designed for torture. The gibbet allowed captors to suspend prisoners in cages, leaving them exposed to the elements until they died of thirst or exposure. The pillory enabled public whipping that could continue for hours. Tight cords were wrapped around limbs until they cut off circulation, likely causing compartment syndrome that resulted in gangrene and death. The racks stretched prisoners until their joints dislocated and their bones snapped. The barnacles crushed legs and feet into shapeless pulp. During the Crusades, torture took on religious dimensions that added new layers of horror. Prisoners weren't just sources of information or ransom, they were heretics whose suffering pleased God. Devices like the Iron Maiden, though possibly more legend than fact, symbolized the willingness to abandon all moral constraints in pursuit of religious dominance. The line between faith and cruelty disappeared entirely as crusaders convinced themselves that inflicting pain on unbelievers was a holy act. The psychological impact of witnessing such torture was devastating for everyone involved, including the perpetrators. Soldiers who participated in or observed these sessions often suffered what we would now recognize as severe trauma. But in medieval society, there was no understanding of psychological wounds, no treatment for what we now call post-traumatic stress disorder. Men simply had to live with the memories of what they had done or seen, and many turned to alcohol or violence as their only means of coping. Yet even torture and execution weren't the worst fate that could befall a medieval prisoner. That distinction belonged to those captured during siege warfare, where starvation and disease created conditions that pushed human behavior beyond all civilized boundaries. Sieges were wars of attrition that could last for months or even years. The attacking army would surround a fortified position and wait for the defenders to run out of food, water, or hope. But this waiting game created its own unique horrors that went far beyond simple military strategy. As supplies dwindled inside a besieged castle or city, commanders faced impossible choices. Should they maintain full rations for the soldiers while civilians starved? Should they expel non-combatants to conserve resources, knowing they would likely die outside the walls? Should they surrender honorably or fight to the last man? The psychological warfare employed during sieges was deliberately designed to break the defender's will. Attacking forces would publicly execute captured defenders where the besieged could see them. They would mutilate prisoners and display the results as warnings of what awaited those who continued to resist. They would catapult severed heads over the walls to demoralize the garrison and terrorize civilians. But perhaps most horrifying of all was the use of biological warfare. Medieval commanders understood that disease could be as deadly as any sword, and they weaponized this knowledge with calculated precision. They would contaminate water supplies by dumping dead animals, sewage, or decomposing bodies into wells and reservoirs. They would catapult diseased corpses over castle walls, turning the defenders' living quarters into breeding grounds for infection. The most notorious example of this biological warfare occurred during the siege of Kaffa in 1346, when Mongol forces catapulted plague-infected bodies into the city. The resulting outbreak may have contributed to the spread of the Black Death throughout Europe, ultimately killing between 45% and 60% of the continent's population over the following 4 years. Inside a besieged fortress, conditions deteriorated rapidly as the siege dragged on. Stagnant water became breeding grounds for typhoid and dysentery. Poor diet weakened immune systems, making inhabitants more susceptible to pneumonia and other infections. The constant stress of impending attack, combined with malnutrition and disease, created a powder keg of desperation and violence. When food became critically scarce, fortress commanders would begin expelling what they called surplus civilians. These were usually the old, the sick, women and children who couldn't contribute to the defense but still consumed precious resources. These unfortunates would be driven out of the gates and into no man's land between the fortress and the besieging army. Sometimes the attackers would allow these refugees to pass through their lines and escape, but more often they would refuse passage, trapping the expelled civilians between the two forces. Unable to return to the fortress and forbidden to leave the area, these people would slowly starve to death within sight of both armies. Their suffering was intended to demoralize the defenders and pressure them into surrender. The defenders themselves weren't immune to the psychological pressure. As conditions worsened inside the fortress, discipline would begin to break down. Soldiers would fight over scraps of food. Officers would hoard supplies while their men starved. Some would attempt to desert, only to be caught and executed as examples to others. The social order that held medieval society together would gradually collapse under the pressure of prolonged siege. Medical care during sieges was virtually non-existent. Wounded defenders couldn't be evacuated for proper treatment, and supplies of herbs and other medicinal materials would quickly run out. Men would die from infections that could have been easily treated under normal circumstances. The smell of gangrene and rotting flesh would permeate the fortress, adding to the psychological pressure on the surviving defenders. Even water, that most basic necessity of life, became a weapon of terror during medieval sieges. Attacking forces would divert rivers, poison wells, or simply wait for cisterns to run dry. Defenders reduced to drinking their own urine or the blood of slaughtered animals faced a choice between slow death by dehydration and quick death by surrender. The final assault on a fortress that had endured a long siege was often the most brutal phase of the entire conflict. Attackers who had spent months in uncomfortable field conditions, watching their comrades die from disease and enemy sorties, were in no mood for mercy when they finally breached the walls. The promise of plunder and revenge drove them to excesses that shocked even medieval chroniclers. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the sack that followed was so savage that it became legendary throughout Europe. Soldiers and civilians alike were slaughtered indiscriminately. Women were raped and murdered. Children were sold into slavery. Ancient churches were desecrated and their treasures looted. The psychological trauma of such events rippled through entire societies for generations. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of siege warfare was how it changed the people who participated in it. Decent men, fathers and sons and brothers, would find themselves committing acts of cruelty that they never could have imagined in peacetime. The gradual erosion of moral boundaries, combined with the constant threat of death and the pressure to survive, created conditions that brought out the very worst in human nature. The records show that even the most disciplined armies could degenerate into murderous mobs once a siege ended. Officers who had maintained strict control during the siege would lose all authority once their men tasted victory and blood. The line between soldier and criminal would disappear entirely as the promise of plunder overwhelmed all other considerations. And yet, for all the horror and brutality of siege warfare, it remained a preferred method of medieval combat precisely because it was so effective at breaking enemy morale. The threat of starvation, disease, and ultimate massacre was often enough to convince defenders to surrender without a fight. The reputation for savagery that surrounded certain commanders and armies became a weapon in itself, causing enemies to flee rather than face the prospect of siege and its inevitable conclusion. This psychological dimension of medieval warfare extended far beyond individual battles or sieges. Entire regions would be terrorized by the mere approach of certain armies, their reputations preceding them like harbingers of doom. The knowledge that surrender offered no guarantee of safety, that mercy was rare and often conditional, that death might come through starvation, disease, or torture rather than clean combat, created a climate of fear that permeated medieval society. We're beginning to understand that the medieval battlefield wasn't just a place where armies met and fought. It was a nexus of human suffering, where all the darkest aspects of medieval life converged into something approaching hell on earth. And we haven't even begun to explore the diseases that swept through these killing fields, turning minor wounds into death sentences and transforming entire armies into walking corpses. The diseases that plagued medieval armies were as deadly as any weapon forged in a blacksmith shop, and infinitely more terrifying because they struck without warning, without honor, and without mercy. While we've explored the brutal injuries caused by swords and arrows, the invisible killers that swept through medieval battlefields claimed far more lives than all the weapons of war combined. Picture an army on the march, 20,000 men trudging across the countryside for weeks, their unwashed bodies pressed together in cramped conditions, sharing contaminated water sources and relieving themselves wherever convenient. No understanding of bacteria, no concept of hygiene beyond the occasional splash of cold water on the face. These weren't just military formations, they were mobile breeding grounds for every disease known to medieval Europe. Dysentery was perhaps the most common killer. This wasn't the mild stomach upset you might experience from bad food today. Medieval dysentery was a savage disease that could kill a healthy man in days. It began with severe abdominal cramps that would double a soldier over in agony. Then came the bloody diarrhea, so frequent and violent that men would lose all control of their bodily functions. The dehydration that followed was catastrophic, leaving once proud warriors as skeletal figures barely able to lift their weapons. The smell alone was enough to break morale. Imagine 20,000 men suffering from explosive diarrhea simultaneously, with no proper latrines, no clean water for washing, and no understanding that their waste was spreading the disease even further. Camp followers would wade through seas of human filth to tend to the sick, unknowingly carrying the infection from tent to tent, victim to victim. Typhoid fever was equally devastating, but more insidious in its approach. It would start slowly, almost gently, with what seemed like a minor fever and headache. Soldiers might continue fighting for days while the disease quietly destroyed their bodies from within. The characteristic rose-coloured rash would appear on the chest and abdomen, followed by severe abdominal pain and high fever that could reach dangerous levels. But the real horror of typhoid was how it affected the mind. As the disease progressed, victims would become delirious, hallucinating enemies that weren't there, crying out for mothers who had died years earlier, or simply staring into space with vacant eyes while their bodies wasted away. Entire units could be rendered combat ineffective not by enemy action, but by men who had lost their minds to fever. The treatment for these diseases was worse than useless. Medieval physicians believed in the theory of the four humours, thinking that illness was caused by an imbalance of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Their solution was bloodletting, deliberately weakening patients who were already dying from blood loss and dehydration. They would slice open veins with dirty knives or apply leeches to drain what they believed was corrupted blood, hastening death rather than preventing it. Pneumonia thrived in the cold, damp conditions of medieval military campaigns. Soldiers sleeping on frozen ground, wearing wet clothes for days at a time, breathing the smoke from countless campfires, would develop the telltale cough that marked the beginning of the end. The disease would fill their lungs with fluid, drowning them slowly from within while they remained conscious and aware of their fate. The sound of an army camp at night during a pneumonia outbreak was haunting beyond description. Thousands of men coughing simultaneously, some bringing up blood with each spasm, others gasping for air that wouldn't come. The wet, rattling breathing of the dying mixed with the moans of those still fighting the disease created a symphony of suffering that could be heard for miles. Medieval armies tried various remedies for respiratory ailments. They would burn herbs and have sick soldiers breathe the smoke, unknowingly making their lung conditions worse. They would force patients to drink concoctions made from animal urine, rotted vegetables, and ground-up insects. Some physicians recommended placing live chickens on the patient's chest to draw out the disease, a practice that accomplished nothing except adding animal parasites to the patient's list of problems. But even these diseases paled in comparison to the ultimate killer of medieval Europe, the bubonic plague. When the Black Death arrived on a medieval battlefield, it didn't just kill soldiers, it destroyed entire civilizations. This wasn't a disease that picked and chose its victims based on strength or social status. It killed indiscriminately, savagely, and with the efficiency that made military strategists weep with envy. The plague typically began with flu-like symptoms that soldiers might dismiss as battle fatigue, a slight fever, some aches and pains, nothing that couldn't be ignored in the heat of campaign. But within days, the characteristic buboes would appear, swollen lymph nodes the size of chicken eggs that protruded from the neck, armpits, and groin. These buboes were excruciatingly painful, so sensitive that even the touch of clothing could send victims into screaming fits. As the disease progressed, the buboes would turn black and begin to leak pus and blood. The smell was indescribable, a mixture of rotting flesh and sweet corruption that clung to everything it touched. Victims would develop high fevers that could reach 105 degrees Fahrenheit, causing delirium, convulsions, and eventually coma. The mortality rate was staggering. Of those who contracted bubonic plague, 4 out of 5 died within 8 days. But there were even worse forms of the disease. Septicemic plague attacked the bloodstream directly, causing massive internal bleeding and organ failure. Its mortality rate was 99 to 100%. Victims would literally bleed to death from the inside, their skin turning black as their blood vessels collapsed. Pneumonic plague was perhaps the most terrifying variant because it was directly contagious through airborne droplets. A single infected soldier coughing in a crowded tent could infect dozens of his comrades within hours. This form attacked the lungs, causing victims to cough up blood and infectious material while remaining conscious and aware until the very end. The psychological impact of plague outbreaks was devastating. Soldiers who had faced down charging cavalry without flinching would break down completely when the plague entered their camp. They knew that armor offered no protection, that courage meant nothing, that skill with weapons was useless against an enemy they couldn't see or fight. Medieval attempts to combat the plague revealed the desperate superstition of the age. Some believed it was divine punishment for sin and organized mass flagellation sessions where soldiers would whip themselves bloody, hoping to appease God's wrath. Others tried to outrun the disease by constantly moving, not understanding that they were simply spreading it to new areas. The remedies were both pathetic and horrifying. Physicians recommended drinking the pus from lance buboes, believing it would provide immunity. They suggested bathing in human urine or wearing amulets made from crushed emeralds. Some treatments involved roasting eggshells and grinding them into powder, mixing them with marigold flowers and treacle, then drinking the concoction in warm beer twice daily. Perhaps most tragically, they tried quarantine measures that were almost correct. Venice instituted 40-day isolation periods for suspected plague victims in 1348, creating the concept of quarantine from the Latin word for 40. But their understanding of disease transmission was so flawed that these measures often made outbreaks worse rather than better. The social breakdown that accompanied plague outbreaks was complete and terrifying. Military discipline would collapse as officers died alongside their men. Supply lines would fail as entire communities were wiped out. Soldiers would desert en masse, carrying the disease back to their home villages and spreading the epidemic even further. Some armies simply ceased to exist as fighting forces. The English army that laid siege to Calais in 1346 lost more men to plague than to French weapons. Entire companies would be reduced to a handful of survivors within weeks. Horses would stand untended as their riders died, eventually starving to death themselves as the epidemic consumed everything in its path. The stench of plague-ravaged armies was legendary. Contemporary chroniclers described it as detectable from distances of 10 miles or more. The smell of rotting flesh, infected buboes, and mass death would hang over battlefields like a poisonous cloud, warning approaching forces of the horror that awaited them. But disease wasn't the only invisible killer stalking medieval battlefields. Infection from wounds, something we can easily treat today with antibiotics, was a death sentence that could take weeks to execute. A minor sword cut that barely drew blood could become gangrenous within days, slowly consuming the victim's flesh while they remained fully conscious and aware of their fate. Gangrene was particularly horrifying because it was so visible. The infected flesh would turn black and begin to rot while still attached to the living body. The smell was so putrid that other soldiers would refuse to approach the victim. Maggots would infest the wound, eating away at dead tissue while the patient watched in horror. Medieval physicians understood that amputation might save the patient's life. But their techniques were crude beyond belief. They would tie tourniquets made from rope or leather strips, then hack through the infected limb with bone saws that were never cleaned between patients. The procedure was performed without anesthesia, while the patient was held down by multiple men. The cauterization process that followed amputation was its own form of torture. Red-hot irons would be pressed against the severed stump to seal blood vessels, filling the air with the smell of burning flesh and the screams of the patient. Many victims died from shock during this procedure, while others succumbed to infection in the days that followed. Those who survived battlefield amputations faced a lifetime of disability in a world that had no social safety net for the handicapped. Archaeological evidence shows that some of these men returned to combat despite their missing limbs, suggesting that warfare was their only means of survival, even after sustaining crippling injuries. The psychological toll of witnessing such medical procedures was severe for everyone involved. Soldiers would rather risk death from infection than submit to amputation, knowing that the cure might be worse than the disease. The sound of bone saws cutting through living tissue, the sight of limbs being tossed onto growing piles of severed body parts, the smell of cauterized flesh, all combined to create trauma that lasted long after the physical wounds had healed. Battlefield surgery was performed in conditions that would horrify modern medical professionals. Operations took place in blood-soaked tents, using instruments that were never sterilized, by surgeons whose hands were caked with filth from previous patients. Cross-contamination was inevitable, turning minor procedures into death sentences for patients who might otherwise have recovered. The tools themselves were primitive and terrifying. Bone saws with teeth like those used for cutting wood, cauterizing irons that glowed red-hot in braziers filled with charcoal. Forceps, for extracting arrow points that looked more like torture devices than surgical instruments. Leather straps for restraining patients who would thrash and scream throughout procedures performed without any form of pain relief. Arrow extraction was perhaps the most challenging procedure facing battlefield surgeons. Unlike modern bullets, which often pass cleanly through tissue, medieval arrows were designed to embed themselves deeply in their targets. The barbed heads would catch on bone and tissue, making removal extremely difficult and dangerous. Surgeons developed specialized techniques for different types of arrow wounds. For arrows lodged in bone, they would use instruments called arrow spoons to gradually widen the wound channel while carefully extracting the point. For arrows that had penetrated vital organs, they often had to make the difficult decision to leave the projectile in place rather than risk killing the patient during removal. The most challenging cases involved arrows that had been deliberately poisoned before battle. Medieval armies would coat arrowheads with various toxins, from snake venom to rotted animal matter, ensuring that even minor wounds would prove fatal. Surgeons had no effective treatments for such poisoning and could only watch helplessly as their patients died in agony. The survival rate for arrow wounds was appallingly low. Even minor hits could prove fatal if infection set in, or if the arrow had damaged vital blood vessels. Soldiers knew that being struck by an arrow often meant a slow, agonizing death, rather than the quick end they might prefer. Head wounds presented their own unique challenges for medieval surgeons. The primitive understanding of brain anatomy meant that any injury to the skull was likely to be fatal. Surgeons might attempt to remove bone fragments or drain blood from head injuries, but they had no understanding of intracranial pressure or brain function. The social stigma attached to facial wounds added psychological trauma to physical injury. In medieval society, a man's appearance was closely tied to his honor and social standing. A warrior who survived battle with a disfigured face might find himself unable to marry, unable to find employment, and shunned by his former comrades. Some soldiers chose suicide rather than live with severe facial scarring. Others became hermits, hiding from society rather than face the shame and disgust their appearance provoked. The psychological wounds inflicted by facial disfigurement often proved more devastating than the original physical injury. The primitive state of medieval dentistry meant that even minor mouth wounds could have serious consequences. A sword blow that knocked out teeth might seem minor compared to a severed limb, but the resulting infections could prove fatal. Abscessed teeth were common among medieval soldiers, causing excruciating pain and potentially deadly blood poisoning. Medieval battlefield medicine was hampered not just by lack of knowledge, but by religious beliefs that actively interfered with treatment. The Catholic Church taught that suffering was spiritually beneficial, leading some physicians to avoid pain relief even when it was available. Prayer was often considered more important than surgery, delaying treatment until it was too late to be effective. The concept of infection was completely foreign to medieval medical thinking. Surgeons saw no problem with using the same instruments on multiple patients without cleaning them, or with performing surgery with hands that hadn't been washed in weeks. They often made wounds worse by introducing additional contaminants during their attempts at treatment. Pain management was virtually non-existent beyond strong alcohol and occasionally opium-based preparations that were extremely rare and expensive. Patients undergoing surgery were expected to endure unimaginable agony while remaining conscious and aware throughout the procedure. The psychological trauma of such experiences often proved as devastating as the physical injuries themselves. The mortality rate for battlefield surgery was so high that many soldiers preferred to attempt self-treatment rather than submit to professional medical care. They would cauterize their own wounds with heated weapons, stitch cuts with whatever materials were available, or simply hope that their injuries would heal naturally. Those who did survive battlefield surgery often faced years of chronic pain from poorly healed wounds. Bones that had been set incorrectly would cause permanent disability. Severed nerves would leave entire limbs numb and useless. Scar tissue would restrict movement and cause constant discomfort. The long-term effects of medieval battlefield medicine created a population of disabled veterans who had no support system and no means of caring for themselves. Many ended up as beggars, displaying their war wounds to passers-by in hopes of earning sympathy and coins. Others turned to crime, using their military training for banditry and violence. The psychological impact of surviving medieval medical treatment was profound and lasting. Soldiers who had endured amputation without anesthesia, who had watched their own limbs being sawed off while they remained conscious, often suffered what we would now recognize as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. These men would wake screaming from nightmares, reliving the moment when the bone saw bit into their flesh or when the red-hot irons sealed their wounds. They would flinch at sudden movements, unable to forget the helpless terror of being held down while surgeons worked on their bodies. Many turned to alcohol as their only escape from memories too horrible to bear. The families of these wounded veterans often suffered alongside them. Wives had to care for husbands who had been transformed from strong protectors into helpless invalids. Children grew up with fathers who were physically and emotionally broken by their battlefield experiences. The ripple effects of medieval warfare extended far beyond the battlefields themselves, poisoning entire communities with trauma and despair. Medieval society had no understanding of psychological wounds or mental health treatment. Soldiers who displayed what we now recognize as symptoms of PTSD were often seen as cowards or malingerers. Those who couldn't cope with their trauma were abandoned by their comrades and forgotten by their superiors. The combination of physical disability and psychological trauma created a lost generation of medieval veterans who were unable to reintegrate into civilian life. These men had been trained for nothing but warfare, but their injuries made them unfit for further military service. With no skills applicable to peacetime occupations and no social safety net to support them, many simply disappeared into the margins of medieval society. The medieval battlefield was revealing itself as something far more horrifying than a simple clash of arms. It was a nexus where all the worst aspects of medieval life, the disease, the primitive medicine, the casual brutality, the complete disregard for human suffering, converged into something that challenged the very definition of hell itself. And yet, for all the horror we've explored so far, we've only begun to understand the true depths of medieval battlefield savagery. Because when the fighting ended and the wounded were carried away, when the disease had run its course and the surgeons had finished their butchery, there remained one final act in this theatre of cruelty that would test the limits of human endurance and reveal just how far civilized men could fall when stripped of all restraint and mercy. The aftermath of medieval battles brought its own unique horrors that in many ways exceeded even the violence of combat itself. This is where we encounter the scavengers, both human and animal, who descended upon these killing fields like vultures upon carrion, and where the true cost of medieval warfare became apparent to anyone brave or foolish enough to witness it. When dawn broke over these fields of slaughter, the real horror show was just beginning. The clashing of weapons had fallen silent. The screams of the dying had faded to occasional whimpers, but the battlefield itself had transformed into something that defied every natural law of decay and decomposition. Picture walking across Agincourt 3 days after the battle ended in 1415. The ground beneath your feet wasn't solid earth anymore. It was a carpet of human remains so thick that you couldn't take a step without treading on someone's son, someone's father, someone's brother. Arms and legs jutted out at impossible angles from the mud. Torsos split open like overripe fruit, leaked their contents across the churned earth. Heads with their eyes pecked out by crows stared blindly at the grey English sky. The smell was beyond description. Imagine the worst thing you've ever smelled, then multiply that by 1,000 and add the sweet, cloying stench of blood that had been baking in the sun for days. Contemporary chroniclers wrote that the odour could be detected from more than 10 miles away, a wall of putrefaction that announced the battlefield long before you could see it. But the dead weren't alone on these killing fields. They shared their space with creatures that had grown fat and bold on human flesh. Rats the size of small dogs scurried between the corpses, their bellies distended from feasting on the fallen. They had learned to fear nothing, these battlefield rats. They would continue eating even when approached by living humans, so accustomed had they become to being the only moving things in their domain of death. The birds were even worse. Clouds of ravens and crows would descend like a black plague, their harsh cries the only sound breaking the terrible silence. They had their preferences, these scavengers. Eyes were always the first to go, plucked from skulls with surgical precision. Tongues were another delicacy, pulled from gaping mouths before the bodies had even finished cooling. The birds would perch on rib cages like grotesque sentinels, defending their meals from competitors with savage determination. Wolves became bolder as battles grew larger and more frequent. Packs would emerge from the forest within hours of combat ending, drawn by scents they had learned to associate with easy feeding. These weren't the half-starved creatures of fairy tales. These were well-fed predators who had grown strong on human flesh and learned to see men not as threats, but as providers of abundant meat. The transformation of these animals was disturbing to witness. Domestic dogs that had followed armies would revert to wild behaviour within days of a major battle, forming packs that competed with wolves for the choicest portions of the dead. Horses that had lost their riders would sometimes be found days later, standing guard over their master's corpse, slowly starving rather than abandon the only human they had ever known. But perhaps most disturbing of all were the human scavengers who appeared as if summoned by some dark magic. These weren't soldiers, or even proper camp followers. They were a breed unto themselves, creatures who had made careers out of profiting from death and suffering. They arrived in the wake of every major battle, like flies drawn to honey, men and women who had given up any pretense of normal human behaviour, who saw corpses not as former people, but as sources of income. They moved through the killing fields with practiced efficiency, stripping bodies of anything valuable while the blood was still wet. Their techniques were horrifyingly systematic. Jewellery was pried from fingers that might still twitch with the last remnants of life. Gold teeth were extracted with pliers from mouths that had been speaking final words just hours earlier. Clothing was cut away from bodies with knives that didn't discriminate between fabric and flesh, leaving the dead naked and exposed to the elements. Weapons were particularly prized by these vultures. A good sword could feed a scavenger's family for months, assuming they had families, and weren't simply solitary creatures who lived entirely off the profits of war. They developed an eye for quality, these battlefield thieves. They could spot the difference between a knight's blade and a common soldier's weapon from across a field of corpses. Armor presented its own challenges and opportunities. The best pieces were often so damaged by the violence that had killed their wearers that they were worthless as protection. But the metal itself had value, and scavengers would spend hours cutting mail rings apart or prying plate segments free from bodies that were often still warm. The most disturbing aspect of this battlefield scavenging was how quickly the scavengers became desensitized to human suffering. They would step over men who were still alive, but too weak to resist, ignoring their pleas for water or help while they focused on looting the more obviously dead. Some survivors reported that scavengers would actually hasten the death of wounded soldiers who possessed particularly valuable equipment, slitting throats or smothering victims to speed up the harvesting process. Women were among the most efficient of these battlefield predators. They had developed techniques for quickly assessing which corpses were worth investigating and which could be passed over. They carried specialized tools, thin blades for cutting purse strings, small hammers for breaking fingers to remove rings, hooks for pulling chainmail apart. Their movements through the carnage were almost dance-like in their practiced precision. Children accompanied some of these scavenging parties, learning the family trade from an early age. These youngsters would crawl into spaces too small for adults, searching through piles of corpses for overlooked treasures. They learned to ignore the stench, to step confidently on human remains, to see death not as tragedy, but as opportunity. The psychological effect on these children was profound and lasting. Many grew up incapable of normal human empathy, having learned from infancy that other people's suffering was simply a fact of life to be exploited rather than alleviated. They formed a permanent underclass of battlefield parasites who followed armies across Europe, always ready to profit from the next massacre. Some scavengers specialized in particular types of loot. There were those who focused exclusively on weapons, others who sought only precious metals, still others who collected anything made of leather or cloth. The most macabre specialists were those who harvested human remains for various purposes. Hair was valuable for wig making. Teeth could be sold to dentists for making dentures, and certain body parts were believed to have medicinal or magical properties. The trade in human remains was surprisingly organized and profitable. Networks of dealers would purchase bones, organs, and other body parts from battlefield scavengers, then transport them to markets throughout Europe. Physicians would pay premium prices for fresh corpses to use in their studies, while alchemists sought specific organs for their experiments. Battlefield scavenging became so common that it actually influenced military tactics. Commanders learned to post guards over their own dead to prevent looting, but these guards could rarely cover entire battlefields. Some armies began the practice of deliberately mutilating their own dead to make them less attractive to scavengers, a practice that added another layer of horror to an already nightmarish situation. The legal status of battlefield scavenging was murky at best. Technically, looting the dead was theft, but enforcement was nearly impossible in the chaos that followed major battles. Some commanders would hang captured scavengers as examples, but more often, they would simply drive them away, knowing they would return as soon as the army moved on. The scavengers themselves developed their own crude codes of conduct. Certain types of corpses were considered off-limits by some groups. Priests and other religious figures were usually left unmolested, though this had more to do with superstition than respect. Women's bodies were often stripped more thoroughly than men's, as female clothing and jewelry were typically more valuable. The efficiency of these human vultures was remarkable and disturbing. A battlefield that might contain thousands of corpses could be stripped clean of anything valuable within days of the fighting ending. The scavengers worked in shifts, some operating during daylight hours, while others preferred the cover of darkness. They developed techniques for working by touch alone, able to identify valuable items even in complete darkness. Competition between scavenging groups could be fierce and violent. Territories would be established and defended with the same brutality that had created the corpses they were looting. Fights would break out over particularly rich finds, adding fresh bodies to battlefields that were already saturated with death. The most successful scavengers were those who arrived earliest after battles ended. They would sometimes position themselves just outside the range of combat, watching the fighting and preparing to move in the moment it concluded. Speed was essential, as the best loot would disappear quickly once the field was opened to general scavenging. Some scavengers formed partnerships with battlefield surgeons and other medical personnel. They would trade information about the locations of wounded soldiers in exchange for access to the belongings of those who died during treatment. This symbiotic relationship between those who profited from death and those who claimed to prevent it revealed the moral corruption that warfare brought to every aspect of medieval society. The psychological impact of this massive scavenging operation extended far beyond the scavengers themselves. Survivors who returned to battlefields days or weeks later to search for fallen comrades would find naked, mutilated corpses that were often unrecognizable. The knowledge that their friends and relatives had been treated like livestock, stripped and butchered for profit, added another layer of trauma to their already overwhelming grief. Families who came looking for their dead sons and fathers would often find nothing but bones and scraps of clothing. The scavengers had been so thorough that identification became impossible. Mass graves would be filled with anonymous remains, forever denying closure to those who had lost loved ones in battle. The religious implications of this desecration were severe in an age when proper burial was considered essential for salvation. The Catholic Church taught that the body would be resurrected on Judgment Day, making the mutilation and scattering of corpses a form of spiritual murder. Yet the Church was largely powerless to prevent battlefield scavenging, as the scavengers operated in areas beyond normal ecclesiastical authority. Some attempts were made to organize proper burial of battlefield dead, but these efforts were usually overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the carnage. The Battle of Towton in 1461 left an estimated 28,000 men dead in a single day. No medieval society had the resources to properly bury such numbers, especially when the bodies were scattered across miles of countryside, and many were mutilated beyond recognition. Mass graves became the standard solution, but even these were inadequate. Bodies would be stacked like cordwood in enormous pits, with little attempt at organization or identification. Lime would be scattered over the corpses to speed decomposition and reduce disease, but the process was still horrifically slow. Some mass graves would continue to emit putrid odors for years after they were sealed. The long-term environmental impact of these massive battlefields was severe and lasting. The soil itself became contaminated with decomposing organic matter, creating conditions that were hostile to plant growth for decades. Areas where major battles had been fought would remain barren long after the bones had been scattered by scavengers and the elements. Water sources near battlefields became polluted and dangerous to drink. Wells and streams would be contaminated by decomposing bodies and the waste products of scavenging animals. Entire communities would be forced to relocate to avoid the disease and contamination that surrounded major killing fields. The disease that spread from these battlefield charnel houses was devastating to surrounding populations. Plague, typhoid, and dysentery would radiate outward from the sites of major battles, carried by the very scavengers who had profited from the carnage. Medieval communities learned to fear not just the approach of armies, but the aftermath of their conflicts. Some battlefields became so notorious for disease and death that they were permanently abandoned. The ground itself was considered cursed, unfit for cultivation or habitation. These areas would remain empty for generations, slowly reverting to wilderness while local populations whispered stories of the horrors they had witnessed. The psychological scarring extended to entire regions. Communities that had experienced the aftermath of major battles would develop collective trauma that lasted for generations. Children would be warned away from certain areas, not because of any immediate physical danger, but because of the spiritual contamination that was believed to linger where so many had died violently. Folk tales and legends would grow around these cursed battlefields. Stories of ghostly armies that continued to fight their eternal wars, of voices calling out from mass graves, of animals that refused to graze on grass that had been fertilized with human blood. These stories served as psychological defenses, ways for traumatized populations to process experiences that exceeded their ability to understand or accept. The medieval battlefield had revealed itself as something far beyond a simple military encounter. It was a concentrated expression of everything that was brutal, chaotic, and inhumane about medieval society. The fighting itself was merely the beginning of a process of dehumanization that would continue long after the last sword had been sheathed and the final arrow had been fired. But even now, having explored the violence of combat, the primitive horror of battlefield medicine, the systematic torture of prisoners, the ravages of disease, and the degradation of human scavengers, we have still only glimpsed the surface of medieval battlefield reality. Because beneath all of these visible horrors lay something even more disturbing, the complete breakdown of every social structure and moral boundary that medieval society claimed to hold sacred. The battlefield was where civilization went to die, where knights abandoned chivalry, where priests forgot mercy, where ordinary men discovered their capacity for unimaginable cruelty. It was a place where the thin veneer of medieval civilization was stripped away to reveal the savage, terrified animals that lurked beneath the surface of every supposedly civilized human being. And in that revelation lay the ultimate secret of the medieval battlefield, that for all their talk of honor and God and righteous warfare, medieval Europeans had created a form of organized savagery that surpassed anything their supposedly barbaric ancestors had ever imagined. They had transformed war from a brutal but limited activity into a comprehensive assault on everything that made life worth living, a systematic destruction of hope, dignity, and humanity itself. The medieval battlefield was medieval Europe's truest expression of itself, a mirror that reflected not the noble ideals they claimed to embrace, but the dark reality of what they had actually become. And that reflection was more terrifying than any monster their nightmares had ever conjured, because it was real, and it was them. And it was everywhere their armies marched across the blood-soaked landscape of medieval Europe. The true horror of these killing fields wasn't just what happened there, but what they revealed about the society that created them and the people who participated in them. The medieval battlefield was where medieval civilization showed its true face, and that face was the stuff of nightmares that would haunt Europe for centuries to come. These battlefields had broken something fundamental in the fabric of medieval society, something that went far deeper than individual trauma or regional devastation. They had created a new kind of human being, one that existed in the spaces between civilization and savagery, forever changed by exposure to horrors that no previous generation had been forced to witness. The veterans who survived these killing fields weren't just physically scarred. They carried within them a knowledge that set them apart from everyone who hadn't walked through those rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. They had seen what human beings were truly capable of when all restraints were removed, and that knowledge burned in them like a poison that could never be purged. These men would return to their villages and towns as strangers in familiar places. They would sit in taverns, staring into their ale while other men boasted about battles they'd never fought and courage they'd never been tested to show. The veterans knew the difference between the songs and the reality, and that knowledge isolated them more completely than any physical wound ever could. Their families would welcome them home with joy and celebration. But the men who returned weren't the same ones who had marched away months or years earlier. Wives would find themselves sharing beds with hollow-eyed strangers who would wake screaming in the middle of the night, calling out names of dead comrades or begging for mercy from enemies who existed only in their nightmares. Children would approach their fathers with excitement and love, only to recoil from men who could no longer bear to be touched unexpectedly, who would flinch at sudden movements and reach for weapons that weren't there. The simple act of a child running toward them could trigger memories of young soldiers charging across blood-soaked fields, their faces bright with terror and determination before the arrows found them. These veterans had learned to kill with an efficiency that terrified even themselves. They had discovered that the human body could be destroyed in countless ways, that life could be ended with shocking ease, that the difference between a living person and a corpse was often nothing more than a moment's inattention or a single poorly placed step. But more disturbing still was what they had learned about themselves. Men who had considered themselves decent, moral, God-fearing Christians had found themselves capable of acts that would have sickened them beyond measure in peacetime. They had tortured prisoners for information, had killed wounded enemies rather than tend to their injuries, had stood by while comrades committed atrocities that violated every principle they claimed to hold sacred. The knowledge of their own capacity for evil was perhaps the heaviest burden these veterans carried. They had looked into the abyss of human nature and found that it was looking back at them through their own eyes. They had become monsters, and the worst part was understanding that they had always possessed the potential for monstrosity. The battlefield had simply provided the circumstances that allowed it to flourish. Some tried to find redemption through religion, spending hours on their knees in cold stone churches, praying for forgiveness for sins so terrible they couldn't speak them aloud, even in confession. Priests would listen to their whispered admissions of guilt and offer absolution, but the words felt hollow to men who had seen the face of hell and recognized it as their own reflection. Others turned to drink, seeking oblivion in wine and ale that could temporarily drown the voices of the dead that echoed constantly in their minds. They would drink until they passed out, hoping for dreamless sleep, only to wake with the same memories intact and the same guilt gnawing at their souls like a cancer that could never be cut out. Many simply disappeared. They would walk away from their families, their homes, their entire lives, seeking some place where the ghosts couldn't follow them. They became wanderers, hermits, men who lived on the edges of civilization because they could no longer bear to be around normal people who still believed in goodness and justice and the possibility of redemption. The truly broken ones would seek out new wars, new battles, new opportunities to lose themselves in violence. They had become addicted to the chaos and brutality that had destroyed them, finding that the only time they felt truly alive was when death surrounded them on all sides. These men became professional killers, mercenaries who would fight for any cause that would pay them and provide them with the violence they craved. Medieval society had no framework for understanding or treating what we now recognize as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. These men were seen as either heroes to be celebrated or cowards to be shunned, with no middle ground for the complex reality of their condition. Those who couldn't function were often cast out entirely, left to beg or steal or simply waste away in the margins of a world that had no use for broken soldiers. The economic impact of this psychological devastation was enormous, but largely invisible. Entire regions would lose their most capable men not to death in battle, but to the lingering effects of battlefield trauma that made them unfit for normal labor. Farms would go untended, crafts would be abandoned, families would fall into poverty as their providers struggled with demons that no one else could see or understand. The social fabric of medieval communities was stretched to the breaking point by the constant influx of traumatized veterans who could no longer participate fully in civilian life. Traditional hierarchies would break down as men who had held positions of respect and authority found themselves unable to make simple decisions or maintain basic relationships. The corruption of violence spread like a contagion through medieval society. Children who grew up around traumatized veterans would absorb their cynicism and brutality, learning to see violence as the ultimate solution to all problems. Women who had lived through the aftermath of battles would develop their own forms of psychological armor, becoming harder and more callous in their dealings with others. The very language of medieval society began to change as battlefield experiences became more common and more extreme. New words had to be invented to describe injuries and acts of violence that previous generations had never encountered. The vocabulary of suffering expanded to accommodate horrors that had once been literally unthinkable. Religious institutions struggled to maintain their authority in the face of widespread evidence that God either didn't exist or didn't care about human suffering. Men who had prayed desperately for divine intervention while their comrades were being slaughtered around them found it difficult to maintain faith in a benevolent deity. The Church's teachings about mercy and forgiveness seemed naive and irrelevant to people who had witnessed the depths of human cruelty. The concept of chivalry, which was supposed to govern the conduct of medieval warriors, became increasingly hollow as the reality of warfare grew more brutal. Knights who were supposed to protect the innocent and show mercy to their enemies found themselves participating in or witnessing acts of savagery that made a mockery of their supposed code of honor. The gap between the idealized version of medieval warfare, promoted by poets and chroniclers, and the hideous reality experienced by actual participants grew so wide that it created a fundamental dishonesty at the heart of medieval culture. Everyone knew that the songs and stories were lies, but they continued to perpetuate them because the truth was too terrible to acknowledge. This cultural schizophrenia had profound effects on medieval art and literature. Works that attempted to deal honestly with the reality of warfare were suppressed or ignored, while romanticized fantasies were celebrated and promoted. The result was a society that became increasingly disconnected from its own reality, living in a world of comfortable lies, while the truth festered beneath the surface like an untreated wound. The political implications were equally severe. Rulers who sent their subjects off to die in these hellish conflicts found it increasingly difficult to maintain the loyalty and respect of their people. The social contract that bound medieval society together began to fray as ordinary people realized that their supposed protectors were perfectly willing to sacrifice them for political or economic advantage. Rebellions and uprisings became more common as traumatized veterans turned their military skills against the very system that had created their suffering. These men knew how to fight, how to kill, and how to organize for violence. When they finally decided that their rulers were their enemies, the results were catastrophic for the established order. The rise of mercenary companies composed entirely of battle-hardened veterans created a new form of organized violence that operated outside all traditional social controls. These groups had no loyalty to any nation or cause beyond their own survival and profit. They would fight for anyone who could pay them, switching sides without shame or hesitation when better offers appeared. These mercenary bands became roving armies of psychological invalids who sustained themselves through organized brutality. They would descend on defenseless communities like swarms of locusts, taking what they wanted and destroying what they couldn't use. Their leaders were often men who had been so completely broken by their battlefield experiences that they had lost all capacity for normal human emotion. The impact on medieval women was particularly devastating, though it's often overlooked in historical accounts. Wives and mothers had to deal not only with the physical absence of their men during campaigns, but with the psychological absence of those who returned. Many women found themselves essentially widowed by men who were still technically alive, but no longer capable of normal relationships. The children born to these unions often inherited their father's trauma in various forms. Some were raised by men who were emotionally absent or explosively violent. Others grew up in households where the unspoken horror of battlefield experiences created an atmosphere of constant tension and fear. Many learned that violence was the normal state of human existence, and that peace was merely a temporary pause between conflicts. The generational transmission of battlefield trauma created cycles of violence that would persist for centuries. Each new war would recruit men who had been raised in households poisoned by the psychological aftermath of previous conflicts. These recruits would bring their inherited trauma with them to new battlefields, where it would be amplified and concentrated before being carried back to contaminate new families and communities. Medieval medicine's complete inability to understand or treat psychological wounds meant that this trauma would accumulate over generations, like a poison that could never be purged from the social system. Each major conflict would add new layers of damage to populations that were still struggling to recover from previous wars. The economic costs of this psychological devastation were staggering, but largely uncounted. Entire regions would see their productivity collapse as their workforce became increasingly composed of men who were physically present but psychologically absent. Agricultural output would decline, craftsmanship would deteriorate, and trade would suffer as traumatized populations turned inward and became suspicious of outsiders. The demographic impact was equally severe, but less visible than battlefield casualties. Men who were too psychologically damaged to form normal relationships would often remain unmarried, removing themselves from the gene pool and reducing population growth. Those who did marry often proved to be violent or neglectful husbands and fathers, creating family environments that were hostile to child rearing. The intellectual and cultural development of medieval society was stunted by the constant drain of its most capable men into conflicts that left them psychologically destroyed. Potential scholars, artists, and innovators would be transformed into hollow-eyed killers who could contribute nothing to civilization beyond their capacity for violence. The rise of what we might call battlefield culture began to influence all aspects of medieval life. The values and attitudes that were necessary for survival on killing fields gradually infiltrated civilian society, making it more brutal, more suspicious, and more accepting of violence as a solution to problems. Children's games began to reflect the realities of warfare rather than the idealized versions promoted by official culture. Young boys would play at torture and execution rather than noble combat, incorporating techniques and attitudes they had absorbed from traumatized veterans in their communities. The treatment of animals became more cruel as people who had been desensitized to human suffering found it increasingly easy to ignore the pain of creatures they considered even less important. The casual brutality that characterized medieval attitudes toward animals was partly a reflection of the psychological numbing that resulted from exposure to battlefield horrors. Even religious practices were corrupted by the influence of battlefield trauma. The emphasis on suffering and martyrdom that characterized medieval Christianity took on new meanings for people who had witnessed or participated in the systematic torture and murder of their fellow human beings. Religious art became more graphic and disturbing as artists struggled to create images that could still shock audiences who had become accustomed to real-world horrors. The legal system began to reflect battlefield values as well. Punishments became more severe and more public as societies that had been brutalized by warfare demanded increasingly graphic demonstrations of justice. The line between legal punishment and sadistic torture became increasingly blurred as judges and executioners who had been shaped by battlefield experiences brought their military attitudes to civilian law enforcement. The very concept of mercy began to disappear from medieval culture as exposure to battlefield realities convinced people that showing weakness or compassion was a luxury that could lead to death. The idea that enemies could be reformed or that conflicts could be resolved through negotiation seemed naive and dangerous to populations that had learned to see every interaction as a potential life or death struggle. Trade relationships became more exploitative and predatory as merchants who had been exposed to battlefield culture applied military thinking to commercial activities. The notion of mutually beneficial exchange gave way to zero-sum thinking that saw every transaction as a conflict in which one party had to lose for the other to win. Marriage customs evolved to reflect the reality that many potential husbands were psychologically damaged goods who might prove to be violent or unreliable partners. Families began to prioritize physical security over emotional compatibility when arranging marriages, seeking men who could provide protection even if they were incapable of providing love or companionship. Educational systems, such as they were, began to emphasize practical skills for survival in a violent world, rather than intellectual or artistic development. Children were taught to fight, to endure pain, and to distrust outsiders, rather than to read, write, or think creatively. The architecture of medieval communities reflected these changes as well. Towns and cities became more heavily fortified, not just against external enemies, but against the possibility of internal violence from traumatized populations that might turn destructive without warning. Public spaces were designed to facilitate crowd control rather than community gathering. The very landscape of medieval Europe was transformed by the psychological aftermath of battlefield trauma. Entire regions became militarized zones where normal civilian life was impossible, where every interaction was colored by the assumption that violence might erupt at any moment. The cumulative effect of all these changes was the creation of a civilization that was fundamentally different from what had existed before the great age of medieval warfare. This wasn't just a matter of technological or political evolution. It represented a fundamental shift in human consciousness, a rewiring of the collective psyche that would have lasting effects on European culture for centuries to come. Medieval Europe had become addicted to violence in ways that went far beyond simple political or economic motivations for warfare. The society had developed a psychological dependence on conflict that made peace seem unnatural and threatening. Periods without war were seen not as blessed respites from suffering, but as ominous calm before inevitable storms. This addiction to violence created a self-perpetuating cycle that would trap medieval Europe in an endless succession of conflicts. Each war would produce a new generation of traumatized veterans who would be psychologically compelled to seek out new conflicts. The society had created a machine for producing broken men who could only function in environments of extreme violence. The most disturbing aspect of this transformation was how completely it had been normalized. The generation that came of age during the height of medieval warfare accepted levels of brutality and suffering that would have horrified their ancestors. What had once been seen as aberrant behavior became routine, and what had once been considered horrific became mundane. The medieval battlefield had succeeded in doing something that no previous form of warfare had accomplished. It had fundamentally altered human nature itself, creating a new kind of person who was adapted to environments of extreme violence, but increasingly incapable of functioning in peaceful circumstances. These weren't just individual tragedies, though they certainly were that. This was a species-level transformation, a rewiring of human consciousness that would have effects far beyond the medieval period itself. The psychological patterns established by medieval battlefield trauma would echo through European culture for centuries, influencing everything from colonial expansion to modern warfare to the treatment of indigenous populations around the world. The medieval battlefield had become a factory for producing a new kind of human being, one that was optimized for violence and destruction, but increasingly incapable of creation or cooperation. And the most terrifying part was that this transformation was largely irreversible. Once a society had crossed that threshold, once it had produced enough traumatized individuals to reach critical mass, there was no going back to the way things had been before. The dark secrets of the medieval battlefield weren't just about what happened to individual soldiers or even individual battles. They were about what happened to human civilization itself when it was subjected to levels of organized violence that exceeded the capacity of the human psyche to process or integrate. Medieval Europe had conducted an experiment on itself, testing the limits of how much brutality a society could absorb before it fundamentally changed into something else entirely. The results of that experiment were still unfolding centuries later, as the psychological patterns established on medieval battlefields continued to shape human behavior in ways that most people never realized or understood. The medieval battlefield had revealed something about human nature that perhaps should have remained hidden. It had shown that under the right circumstances, with sufficient pressure and the proper environment, ordinary people could be transformed into creatures capable of unimaginable cruelty. And once that transformation had occurred on a large enough scale, it became self-sustaining, creating a culture that would continue to produce such creatures long after the original pressures had been removed. This was the ultimate dark secret of the medieval battlefield, not just what it had done to the men who fought there, but what it had done to the entire concept of human civilization. It had proven that the thin veneer of culture and morality that separated humans from animals was far thinner than anyone had ever imagined, and that under sufficient stress, that veneer would not just crack, but completely dissolve, revealing something underneath that was far more terrible than anyone had ever dared to contemplate. The medieval battlefield had created something that went beyond individual trauma or even collective suffering. It had manufactured an entire worldview, a way of seeing and interpreting reality that was fundamentally different from anything that had existed before. This wasn't just about soldiers coming home changed. This was about entire civilizations being rewired at the most basic level of human understanding. Consider what happened when these traumatized veterans became the teachers, the craftsmen, the merchants, the priests of their communities. They didn't just carry their wounds silently. They transmitted their altered understanding of reality to everyone around them. A blacksmith who had seen a man's skull split like a melon would approach his craft differently, understanding metal and force in ways that peacetime smiths never could. A priest who had administered last rites on a battlefield, where the screams of the dying mixed with the laughter of looters, would deliver sermons with a darkness that could chill congregations to their bones. The children who grew up in these communities absorbed this transformed worldview like sponges. They learned that violence wasn't an aberration, but the fundamental organizing principle of existence. They understood from their earliest years that death could come suddenly, brutally, and without meaning. These lessons shaped how they approached every aspect of life, from choosing marriage partners to conducting business to raising their own children. But the most insidious aspect of this transformation was how it changed people's relationship with truth itself. The gap between the official stories about warfare and the reality experienced by participants created a deep cynicism about all forms of authority and communication. If the church could lie about the nobility of crusading, if kings could lie about the glory of battle, if chroniclers could lie about the honor of knighthood, then what else was false? This erosion of trust in traditional sources of meaning and authority created a spiritual vacuum that would be filled by increasingly dark and nihilistic philosophies. The concept of divine justice became laughable to people who had witnessed the random cruelty of battlefield death. The idea of earthly justice seemed equally absurd to those who had seen war criminals rewarded with titles and lands, while their victims rotted in unmarked graves. Medieval art began to reflect this transformation in subtle but profound ways. Religious paintings that had once depicted serene saints and gentle martyrdoms started showing increasingly graphic scenes of torture and suffering. Illuminated manuscripts began featuring marginalia filled with grotesque creatures and violent imagery that would have been unthinkable in earlier periods. The very architecture of medieval Europe was transformed by this new understanding of human nature. Castles became more complex and sophisticated, but also more cruel in their defensive features. Murder holes weren't just practical defensive measures. They reflected a mentality that saw killing as an art form worthy of architectural innovation. The elaborate torture chambers built into many medieval fortifications weren't just tools of interrogation. They were expressions of a culture that had come to see suffering as entertainment. Trade relationships evolved to reflect this new reality as well. Merchants who dealt in weapons developed increasingly sophisticated knowledge of what kinds of injuries different designs would inflict. Armorers competed not just on the basis of protection offered, but on the psychological impact their creations would have on enemies. The market for instruments of torture and execution became increasingly refined and specialized. Even the food culture of medieval Europe was affected by battlefield experiences. Soldiers who had been forced to eat rotting meat and drink contaminated water developed tolerances for flavors and textures that would have sickened their ancestors. When they returned home, their altered palates influenced local cuisine, leading to the acceptance of preservation techniques and flavor combinations that reflected the necessities of campaign life. The linguistic changes that occurred during this period weren't just about new vocabulary for describing violence. The very structure of medieval languages began to reflect the psychological patterns established by battlefield trauma. Sentence structures became more fragmented and disconnected. Metaphors drawn from warfare began to dominate all areas of discourse. Even romantic poetry started employing military imagery to describe love and courtship. The legal systems of medieval Europe underwent fundamental changes as well. Laws became more detailed and specific about different types of violence, reflecting a society that had become expert in distinguishing between various forms of brutality. Punishments became more elaborate and public, designed not just to deter crime, but to satisfy populations that had become accustomed to witnessing extreme suffering. The concept of evidence in legal proceedings was also transformed by battlefield experiences. Courts began to rely more heavily on physical proof rather than witness testimony, reflecting a deep skepticism about human honesty that had been learned in military contexts, where deception was essential for survival. The idea that truth could be determined through ordeal or combat became more popular as societies lost faith in rational methods of establishing facts. Marriage customs evolved in ways that reflected the new realities of medieval life. Betrothal ceremonies began to emphasize the potential for violence and loss rather than celebrating love and partnership. Wedding vows were modified to acknowledge the likelihood that one partner would die violently before the union could be completed naturally. Dowry negotiations increasingly focused on compensation for potential war widowhood rather than establishment of new households. The treatment of children was fundamentally altered by these changes. Child-rearing practices that had once emphasized protection and nurturing were replaced by methods designed to prepare young people for lives of violence and hardship. Children were deliberately exposed to graphic displays of suffering and death, not out of cruelty, but from a genuine belief that such exposure was necessary preparation for adult life. Educational systems, such as they were, began to prioritize practical skills for surviving in violent environments over intellectual or artistic development. Literacy rates actually declined in some regions as families decided that teaching children to read was less important than teaching them to fight, hide, or endure pain without breaking. The role of women in medieval society was dramatically affected by these changes as well. Women who had once been protected from direct exposure to violence found themselves thrust into roles that required them to witness, participate in, or clean up after acts of extreme brutality. Many developed their own forms of psychological armor, becoming harder and more callous in their dealings with others. Some women became active participants in the violence itself, taking on roles as torturers, executioners, or military commanders that would have been unthinkable in earlier periods. Others retreated into religious mysticism, seeking spiritual explanations for suffering that rational thought could no longer provide. Still others developed forms of mental illness that allowed them to dissociate from realities too horrible to process consciously. The relationship between the living and the dead was fundamentally altered by battlefield experiences. Traditional funeral rites and mourning practices became inadequate for dealing with the scale and brutality of battlefield deaths. New rituals had to be developed to accommodate the reality that many dead would never be recovered, identified, or properly buried. Beliefs about the afterlife were modified to reflect the new understanding of how violent and meaningless death could be. The concept of purgatory became more elaborate and detailed, as theologians struggled to explain how souls that had died in extreme violence could be reconciled with a just and loving God. some began to question whether such reconciliation was even possible. The veneration of saints took on new characteristics as well. Saints who had died peaceful deaths were gradually replaced in popular devotion by those who had suffered extreme torture or violence. The cult of martyrdom became more graphic and detailed, reflecting populations that had become desensitized to ordinary forms of suffering. Religious art began to feature increasingly detailed depictions of hell and damnation, not because artists had become more morbid, but because their audiences had developed a more sophisticated understanding of what real suffering looked like. The fires and demons of medieval hell paintings weren't fantasy. They were attempts to create spiritual imagery that could still shock people who had witnessed actual atrocities. The practice of pilgrimage was transformed by these changes as well. Pilgrimage routes that had once been peaceful spiritual journeys became gauntlets of violence and danger. Pilgrims began to travel in armed groups, carrying weapons and expecting to fight for their lives. The spiritual benefits of pilgrimage became associated with the suffering endured during the journey rather than with the destination itself. Monasteries and convents found themselves forced to adapt to the new realities as well. Many became fortified compounds that could withstand military attack. Monks and nuns who had once devoted themselves to prayer and contemplation found themselves learning military skills and weapons handling. The rule of Saint Benedict had to be modified to accommodate the reality that religious communities might need to defend themselves violently. The intellectual life of medieval Europe was stunted by these changes in ways that would have lasting effects on human development. Universities that might have become centers of learning and innovation instead became training grounds for military engineers and weapons designers. Scholarly pursuits that didn't have direct military applications were abandoned or suppressed. The development of science and technology was channeled almost exclusively toward military purposes. Innovations in metallurgy were directed toward creating better weapons and armor, rather than improving agricultural tools or household implements. Mathematical advances were applied to siege engineering, rather than navigation or commerce. Medical knowledge, such as it was, became focused almost entirely on treating battle wounds rather than understanding human health more broadly. Physicians who might have made breakthrough discoveries about anatomy or disease instead spent their careers learning increasingly sophisticated techniques for amputation and wound cauterization. The artistic achievements of medieval Europe were similarly constrained by the militarization of society. Sculptors who might have created beautiful decorative works instead carved increasingly elaborate depictions of violence and suffering. Painters who might have explored new techniques for depicting light and beauty instead perfected methods for showing blood and gore in realistic detail. Musical composition was affected as well. The complex harmonies and sophisticated structures that had characterized earlier medieval music gave way to simpler forms that could be performed by soldiers around campfires or in the intervals between battles. The subtlety and nuance of courtly music was replaced by martial rhythms and militant themes. Literature underwent perhaps the most dramatic transformation of all. The romantic epics and spiritual allegories that had dominated earlier periods were replaced by increasingly graphic accounts of military campaigns and battles. Poetry that had once celebrated love and beauty instead focused on death and destruction. The very concept of the hero was redefined to emphasize capacity for violence rather than moral virtue. The oral tradition was similarly affected. Folk tales that had once taught moral lessons through gentle parables were replaced by stories that prepared listeners for lives of violence and brutality. Children's songs became marching chants. Lullabies incorporated themes of death and warfare. Even the calendar and seasonal celebrations were militarized. Religious holidays were increasingly associated with military victories rather than spiritual observances. Harvest festivals became recruitment opportunities. Wedding celebrations incorporated military displays and mock battles. The transformation of medieval European consciousness wasn't just about individual psychology or even social structures. It represented a fundamental shift in what it meant to be human. The capacity for empathy, cooperation, and creative expression that had characterized earlier human societies was systematically suppressed in favor of traits that were useful for surviving and participating in extreme violence. This wasn't an evolutionary adaptation in any meaningful sense. It was a kind of psychological mutation induced by environmental pressures that exceeded the normal range of human experience. Like radiation poisoning, the effects weren't immediately fatal, but accumulated over time to create changes that were ultimately incompatible with healthy functioning. The most disturbing aspect of this transformation was how completely it had been internalized by the affected populations. People didn't see themselves as victims of a systematic process of dehumanization. They saw themselves as having been awakened to the true nature of reality. They believed they had shed naive illusions about human nature and discovered hard truths that their ancestors had been too weak to acknowledge. This sense of superiority and enlightenment made the transformation self-perpetuating. Each new generation that was raised in this militarized environment saw itself as more realistic and practical than previous generations. They actively sought to eliminate what they saw as weakness and sentimentality from their culture, accelerating the process of psychological mutation. The result was a civilization that had become fundamentally incompatible with human flourishing. Medieval Europe had created social structures and cultural patterns that could sustain themselves only through the continuous production of violence and suffering. Peace became literally unthinkable because the society had restructured itself around the assumption that conflict was permanent and inevitable. This wasn't just about political or economic systems. It was about the basic cognitive and emotional patterns that shaped how people understood themselves and their world. Medieval Europeans had rewired their own brains to prioritize survival in violent environments over all other considerations. They had become, in a very real sense, a different species from their ancestors. The implications of this transformation extended far beyond the medieval period itself. The psychological patterns established by medieval battlefield culture would persist long after the specific military technologies and political structures that had created them became obsolete. The capacity for systematic violence and the comfort with extreme suffering that had been normalized during this period would continue to influence European behavior for centuries to come. Colonial expansion, the slave trade, religious persecution, and eventually industrial warfare would all be facilitated by the psychological changes that had been established during the medieval period. The same mental patterns that had allowed medieval Europeans to participate in or tolerate extreme battlefield violence would later enable them to participate in or tolerate other forms of systematic brutality. The medieval battlefield had been more than just a military phenomenon. It had been a laboratory for testing the limits of human adaptability to extreme environments. The results of those experiments had permanently altered the trajectory of human development, creating new forms of consciousness that were optimized for violence, but increasingly incapable of the cooperation and creativity that had characterized earlier human achievements. The dark secrets of the medieval battlefield weren't just about what had happened to individual soldiers or even individual societies. They were about what had happened to the human species itself when subjected to levels of organized violence that exceeded its evolutionary capacity to process and integrate. Medieval Europe had crossed a threshold from which there would be no return, creating new forms of human consciousness that would shape the trajectory of world history for centuries to come. The battlefield had revealed that the qualities that made humans capable of civilization, empathy, cooperation, creativity, trust, were far more fragile than anyone had ever imagined. Under sufficient pressure, these qualities didn't just disappear. They were actively replaced by their opposites, creating human beings who were not just capable of extreme violence, but dependent on it for their psychological well-being. This was the ultimate horror of the medieval battlefield. Not just that it had killed millions of people, but that it had transformed the survivors into creatures that could only function in environments of violence and suffering. It had created a self-perpetuating cycle of brutality that would continue long after the specific conditions that had originally produced it had ceased to exist. The medieval battlefield had succeeded in doing something that no previous form of warfare had accomplished. It had fundamentally altered human nature itself, creating new forms of consciousness that were adapted to extreme violence but increasingly incapable of peace. And the most terrifying part was that this transformation had been largely irreversible, creating patterns of thought and behavior that would echo through human history for centuries to come. In the end, the dark secrets of the medieval battlefield weren't just about the past. They were about the future that had been created by those killing fields, a future in which the capacity for systematic violence had become permanently embedded in human consciousness, waiting to be activated whenever the right conditions presented themselves. The medieval battlefield had planted seeds of destruction that would continue to bear fruit long after the last knight had fallen and the last castle had crumbled to dust. These psychological mutations weren't confined to the soldiers themselves. They spread through medieval society like an invisible plague, infecting every institution and every relationship. The church, which was supposed to provide moral guidance and spiritual comfort, found itself increasingly complicit in the very brutality it claimed to condemn. Priests who had blessed weapons before battles, who had granted absolution to men about to commit mass murder, who had proclaimed that God favoured their particular army over the enemy's, discovered that they could no longer maintain the fiction of moral authority. The gap between Christian teaching and Christian practice had grown so wide that it created a kind of spiritual schizophrenia within the church itself. Some clergy embraced this contradiction openly, developing elaborate theological justifications for violence that would have shocked earlier generations of Christians. They created new categories of holy war, righteous slaughter, and divine vengeance that transformed murder into sacrament and torture into prayer. The Crusades weren't just military campaigns, they were systematic attempts to reconcile Christianity with the reality of systematic brutality. But for every priest who found ways to justify the violence, there was another who was quietly driven insane by the contradictions. These men would retreat into mysticism or madness, unable to reconcile what they had witnessed with what they had been taught to believe. Some became hermits, fleeing to remote monasteries where they could avoid confronting the reality of what their faith had become. Others simply broke down completely, their minds shattered by the impossibility of maintaining belief in a loving God while participating in or witnessing systematic atrocities. The legal systems of medieval Europe underwent similar transformations. Laws that had been designed to maintain order and protect the innocent were gradually modified to accommodate and legitimize increasingly extreme forms of violence. Trial by combat wasn't just a legal procedure, it was a reflection of a society that had come to believe that might literally made right. Torture became not just accepted, but legally mandated in many jurisdictions. The rack, the wheel, the Iron Maiden, these weren't aberrations created by sadistic individuals. They were official instruments of justice, designed and built by craftsmen who took pride in their work, and sanctioned by legal codes that treated extreme suffering as a legitimate tool of governance. The concept of proportional punishment disappeared entirely from many medieval legal systems. Minor crimes might be punished with mutilation or death, not because the punishment fit the crime, but because societies that had become accustomed to battlefield levels of violence found it impossible to take lesser forms of transgression seriously. When you've seen men disemboweled for wearing the wrong colours, it becomes difficult to get excited about someone stealing a loaf of bread. Judges and magistrates who had been exposed to battlefield culture brought military thinking to civilian law enforcement. They began to see every legal proceeding as a kind of warfare with winners and losers rather than seekers after truth and justice. The adversarial system wasn't just a legal innovation. It was a reflection of societies that had learned to see every human interaction as a potential conflict. The economic systems of medieval Europe were similarly corrupted by battlefield values. Trade relationships that had once been based on mutual benefit and trust were replaced by zero-sum thinking that saw every transaction as a form of warfare. Merchants began to adopt military tactics in their business dealings, using deception, intimidation, and violence as standard commercial practices. The craft guilds that had once been cooperative organizations dedicated to maintaining quality and training apprentices were transformed into quasi-military organizations that used violence to eliminate competition and maintain market dominance. Guild wars weren't just economic disputes. They were armed conflicts that employed the same tactics and caused the same casualties as military campaigns. Banking and finance became increasingly predatory as institutions that had been exposed to battlefield culture began to see their customers as enemies to be defeated rather than partners to be served. The concept of usury was redefined to allow increasingly exploitative practices that would have been considered immoral in earlier periods. The very notion of contract and obligation was corrupted by military thinking. Agreements that had once been seen as mutual commitments became weapons to be used against the other party. Legal documents were drafted like battle plans, designed to trap and destroy rather than clarify and protect. Agricultural practices were affected as well. Farmers who had been traumatized by military service returned to their fields with altered relationships to the land and to the animals under their care. They began to treat farming as a form of warfare against nature rather than a cooperative relationship with the environment. The treatment of domestic animals became more cruel and systematic as people who had been desensitized to human suffering found it even easier to ignore the pain of creatures they considered inferior. Slaughtering techniques that had once been designed to minimize animal suffering were replaced by methods that prioritized efficiency over compassion. Crop rotation and soil management practices were abandoned in favor of methods that extracted maximum immediate yield, regardless of long-term consequences. The idea of stewardship, of caring for the land for future generations, became incomprehensible to people who had learned to think only in terms of immediate survival and advantage. The relationship between different social classes was fundamentally altered by the spread of battlefield culture throughout medieval society. The traditional bonds of loyalty and obligation that had held the feudal system together began to dissolve as both nobles and commoners adopted military thinking in their dealings with each other. Peasants who had been exposed to battlefield realities began to see their lords not as protectors, but as exploiters who would sacrifice them without hesitation for personal advantage. They learned that the promises of protection and justice that justified their servitude were lies, and they began to respond accordingly. Nobles, for their part, began to see their subjects as resources to be consumed rather than people to be protected. The concept of noblesse oblige, of privilege balanced by responsibility, became meaningless to aristocrats who had learned to see every relationship in terms of dominance and submission. The result was a breakdown of social cohesion that would have lasting effects on European development. The trust and cooperation that had made feudalism functional, however flawed it might have been, was replaced by mutual suspicion and exploitation that made effective governance increasingly difficult. Rebellions and uprisings became more common and more violent as traumatized populations lost faith in traditional authority structures. These weren't just political protests. They were expressions of psychological damage that had accumulated over generations of exposure to extreme violence. The peasant revolts that swept through medieval Europe weren't driven primarily by economic grievances, though those certainly existed. They were manifestations of collective trauma that had reached critical mass, explosions of accumulated rage and despair that had been building for decades or centuries. The savagery that characterized these uprisings shocked contemporary chroniclers. But it shouldn't have been surprising. Populations that had been systematically brutalized for generations had learned to express themselves in the only language that their oppressors understood. Violence had become the universal medium of communication in medieval society. The responses to these rebellions were equally savage reflecting the fact that the ruling classes had undergone the same psychological transformations as their subjects. Nobles who might once have responded to peasant grievances with negotiation and compromise, instead responded with systematic massacre and torture. The cycle of violence and retaliation that characterized these conflicts wasn't just political, it was psychological. Both sides had been conditioned to see extreme brutality as normal and necessary, making peaceful resolution literally unthinkable. Urban development was profoundly affected by the militarization of medieval consciousness. Cities that had once been designed as centers of commerce and culture were transformed into fortified camps where every building and every street was planned with warfare in mind. The architecture of medieval cities began to reflect the assumption that violence was inevitable and constant. Public spaces were designed to facilitate crowd control and military movement rather than community gathering and celebration. Private buildings were constructed more like miniature fortresses than homes or shops. The layout of medieval streets wasn't just about practicality or tradition, it was about military strategy. Narrow, winding passages that could be easily defended, dead ends that could trap invading forces, buildings positioned to provide overlapping fields of fire. These weren't accidental features, but deliberate design choices made by people who assumed that their cities would be battlefields. Even the placement of churches and other public buildings reflected military thinking. These structures weren't just spiritual or civic centers, they were potential strongholds that could be defended if the city walls were breached. Their thick walls and defensive positions weren't just architectural preferences, but conscious preparations for siege warfare. The development of municipal governments was similarly influenced by battlefield culture. City councils weren't just administrative bodies, but military commands that were expected to organize defense and coordinate resistance against enemies both external and internal. The legal codes that governed urban life were increasingly militaristic, emphasizing discipline and obedience over justice and fairness. Municipal law wasn't just about maintaining order, but about preparing populations for warfare through constant practice in following orders and accepting authority. The economic life of medieval cities was organized around military necessity rather than commercial efficiency. Trade routes were planned with defense in mind. Manufacturing was focused on military equipment, and financial resources were allocated primarily for fortification and weaponry. Cultural life in medieval cities was similarly constrained by military priorities. Festivals and celebrations were increasingly martial in character, emphasizing military virtues over artistic or intellectual achievement. Public entertainment became more violent and competitive, reflecting populations that had lost the ability to enjoy peaceful pleasures. Educational institutions in medieval cities were transformed into training grounds for future soldiers and administrators of violence. Schools that might have taught literature, philosophy, and the arts instead focused on military engineering, weapons handling, and the logistics of warfare. The family structures that had once been the foundation of medieval society were systematically destroyed by the psychological effects of battlefield culture. Traditional patterns of marriage, child-rearing, and household organization became impossible to maintain in environments where violence was constant and unpredictable. Marriage itself was transformed from a partnership based on mutual support and affection into a strategic alliance designed to maximize survival chances in a hostile world. Romantic love became a luxury that few could afford, replaced by practical calculations about protection, resources, and genetic fitness for violence. Child-rearing practices that had once emphasized nurturing and education were replaced by methods designed to produce individuals capable of surviving and participating in extreme violence. Children were deliberately traumatized and brutalized, not out of cruelty, but from a genuine belief that such treatment was necessary preparation for adult life. The relationship between parents and children was poisoned by the knowledge that those children would likely die violent deaths or become perpetrators of violence themselves. The emotional bonds that had once held families together became sources of pain and vulnerability that many parents learned to suppress or avoid entirely. Extended family networks that had once provided support and stability were disrupted by the constant mobility and high mortality rates associated with military life. The accumulated wisdom and cultural knowledge that had been passed down through generations was lost as traditional family structures collapsed under the pressure of constant warfare. The role of women in medieval society underwent dramatic changes as the traditional protections and restrictions that had governed female behaviour became impossible to maintain in environments of constant violence. Women who had once been shielded from direct participation in warfare found themselves thrust into roles that required them to witness, participate in, or manage the aftermath of extreme brutality. Some women adapted by developing their own capacity for violence, becoming warriors, torturers, or military commanders who could match their male counterparts in brutality and strategic thinking. These women often found that abandoning traditional feminine roles was the only way to survive in militarized societies. Others retreated into forms of religious mysticism or mental illness that allowed them to dissociate from realities too horrible to process consciously. Convents became refuges not just for spiritual seekers, but for women who had been psychologically shattered by their exposure to battlefield culture. Still others found ways to profit from the violence around them, becoming suppliers of military equipment, organizers of medical care for wounded soldiers, or managers of the economic systems that supported constant warfare. These women often developed a hardness and cynicism that would have been unthinkable in their grandmother's generation. The concept of feminine virtue was radically redefined to accommodate the realities of militarized society. Qualities that had once been valued in women, gentleness, compassion, emotional sensitivity, came to be seen as weaknesses that endangered survival. New ideals of female behavior emphasized toughness, practical competence, and the ability to function effectively in violent environments. Motherhood was transformed from a nurturing relationship into a form of military training. Women who had once focused on protecting their children from harm were forced to prepare them for lives of violence and suffering. The lullabies they sang contained lessons about death and warfare rather than comfort and love. The sexual relationships between men and women were corrupted by the psychological damage that both parties had sustained. Intimacy became difficult or impossible for people who had learned to see every human interaction as potentially dangerous. Trust and vulnerability, the foundation sureties that few could afford, the of healthy relationships, became luxe. Demographic effects of these changes were severe and long-lasting. Birth rates declined as fewer people were willing or able to form stable relationships and raise children in such hostile environments. Those children who were born often suffered from the psychological damage inherited from traumatized parents. The quality of childcare deteriorated as communities lost the accumulated wisdom about nurturing and education that had been developed over previous generations. Children raised in militarized environments often suffered from developmental problems that affected their ability to form relationships and contribute to society. The intellectual and cultural development of medieval Europe was stunted by the diversion of human resources toward military purposes and the suppression of activities that didn't contribute directly to warfare. The Renaissance that eventually emerged in later centuries was delayed by centuries of cultural stagnation, caused by the militarization of European consciousness. Scientific and technological development was channeled almost exclusively toward military applications, preventing advances in agriculture, medicine, and other fields that could have improved the quality of life for ordinary people. The knowledge and skills that might have led to earlier breakthroughs in navigation, manufacturing, and communication were instead devoted to creating more efficient methods of killing and destruction. Artistic expression was constrained by the demands of military culture and the psychological limitations of traumatized populations. The creativity and imagination that had characterized earlier periods of European culture were suppressed in favor of forms of expression that reflected and reinforced military values. Literary traditions that had once celebrated love, beauty, and spiritual transcendence were replaced by narratives focused on violence, suffering, and death. The oral traditions that had preserved cultural wisdom and moral guidance for previous generations were corrupted by the incorporation of military themes and values. Musical traditions underwent similar transformations, with complex harmonies and sophisticated compositions, giving way to simpler forms that could be performed by soldiers and that reinforced martial themes. The subtle emotional expressions that had characterized earlier musical traditions were replaced by rhythms and melodies designed to inspire aggression and suppress empathy. The visual arts were similarly constrained by the demands of militarized culture. Painting, sculpture, and architecture that had once celebrated human beauty and divine transcendence instead focused on depicting violence and reinforcing social hierarchies based on military power. The religious and spiritual life of medieval Europe was profoundly corrupted by the influence of battlefield culture. Traditional Christian teachings about love, forgiveness, and peace became impossible to reconcile with the realities of systematic violence and brutality. Theological developments during this period were largely focused on finding ways to justify and sanctify violence, rather than on exploring deeper spiritual truths or developing more sophisticated understanding of divine nature. The intellectual resources of the Church were diverted toward creating elaborate rationalizations for behaviors that earlier Christians would have considered fundamentally evil. The mystical traditions that had once provided pathways to spiritual transcendence were corrupt metaphors. Spiritual practices that had once emphasized love, amped by the intrusion of military imagery and violent unity, instead focused on warfare against evil and the conquest of sin. The institutional structure of the Church was militarized, with bishops and abbots taking on roles more like military commanders than spiritual leaders. Monasteries were transformed into fortified compounds that could serve as military bases, and monks were trained in weapons handling and military tactics. The relationship between the Church and secular authority was fundamentally altered by the shared participation in systematic violence. Religious and political leaders became partners in brutality rather than representatives of different value systems, eliminating one of the few potential sources of moral restraint on military behavior. The concept of sanctuary, which had once provided protection for those fleeing violence, was systematically violated and eventually abandoned as church properties became military targets and religious personnel became combatants. The sacred and secular realms merged into a single system organized around the production and management of violence. The psychological effects of this corruption of religious life were devastating for populations that had once looked to the Church for moral guidance and spiritual comfort. When religious authorities not only failed to condemn systematic brutality, but actively participated in and encouraged it, ordinary people were left without any framework for understanding or coping with the violence that surrounded them. Some responded by developing their own forms of religious expression that emphasized personal relationship with the divine rather than institutional authority. These movements often incorporated elements drawn from pre-Christian traditions, or developed entirely new theological frameworks that could accommodate the realities of life in militarized societies. Others abandoned religious belief entirely, becoming cynical about all forms of spiritual or moral authority. These individuals often developed nihilistic philosophies that saw violence and suffering as the only reliable constants in human existence. Still others retreated into forms of religious extremism that sought to outcompete the institutional church in terms of spiritual purity or divine favor. These movements often became even more violent and intolerant than the military culture they were reacting against. The long-term effects of this corruption of religious life extended far beyond the medieval period itself. The patterns of thought and behavior that were established during this era would continue to influence European Christianity for centuries, contributing to religious wars, inquisitions, and other forms of systematic religious violence. The relationship between Christianity and violence that was forged during the medieval period would also influence European colonial expansion and the treatment of indigenous populations around the world. The theological justifications for conquest and conversion that were developed during the Crusades would be recycled and refined for use against Native Americans, Africans, and Asians. The medieval battlefield had succeeded in corrupting not just individual psychology and social structures, but the very spiritual foundations of European civilization. It had transformed Christianity from a religion of love and peace into an ideology of conquest and domination, creating patterns of thought and behavior that would have global consequences for centuries to come. The transformation of European consciousness that occurred during the medieval period represented one of the most profound and tragic changes in human history. A civilization that had once shown promise of developing more humane and sophisticated forms of social organization was instead diverted toward increasingly brutal and destructive patterns that would influence the entire trajectory of world history. The dark secrets of the medieval battlefield weren't just about what happened to individual soldiers or even individual societies. They were about what happened to human civilization itself when subjected to levels of organized violence that exceeded its capacity to process and integrate. The psychological mutations that were produced by this exposure to extreme violence would continue to shape human behavior long after the specific military technologies and political structures that had created them became obsolete. The medieval battlefield had revealed something about human nature that perhaps should have remained hidden, that the qualities that make civilization possible are far more fragile than anyone had ever imagined, and that under sufficient pressure, they can be not just damaged, but permanently altered in ways that make their recovery extremely difficult, if not impossible. The seeds of destruction that were planted on medieval battlefields would continue to bear fruit for centuries to come, influencing everything from colonial expansion to industrial warfare to modern genocide. The psychological patterns that were established during this period would prove remarkably persistent and adaptable, finding new expressions in each successive generation while maintaining their essential character as systems optimized for violence and destruction. This was the ultimate legacy of the medieval battlefield, not just the immediate death and suffering it caused, but the long-term transformation of human consciousness that it produced. Medieval Europe had conducted an experiment on itself, testing the limits of how much organized violence a civilization could absorb before it fundamentally changed into something else entirely. The results of that experiment were still unfolding centuries later, as the patterns of thought and behavior that had been established on medieval killing fields continued to shape human history in ways that most people never realized or understood. The medieval battlefield had created a form of cultural DNA that would be passed down through generations, carrying within it the codes for systematic violence and the suppression of human empathy. The dark secrets of the medieval battlefield were ultimately about the future that had been created by those killing fields. A future in which the capacity for organized brutality had become permanently embedded in human consciousness, waiting to be activated whenever the right conditions presented themselves. The medieval battlefield had planted seeds that would continue to grow and spread, contaminating human civilization with patterns of violence and destruction that seemed to become more sophisticated and deadly with each passing generation. But even this comprehensive transformation of human consciousness wasn't the end of the story, because what medieval Europe had created through its systematic cultivation of violence was something that would prove to be self-perpetuating and adaptive, capable of evolving new forms and finding new expressions long after the original conditions that had produced it were gone. The psychological patterns that had been established on medieval battlefields didn't simply disappear when the technology of warfare changed or when political structures evolved. Instead, they became embedded in the cultural DNA of European civilization, passed down through generations not as conscious knowledge, but as unconscious assumptions about the nature of reality itself. Consider what happened when these traumatized populations began to expand beyond the borders of Europe itself. The same mental frameworks that had been developed for dealing with battlefield violence were applied to encounters with indigenous populations in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. The conquistadors who slaughtered Aztecs and Incas weren't operating according to new principles of behavior. They were simply applying the lessons they had learned from centuries of European warfare to new targets and new environments. The slave traders, who developed the Atlantic trade in human beings, weren't inventing new forms of cruelty. They were adapting techniques of dehumanization and systematic brutality that had been perfected on European battlefields over the course of centuries. The ability to see other human beings as objects to be used and discarded, the capacity to inflict suffering without emotional engagement, the skill at organizing large-scale systems of violence and exploitation, all of these had been learned in the killing fields of medieval Europe. The colonial administrators who carved up Africa and Asia weren't operating from economic motives alone. They were expressing psychological patterns that had been established by generations of exposure to systematic violence. The bureaucratic efficiency with which they organized genocide and cultural destruction reflected mental frameworks that had been developed for managing the logistics of medieval warfare. The industrial systems that emerged in later centuries weren't just technological innovations. They were expressions of consciousness that had been shaped by medieval battlefield culture. The ability to organize human beings into efficient systems of production, the willingness to sacrifice individual welfare for collective goals, the comfort with treating people as interchangeable units in larger mechanisms. All of these reflected ways of thinking that had been learned through centuries of military organization. The factory systems that characterized early industrial development weren't just economic arrangements. They were applications of military organizational principles to civilian production. The discipline, hierarchy, and systematic exploitation that characterized industrial labor were direct descendants of the methods that had been developed for managing medieval armies. The urban planning that created industrial cities reflected the same priorities that had shaped medieval fortress design: efficiency, control, and the ability to manage large populations under stress took precedence over human comfort or community building. The slums and industrial districts that characterized these cities weren't accidental byproducts of economic development. They were deliberate applications of lessons learned from managing military encampments and siege conditions. The educational systems that were developed to serve industrial societies reflected the same priorities that had shaped military training. Discipline, obedience, and the ability to function effectively in hierarchical organizations were emphasized over creativity, critical thinking, or individual development. Schools weren't just places of learning. They were institutions designed to produce human beings who could function effectively in militarized social systems. The political structures that emerged in modern European states weren't just responses to changing economic conditions. They were expressions of consciousness that had been shaped by centuries of military culture. The bureaucratic efficiency, systematic surveillance, and capacity for organized violence that characterized these states reflected mental patterns that had been established on medieval battlefields. The legal systems that governed these modern states weren't just rational responses to social complexity. They were applications of military justice principles to civilian populations. The emphasis on punishment over rehabilitation, the acceptance of systematic surveillance and control, the willingness to use violence to enforce compliance, all reflected ways of thinking that had been learned through centuries of military discipline. The economic systems that developed during this period weren't just responses to technological innovation. They were expressions of psychological patterns that had been established by medieval battlefield culture. The willingness to exploit natural resources without regard for long-term consequences, the comfort with treating human beings as economic units, the acceptance of systematic inequality and suffering, all reflected mental frameworks that had been developed for managing the logistics of warfare. The scientific and technological developments that characterized the modern period weren't just expressions of human curiosity and creativity. They were largely driven by military priorities and shaped by consciousness that had been formed through centuries of exposure to systematic violence. The technologies that were developed, the research priorities that were established, the applications that were pursued, all reflected the influence of militarized thinking on human intellectual development. The artistic and cultural expressions that emerged during this period weren't just aesthetic innovations. They were attempts to process and express experiences that had been shaped by centuries of exposure to systematic violence. The themes, techniques, and priorities that characterized modern European art reflected consciousness that had been fundamentally altered by battlefield culture. Even the religious and philosophical developments that occurred during this period weren't independent intellectual achievements. They were responses to spiritual crises that had been created by the corruption of traditional belief systems through their association with systematic violence. The new forms of religious expression that emerged, the philosophical systems that were developed, the ethical frameworks that were proposed, all were attempts to deal with problems that had been created by the militarization of European consciousness. The medieval battlefield stands as perhaps the darkest mirror of human civilization, reflecting not the noble ideals we've constructed in our stories and songs, but the terrifying reality of what we become when every restraint is stripped away. These weren't just places where armies met and fought. They were laboratories of human transformation, forges that hammered ordinary people into something fundamentally different, something optimized for violence and suffering. What makes this history so haunting isn't just the scale of brutality or the primitive horror of medieval medicine. It's the recognition that these battlefields created psychological patterns that would echo through centuries of human development. The same consciousness that could participate in systematic torture, that could walk through fields of mutilated corpses without flinching, that could see human suffering as entertainment rather than tragedy, would later fuel colonial expansion, industrial exploitation, and forms of organized violence that we're still grappling with today. The knights and soldiers who survived these killing fields didn't just return home with physical scars. They carried within them a transformed understanding of human nature itself, a knowledge that civilization is far more fragile than we dare to imagine. They had learned that beneath the thin veneer of culture and morality lies something savage and desperate, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. Medieval Europe conducted an experiment on itself, testing how much organized violence a society could absorb before it fundamentally changed into something else entirely. The results were written not just in the bones scattered across forgotten battlefields, but in the consciousness of generations that followed. These weren't isolated historical events. They were the birth pangs of a new kind of human being, one adapted for systematic cruelty, but increasingly incapable of the cooperation and creativity that had once defined our species. Tonight, we've walked through the blood and mud of medieval battlefields, witnessed the primitive butchery of battlefield medicine, explored the systematic torture of prisoners, and seen how disease and psychological trauma created wounds that never healed. But perhaps the most disturbing revelation is how completely this transformation was internalized by those who experienced it. They didn't see themselves as victims of a process of dehumanization. They believed they had discovered hard truths about reality that their ancestors had been too naive to acknowledge. The dark secrets of the medieval battlefield continue to whisper through our modern world, reminding us that the capacity for systematic violence isn't an aberration or an accident. It's a learned behavior, cultivated through specific conditions and transmitted across generations like a virus of the mind. Understanding this history isn't just about satisfying curiosity about the past. It's about recognizing patterns that continue to shape human behavior in ways we're only beginning to comprehend. The medieval battlefield taught us that the line between civilization and savagery isn't a wall. It's a thread, and it's thinner than we ever dared to imagine.